Like, subscribe and share Tree Fanfiction audiobook channel for more fun. Chapter 91. Noticing Zephyr's gaze, Kizaru couldn't help but shudder, and subconsciously wanted to elementalize and get out of the way. Zephyr had already arrived in front of him and punched out. Kizaru had to block with his arms first, but was still knocked backwards. Akainu released a large amount of magma and rushed towards Zephyr, but Zephyr dodged to avoid it. When Zephyr got serious, he was a completely different person than before, and his Admiral-level physical skills were fully displayed. The unlucky Kizaru was his first target. He received several old punches from Zephyr. In the process, he shot several laser beams with his fingers, but Zephyr avoided them every time and even managed to hit Kizaru again. One punch. Upon seeing this, Akainu immediately transformed his lower body into an elemental form, and rushed over with the help of the explosive power of the magma. On the way, his magma arm quickly extended and enlarged, turning into a lava dog head and biting Zephyr. Dog bites Garin. The attack power of lava fruit is no joke. Zephyr temporarily gave up on Kizaru, who was bruised and swollen, and wanted to avoid the attack again with his body skills. But the lava dog head did not dissipate after being thrown into the air. Instead, it turned around and chased Zephyr. Seeing that he could not dodge, Zephyr immediately attacked Akainu's body. Akainu shouted angrily and pulled back his thrown arm. His whole body turned into crystal red, and he punched the oncoming Zephyr with his red fist. Dark Hound. Since Whitebeard, Akainu has been practicing for nearly 2 years, and his strength has increased significantly. If Odin dares to take such a hit now, even if he uses 2 swords to resist, the result will definitely not be as simple as being knocked away. Dark Hound can be said to have brought the terrifying high temperature and explosive power of lava fruit to the ultimate. Even Zephyr did not dare to catch it with his fists. The moment he was about to touch the magma, he immediately released his weapon color and blasted out a blast. Powerful shock wave. There was a roar that resounded across the sky, and Akainu rushed in with all his strength, and collided with Zephyr's fist. Zephyr felt a sharp pain in his fist. The muscles on his arm bulged, and the weapon color on his fist flashed a metallic luster. With a loud shout, he knocked Akainu away with one punch. Akainu fell heavily to the ground. He gritted his teeth, covered one arm and struggled to get up. Zephyr slowly retracted his trembling arm. He raised his hand and took a look, only to see that the skin on the back of his hand had been burned. It was red and there were a few blisters. At this moment, a dark vortex emerged from his side, and Gge stabbed out with the demon sword Muramasa. Zephyr ignored his injured hand and turned sideways to avoid it, but his body suddenly fell. Zephyr glanced at his feet with his peripheral vision. The ground had turned into a dark swamp, and the gravity emanating from it pulled his feet down. Gge looked serious and shouted in a low voice. "Teacher Zephyr, take care of your feet, let's get buried in the dark waterfall." In fact, Gge didn't need to remind him that Zephyr had already covered his feet with armed colors, but when the dark power erupted, he couldn't help but groaned. Then he jumped up and forced his feet out of the darkness, but when he landed, he swayed obviously before he stabilized his body. Zephyr frowned, his foot bone cracked. What he didn't know was that Odin was even worse at that time, as he lost a calf to this combo. Of course, with Zephyr's battle-hardened willpower, he won't care about this injury, but it will have a certain impact on his speed. Kizaru and Akainu came to Gge's side. Both of them were a little sluggish, and it would be difficult to launch an effective attack on Zephyr in a short period of time. Now only Gge is left to face Zephyr alone. Akainu wanted to continue but was stopped by Gge. Gge whispered, "You guys take a break first and leave the rest to me." After saying that, Gge's body twisted and disappeared, and emerged from above Zephyr. Zephyr was already on guard, and he threw an uppercut the moment Gge appeared. Gge folded his palms on his abdomen, and darkness poured out from the back of his right hand, turning into 7 sharp knife-shaped spikes, stabbing Zephyr together. Zephyr squatted down slightly, covering his body with armor, and shouted in a low voice. Armed iron body! The 7 blades of darkness pierced Zephyr's body with a clanging sound, leaving no more than 7 holes on Zephyr's skin. Gge was stunned for a moment, and complained in his heart that iron body is indeed something that everyone can use. However, the students watching around should not be superstitious about this trick, otherwise they will suffer a loss sooner or later. Zephyr's mastery of the 6 postures has reached a level of proficiency. Iron body's sending and receiving are all in one thought. The next second, he rains down heavy punches again, but they are all dodged by Gge's Kamui. Your iron body is indeed awesome, but my Kamui is just a scumbag. Zephyr also felt helpless against Gge's move. Unless Gge took the initiative to attack, there was really nothing he could do against Gge. Crack! Suddenly, Gge lifted Kamui, lightning flashed across his body, and he punched Zephyr. Feeling the power of Gge's punch, a look of surprise appeared in Zephyr's eyes, and he said, "Hey? Your strength seems to have increased a lot. Did you still hold back on the teacher just now?" Gge smiled slightly and responded, "How dare I hold back my hands in front of the teacher? I just used electricity to stimulate my body." Under the stimulation of electricity, Gge's strength and speed were increased, and most importantly, his pain was reduced to the lowest point. This means that he can ignore Dark Fruit's double pain debuff and safely engage in close combat with Zephyr. Of course, not everyone can use electricity to strengthen their body. Gge's physique is strong enough, and ordinary people would have been paralyzed by electricity. After hearing this, a look of admiration appeared on Zephyr's face. Electric discharge is Gge's own ability, which is completely in line with the philosophy he admires. Even if Gge is not a Dark Fruit user, his physical ability alone is not comparable to that of the average Vice Admiral. However, appreciation is appreciation. Zephyr's fist did not become less powerful because of this, but became more violent. Gge tore his shirt to pieces, revealing his muscular body, and engaged in a wave of macho blows with Zephyr. The two of them were like two beasts. Every fist collision was accompanied by a deafening roar. The ground where they were located was constantly collapsing, and the area was still expanding. Above the high platform, Sengoku and Garp, who had always been calm, stared in shock at the battle below. Even Marshal Sora crushed the armrests of his chair and shouted, "Wonderful!" Chapter 92. On the court, Gge and Zephyr punched each other fiercely, and then each retreated to the sidelines. At this time, the venue had been completely destroyed by the battle between the two. Large craters and scorch marks caused by electricity could be seen everywhere. Gge took a deep breath and relaxed his muscles a little. Fighting against an Admiral-level Taijutsu master like Zephyr was refreshing, but the load on his body was still quite heavy. Zephyr touched his fists with a cheerful expression on his face. He didn't give Gge much time to rest and rushed out again regardless of his foot injury. However, he was stopped midway by Akainu and Kizaru. Both of them recovered some fighting power, and each used their abilities to blast Zephyr indiscriminately. The laser lava poured out as if it was costless. Zephyr avoided whatever he could. If he couldn't avoid it, he used his fists to clear the way. He rushed forward with all his strength. Kizaru knew that he was Zephyr's priority, so he turned into photons and flew high into the sky. With all his strength, he fired another 8-foot Megatama shot. He really showed great strength today. Even Zephyr was surprised. He said while resisting the light bullet. "That's right, poor Asalino. What the teacher wants to see most is your serious look now." Hearing Zephyr praise himself for the first time, Kizaru felt his whole body tense up, and then he released larger and denser light bombs. Akainu was also unambiguous. He directly transformed into a magma mage, standing in the distance and blasting magma punches like cannonballs at Zephyr. Gge appeared next to Akainu. He locked his eyes on Zephyr, who was bathed in lasers and lava. Circles of black halo appeared on his right arm. Then, he raised his arms high, and the dark halo shot straight into the sky, and finally disappeared into the clouds. After doing all this, GGE released another torrent of darkness and swept towards Zephyr. The three major Logias were firing on all cylinders, and Zephyr was not invincible either. The Iron Fist fight with GGE just now consumed a lot of his energy. Moreover, light and dark magma are extremely strong elements, especially the darkness of GGE. Zephyr uses most of its power to resist the gravity of darkness. Once dragged into a part of the darkness, even with Zephyr's armament strength, he will have to avoid damage. If the area is too large, everyone will be completely defeated. Now Zephyr can only wait for GGE and the three of them to run out of energy, and then rush out to finish them off one by one. Zephyr's combat experience is indeed not limited. In fact, GGE and the three of them continued to output such high-power elemental attacks after a fierce battle, and their physical strength was already very exhausted. But think about it from another angle. In the end, a Marine Admiral versus GGE had to rely on physical strength to decide the outcome. This is already an extremely outrageous thing. Kizaru's face looked pale, he had really drained himself dry. Just when he couldn't hold it any longer, GGE below suddenly shouted. "That's enough. Porosalino, you can come down now." Hearing these words, Kizaru suddenly felt his body soften and almost fell from the sky. He used his last strength to use the Yata mirror to return to GGE and Akainu. He pressed Akainu's shoulder with one hand and gasped for air. In fact, Akainu was almost exhausted from exhaustion, but he still straightened his shoulders to make Kizaru more stable. After the two stopped fighting, the only elemental attack Zephyr had to fight against was the darkness released by GGE. He charged up and jumped, using moonwalk to stay in the air. Looking down at the three GGE people below, Zephyr nodded with satisfaction. It seemed to him that the battle was over. He was about to conclude a few words, but found that the surroundings suddenly darkened, and the audience below also raised their heads. A dull look. Zephyr turned around suddenly, and when he saw the scene above, his pupils suddenly shrank. "I saw that a giant meteorite that was so large that it almost covered the entire site had broken through the clouds and was falling rapidly downwards. What's even worse is that the meteorite is still burning with flames." GGE raised his hand again, and a dark vortex appeared in his palm. He pulled hard out of the air, and the meteorite accelerated again under the pull of gravity. GGE shouted. "Tenge Shinsei." Zephyr came back from the shock. He mobilized the strength of his whole body and concentrated all his armament on his fists. He roared angrily and punched out with both fists. After the meteorite approached, when viewed from below, Zephyr had turned into a black dot in front of the meteorite. His fist hit the meteorite, and an explosion resounded throughout the world. Then a strong airflow exploded, and the scattered meteorite fragments formed an even more powerful meteor volcano. The meteorite pulled down by GGE was much larger than Fujitora's. Zephyr, whose physical strength was severely reduced, could not smash such a large meteorite with one blow. He had to punch several times in succession before he could completely destroy the meteorite. Zephyr dragged his exhausted body back to the ground, looked up at GGE, and said helplessly. "GGE, you really gave the teacher a heavyweight gift." GGE smiled, and the demon sword Muramasa flew out from the back of his hand and surrounded him. Zephyr waved his hand upon seeing this and said, "If we don't fight anymore, your strength is enough to reassure the teacher." As soon as these words came out, GGE and Akainu were fine, and Kizaru just sat down on the ground. He just wanted to find a bed and have a good sleep. In the past, Zephyr would have given Kizaru a slap in the face when he saw him looking like this, but now he chuckled, shook his head, and said, "Porosalino, you." Kizaru put his hands on the ground, raised his head and said, "Okay, Teacher Zephyr, I've graduated, so please stop talking about me." Zephyr patted the dust on his body and said, You're right, you have graduated. Time flies so fast, and I am getting old too. Teacher Zephyr, I admit that I often call you old man, but I never think you are old. Good boy. Have you ever called me old man? Only then did Kizuru realize that he had slipped his words, so he moved his butt and hid behind Gge and Akainu. Gge said hello to the bear, and the bear immediately came over and popped out pain bubbles one by one. Kizuru stood up from the ground with a look of ecstasy on his face. After twisting his butt, he let out a comfortable moan. Zephyr finally couldn't stand it any longer and went up to him and kicked him on the butt. He laughed and cursed. It's never straight. Kizuru covered his butt and jumped away. Zephyr stopped paying attention to him. He took a deep look at Gge and the three of them and said, "Okay, teacher, I have completed my final mission. Marine's future depends on you." Chapter 93. After the battle, with everyone watching in awe, Zephyr and Gge returned to the high platform. The generals looked at Gge differently. It was obvious that Gge was younger than everyone here, but from today on, no one would treat them as juniors anymore. It can be said that everyone who watched today's battle had the same idea in their hearts, that is, the three of Gge are already the confirmed three admirals in the future. In their opinion, the battle just now should be considered a draw, but how old are the three Gge? The position of Marine Admirals seems to have been prepared for them. Soldiers have already sent 3 brand new marine cloaks, which are obviously for Gge and the three of them. The epaulets in 3 colors, black, yellow and red, clearly show the rank of Vice Admiral. After Gge put it on, they stood at the front of the high platform at the signal of Marshal Kong. Sora looked down at the crowd below and announced loudly. Based on the outstanding performance of the 3 Gge in the assessment, the headquarters has decided to award the 3 of them the rank of Vice Admiral. As soon as he finished speaking, a burst of excited shouts erupted from below. Whether among pirates or marines, strength is valued, and the strength of Gge and the 3 of them has conquered everyone present. Every scene of the dazzling flash, boiling magma and endless darkness left a deep imprint on the hearts of these people. Of course, Gge's performance is the most eye-catching. During the battle, Gge demonstrated physical skills, swordsmanship, Haki, and fruit abilities. Each level was beyond the reach of everyone present. The 18-year-old Marine had no shortcomings at all. Marine executives also knew this deeply, so they waited for the crowd below to gradually quiet down before dropping another bombshell. Among the 3, I believe that Gge's strength has been seen by everyone, so I have listed him as an admiral candidate and hereby announce it. Kong said it loudly, but compared to just now, it seemed unusually quiet down there this time. Gge himself did not expect that he would be promoted so quickly, and the headquarters would directly assign him the status of an admiral candidate. Although the admiral candidate is not a formal military rank, the status of a vice admiral is unmatched by other vice admirals. What's more, Gge is currently the only admiral candidate in Marine, and Momuzagi and Otaku, who seem to be forced to come up behind him, can't compare with him. Kong suddenly turned around and asked Gge. Gge, the decision to list you as an admiral candidate is just made by the headquarters. Although you are not yet an admiral, you should have a code name. Think about it when you go back. However, Gge only thought for a moment and came up with his code name. Marshal Kong, I have already thought about it. My code name is Black Dragon. Black is naturally the most suitable for his abilities, and Dragon is related to his identity, because he is a Celestial Dragons. Kong nodded after hearing this. As long as the code name was not too outrageous, he didn't care about this kind of thing. He immediately announced Gge's code name to the bottom, Admiral Alternate, Black Dragon. Garp was in a daze after hearing this code name. He couldn't help but think that if his son also became a Marine Admiral in the future, the code name must be related to dragons. Long fixedly looked up at Gge, who was attracting everyone's attention. He didn't know how long he would have to look like this, maybe for a lifetime. He was in a disturbed mood, and it wasn't until Gge and the others walked off the platform and were surrounded by people that he was called back by a burst of congratulations. Ginny hung on Gge and shouted happily. "Brother Gge, you are already an admiral, Black Dragon Admiral." Gge touched the stupid pink hair on her head and said with a smile. "Not yet an admiral, just a candidate for admiral. Admiral candidate only." Gge's truth caused 10,000 real harm to all the students, and even Akainu's mouth twitched. In the evening, the Marine School cafeteria prepared a sumptuous banquet for all students, because after tonight, a group of people will leave the school. On a table in the center, Zephyr sits at the head, Gge and Akainu sit on the left and right, and Kizaru sits on the right of Akainu. Zephyr has given special permission to drink tonight. After the food was served, everyone in the cafeteria hall, both men and women, raised their glasses together and drank the wine in one gulp. After putting down the wine glass, Kizaru reached out and pulled out a banana from the fruit bowl. He has grown very fast in the past few years. A banana is too small for him, so he can just take a bite of it. Gge, Zephyr, and Akainu were eating and chatting. While they were eating, Ginny came over with a blushing face, pulled Gge up and said, "Brother Gge, come and sit at our girls' table." Ginny also drank wine, her pretty face was flushed, and she looked very cute. Gge glanced at Zephyr, and Zephyr smiled and nodded, waving his hand and saying, "Go ahead, the female classmates like you very much." Zephyr has become more relaxed today. After drinking a few large glasses of wine, he speaks much more casually, which is in sharp contrast to his previous image of a strict teacher. Ginny made a face, pulled Gge and trotted all the way to the table where she was. Lucia and Jun were also at this table. Gge glanced at it and asked, "Ginny, where is your good friend Jessica?" Ginny moved a chair next to her. After Gge sat down, she hugged Gge's arm and hummed. "Jessica went to the kitchen to help. She cooked a lot of the dishes we had today." Gge nodded after hearing this, thinking no wonder some of the dishes were particularly delicious today. It must have been cooked by Jessica, as her cooking skills are indeed good. Just as she was thinking about it, Lucia poured a glass of red wine and pushed it in front of Gge. Gge picked it up and drank it in one gulp. Just as she put the glass down, Jessica came back from the kitchen. She glanced at Gge sitting at the table in surprise, took off her apron and found a seat to sit down. Gge immediately praised, "Jessica, the food you cook is really delicious. Come on my boat after graduation." Jessica was stunned for a moment, she lowered her head in embarrassment and said coquettishly, "Okay, okay. Well, then it's settled, you will be the chef on my ship from now on." When Gge made such a decision, the female students at the table all looked astonished, and then they all looked at Jessica, who had her head lowered, with envy. Everyone knows that Gge became the Vice Admiral of the headquarters after graduation, and also held the title of Admiral Candidate. Not everyone can be the chief chef on his warship, at least he must be at the rank of Major. After Jessica graduated, she was just an ensign at most, and Gge directly gave her a position with school-level salary. At this moment, all the girls looked at Gge with more and more enthusiasm. Chapter 94. Some girls no longer cared about being reserved, got up and gathered around Gge. Lucia calmly approached Gge, Ginny occupied the position in Gge's arms, and Jun used her strength to squeeze into the remaining side of Gge. When the male students at the other tables saw Gge surrounded by stars, they all smacked their lips and drank heavily. They are convinced of Gge, and ask themselves, if they were girls, they would probably take the initiative against Gge. After all, Gge wants to be good-looking and strong. How could she not be tempted by that girl? Gge always has a polite smile on his face, and he is willing to accept toasts. Just kidding, He has dark fruit ability, his body is darkness, and absorbing some alcohol is completely childish. He only really drank the wine Logia and Ginny poured. It's just that Ginny's drinking capacity was really bad. After a while, she drank so much that she collapsed in Gge's arms, talking nonsense in a daze. But even when she was talking nonsense, she couldn't get away from Gge in 8 out of 10 sentences. Ge. Logia, on the other hand, has a surprisingly good capacity for drinking. She is gentle and quiet from beginning to end, and even picks up Gge's dishes from time to time. After the dinner, Gge sent Ginny to the door of the dormitory, watched Jessica help her into the dormitory building, and then turned around and left. After taking a few steps, Gge suddenly stopped. He turned around, looked at Logia who was following him and asked, "Logia, why don't you go back?" Logia smoothed her long black hair and said softly, "Young master, I want to go for a walk with you, is that okay?" After speaking, she lowered her head and murmured, "It's been a long time since I've been alone with the young master." When Gge heard this, he immediately took Lucia's hand and whispered, "What's wrong?" They just happened to have returned to their dormitories. "Let's go sit on the training ground for a while." A bright smile immediately broke out on Lucia's face. She took Gge's arm and walked towards the training ground together. Upstairs, Jun held his chin and looked at the backs of Gge and Logia quietly. Jessica covered Ginny with the quilt and asked casually, "Jun, what are you looking at?" Jun shook his head, turned around and said with a smile, "It's nothing. It's getting late and we should rest." "Well, I didn't expect Ginny's drinking ability to be so bad. We can't let her drink in the future." Jun glanced at Ginny who was sleeping soundly and said softly, "Yeah, she really should drink less." At the training ground, beside a thick tree, Logia sat on her knees on the ground, with Gge resting on her thigh. Logia caressed Gge's face, her eyes full of tenderness. Gge closed his eyes, enjoying Lucia's knee pillow and said, "Logia, you will be my adjutant from now on. It all depends on the arrangements of the young master. I am your slave." "Here we go again, I have never treated you as a slave. When I was a child, I treated you as my sister. Now." Speaking of this, Gge opened his eyes, looked at Logia, and said word by word, "Now you are my woman." Lucia's face suddenly turned red. She didn't dare to look into Gge's eyes and wanted to turn her head away, but Gge suddenly stood up and their faces were almost touching each other. Looking at each other, Gge asked softly, "What? Do you think there's something wrong with what I said?" After saying that, without waiting for Logia to respond, Gge directly kissed Lucia's seductive red lips, and with a little force, pushed Logia down. After a brief absence, Logia immediately began to respond actively and enthusiastically. A pair of her pupils had unconsciously turned into a magical purple. This was the first time that she had triggered her ability unconsciously. Then, she spread out a pair of dark wings and wrapped herself and Gge inside. Under the moonlight, the black feathers on Lucia's wings trembled slightly, creating a moving wave. After a while, a painful groan came from the wings, followed by another suppressed but moving tone. I don't know how long it took, but the trembling of the feathers gradually slowed down. After a trembling sound, it slowly opened, revealing Gge and Logia inside. Gge was topless, and Lucia's clothes were just casually draped over her body. A happy smile spread across her pretty face, and she rubbed gently against Gge's strong chest. Looking at Logia lying in his arms like a kitten, Gge joked, "The angel has really fallen now." Logia fluttered her long eyelashes, tilted her head and said, "Young master, I was originally a fallen angel, but I don't think this is a fall. To me just now, it should have been like I returned to heaven." Gge was amused by Lucia's words. He lowered his head and kissed Lucia's smooth forehead. Then he summoned the Dark Bible, folded a white handkerchief and put it into the Bible. Lucia's face turned red again. She suddenly buried her face in Gge's arms and said in a low voice. Young master, how can you put that thing in the Bible? Will we go to hell after death? Gge curled his lips and said. What are you talking about? I don't think anything is more holy than that. And why do we die? Don't you want to stay with me forever? Lucia suddenly stood up from Gge's arms when she heard the last sentence. She hugged Gge's neck, looked into Gge's eyes, and said softly. Of course Lucia will always be with the young master. Even if I go to hell, I will still be with the young master. Gge smiled and said. Won't go to hell. Then I will follow the young master to heaven. We won't go to any kind of heaven. These are things we should consider after death, so we never have to think about this. Gge, who has the memory of Blue Star, knows that there is more than one way to make people immortal in the pirate world. If this is the case, then the dog belt thing will never happen to him and his loved ones. However, Gge didn't explain much about this. He held Lucia and leaned against the tree trunk. He reached into his trouser pocket with one hand and took out a pack of cigarettes, which Zephyr gave to him after he drank too much at the dinner. Now was the perfect time to smoke one. He stretched out a finger, a flash of lightning flashed across the cigarette, and he lit the cigarette. He took a deep breath and blew out a heart-shaped smoke ring. Lucia reached out and poked it, and the smoke ring drifted along her arm, and finally dispersed in the wind. Under the moonlight, the two cuddled together quietly. Lucia looked up at Gge's side face, hoping that time could freeze at this moment forever. Chapter 95. An 18-year-old admiral candidate appeared in the Marine. In just a few days, with the desperate work of a large number of newsbirds, the news spread almost all over the ocean. This is definitely not good news for the pirate forces. On the Moby Dick, Whitebeard was having a party with his sons. Someone brought in the newly received newspaper. Whitebeard just glanced at it and immediately crushed the barrel in his hand. It's this Marine kid named Gge again. Fighting with Zephyr? Stop joking. Hearing Gge's name, the atmosphere of the party stagnated instantly. Odin sat on the side of Whitebeard. He stared at the photo of Gge in the newspaper, his eyes full of hatred. He touched the empty sleeve on his left side and said in a hateful voice. Beiji, our Whitebeard pirates must take revenge. Whitebeard glanced at him and said. Odin, of course we will take revenge, but you should pay more attention to Xiao Xiao now, she is about to give birth. Hearing this, Odin's anger was slightly calmed down, he nodded and said nothing more. Whitebeard spread the newspaper on the table and said lightly. Marine is promoting supernovas so loudly, just to suppress us pirates, haha, monster newcomers are not just theirs. Odin was stunned for a moment and asked. Beiji, what do you mean? Pirates can also push out a few so-called supernovas, and our Whitebeard pirates have two of them, you and Marco. Odin is now 31 years old, the same age as Drake when he became a supernova later. With the influence of the Whitebeard pirates, when the news of the pirate supernova was released, the newspapers immediately buzzed with excitement like flies smelling something. A pirate supernova with only 2 people is definitely not a good idea, but the pirates don't need to worry about this. The newspapers directly selected 5 powerful pirates based on the news in the past 2 years and stuffed them into the pirate supernova team. The Beast's pirates were established, and Kaido, who was jumping around everywhere, was among them. Moreover, their pirate group was quite impressive. In addition to him as the captain, there was also the second person on the ship, Jin. However, Kaido was so angry when he saw the news that he wanted to smash the reporter who stuffed him into the supernova to death with a stick. Jin asked in confusion, Boss, you don't look happy. Kaido raised his head and took a few gulps of strong liquor, and said angrily, Humph. I'm really tired of being a newcomer. Laozi doesn't care about supernovas. He grabbed the newspaper and wanted to tear it up, but suddenly saw the news about the aunt. It turned out that her second son, Charlotte Katakuri, was also selected as a supernova. Kaido suddenly became a little happy again and muttered, giving birth to so many children and only one was selected. It's a bit embarrassing, Linlin. Looking at the remaining two supernovas, both are spirited guys, one is called Moria and the other is called Crocodile. Kaido has no interest in these two people, just looking at Moria's photo and complaining, this kid looks a bit ugly, I want to give him a stick. Naval Headquarters. After that night, GGE's class of students still live in the school dormitory for the time being, waiting for the arrangement of the headquarters. When they have nothing to do, these veteran students will go to the training ground to watch the newcomers training, and give a few words of guidance from time to time, experiencing the superiority of the old people. Lucia is still inseparable from GGE. She often goes out to find GGE at night to do something she likes, and does not come back until late at night. One time, when Lucia came back, she met Ginny who was up late at night. She had a rare look of panic on her face, which was always aloof. At the same time, there was an indescribable feeling in her heart, which was exciting and shameful. Ginny tilted her head, looked at Lucia's slightly messy clothes, and asked. Lucia, did you go out at night? Can't you sleep? Lucia pursed her lips and said in a low voice. After a haha, Ginny patted Lucia on the shoulder and said. Girls who suffer from insomnia are bad for their skin. Go back to sleep quickly. Brother GGE's warship will be approved in the next 2 days, and we will be on the same ship with him. Lucia nodded, feeling indescribably weird. A boat was still too big for her, and a bed was enough. Jun got up when she heard the noise. She was wearing a pink silk pajamas, leaning on the bed, looking at the two people at the door with a half smile. When Ginny saw Jun also getting up, she thought she had been awakened by her conversation with Lucia, and immediately apologized. I'm sorry, Jun, I disturbed you for taking a rest. After 2 years of getting along, the gap between Ginny and Jun has long since disappeared, and Ginny's character is not one to hold grudges. Jun smiled and said softly. It's okay. I've been sleeping lightly these past few days and often can't fall asleep. Lucia frowned slightly. She had indeed been too relaxed these days. Jun's words obviously meant something, and he most likely knew that she went out in the middle of the night. But one thing is certain, that is, it is impossible for Jun to see what she and the young master are doing, and it is impossible for her to avoid the young master's perception of the S***X. Thinking of this, Lucia felt a lot more at ease. She pretended not to hear, silently went back to her bed and lay down, said good night and closed her eyes. Jun shrugged. Ginny glanced at the two of them inexplicably, then looked at Jessica who was still sleeping, and muttered. Everyone is so weird. The next day, the headquarters approved warships for all cadets who graduated with military ranks of Commodore level and above. As a Commodore, Lucia can naturally have her own warship, but she chose to become GGE's adjutant and be on the same ship with GGE. Ginny and Jessica also boarded GGE's boat. GGE, Akainu, and Kizaru were assigned to the G1, G2, and G3 branches respectively as base leaders there. These 3 branches are all located in the Grand Line and are not at the same level as the marine branches in the 4 sea areas. These 3 branches are also located in sea areas with extremely difficult security. In recent years, Overlord-level pirate forces have often appeared here. Among them, the G1 branch where GGE is located is the most important. It uses the red line as the axis of symmetry and is symmetrical with the headquarters. It can be said to be the strongest line of defense behind the headquarters. During wartime, we can support the headquarters in the shortest possible time. The headquarters handed over the position of base director of the G1 branch to GGE, which shows that it highly recognizes his strength. In the port of the headquarters, GGE stood on the bow of the warship, with Ginny and Lucia standing beside him. With a loud whistle, the warship slowly sailed out of Marine Ford. Zephyr took a bottle of sherry and took a sip, humming a song called Island, the music of Zephyr's final battle in the theater version. The world has been watching. Chapter 96. 1 year later, Grand Line, G1 branch. The steel warship slowly docked at the dock, and a large number of marine soldiers disembarked from the warship. They lined up in 2 teams with solemn faces, forming a passage. Then, a tall man wearing a marine cloak slowly walked over, with 2 slim figures behind him. The flying squirrel had been waiting at the port for a long time. When he saw the tall man leading him, he immediately stepped forward and gave a military salute and said, "GGE Vice Admiral." The person coming was none other than GGE, and those behind him were naturally Ginny and Logia. Today's GGE looks taller and stronger, and his whole person exudes a restrained Haki. He wore a pair of black gloves, and the marine cloak he wore, the epaulets and cuffs were all pure black. Raising his head and smiling at the flying squirrel, GGE raised his hand and released a large cloud of black mist, from which bloody human heads fell to the ground. The flying squirrel swallowed. He knew that these were a pirate group that had just broken into the sea area not long ago, called the Tattered Cat Pirates. Its captain, Garin, has a bounty of 120 million belly. It is Zoan cat fruit Persian cat form. Although he is just an ordinary species in Zoan, Garin has awakened the knowledge color and the weapon color, and the strength is not low. Coupled with the increase of the Zoan fruit on the body, he can be regarded as a strong person. However, she was also swollen, and after arriving at the Grand Line, she actually broke into the sea area guarded by GGE. When GGE heard that she was demon fruit power, she directly led the fleet to destroy her. The heads on the ground were all members of the Tattered Cat Pirates, and their bodies had been minced by the darkness. GGE left the heads so that the people below could count them when he came back. Among the large number of heads on the ground, a female head with long blonde hair and a beautiful face stood out very conspicuously. Her face still maintained a look of fear, her broken neck had a smooth-cut surface, and there was a black hole in the center of her forehead. Entrance of the cave. GGE pointed at the head and said, "Flying Squirrel, this is Garin, the captain of the Tabby Cat Pirates. She was killed by Logia and Ginny. Please indicate this when reporting to the headquarters." After the cat pirates encountered the fleet led by GGE, everyone on board was pulled high into the sky by a terrifying gravity, and then was instantly swallowed by darkness. Only the frightened Garin fell on the deck of the warship. GGE deliberately kept her not because she was beautiful, but just because she was demon fruit power. And GGE just wanted to test the abilities he had just developed. When he stretched out a darkened hand to Garin was so frightened that she immediately knelt on the ground and desperately begged GGE for mercy. In extreme fear, she even took off her scarce clothes, trying to save his life with his body. However, her behavior angered Logia and Ginny. With one knife and one shot, Garin's head became what it is now on the ground. GGE took advantage of the heat to test his abilities, and the effect was just as he expected. Returning to his base commander's office, GGE summoned the Dark Bible, and a purple apple-shaped devil fruit flew out of it. He took the devil fruit and tossed it in his hand, looked at Logia and Ginny in front of him, and asked Ginny with a smile, "Ginny, are you interested in eating this Persian cat fruit?" Ginny shook her head with disgust and said, "Brother GGE, that woman's fruit is too dirty, I don't want to eat it." The reason why she said this was because when she discovered Garin's pirate ship, she first used a telescope to observe the situation on the ship from a distance. As a result, I saw Garin holding a special party on the ship, and he was still in the half-animal form of the Persian cat fruit. The visual impact of this scene on Ginny was so strong that she still blushed with embarrassment when she thought about it, and she didn't even think about why Garin's devil fruit appeared in GGE's hands. And this seems extremely outrageous to people with some common sense about devil fruit. Logia looked at the devil fruit in GGE's hand, with shock in her eyes, and couldn't help but ask, "Young master, Isn't this the fruit of Garin? How could it be? Gge has already told Ginny Lucia's identity, so Lucia no longer has to avoid addressing the issue when there are only 3 people present. Ginny asked belatedly after hearing Lucia's words. That's right, brother Gge, won't devil fruit be reborn randomly somewhere in the world after a person with abilities dies? Could it be that it was reborn in your hand? This is too much of a coincidence. Gge smiled and shook his head and said. How can there be such a coincidence? Look at this. With a thought, the dark Bible opened, and a large number of fruits emerged from it, including apples, bananas, and pineapples. Lucia looked at the fruits on the table and said suddenly. I understand, young master. Devil fruit will attach its ability to the fruit, so you prepare the fruit in advance so that after the person with the ability dies, devil fruit can find the carrier of the ability as soon as possible. But after she finished speaking, she felt that it was not that simple. If you wanted to get the devil fruit of a dead person with abilities just by preparing the fruit in advance, then such a simple method would have been spread around the world long ago. Gge's next words also confirmed this. Lucia, you only guessed half of it right. If you want to truly obtain the devil fruit of a dead esper, this is the key. As he spoke, Gge stretched out a darkened hand. This was not the first time Lucia had seen dark fruit's ability, but this time she felt a deep palpitation when looking at Gge's hand exuding darkness. It felt like something in the body was about to be pulled out by the darkness. But Ginny, who was standing next to Lucia, didn't feel this way. When Gge saw the uncomfortable look on Lucia's face, he immediately dispersed the darkness in his hands and said. This is an ability that I recently developed. When the person with the ability dies, I can manipulate the power of darkness to bind the devil fruit that has not yet escaped from the body, and then guide it into the prepared fruit. I named it Dark God. Gge said it in an understatement, but after hearing this, Lucia and Ginny's pupils shrank, and a look of horror appeared on their faces. This can be said to completely break the world's understanding of devil fruit. Gge is equivalent to realizing the certainty given by devil fruit's ability. And the person who masters this ability is Gge. With his strength, he can create a powerful army of ability users at any time as long as he wants. Chapter 97. Gge sucked the Persian cat fruit into the Dark Bible. The fruit's ability is indeed average and can only be used as a collection for the time being. Lucia and Ginny were still in a daze, their expressions looked very cute. Gge chuckled and was about to speak when the phone on the table suddenly rang. Gge was stunned for a moment. After answering the phone, Kong's serious voice sounded. Gge, you go back to naval headquarters immediately. Don't take the warship. Use your ability. The sooner the better. Sora obviously meant that something big had happened. Gge didn't waste any time and just said one word. Then he hung up the phone, got up and said to Lucia and Ginny. I'll go back to headquarters first. Just wait for me at the base. The 2 women nodded, and Lucia said softly. Young master, just leave this place to us. Don't worry. Ginny said with a concerned look on her face. Brother Gge, if there are any dangerous tasks in our headquarters, you must be careful. Gge stepped forward, took the 2 girls into his arms, and said softly. Don't be nervous. If anything happens, I will tell you in advance. After saying that, Gge used Kamui directly, twisted his body and disappeared into the darkness. Marine Ford. In the Marshal's empty office, after Garp once again refused to be promoted to Admiral, he turned around and wanted to leave hurriedly, as if there was something urgent. At this time, there was a knock on the door, and Garp opened it. Standing outside the door was Gge. Seeing Gge, Garp was stunned for a moment and said. Gge? Why are you back? Gge smiled politely, and before he could respond, Kong from behind had already walked over and said. I asked Gge to come back. He will go to the Adver waters with you and Sengoku. The matter is urgent. Please tell GGE about the situation on the way. Garp nodded and said. I understand, GGE, come with me. After saying that, Garp took GGE to the door and left. Garp was in a hurry to find Roger to fight, and briefly talked about the mission on the way. In fact, when GGE heard the name Adwal, he knew what was going on. It was nothing more than Golden Lion and Roger. Arriving at the headquarters port, Sengoku was already on the warship. According to the original storyline, Kizaru, Akainu, and Aokiji should also participate in this mission. But now, both of them have been awarded the rank of Vice Admiral and were sent to the G2-G3 branch as base commanders. Since the Battle of Adwal was an emergency, they were unable to arrive in time. As for Aokiji, he joined the army a year earlier than in the original work, so he is still in Marine School. Garp couldn't wait any longer. He jumped directly onto the deck of the warship, while GGE used Kamui to keep up. Sengoku ignored Garp, who shouted to set off as soon as he got on the boat, and said to GGE. GGE, do you understand everything about this situation? GGE nodded and said. Understood, Sengoku Admiral, shall we set off now? Under Garp's resentful gaze, Sengoku waved his hand to signal for the boat to sail. He glanced at Garp and said angrily. Don't look at me like that. I'm an admiral. My rank is higher than yours. The warships here must obey my command. Garp turned his head away and muttered. Tisk, I don't want to be an admiral anyway. There are too many things to do. There is no freedom at all. I think you don't want to come into contact with celestial dragons. Haha, Sengoku, you understand me. GGE stood aside and looked at the sea silently. Adwal Sea. Lion, Thousand Slice Valley. God avoid. Roger jumped into the air with the supreme sword ace emitting red and black lightning in his hand, blocking all the golden slash waves that flew over. After landing back on the ship, Rayleigh came to Roger and said solemnly. Roger, the current situation is not favorable for us. If we continue to fight, I'm afraid. Roger certainly realized this. Golden Lion's flying pirate group has many people and ships, and the members are not the kind of small fish that can be easily stunned by conquerors. The most difficult thing is the ability of Golden Lion. In this sea, he has absolute air superiority and can also control the sea water to attack. It is really difficult for Roger pirates with only one ship to deal with it. Some of the members of the Flying Pirates have already rushed to the Jackson where Roger is, and started a fierce battle on the ship. The floating Golden Lion laughed and shouted to Roger below. Roger, you still have time to regret now, become my subordinate. Let's rule the world together. Roger snorted coldly and released his conquerors. A huge wave instantly rose on the sea. He responded to Shiki with conquerors. On the deck, a red-haired boy and a red-nosed boy stood back to back, looking at Roger's back. A trace of longing appeared in the red-haired boy's eyes, and he turned his head and said, Buggy, Captain Roger is really Haki. The red-nosed boy held two swords and chopped down an enemy who was much taller than him. He said unhappily, Shanks, you still have the mood to flatter the captain? Save your life first. The two were the future 4 emperors, red-haired Shanks and Clown Buggy. Now they are only 12 years old. When Shanks heard Buggy say that he was flattering, he wanted to say a few words in displeasure, but it distracted his attention. A member of the Flying Pirates had rushed behind him, raised his sword and looked at Shanks' head, grinning and shouting, Go to hell, kid! When Shanks found the enemy behind him, it was too late. He widened his eyes, and the gradually enlarged blade was reflected in his pupils. Roger has always been very concerned about Shanks. Even when he was fighting with Golden Lion, he would pay attention to Shanks' direction from time to time. When he saw that he was in danger, he would immediately save him. Suddenly, a dark vortex appeared in front of Shanks. After GGE's figure condensed, he grabbed the arm of the pirate in front of him. With a scream, the pirate who wanted to cut Shanks covered his twisted arm with horror. Before he could figure out the situation, GGE raised his hand again and pressed it on his face, and a dark vortex appeared immediately. In Shanks' dull eyes, a headless corpse gushing blood fell to the ground with a plop. Looking at the marine coat fluttering behind GGE, Shanks was completely stunned. GGE turned slowly, looking down at Shanks, who was less than his waist, and said lightly, "Didn't Roger teach you not to be distracted when fighting?" Chapter 98. Are you Marine? Shanks stared at GGE with disbelief. Buggy got up from the ground after being kicked to the ground. When he saw GGE's face clearly, his body trembled suddenly, pointed at GGE and stammered, "Big Admiral candidate, Black Dragon. Nanny." Shanks took a step back in shock, but GGE suddenly flicked one hand, and a black knife appeared in his hand. This action frightened Shanks and Buggy. At this moment, a golden sword energy fell from the sky. Sulfuric acid. A sharp collision sounded, followed by a powerful shock wave. Buggy and Shanks were knocked to the ground, and when they looked up again, they froze in place. I saw GGE raising his sword with one hand, against a huge golden slash wave, and the marine cloak on his body was blown away. This slash wave was obviously made by the Golden Lion. Just now he followed Roger's line of sight and spotted GGE, who suddenly appeared. When he saw the marine uniform GGE was wearing, he hit him with a sword energy without saying a word. But he never expected that his sword attack would be caught so easily by that marine. Even Roger's face showed a look of surprise. The fight between the two stopped temporarily. Roger took a serious look at GGE's face and suddenly said, "It turns out it's him." It seems Marine wasn't bragging. Golden Lion frowned and said, "Roger, what riddle are you talking about? Do you know Marine?" "Haha, he is GGE, codenamed Black Dragon, who was listed as a Marine Admiral candidate a year ago." After hearing this, Golden Lion thought for a moment and suddenly said, "Remember, the so-called leader of the Marine Supernova fought against Newgate once." While the two were talking, the black sword in GGE's hand shook. After the sword energy was dispersed, he looked at the Golden Lion, then his body twisted and disappeared from the place. Golden Lion and Roger were both stunned. They looked around, but after looking for a long time, they still couldn't find GGE. Roger raised his eyebrows and said, "This ability is really weird. Where did he go?" However, the Golden Lion attacked again. Fortunately, Roger was more knowledgeable. After avoiding the attack, he looked at the Golden Lion angrily and said, "Shiki. Marine has shown up, do you want to continue fighting?" Golden Lion smiled disdainfully and responded, "What Marine, isn't he just a Marine brat? Let alone the alternate Admiral, even if the real Marine Admiral comes, don't even think about interfering in our battle. You're crazy. Ha ha ha. Compared with Captain Rocks back then, I am nothing." On the other side, GGE had returned to the warship. Garp rushed over immediately after seeing GGE and asked eagerly, "GGE, how is Roger over there?" Garp's words sounded a bit awkward to Sengoku. It sounded like he was caring about Roger. GGE looked up at the dim sky and said, "The Roger pirates are already losing. By the time we get there, the battle over there will probably be over." Garp got even more anxious when he heard this. He threw off his cloak and wanted to use moonwalk to get there. Sengoku was quick and grabbed him, angrily saying, "What are you going to do? Wouldn't it be a good thing for us Marine and the world if either Roger or Golden Lion was destroyed?" Garp's face froze when Sengoku shouted, and then he fell silent. Sengoku let go of his hand and turned to GGE and said, "GGE, now you should be able to directly reach the location where Roger and Golden Lion are fighting, right?" GGE nodded. Just now, he used moonwalk to get there in advance, and then used Kamui to transfer space after sensing the movement of the battle. As long as he has been to a place, he will mark the spatial coordinates, and he can use Kamui to get there directly next time. By the way, the principle of GGE Kamui is to use the gravity of darkness to distort space, so as to achieve the effect of space transfer. GGE nodded and said, "Okay, I will go again later. Even if Golden Lion captures Roger pirates, they will definitely be seriously injured. Maybe I will get some unexpected gains after I go." Garp wanted to say something after hearing this, but Sengoku pressed his head down. Sengoku glared at Garp and said to GGE, "Okay, but you must pay attention to safety. If the situation is not right, use your ability to withdraw immediately. We just need to know the result." GGE smiled slightly and said, "Don't worry, Sengoku Admiral, I know what's going on." The warship continued to sail forward until a faint thunder sounded. GGE, who was standing on the bow of the warship, narrowed his eyes and whispered, "It's time." Then, GGE's figure disappeared into the darkness again. In the Edwall Sea, Roger and Golden Lion's battle continued. Both of them were real Emperor-level strong men. The aftermath of the battle alone destroyed more than one ship. Of course, all the ships belonged to Golden Lion. Roger only had one ship, the Jackson, but the hull was strong enough, and with the protection of Rayleigh and others, it would not be destroyed so easily. But this could not withstand the fact that there were too many people on the Golden Lion side. After a war of attrition, Roger's pirate group had begun to be unable to cope. A large number of pirate ships surrounded the Jackson, and the situation was already very dangerous for Roger's pirate group. Golden Lion fought with Roger with two swords in hand, and laughed wildly from time to time. "Roger! It seems that today is the end of your pirate group." Roger said nothing. He knew that it was useless to be anxious now. If he wanted to get out of the predicament, he had to get rid of Shiki first. Without Shiki, the people and ships of the flying pirates would be useless. But after all, he was not Luffy in the movie version, and Shiki was not the damaged version of Golden Lion with the rudder inserted and both legs lost. Now the strength of the two was on par, and it was impossible to decide the winner in a short time. Slash wave! Golden Lion used all his strength to send out a giant golden sword energy, which pushed Roger back to the Jackson. Then, he put away his two swords and raised his hands upwards. In an instant, waves as high as 100 meters rose on the sea surface, and several huge lion heads condensed under the control of Golden Lion. "Lion Majesty, govern place earth coiling." All the giant lion heads made of sea water slammed into the Jackson. At this time, Rayleigh and others were entangled by their respective opponents. Roger had to send out sword energy one after another to block them, but on the sea, the endless sea water could provide Golden Lion with a continuous supply of attack resources. Roger was careless, and the Jackson was hit by a lion head. The hull shook violently, and Golden Lion became more and more excited, so that he did not notice the increasingly gloomy sky above. Chapter 99. Just as Golden Lion manipulated the sea water to attack the Jackson wantonly, a deafening thunder suddenly sounded in the sky, followed by a torrential rain. Both sides of the battle were stunned. Before they could react, several powerful waterspouts suddenly rose from the sea. With just one encounter, a large number of ships of the Sky Pirates were swept into it and turned into fragments. This was not an ordinary storm, and the destructive power was rare. Even the lion head condensed by Golden Lion using seawater was blown away by the strong wind. The Golden Lion in the air was directly hit by a wave several meters high, directly breaking the deck of a ship. After Golden Lion was temporarily offline, the remaining Sky Pirates fleet seemed so vulnerable in the face of this natural disaster-level storm. A large number of ships were directly smashed by the surging waves, and all the pirates on the ship were buried in the sea. Compared with the tragic scene of the Sky Pirates, the Jackson, where the Roger Pirates were, was in a much better situation. Although it seemed that the Jackson was also shaky in the violent current, it did not suffer any substantial damage. This strong wind seemed to be sent by God to help the Roger Pirates escape. The fleet of the sky pirates had been destroyed beyond recognition, and a huge gap appeared in the encirclement where the Jackson was located. Driven by the strong wind, the Jackson was pushed out by itself without even human control, and finally disappeared without a trace. The disaster of the sky pirates continued, and many pirates had collapsed, kneeling on the deck and crying. Golden Lion was pulled out from under the deck by his men. He was hit by the sea water just now, soaked all over, and his body was weak. Otherwise, with his strength, he would not need his men to help. He shook his clothes, looked around, and his face instantly became extremely ugly. The storm almost destroyed half of his fleet. What he found most unacceptable was that the Roger pirates had completely disappeared. Golden Lion was so angry that his face turned blue. He ignored his body covered with seawater and forcibly lifted off into the air, roaring to the sky, "This is unfair! Damn God, why did you do this to me?" Golden Lion had just experienced a battle with Roger and was hit head-on by the seawater. Now he was mentally shocked again, and his body was on the verge of collapse. Hey! Just at this time, another strong wind came, and Golden Lion in the air was shaken and fell down again. The ship below could no longer withstand such a strong wind. The deck was broken into pieces, and a large number of debris flew together. Before Golden Lion fell, a broken rudder flew rapidly and hit Golden Lion's head squarely. Golden Lion's eyes turned white and he lost consciousness on the spot because of the broken rudder. The only remaining pirate on the ship was frightened and hurried over to lift Golden Lion and wanted to transfer him to a safe place. Suddenly, a dark vortex emerged out of thin air and condensed into GGE's body. Seeing GGE, the pirates holding Golden Lion were startled again, and the strength in their hands decreased sharply, and Golden Lion fell to the ground with a snap. A pirate pointed at GGE and said tremblingly, "Marine." The other pirates immediately took out their weapons and pointed them at GGE, but now their morale has fallen to the lowest point, and for a while no one dared to take the initiative to attack GGE. GGE didn't even look at these minions. He glanced at the half-dead Golden Lion on the ground, and then looked at the remaining pirate ships around, with an evil smile on his lips. The pirates looked at the smiling GGE and couldn't help but feel a chill coming from the bottom of their hearts. One of them mustered up the courage, raised his knife and roared towards GGE. GGE drew out the knife with his hand, and blood spurted out from one of them. His head fell to the ground with a thud. The blood stained on his hands was absorbed by the darkness. GGE raised his eyes slightly, and then, darkness like a tide surged out from under his feet. The remaining pirates on the ship did not even utter a scream, and were instantly swallowed up by the darkness. Only the Golden Lion was left lying on the deck. The rainstorm continued. GGE raised his hand to suck Golden Lion over and strangled his neck. After all this action, Golden Lion regained some consciousness and half-consciously tried to open his eyes. Puff! Golden Lion's body trembled violently, his eyes widened suddenly, and he finally saw GGE's face clearly. He slowly lowered his head, looked at GGE's hand inserted into his chest, and said tremblingly, "Marine, how dare you?" Poof! GGE pulled his hand out of Golden Lion's chest with an expressionless expression. The vitality of a strong man like Golden Lion was indeed not limited. Even if his heart was destroyed, he did not die immediately and could even lift up tremblingly. Hands, trying to make a final struggle. However, he was no longer a threat in front of GGE. Dark vortex appeared on his hand, and Golden Lion's neck was instantly twisted into a twist. He made a whooshing sound in his mouth, and finally closed his eyes unwillingly. Golden Lion, a great hero of a generation, died in the hands of GGE. The people on the surrounding pirate ships were still busy controlling the ship's retreat, and no one even noticed that their captain was dead. GGE's hand holding the Golden Lion's neck turned into darkness, and he used the Dark God to suck out the lion fruit and transferred it to a cantaloupe in the Dark Bible. Also sucked into the Dark Bible were the two famous swords of the Golden Lion, Sakuragi and Kyuju. Glancing at Golden Lion's body, the twisted gravity was released from GGE's hands again, and with a snap, Golden Lion's head separated from the body. At this time, a pirate ship finally approached. A large number of pirates jumped out of the ship and shouted while running. "Hey! How about Captain Shiki? Nanny! Tick-tock-tock!" The ground under GGE's feet has been dyed red with the blood of the Golden Lion, and steaming blood is still dripping from the fractured part of his head. The pirates who saw this scene were so frightened that their weapons dropped from their hands. On the ground, what greeted them was a terrifying wave of darkness. After eliminating this wave of pirates, GGE still did not leave. He raised his other hand and slowly opened his palm. Wisps of darkness gathered and finally condensed into a small black ball. There was a thunder in the sky again, and in the thunder light, several indifferent faces flickered. The remaining people on the pirate ship finally realized something was wrong, and they all moved towards the ship where GGE was. But when they were about to reach the ship, a small black ball slowly rose into the sky, and GGE's body the shape gradually distorted until the moment it disappeared, he whispered. Dark Planetary Devastation. Chapter 100. In the heavy rain, the black ball slowly rose into the sky. The members of the flying pirates were not ordinary pirates. They could feel a sense of crisis from the black ball. But what shocked them the most was the headless corpse lying on the deck. It was their captain, the Golden Lion, who was jumping up and down not long ago. "Captain Shiki!" I don't know who took the lead in shouting, and then a large number of pirates rushed onto the deck. They really couldn't believe that Golden Lion was dead like this, but now there was no time for them to confirm the news. In the sky, the black ball had been introduced into the thick clouds. Then, a terrifying gravitational force erupted from it, and even the surrounding black clouds were instantly sucked into it. The heavy rain suddenly stopped and the sun poured down. The pirates below were all stunned. They looked up to the sky and saw that the original black ball had expanded several times, like a black ball. "Sun!" someone murmured. "What is that?" As soon as he finished speaking, the sea water became violent again, and water pillars rose into the sky, all converging towards the black sun in the sky. All members of the flying pirates and their ships were all attracted high into the sky by a terrifying gravitational force. The pirates struggled desperately in the air, but their bodies still flew upwards uncontrollably. A large number of pirates were even penetrated by the rapidly rising hull fragments and died on the spot. First, countless hull fragments were wrapped on the surface of the black sun, and the pirates were all sucked to it. Looking up from below, they looked like a bunch of stuck ants. Finally, a large amount of sea water enveloped it, forming a clearly layered and huge sphere in the air. The sea area of Adver has once again returned to its usual tranquility. If it weren't for the huge sphere hanging in the sky, no one would have imagined that a fierce battle had just occurred here. The result of this battle was the destruction of the flying pirates. GGE returned to the warship. Marine on the warship was stunned when he saw GGE. Then his eyes widened and his chin became longer and longer. Even Sengoku and Garp were dumbfounded on the spot. The reason why they were so rude was naturally because of the bloody human head GGE was holding in his hand. Although the head was disheveled, everyone recognized it at a glance. It was Golden Lion Shiki. After a while, Sengoku finally came to his senses, but there was still a look of disbelief on his face. He swallowed, walked to GGE step by step, and whispered. "GGE, this is Shiki? Golden Lion Shiki." GGE smiled slightly and raised his hand so that Golden Lion's face was facing Sengoku. Sengoku could still see the deep reluctance in Golden Lion's wide eyes. Sengoku immediately fell silent, and Garp rushed over. He put his face against it, looked at Golden Lion's face carefully, and exclaimed. "It's unbelievable, Shiki is really dead." When he shouted, the warship exploded, and everyone felt as if they were in a dream. The Golden Lion Shiki, who was in his prime and at the height of his power, was really dead. Sengoku took a few deep breaths to suppress the shock in his heart. He looked at Gge and said in a deep voice. Gge, was Shiki killed by Roger, or? In fact, he already had the answer in his mind, because judging from the death of Golden Lion, there was a high probability that it was not Roger who did this, and Roger was not so ruthless. Gge threw Golden Lion's head on the ground and said. I killed it. I was lucky enough to catch something. Then, Gge gave a general description of what had just happened. Sengoku was stunned for a while, and then looked at the dead-eyed Golden Lion on the ground. He no longer knew what to say. He couldn't help but wonder, what kind of outrageous thing did this guy Golden Lion do to be so unlucky? It was also a natural disaster, but nothing happened to Roger. He was even a blessing in disguise, and escaped from danger directly due to the strong wind. The Golden Lion was directly hit by natural disasters and suffered most of his personnel losses. The most outrageous thing is that with his strength, he was knocked unconscious by a ship's rudder. Of course, a large part of the reason is because Golden Lion is such a coquettish person. He was still showing off in midair during the tsunami, and was caught by the tsunami, causing his body to temporarily enter a state of weakness. Then, he met Gge, an old man, and they had an in-depth exchange of heartfelt, head-and-blooded conversations. Garp breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. He captured a key piece of information, that is, Roger ran away and he could pursue Roger again. But the news of Golden Lion's death is great news for Marine and the world. The Marine officers on the ship have cheered. Sengoku's energy has increased, and his face is red with excitement. Patting Gge's shoulder hard, Sengoku praised. Well done Gge. Thanks to you for coming along this time. Gge smiled and said. As a Marine, this is what I'm supposed to do. This calm performance makes it hard for people to believe that Gge is just a young Marine of 18 years old. You must know that he just killed Golden Lion Shiki with his own hands. Sengoku really likes Gge more and more the more he sees him. If he were the marshal now, with Gge's achievements, he would want to directly promote Gge to Admiral. I just don't know what level Gge's strength has reached now, but Sengoku feels that Gge's talent has grown a lot in this year. Moreover, not everyone can pick up the Golden Lion. Although the quality of Golden Lion's men is average, they are large in quantity. It is not easy to kill Golden Lion in the hands of those people. Thinking of this, Sengoku asked casually. Gge, there should be a lot of people in the Sky Pirates left. Those people are also dangerous elements. Which direction did they run to? Let's take this opportunity to kill them all. Gge responded. There's no need to chase Sengoku Admiral. I've already cleaned them up. We just need to continue to Admiral to accept the results. Nani? Sengoku was startled again, but considering that the surprise Gge had brought to him previously was too strong, he didn't ask any more questions this time and quickly waved his hand to order the warship to move on. By the time they arrived at the Adver waters, it was already calm. Everyone on the warship looked around, hoping to see some floating shipwrecks or pirate corpses. As a result, they saw nothing but sea water. Just when they were wondering if they were in the wrong place, Gge pointed towards the sky. Chapter 101. After such a period of time, the sea water on the outer layer of the sphere has been dyed red with blood, but the Marines can still vaguely see the corpse of the pirate inside, which looked extremely miserable. Gge admired his masterpiece for a while and asked Sengoku, who was still in a daze. Sengoku Admiral, I think there is no one alive inside. Do you still need to go up and take inventory? Sengoku came back to his senses, glanced at Gge with complicated eyes, and said. No need, Gge, will that thing always be there? Gge shook his head. He raised his hand and shook it. The giant sphere in the sky suddenly shrank and was sucked into the black ball in the center. Then, the size of the black ball continued to shrink, and finally disappeared into nothingness. To put it bluntly, This black ball is a small black hole created by GGE. The reason why it did not suck all the matter into it immediately is also because GGE deliberately controlled it. After all, his results still need to be proved. Now that Sengoku and others have seen it, GGE doesn't have to work hard anymore. Although the black hole was gone, the shock in the hearts of the Marines still lingered for a long time. They couldn't believe that the flying pirate group that roamed the sea was destroyed in the hands of GGE alone. GGE can be said to have had the right time, place, and people this time. After the natural disaster, Golden Lion and his pirate group have been weakened to the extreme. GGE chose the right time to enter the game. Sengoku and others were completely reduced to foils in this mission. Their only use was to send GGE away and come to witness his results. Marine Ford. Marshal Kong was still waiting for news in the office. He crossed his arms and frowned in thought. I don't know what's going on with Sengoku. Roger and Shiki are both difficult to deal with. Just as he was thinking about it, there was a knock on the door. Before he could speak, Sengoku pushed the door open and walked in. Seeing Sengoku, Sora was stunned for a moment and calculated the time. Sengoku was just a round trip. Could it be that the battle between Roger and Shiki was over by the time Sengoku arrived? While Sora was stunned, Sengoku quickly came to Sora's desk, took a deep breath, and truthfully reported to Sora what he had learned. Sora listened with eyes wide open throughout, and his expression was very wonderful. When he heard that the Golden Lion was dead and the Sky Pirates had been wiped out, he stood up immediately. Sengoku had already expected Sora's reaction. He stood there quietly and let Sora digest this explosive news. However, even though he had been serving as Marine Marshal for so many years and his mind could be said to be quite calm, he still couldn't calm down for a long time. He sat back on the chair and only said, "Where is Golden Lion Shiki's body?" Sengoku responded honestly. "There's only one head left, and I've had it sealed." "Where's GGE?" He returned to the G1 branch. Kong was silent for a moment and suddenly asked, "Sengoku, what do you think of GGE's strength?" "I don't know. The last time I saw him take action was during the graduation exam a year ago. I don't know what his strength is now." "Then you think, if I promote him to Marine Admiral now, would it be too early?" Sengoku's body trembled, but Sora continued as if talking to himself. "Garp has always refused to be promoted to Admiral. Now there are only 2 Marine Admirals in the headquarters, you and Zephyr. Compared with the increasingly rampant pirate forces at sea, the number of Admirals is still too small." Having said this, Kong looked up at Sengoku and said, "One more thing, GGE's military exploits this time are really amazing. What else do you think this department can give him as a reward?" These words coincided with Sengoku's thoughts. He also thought about this issue on the way back. GGE's current military rank is already the Vice Admiral of the headquarters, and he also has the title of Admiral Candidate. There is only one qualification left before becoming a Marine Admiral. But what kind of qualifications can be worth his military exploits this time? That's the Flying Pirates group where Golden Lion belongs. It is a dominant pirate force even more powerful than the Roger Pirates. However, such a terrifying pirate group was now destroyed in the hands of GGE. This list of military achievements is no less than when Garp defeated and killed Rox in the Valley of the Gods. In fact, Garp's military exploits are quite substantial. Rox was actually killed by Marine, Roger, and the Knights of God. However, the world government deliberately eliminated the participation of the Roger Pirates, and the Knights of God were not a force suitable for public promotion. The world government had no choice but to push out Garp, who performed most prominently in the battle, and stuff away the achievements. On to him. If we really talk about it, the gold content of GGE's military exploits is indeed ridiculously high. If the Golden Lion's head hadn't still been in the naval headquarters, this ridiculous feat would have been fake. If this meritorious service is placed on Garp, it will be useless no matter how much he refuses to be promoted to Admiral. Whether it is the headquarters or the world government, he must be placed in the position of Admiral. But GG. He is only 19 years old now. A Marine Admiral not yet 20 years old? Sengoku felt his scalp numb just thinking about it, while Sora frowned. He tapped his fingers on the table. Time passed by, and the two of them just stood and sat, without anyone speaking. The meaning of... Until he pushed the door open and looked at the two big men frowning in the office, she said bluntly. Are you thinking about GGE? Sora and Sengoku finally woke up from their thoughts and turned their attention to Crane. Crane crossed his arms and said. Garp has told me what happened. It's unbelievable. Sengoku, it seems that what I told you a year ago that GGE will be the first to become Admiral is coming true. Sengoku blinked and said. Do you think GGE is already qualified to be Admiral? Crane tilted his head and asked. Then do you think, judging from GGE's achievements this time, he shouldn't become an Admiral? But GGE's age. Don't think about such meaningless things anymore. Shiki's head is the real deal. If anyone is dissatisfied, aren't Roger, Newgate and others alive? Let them bring back the heads of these people. Anyone will do. Kong and Sengoku struggled for a long time. After he said this, Kong finally made up his mind. Kong immediately agreed. Okay. Let's release the news of Golden Lion's death first, and then take advantage of the situation to announce GGE's promotion to Admiral. Chapter 102. Compared with the others in the headquarters, GGE, the protagonist of this incident, seemed to be nothing. After returning to his G1 branch, he first reported to Ginny Lucia that he was safe, and then dealt with it in the office as usual. Official business. Until the news of Golden Lion's death came out, GGE could no longer keep a low profile. He seemed to have stepped on Golden Lion's head and became the focus of the world. Even Jialan called GGE, and he was amazed after learning the specific circumstances of Golden Lion's murder. It could be heard that Garin was quite happy, and the uncle and nephew had a very pleasant conversation. During the process, Garin also revealed to GGE that the world government was discussing GGE's promotion to Admiral. Wuchulai naturally wanted to object, but GGE's record this time was so hard that he couldn't find the words to refute. So not long after Jialan called GGE, GGE's Admiral appointment letter came down. It only took GGE 1 year from graduating from Marine School to becoming an Admiral. Marine Ford. At the port, surrounded by a group of subordinates, GGE disembarked from the warship, and there were already many soldiers of the headquarters standing below, and they all came to greet GGE. They looked at GGE's young face with complicated expressions. This is a Marine Admiral who is less than 20 years old. Until now, many of them have not recovered from this incident. Ginny and Lucia followed GGE on the left and right, and walked towards the center of Marine Ford under the awe-inspiring eyes of all the soldiers. Arriving at the headquarters building, GGE went upstairs alone and entered Marshal Kong's office. In the office, in addition to Sora, there are also senior figures such as Zuhi, Zephyr, and Garp. Looking at GGE in front of him, Sora's eyes were full of wonder. Then, he handed the Admiral letter of appointment and an Admiral uniform to GGE, and said solemnly. GGE, in view of your merits in killing the Golden Lion this time, the world government has decided to grant you the rank of Admiral, codenamed Black Dragon. After finishing this set of official words, Kong's expression immediately relaxed. He patted GGE's shoulder and said. GGE, you really gave me too many surprises, do your best, I believe Marine Admiral will never be your end. Sora's words came completely from his heart, even Sengoku and others next to him thought so. 19-year-old Marine Admiral has so many possibilities in the future. Zephyr stepped forward and took the marine cloak from GGE and put it on GGE himself. When GGE wore this brand new marine cloak and walked out of the headquarters building, all the officers who passed by stood still and saluted him. Gge was taken to Marine School by Zephyr. As a teacher, he understood the importance of role models very well. With such a Marine Admiral role model, shouldn't he confuse those brats? Marine School Training Ground. Huang Mu put his hands behind his head and lay on the ground, dozing off until a large cloud of freezing air hit him, instantly freezing him into an ice sculpture. Before he could wake up, a wind blade flew from nowhere and cut him in the middle. Click! The ice exploded. Aramaki connected his body, turned to Aokiji and Long who were fighting together and roared. You two want to die? How dare you disturb my uncle's rest? Hearing Aramaki's roar, the two stopped. Aokiji scratched his head and said. Allah, I'm so sorry, Aramu, I don't have the ability to control it well. Long had no intention of apologizing, and just asked Aokiji. Do you still want to fight? Aokiji waved his hand and responded. No more fighting, let's stop here today. After hearing this, Long turned around without saying a word and walked towards the corner. Aokiji came to Aramaki, sat down, handed Aramaki a bottle of iced soda, and said. Aramu, I heard that Senior Gge returned to the headquarters today. I really want to meet him. Aramaki raised his head and took a big sip of the iced drink handed over by Aokiji. He smacked it in his mouth. He felt that the taste was a bit strange, but he didn't think too much about it and said. Senior Gge is not something you can just meet if you want. He is here to take up the post of Admiral today. Let's wait until you get a military rank first. Oh! I really want to graduate soon. While the two were chatting, several exclamations suddenly came from the door of the training ground. The two turned their heads to look. After seeing the person coming in from the door clearly, the water bottle in Aramaki's hand fell to the ground with a clatter. Aokiji suddenly stood up from the ground and shouted with surprise. It's Senior Gge! Snapped. Aramaki gave Aokiji a slap on the head from behind and scolded. You should be called the Black Dragon Admiral. After saying that, Aramaki rushed over and shouted as he ran. Black Dragon Admiral! As soon as he shouted, except for the dragon in the corner, all the students on the training ground rushed to the door like crazy. It reminded Gge of the scene when some of Blue Star's heavyweight stars appeared at the boarding gate. The students gathered around Gge in the center like stars, leaving Zephyr, the teacher, aside. However, Zephyr didn't care about this, he just watched with a smile. Aramaki and Aokiji squeezed to the front with their strength. Gge directly asked them to come to him and asked with a smile. There is no need to call you Black Dragon Admiral. I am still your senior in school, Aramaki-Kyuzan. It has been a year since we last met. How are you doing in school? Huang Mu patted his chest and said. Senior Gge, in order to follow in your footsteps, I have been practicing hard this year. Aokiji on the side curled his lips and exposed it on the spot. Then who was sleeping on the ground just now? Aramaki's expression froze, he glared at Aokiji fiercely, and then said to Gge with a smile on his face. Senior Gge, don't listen to this idiot's nonsense, I am really working hard to practice. Gge folded his arms and looked at Huang Mu with a half smile. Huang Mu did not dare to look into Gge's eyes and lowered his head with a guilty conscience. Next, Gge was bombarded by fellow students. Senior Gge, can you tell us about the Battle of Adwal? Who is more powerful, Golden Lion or Roger? Senior Gge, can you beat Teacher Zephyr now? Senior Gge, do you have a girlfriend now? If not, look at me. Senior Gge. Gge responded one by one with a smile on his face, but out of the corner of his eye he glanced at Long standing in the corner, and Long was also looking at him. Their eyes collided, and the noisy crowd gradually quieted down, and they felt the pressure seems to be there but not there. Chapter 103. Zephyr frowned, he felt the conquerors between Gge and the dragon, and was about to stop him when Gge moved his fingers slightly, and the conquerors suddenly climbed up, instantly suppressing the dragon. The dragon in the corner suddenly changed his expression, and then his body was staggered by the pressure of Gge's conquerors. After he stabilized his feet, a layer of fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. On the other hand, Gge had already withdrew his gaze and continued talking to the junior students with a smile on his face, as if nothing had happened. Long clenched his fists. Ever since he was punished by Gge when he joined the army, Gge had become his inner demon. He had practiced like crazy in the past 2 years, but the gap between him and Gge was getting wider and wider. Big. Seeing that the time was almost up, Zephyr waved the students away for training. He went back to the office to deal with some things, while Gge stayed at the training ground to help him supervise the students. With Gge present, the students all worked hard and wanted to show off themselves in front of the new admiral. Gge also picked a few for guidance from time to time. Aokiji ran to the dragon and asked, "Long, what are you doing here alone? Why don't you go and say a few words to Senior Gge?" Long looked away and said calmly, "No need, I have my own way of practicing." Aokiji hit a snag and turned around angrily to find Aramaki, complaining about it. After hearing this, Huang Mu immediately mocked and said, "I said, aren't you being ABCH? What do you have to say to that guy? Forget it, I will get angry when I see you acting like a bear and ask me to go meet him." After saying that, he put his hands in his pockets and walked in front of Long with extremely arrogant steps. Long was doing strength training holding a large dumbbell. He just glanced at Aramaki and continued to do what he was doing. Huang Mu, who was ignored, raised his eyebrows. He knew that Gge didn't like dragons, so he also disliked dragons. 2 vines emerged from the ground, wrapped around the 2 ends of the dumbbell and pulled hard. The dumbbell was pulled down directly, penetrated the dragon's body and then hit the ground heavily. Long maintained the pushing posture, looked up at Huang Mu coldly, and said, "Ill." Huang Mu raised his hand to pick his nostrils and responded arrogantly, "Ang, why am I just seeing you unhappy today?" A look of anger appeared on Long's face. Just as he was about to stand up, he suddenly remembered that Gge was still here. He suppressed the anger in his heart and sneered and said, "Humph, I understand. Your master is here today, so you dare to come and cause trouble, right?" However, the lethality of this sentence to Huang Mu was almost zero. In his opinion, Master Gge was his master. He did not feel ashamed at all, but felt very glorious. How could a fool like Long know how many people outside were rushing to recognize Lord Gge as their master? "I've decided on this matter today." Boom! The ground trembled, and several black vines came out from under the dragon's body, tying him tightly. Dense spikes appeared on the vines. The dragon couldn't bear it any longer. He was covered in armor and shook with all his strength. Broke the vines and then rushed towards Huang Mu. The 2 immediately fought together. The students seem to be used to this scene. Aramaki and Long are not on the same page in normal times. They also share an Aokiji during training. Once the 2 of them fight, it will be serious. Aokiji was already confused. What he was thinking at this time was, "Is Long stupid? Has he forgotten that Senior Gge is still here?" He looked in the direction of Gge and found that Gge was crossing his arms and watching the battle between Long and Huang Mu with a smile on his face, exactly the same as the scene 2 years ago. Although Aramaki is called the shame of Admiral on Blue Star, his strength is indeed worthy of Admiral, and his record of capturing Whitebeard 2 alive is real. He has Admiral potential. In the past 2 years, whether it is the development of the Sensen Fruit ability or the application of Haki, it can be said that he has made rapid progress. Not to mention Long, he must be at least Emperor level in the future. The monkey family's genes are by no means blocked, and now he is only stronger than Huang Mu. The two of them hit from the ground to the sky, and then back to the ground. Wind blade vines flew together. What made Gge feel funny was that Aramaki had also specially developed a move called Windbreak. Thousands of big trees stood in front of Huang Mu. No matter how strong the storm was, they remained firmly rooted in the ground. Even if the wind blade hit the tree trunks, it would only leave a few traces. From this point of view, in order to deal with Huang Mu's strength is definitely much stronger than that of him at the same time in the original work. When Long saw that he could not break through Huang Mu's defense, he turned into the wind and rushed into the forest. He fought hand-to-hand with Huang Mu against the wooden thorns coming at him. Both of them used real fire, punching and kicking each other's vital parts. Call. The situation has begun to get out of control, and none of the students dare to go up and start a fight. To them, both Huang Mu and Long are monster level, and the aftermath of the battle can make them lie down. Aokiji couldn't stand it anymore. He leaned down and pressed his cold hands on the ground to exert force. Suddenly, Gge appeared next to him and put his hand on his shoulders. "Kuzan, if you can't stop me, I'll do it." As soon as he finished speaking, Gge disappeared from Aokiji in an instant. At this moment, Huang Mu and Long ran towards each other, their hands wrapped in dark armed colors. The moment the two were about to collide, Gge suddenly appeared again and whispered, "Shenru Tianzheng." Buzz! The repulsive force exploded, instantly pushing Long and Huang Mu, who were sprinting with all their strength, flying backwards. The two people in the air turned into a ball of wind and a piece of wood. It was not until the repulsive force field dissipated that they each condensed their own bodies. When Huang Mu saw Gge, he immediately stood still, with the standard military posture. Long took a deep breath. He had learned a painful lesson and chose to be honest. He had no doubt that if he dared to continue, Gge would let him experience the pain of numb arms again. The new students who saw Gge take action for the first time opened their mouths and looked shocked. In an understatement, he raised his hand to suppress the two monsters in the school. "Is this the strength of Senior Gge?" Gge stood in the center with a smile and waved to Long and Huang Mu on both sides. After the two came closer, he said, "Yes, your strength has improved a lot. It took a lot of effort to stop you two." After hearing this, Aramaki first apologized on his own initiative, indicating that he was the one who caused the problem in the first place, and then became humble again, looking like a good student. Long looked at Huang Mu with disdain, lowered his head and said nothing. Gge continued. "But I feel that with your two talents, continuing to practice like this in marine school will not make much progress. Only real battles can make a qualitative leap in your strength." Chapter 104. Long raised his head suddenly, looked at Gge and said, "Gge, Senior, what do you mean?" Gge smiled slightly and said, "It will be some time before you graduate. Let's go to sea in advance. This will be of great help to your knowledge and strength." After saying that, Gge turned into a dark vortex and disappeared, leaving Long standing there thoughtfully. He still has something to do, and that is to report to Marie Joyce, which is what every newly promoted Marine should do. This is partly why Garp doesn't want to be an Admiral. He really doesn't want to be in contact with the Celestial Dragons. In fact, as Gge, it was okay for him not to go, but this time it was because Jialan asked him to go back and said he had something important to tell him. After Gge said hello to Sora, he took Lucia to Marie Joyce under the escort of the fleet. He didn't take Ginny with him. Of course, even if Gge wanted to take her, she might not be willing to go. Her childhood slave experience made it difficult for her to have a good impression of the Celestial Dragons other than Gge. After the warship arrived at Marie Joyce, Gge just took Lucia aboard. He did not go to the Five Elders to report his duties, but directly returned to the Figolando family surrounded by a group of golden armored guards. On the way, the golden armored guards looked at the coat with admiral rank epaulets on Gge, their eyes full of awe. After entering the Figalando family clan, Gge and Lucia went to the palace where Jialan was. After the two left, the guards couldn't help but whisper. The young master has actually become a Marine Admiral. I heard that he is not yet 20 years old this year. This is really incredible. Young master is worthy of being the heir of the Figalando family. This kind of talent is simply too terrifying. With Lord Jialan and Lord Gge here, it will be difficult for the Figalando family not to prosper. Have you forgotten Lord Grando? Speaking of which, Master Gulanduo has indeed not seen his appearance for a long time. Stop talking. Don't you know? The relationship between Saint Gge and Saint Grando is not very good, and even Saint Jialan. The golden armored guard who was speaking suddenly stopped talking. The others were not fools, so they naturally understood the stakes. The Figalando family's family affairs were not something they could discuss. In the palace, Garin crossed his legs, lowered his head and crossed his arms while sitting on a luxurious chair, seemingly falling asleep. The moment Gge stepped into the palace, he opened his eyes, smiled and said to Gge. Came back. Well, I'm back. After Gge came in, he moved a chair and sat down opposite Jialan. Jialan picked up an apple from the table next to him and threw it towards Gge. Gge took the apple and took a big bite. Compared with the last time the uncle and nephew met, the relationship between the two seemed very natural and casual this time. After finishing the apple in his hand, Gge summoned the Dark Bible, took out a fruit and placed it on the table. Garin was stunned for a moment and asked. Devil fruit? What did you do with this? Gge clapped his hands and said. This is Golden Lion's lion fruit. It's quite powerful. If you're interested, Uncle Jialan, just eat it. Lion fruit? How did you get it? Garin couldn't sit still anymore. He straightened up and took the fruit in his hand, with a look of disbelief on his face. Gge told Jialan about the dark god he had developed. There was nothing he could not say to Jialan except the memory from Blue Star. Even with Jialan's knowledge, it took a long time to recover after hearing what Gge said. He stared at the lion fruit on the table for a while, and finally shook his head and said. Forget it, lion fruit is indeed very powerful, but it's not suitable for me, and I don't really want to eat devil fruit. Gge is not surprised. To be honest, lion fruit is not very suitable for people who use swords. Just look at Golden Lion. His sword skills and fruit abilities basically have no linkage. Taking devil fruit back into the Dark Bible, Gge said casually. Okay, then I'll keep an eye out and see if there are any suitable candidates under my command. Gge planned to ask Ginny after he went back, but he felt that Ginny was not very suitable for lion fruit. As we all know, the strength of the fruit's ability is closely related to the strength of the Esper, especially those with extremely high upper limit. Fruit. The reason why lion fruit's power seems so exaggerated is because Golden Lion is a powerful user, and he has definitely developed lion fruit to the point of awakening. Not everyone who eats lion fruit can achieve the same effect of moving mountains and seas as Golden Lion, and it is so easy to use, as if there is no physical exertion. The reason why Gge came to ask Garin first was because he felt that Garin, who was very strong in his own right, was the one who could maximize the power of lion fruit. And if it were Ginny who ate the lion fruit, she might be able to fly or float a small area of matter. It would be almost impossible to reach the level of the Golden Lion. Although Jialan gave up the lion fruit, Gge still did not give up the idea of letting Jialan eat the devil fruit. In his opinion, it would be really difficult for a top powerhouse like Jialan not to have a powerful and suitable devil fruit. It's such a pity. So he couldn't help but ask. Uncle Jialan, are you really not going to eat devil fruit? Garin smiled and said. What? Are you afraid that there will be too much fruit in the future and there will be no place to give it to you? Hey! Didn't I just want to leave the good things to Uncle Jialan first? Who among us will follow whom? You think so, Uncle Jialan? Jialan smiled after hearing this. He smiled in front of Gge almost more times than he did in a year. Currently, Gge is the only one who can make him do this. However, it's a laugh. Garin is still very cautious about eating devil fruit. Speaking of which, the only time he had the idea of eating devil fruit was in the Valley of the Gods. Naturally, his favorite devil fruit is dark fruit, but that is only because of the historical relationship between dark fruit and the Figolando family. This idea soon died, because his great-nephew had his beard cut off. After that, he no longer had the idea of eating devil fruit, but now that he heard that Gge had developed dark god, he really thought of a devil fruit that impressed him deeply. He had personally experienced the power of that fruit, and the scene was also in the Valley of Gods. Chapter 105. Gge knew that Jialan was tempted as soon as he saw his expression, and quickly asked. Uncle Jialan, do you have your favorite devil fruit? Tell me. I'll get it. Jialan raised his head and looked at Gge with a half-smile. Gge frowned and said. Uncle Jialan, why are you looking at me like this? Don't you believe in my ability? Garin crossed his arms, tilted his head and said. Of course I believe in your ability, but the fruit I'm interested in now has an owner. Gge became even more excited after hearing this. He enjoyed this the feeling of picking out the fruit. He immediately patted his chest and said. It's okay, Uncle Jialan, just say it. I'll kill him. Garin nodded and said. Okay. What I like is shock fruit. Go get it for your uncle. Gge immediately fell silent. Jialan smiled and shook his head, jokingly saying. What? Why is our Marine Admiral silent? Was it difficult for you to kill Whitebeard? Gge looked away, there was nothing he could do, he really couldn't beat Whitebeard. Now his strength is only comparable to that of an Admiral goalkeeper, while Whitebeard is in his prime and is a real Emperor-level pirate. Gge can fight, but after 110 rounds, he will have to run with Kamui. On the way. But all the words had been said just now. Facing Jialan with a smile on his face, Gge gritted his teeth and said. It's not impossible. Garin was stunned for a moment, then hurriedly said. No, I'm just making a joke for you. You are not Whitebeard's opponent now, so don't be stupid. Gge waved his hand and said. Uncle Jialan, of course I know this. What I lack most right now is time. Give me some more time and I will definitely be able to get Whitebeard's shock fruit back to you by myself. Well, with your talent, I believe you can do it. However, if Uncle Jialan is worried, please come with me. The two of us can definitely kill Whitebeard together. After hearing this, Jialan felt dumbfounded. He stretched out his hand and tapped Gge's forehead and said. This is impossible. As the leader of the Knights of God, I am the last line of defense to protect Marie Joyce. Unless there is someone or something outside that poses a major threat to the status of the Celestial Dragons, I will never leave the Holy Land. The Knights of God were originally an existence similar to the Royal Forest Army. No matter how short of people the war outside was, they would not be allowed to leave the palace. Although this sounds a bit pedantic, from the Emperor's perspective, this is the most reasonable arrangement. If the Knights of God really leave the Holy Land under the leadership of Garin and join forces with Marine to suppress the thieves, then unless Whitebeard and others also join forces, it will really be a draw. Gge also understood this, he nodded and said. Then there is nothing we can do for the time being. I can only ask Uncle Jialan to wait any longer. I'm not in a hurry. It doesn't matter to me whether I eat this fruit or not. Just protect yourself outside and improve your strength with peace of mind. The concern revealed in Jialan's words made Gge feel warm, but Jialan became a little embarrassed, and the uncle and nephew fell silent. After a while, the two of them spoke at the same time. Correct. Uncle Garin. Both uncle and nephew were stunned, and Garin asked. Is there anything else? You tell me first. Gge nodded and said. I saw the boy you pointed out to me last time on Roger's boat. Galen's body shook violently, he leaned forward subconsciously, and asked in a slightly anxious tone. Does he have red hair? Yes, his name is Shanks. He looks young and his height is less than my waist. He should be a trainee crew member on Roger's ship now. So how is he? Is he injured? No, but he still lacks combat experience. He actually quarreled with another red-nosed brat on the battlefield, and almost got a knife. Hearing this, Garin tightened his hands, and the armrests of the expensive chair broke instantly. Gge continued. I saved him easily, and because of this exposure, I just used my ability to leave without being able to say a few words to him. Garin breathed a sigh of relief, leaned back in his chair and murmured. As long as it's okay, he's such a troublesome guy. Gge smiled. He did not continue on this topic, but asked instead. Uncle Garin, what did you want to say to me just now? Garin sat upright, took a deep look at Gge, then took out a stack of documents from his arms and handed them to Gge, saying. Look at this. Gge took it curiously, lowered his head and glanced twice. Then, his expression changed drastically and his hands instantly turned dark. If Garin hadn't been quick enough to seize the document would have been torn into pieces by the power of darkness. Gge still maintained the same posture as before, but darkness like flames was roiling on his body. Garin frowned, released Conquerors, and said in a deep voice. Gge, wake up! Gge slowly raised his head. His eyes had turned into two deep black holes, but Garin could still feel a strong hatred from them. After sighing, Garin slowed down his voice and said softly. Gge, I understand the pain that experience caused you, but the things in this document are really helpful to you. It can make you understand your body better. Gge took a deep breath, suppressed the dark power that almost rioted, and took the document from Garin's hand again. This is an experimental report, and the subject of the experiment is himself. Gge looked through it expressionlessly. Each page recorded his physical reaction during the experiment, as well as various experimental data. Every word helps Gge recall everything he experienced in the laboratory. Garin looked at Gge and said. I asked Vegapunk to sort out the experiments I did on you back then. By the way, if you want to kill him, I can call him here now. Gge shook his head and said. No need for Uncle Garin. He was also forced by Gulando back then, and if it weren't for him, I would have died of pain on the experimental table. Gulando was afraid of affecting the effect of the experiment, and he didn't even want to use anesthetics on me. He continued to flip through the documents in his hand and said. What's more, Vegapunk is still very useful to the world government. Killing him would be such a waste. Suddenly, Gge's hand stopped moving, and a look of deep astonishment appeared on his face. On the page he saw, a paragraph attracted his attention. Devil Factor and Green Blood. Chapter 106. I have green blood implanted in my body. Looking at the report in his hand, Gge thought about something about green blood. Because this report was produced by Vegapunk, he also wrote some of his own opinions in it, which also allowed Gge to better understand the role of green blood in his body. In the original work, green blood was used by Vegapunk on Seraph, and its function is to give Seraph the ability to copy Paramecia's devil fruit. To put it bluntly, green blood is a carrier used to carry the blood factors of ability users. It's just that the green blood used on Gge does not carry the blood factor of the ability user, but the blood factor of two special races, the Fur tribe and the Lunaria tribe. And the green blood used for him was the original version. Compared with the one used by Seraph later, this first-generation green blood was more powerful, but correspondingly, it was also more violent. It has extremely high physical requirements on the host, and Vegapunk is not prepared to put it into use at all. In his opinion, first-generation green blood is completely a potent poison. However, Grando valued the ability of green blood to carry blood factors, and he believed that the blood of the Figolando family was enough to withstand the power of green blood, so he injected 2 types of blood into GGE. If something like green blood is to be implanted, it must be implanted while the host is still a child and the body is in the development stage, because during the development of the host's body, the blood factors can be fully integrated, thus maximizing the potential. Judging from GGE's current situation, this conclusion is still very accurate. At least the degree of integration between the bloodline factors of the fur tribe and GGE is already extremely high. Whether it's electrical discharge or moonlight transformation, GGE's performance is even better than that of ordinary fur people. I just don't know why, but the characteristics of the Lunaria tribe have not yet been shown in GGE. He speculated that it was because the blood factor of the Lunaria tribe was much higher than that of the fur tribe, so it would take longer. After all, Lunalia has the title of god. Just the fact that it can adapt to various natural environments is outrageous enough. In addition, it comes with Meatball Fruit, which can switch between defense mode and speed mode. This strength is enough to rank among the top 3 races in the pirate world. After reading the report, GGE was silent for a moment and suddenly said, "Uncle Garin, you'd better let Vegapunk come over." After hearing this, Garin immediately called for someone to bring Vegapunk over. After giving the instructions, he asked, "Changed your mind? Still want to kill Vegapunk?" GGE shook his head and said, "No, I just have something to confirm with him." After a while, the people sent out brought Vegapunk in. At this time, Vegapunk had not yet separated into 6 clones. He walked in with an extremely exaggerated forehead, and the expression on his face gave people a feeling of resignation. He came to stand in front of Jialan and GGE, looked at GGE for a while, and then slowly said, "Sheng GGE, you called me here because you wanted to execute me, right?" GGE looked at the Vegapunk in front of him with interest and said, "Oh? It seems that you are ready to die." Vegapunk nodded and said, "Yes, everything I did to you went against the scientific concepts I believe in. I'm sorry for everything I did to you. But that was all what Gulando forced you to do, wasn't it? I'm curious, what did he threaten you with?" "My hometown, Bakimo." GGE also has some impressions of this country. In the original novel, the bear photographed Frankie there. With flame-like darkness rising from his hands, GGE whispered, "So that's it, so are you ready to face death?" Vegapunk said nothing, with a look of reluctance on his face. He still had a lot of extremely important scientific research to complete, and of course he didn't want to die like this. Seeing Vegapunk standing there silently, GGE waved his hand, and the darkness spread to Vegapunk's feet, and his body began to slowly sink into the darkness. Garin picked up a cup of tea and said nothing the whole time. When darkness was about to cover Vegapunk's upper body, he shouted suddenly, "Ji Gasheng! Can you give me a little more time?" GGE held his chin with one hand, looked at Vegapunk with only a big head on the ground, and said lightly, "Reason." Vegapunk's breathing became difficult at this moment. He raised his head and said, "Your physical condition still requires me to do further examinations for you, and I still have some unfinished research." GGE smiled, raised his hand to free Vegapunk from the darkness, and asked, "What research do you mean? Is it artificial devil fruit or human cloning?" Vegapunk's expression changed, but he soon felt relieved. With GGE's status, it was normal to know these things. However, he didn't notice the surprised expression on Galen's face. Garin also knew about Vegapunk's research. After all, he had a good relationship with Sardan, who was in charge of science. What surprised him was that he had never told GGE about this. How did GGE know about it? Vegapunk nodded and said. It's all still in progress, and some results have been achieved so far. It has to be said that in terms of scientific research capabilities, Vegapunk is definitely at the top of the list in the entire pirate world. Either of the two types of research he conducted is enough for other scientists to study for a lifetime, but he actually conducted them at the same time, and also came up with achieved results. GGE still remembers that Vegapunk also came up with a series of things that sounded outrageous, such as space jumps and artificial creatures. If he was born on a blue star, he would be an Einstein-level figure. Of course, it does look like it. Thinking of this, GGE looked at Vegapunk with a strange expression. If he hadn't read the comics, he would have really doubted whether Vegapunk was actually Einstein who traveled through time. Einstein. No, Vegapunk stood there uneasily, waiting for GGE to pronounce his sentence. GGE turned to Jialin and said. Uncle Jialin, I want to go to the research institute with him. Garin nodded and said casually. Go ahead, I'll tell Sartan later, but don't stay there too late. Come back once in a while and have a meal together in the evening. Vegapunk glanced at Garin in surprise. In his impression, Garin would not say such down-to-earth words. GGE smiled slightly, stood up from the chair, and said. Now that I know Uncle Jialin, I'll go there for a stroll. How about we two have a drink tonight? Chapter 107. When he arrived at the research institute, GGE met another familiar face, Gaisa. However, Gaisa did not know GGE. When he saw Vegapunk and GGE coming in, he frowned and said. Vegapunk, where were you just now? Who is this guy? Does everyone get into this research institute? Vegapunk's expression changed, and just as he was about to scold, GGE had already raised his hand and released universal pull. Buzz. Gaisa was instantly pulled towards GGE by gravity, and was finally lifted up in the air by GGE's neck. GGE's hands were like iron pliers, and Guy's face turned purple from holding it in, and he choked out a sentence. How could it be possible? My ability. Vegapunk on the side first scolded when he saw this. Gaisa. Do you know who he is? He is the only heir of the Figalando family, Ji Gasheng. Guy's eyes widened suddenly. Only then did he realize that he had hit a brick wall today. The heir of the Figalandu family, this was a person on the same level as Saint Satan. Vegapunk is still a very loyal person. Although he doesn't like Gaisa very much, he doesn't want to see Gaisa die like this. He pleaded with GGE. Sage GGE, I don't know your identity. I offended you just now. Please forgive me. GGE glanced sideways at Vegapunk and let go of his hand. Guy fell to the ground with a plop, breathing heavily. He really felt the fear of death just now. Vegapunk thanked GGE repeatedly. GGE waved his hand and walked past Gaisa who was lying on the ground towards the inside of the research institute. Guy lay on the ground in a daze for a while until Vegapunk and GGE walked away. He got up from the ground, his lower body turned into gas, and quickly followed. He rubbed his hands and let out a strange laugh. Hi, oh. Master GGE, this is the first time we meet, I'm disrespectful, I'm really sorry. GGE didn't even look at him and said calmly. Give that laugh again and you'll never have to open your mouth again. Gaisa was so frightened that he quickly covered his mouth with both hands. The three of them continued walking until they passed a room and GGE suddenly stopped. There are many similar rooms in the institute, each of which is a small laboratory. Through the glass of this laboratory, GGE saw a woman. The woman had short golden curly hair and a beautiful face. She curled up with her arms around her chest and soaked quietly in a petri dish. Seeing that GGE seemed to be very interested in the woman inside, Vegapunk explained. Sage GGE, she is the result of my research, clone number 1 Stussy. GGE nodded and said. She looks very much like the woman I saw with Whitebeard in the Valley of the Gods. That woman was also named Stussy. Yes, number 1 is her clone. She was made when I was still in Mads. At that time, she was still a little girl and her body was very fragile, so I soaked her in a special nutrient solution. This can improve the clones' bodies and allow them to grow quickly. Interesting, maybe you should name her Dolly. Ah? Ji Gasheng, what does the name Dolly mean? It's nothing, just say it, it's fine to call me Stussy. Even if Vegapunk really was Einstein who traveled through time, he would not have known about the cloned sheep Dolly. There was a gap of 41 years between his death and Dolly's birth. With a little bit of fun, Gge walked directly into the laboratory, came to the petri dish, and looked at Stussy inside through the glass. Although Stussy was naked inside, she was curled up into a ball and nothing that shouldn't be exposed was exposed. Of course, even if Gge was exposed, he wouldn't be interested. He was only interested in Stussy. This woman is not simple. She will become one of the heavyweights who control the underground world in the future, and her abilities are very outstanding. This is what Gge likes. He asked without looking back. When will she wake up? Vegapunk immediately replied. You can do it at any time. I am also preparing to revive her in the next few days. If she can live a normal life, it means that the cloning experiment is successful. Oh. Gge, who had his back to Vegapunk, narrowed his eyes and asked casually. Then can you clone a body for me and Uncle Jialan? When our bodies age in the future, we can take out young organs from the cloned bodies and replace them. Wouldn't this make us immortal? Vegapunk did not doubt that he was there, and with a serious attitude towards science, he answered honestly. This can extend your life, but immortality is impossible, and the aging of the body is irreversible. Then you can't study consciousness transfer anymore. You can just replace the whole body when the time comes. I can't do this. Consciousness is too mysterious. The most I can do is erase part of the memory. Moreover, it is almost impossible to clone bodies like Saint Gge and Saint Jialan. Why? Because your bloodline factors are too powerful. A pirate named Kaido was once captured. Among the many experimental subjects sent, none of them had better body than his. I extracted his bloodline factors and tried cloning, but no matter how many times, it always ends in failure. Really? With your level, won't you be able to succeed even if I give you some time? Vegapunk said categorically. The stronger the bloodline factor, the harder it is to clone it. During the process of cloning Kaido, I couldn't even create a complete living body. If the experimental material is weaker than Kaido, maybe it can be cloned, but that has already been said. It's no longer a clone. Compared with the original person, they will be two completely different people, and their IQ will be extremely low. Compared with me and Kaido, who has the stronger blood factor? Of course it's Jiga Shengyu. The Figolando family's bloodline factors are already top-notch. What's more, you also have two other powerful bloodline factors in your body. It's simply impossible to clone you. Oh, so that's it. That's really regrettable. Gge spread his hands helplessly, looking like he really felt sorry. However, neither Vegapunk nor Geisa noticed the faint black light that just lit up on the back of Gge's right hand. If Vegapunk had just said that it could clone Gge, then although he would not die immediately, he would definitely not live long. Gge doesn't want there to be several people who look exactly like her in the future. There is only one Gge in this world. Chapter 108. What Vegapunk just said is very credible, because Kaido has been arrested more than once. Vegapunk must have extracted a lot of blood factors from him, but in the end of the manga, Kaido was cloned with Shishibukai as his original body. Just an angel. There is also the gifted monster Big Mom. Marine has fought her so many times, and he will capture some of Big Mom's blood samples. Gge doesn't believe that the world government has not tried to clone Big Mom. No clone of her appeared later, which only means that the world government failed to clone her. For the rest, as the youngest member of the 4 emperors, Shank's talent goes without saying. But Whitebeard. There is no doubt about Whitebeard's strength, but in terms of body and so-called racial talent, GGE feels that Whitebeard may really be the bottom among the 4 emperors. That is to say, the condition that the blood factor is slightly weaker than Kaido is met. Especially what Vegapunk mentioned just now, even if he succeeds, he will still have a low IQ and a completely different person, which reminded GGE of Weiabul. Miss Bajin has been shouting that Weiabul is Whitebeard's son, calling him Whitebeard too. GGE speculates that Weiabul may be Whitebeard's clone. After all, Miss Bajin was once a member of Mads, and later joined the Rocks Pirate, and has always been with Whitebeard. It is really easy to obtain Whitebeard's blood factor. It's even possible that she directly obtained Whitebeard's essence. Well, it's absolutely impossible for Vegapunk to do this anyway. After all, Whitebeard has never been caught. With the cloning knowledge and precious samples, it is possible for Miss Bajin to create a Weiabul. From these points of view, there is nothing wrong with what Vegapunk said, and GGE temporarily put aside his murderous intention. Vegapunk didn't know that he had just walked through the door of hell. Since he came to this laboratory, he simply took a look at the instrument connected to the petri dish. Looking at the data on it, he nodded and said, "All the data of Stussy's body are normal. If you want to take a look, Ji Gasheng, you can revive her now." GGE thought for a while and said, "You just said that she was soaked in it when she was a child. If she wakes up, wouldn't she have the same IQ as a child?" "No, there is a special device in this petri dish that will regularly transmit knowledge to her brain. Her IQ is even higher than that of most adults. There is no problem in being my assistant." As he spoke, Vegapunk pressed a button, and a hood with a large number of tubes inserted from the top of the petri dish dropped. This is what he called a special device. GGE once again sighed in his heart at the scientific research level of Vegapunk, but said, "Wouldn't it be a pity to just serve as an assistant with such precious material?" Well, actually Saint Satan wants her to enter CP0, because she not only has a high IQ, but also has certain combat capabilities. "So you agreed?" Vegapunk smiled bitterly and said, "This is the decision made by Saint Satan, and I can only agree." GGE turned around, looked at Vegapunk with a half-smile, and asked, "Really? But I don't think you are someone who compromises so easily. Didn't you do something about this Stussy?" This time Vegapunk didn't behave so naturally. He visibly hesitated and said hesitantly, "No, Ji Gasheng, what do you suspect I have done?" "Haha, let me guess, for example, let her subconsciously treat you as the main one." Vegapunk's face suddenly froze when he heard this, and a layer of cold sweat appeared on his huge forehead. GGE slowly walked up to him, put her hand on his shoulder, leaned over and whispered, "Vegapunk, you are still a little dishonest. If such a person flows into CP0, after she achieves a certain status, wouldn't it be easy for you to obtain some world government secrets?" A coercion emanated from GGE, and Vegapunk's body began to tremble. GGE continued, "You are a scientist. I admire your abilities very much and know that you have a strong thirst for knowledge. But there are some things you would be better off not knowing. It would be a pity if you lose your life because of this. And even if you don't think about yourself, you have to think about your hometown. What do you think?" Vegapunk gritted his teeth and nodded, saying, "I understand. I will explain to Saint Satan that Stussy will not be allowed to enter CP0. No, according to what you just said, Stussy is indeed a good candidate for espionage work. You just need to change her allegiance. You mean to make her loyal to the world government? Then there are too many people she wants to be loyal to. No need to go to so much trouble. Just ask her to be loyal to me. Can you do that?" "Able." Seeing that Vegapunk agreed, Gge smiled with satisfaction, but he still couldn't just believe in Vegapunk. Gge doesn't know much about scientific research, but isn't there a guy next to him? Gaisa has always been dissatisfied with Vegapunk, so he can be exploited by Gge. Gge looked at Gaisa, who was still covering his mouth, and said lightly, "You have heard what happened just now. You should know how to modify the instructions, right?" Gaisa nodded vigorously, and Gge said immediately, "It will be up to you to supervise Vegapunk to complete this work. If the results satisfy me, I will entrust Saint Satan to allocate a large amount of research funds to you, and will make you responsible for more affairs within the institute." Gaisa was overjoyed when he heard this, while Vegapunk looked gloomy. He really couldn't figure out what he had done in a very subtle way. Even Satan didn't know. How did Gge, who had never been to the institute, know about this? However, Gge knew more than he imagined. "Vegapunk, I want you to implant a chip into Stussy. Well, let's call it an authoritarian chip. The requirement is to set me to the only authoritarian level. This is not difficult for you, right?" Vegapunk is already numb. He has already anticipated the authoritative chip Gge mentioned and is already working on it. He nodded stiffly. Gge was finally completely satisfied. He told Guy to pay attention to the research on the authoritative chip, and then walked out of the laboratory. When passing Vegapunk, Gge said with a smile, "Come on, check your body for me. I have something else I need to know." Chapter 109. Arriving at Vegapunk's exclusive laboratory, Gge glanced at Guy, who was following him, and said, "You don't have to come in." Gaisa immediately stopped after hearing this and watched Gge and Vegapunk enter the laboratory. This laboratory is much larger than the one where Stussy is housed, and the equipment is more complete. Vegapunk started tinkering with various equipment as soon as he came in. Gge took a look at the indoor environment. He noticed a large number of red apples placed on a table. When he came to the table, Gge picked up an apple and turned it around in his hands. There was a small purple part on the apple, which seemed to be broken. However, if you look closely, you will find that this part of the purple is extremely shiny and smooth to the touch, and it does not look like it is broken at all. Looking at other apples, some have larger purple areas, and there are even several dark green and light green circular patterns on them. When Gge saw this, he roughly understood what these apples were about. He turned around and asked, "Vegapunk, is this the artificial fruit you studied?" Vegapunk was concentrating on debugging a piece of equipment. He nodded and said, "Yes, it was made by extracting the demon factor from Kaido, but those piles are all failures. It will take some time to succeed." "Well, you will definitely succeed, I have no doubt about this." Vegapunk glanced at Gge in surprise and said thank you. Gge smiled slightly and said, "You are born for science. As long as you don't think about messy things and concentrate on your science, the world government will give you as much scientific research funding as you want." Vegapunk nodded, not sure whether he listened or not. He asked Gge to lie down on an experimental table and took off his shirt. Then, Vegapunk took out a tube with something like a suction cup at the end, and he sucked these tubes on Gge's exposed skin. A stream of data suddenly appeared on the screen of an instrument next to the experimental table. Vegapunk held his chin with one hand, and a look of surprise gradually appeared on his face. "It's unbelievable. I didn't expect that the blood factors used on you would be integrated so well. This is simply a scientific miracle." Hearing this, Gge breathed a sigh of relief and then asked, "Are you sure that the two bloodline factors have been integrated? Then why can't I feel a trace of the power of the Lunaria clan? Judging from the data above, the Lunaria clan's bloodline factor has already integrated well with your body. However, it should have just integrated not long ago. Compared with the Fur clan, the time is still too short. I remember Ji Gasheng, you awakened part of the power of the fur tribe when you were a child. Gge nodded. That was when Logia broke into the laboratory and wanted to save him. He was less than 8 years old at that time. Thinking of this, Gge asked. Doesn't that mean we have to wait a long time? No, your body is much stronger now than when you were a child. The Lunaria blood factor has also developed with your body over the years, and now it fits your body very well. It will fuse very quickly. If it encounters another opportunity, its power may be fully awakened immediately. Opportunity? Such as fighting. Well, fighting beyond the limits is indeed a very effective way to stimulate fusion. After saying that, Vegapunk seemed to suddenly think of something and said. Sage Gge, maybe some characteristics of the Lunaria tribe have appeared in you, but you just didn't feel it yourself. Gge was stunned for a moment. He subconsciously touched his back to confirm whether he had wings. However, the skin on his back felt extremely smooth, and he couldn't even touch a pimple. Vegapunk asked Gge to get off the experimental table first, and then he ran out quickly. When he came back, he was holding a large flamethrower in his arms. He pointed the muzzle of the flamethrower at Gge and said. Sage Gge, I know that your weapon color is very strong and you are a Logia user, but I hope you will not resist later and try to feel the flames with your physical body. Of course, if you feel pain later, you can stop it directly. Gge also understood Vegapunk's intention at this moment. He nodded with interest, then took the initiative to come to an open space, opened his arms, and said. You can begin. As soon as he finished speaking, Vegapunk immediately pressed the button without any hesitation, and a raging flame instantly engulfed Gge's body. The clothes on Gge's lower body were quickly reduced to ashes by the flames, but his skin showed no signs of damage, and the expression on his face remained unchanged. It looked like he was bathing in flames. In fact, he didn't feel any burning sensation at all. Vegapunk kept using the flamethrower until the fuel ran out. Gge walked out naked from the ground that was still burning with flames. Gge took out a new pair of pants from the Dark Bible and put them on. Although he was washed by the flames for a long time, he was in a good mood and smiled at Vegapunk. It seems you are right. However, Vegapunk was still not satisfied. In line with his rigorous attitude towards science, he brought a large basin of water to Gge and said. Sage Gge, this is a basin of clean water. Put your head in it and see if you can breathe. But at this level, it shouldn't make you feel weak. Vegapunk doesn't know that Gge has the bug Muramasa the demon sword. Let alone this basin of clear water, even if Gge is soaked in the sea, it won't be a big deal. But Gge didn't need to explain this to Vegapunk. He simply put his head into the water and tried to breathe as usual. As soon as he came up, Gge did choke for a moment, but soon his breathing became easier and smoother until it was no different than breathing in the air. Gge raised his head and wiped a handful of water-soaked hair back with his hand, a look of pleasure on his face. This was his first time trying to breathe underwater. Ever since he had the demon sword Muramasa, although he was not afraid of the sea, he would still instinctively hold his breath if he wanted to dive underwater. If he hadn't deliberately tried it today, he really wouldn't have been able to discover this characteristic of his. He can be 100% sure that the Lunarian race's racial characteristics that can adapt to any natural environment have been perfectly demonstrated in him. Of course, the most important thing is the flame ability. The destructive power of the flame is secondary. What is most important is the Lunaria tribe's terrifying defense and speed. Chapter 110. After knowing that the Lunarian blood factor in his body had begun to awaken, Gge had one more thing to confirm. He looked down at his left chest, which was covered with scars, and said. Vegapunk, there are 2 kinds of green blood in my body, right? Vegapunk nodded. He was very sure about this, because he was the one who provided the 2 green bloods to Gulando. Gge continued. Green blood can not only carry the blood factor, but also the power of the devil fruit, which is the devil factor, right? Vegapunk was stunned for a moment. As smart as he was, he quickly guessed what GGE meant. He asked hesitantly. Sheng GGE, are you asking yourself if you can eat another devil fruit? GGE shook his head, stretched out 2 fingers and said. No, 2. Theoretically it should be possible, but this is too risky. If an accident occurs, your body will collapse directly. Haha, body breakdown? I've already experienced it once, so it doesn't hurt to try again. Vegapunk swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said. But why do you want to take this risk? With your status, almost no one in this world can threaten you. Who can have too much power? Let me ask you, can the 2 green blood you injected into my body carry the devil factor? Yes. In fact, at that time, Holy Grundo wanted to add demonic factors to the green blood, but I stopped him. You also know that just 2 bloodline factors will make your body on the verge of collapse. If you add demons again, if it were factors, you wouldn't have been able to bear it back then. Well, your point of view is correct, and it can be regarded as saving my life. If Holy Grando had really injected GGE with green blood containing demonic factors, judging from GGE's physical condition at the time, he would probably have been turned into ashes on the spot, and there would be no chance of resurrection at all. Thinking of this, GGE took a deep look at Vegapunk and said. Speaking of which, I really want to thank you. Let's do this. When I go back, I will ask the world government to allocate a large amount of funds to your hometown of Bakimo for construction there. Vegapunk was overjoyed when he heard this. Before he could say anything, GGE suddenly summoned the Dark Bible, took out a devil fruit from it and stuffed it into Vegapunk's hand. This fruit is the Persian cat fruit that GGE got before. It is a relatively useless existence to him. Don't be too quick to be happy. This is Zoan's ordinary devil fruit. Now you extract part of my blood and inject the devil factor in this fruit into it. Experiment and see what the result is. As he spoke, GGE relaxed his body, stretched out a finger wrapped in armed color and scratched his arm hard, and a trace of blood overflowed from the wound. With his current physical strength, ordinary swords and guns could not break through his defense, so he had no choice but to do it himself. Vegapunk quickly took out a test tube to collect a few drops of GGE's blood, and then he placed the Persian cat fruit in the glass cover of an instrument. He pressed a button, and the glass cover immediately began to rotate, quickly turning the Persian cat fruit into a pile of purple juice. The purple juice flowed along the conduit at the bottom of the instrument into another steaming machine that looked like a small boiler. In less than 5 minutes, the machine stopped. Vegapunk took out a small glass vessel and walked to the machine. He turned the faucet at the bottom of the machine and some dark purple liquid flowed out. GGE asked curiously when he saw this. Why is it so little? Vegapunk carefully held the container filled with dark purple liquid and said. Because this is the devil factor purified from devil fruit, and this is all that can be extracted from one devil fruit. So why didn't you just use the extracted juice to do the experiment? No, the experimental sample is just a little bit of your blood, not a complete organism. There will be no reaction between the two. After hearing this, GGE walked up to Vegapunk, leaned down and looked at the demon factor in Vegapunk's hand, and suddenly asked. If this is the case, can the purified demon factor be used on dead objects, such as weapons such as knives and guns? Vegapunk glanced at GGE in surprise, nodded and said. I have had the same idea as you, but I haven't had time to experiment yet, and there aren't that many devil fruits available for me to experiment with. Devil fruit is a rare item after all. Even an ordinary type of Zoan can be sold for 100 million if placed outside, not to mention that it is often expensive but not marketable. Even if the world government has some devil fruit in stock, it cannot just squander it like cabbage, and the value of some devil fruit cannot be measured with money. For example, the OPOP fruit, which was clearly priced in the original work, was too pale in comparison to its marked abilities. Gge thought for a while and said, "If you need devil fruit, just talk to Satan Santi. I will also pay attention to get a few devil fruit for you. Just concentrate on your experiments. I am very interested in devil fruit." Vegapunk laughed very happily after hearing this, and his affection for Gge increased a lot. Although Gge had threatened him before, he was once Gulando's accomplice after all. Even if he was forced, it was a good thing that Gge didn't kill him on the spot as Gge. Speaking of which, Gge's impression of Vegapunk is really very different from the celestial dragons he has seen. At least one thing is that Gge, as a celestial dragons, has some sense. Well, just talking a little bit. While Vegapunk was smiling brightly, Gge frowned and said with some displeasure, "Stop laughing, go do your experiment quickly. I want to see the results as soon as possible. Uncle Jialan is waiting for me to go back for dinner." I'm so sorry Ji Gasheng, I'll go right now." Vegapunk came to his senses and hurriedly turned to the experimental table. After a few operations, he injected the demon factor into the blood sample just collected from Gge. Then, Vegapunk put the prepared sample under a microscope, and a screen next to it showed the situation in the blood. Gge walked slowly behind Vegapunk. He looked at the screen, but he couldn't figure it out after looking at it for a long time. He couldn't help but ask, "How's it going? Is there anything unusual?" Chapter 111. Vegapunk observed carefully for a long time, then slowly said, "Judging from this, the demon factor just injected behaved very smoothly without any rejection." Gge asked, "So that means I can eat another devil fruit, right?" "I dare not say absolutely, but there is at least a 90% chance of success." Gge narrowed his eyes and bet on a powerful devil fruit ability with a 90% probability. It was definitely worth it for him. At this moment, he was already thinking about what his next devil fruit would be. Vegapunk wanted to recycle the prepared experimental samples. After Gge saw it, he raised his hand and released a darkness, swallowing up the experimental samples and destroying them. Although Vegapunk just said that it is impossible to clone Gge, Gge still feels that it is better to be safe. After the blood was destroyed, the power of the Persian cat fruit was restored to a fruit in the Dark Bible. When Gge took out a brand new Persian cat fruit again, Vegapunk was stunned on the spot, and he quickly asked Gge how he did it. However, Gge just smiled mysteriously. He handed the Persian cat fruit to Vegapunk and said, "Perform your experiment with peace of mind. I will tell you later." Vegapunk didn't dare to say anything, he just smiled bitterly and said it was a pity. The sample just now was the only one in the world for Vegapunk. Of course, this was without him knowing that a freak like Blackbeard existed. Gge raised his arm and took a look. The wound he made just now had completely disappeared, leaving no trace. He smiled with satisfaction, glanced at Vegapunk, and said lightly, "Have you remembered everything I told you today?" Vegapunk responded honestly. "Remember, modify Stussy's filial piety object and develop an authoritative chip." "Yes, very good. The people of Bakimo will thank you very much." After saying that, under Vegapunk's gaze, Gge's figure twisted into a dark vortex, and finally disappeared completely. After Gge disappeared, Vegapunk's body suddenly jumped up and he breathed a long sigh of relief. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said to himself, "What kind of monster did I create? What a sin!" Marie Joyce, in the palace. Garin had just returned from the practice room. He took off his training clothes, put on a black robe, and sat on the sofa with his eyes closed to relax. Before he could take a break, the air in front of him suddenly distorted, and Gge appeared in front of him with a smile on his face. Garin opened his eyes and smiled. "You came back at the right time. I have already ordered my servants to prepare meals. Let's eat here today." Gge sat down next to Jialan, took a sip from the teacup Jialan put on the table, and said, "Okay, but I have to ask them to make another copy. I will bring it to Lucia tonight. Why go to such trouble? There's a lot of food, and there's enough left over to feed a few people." "No, how can my Lucia eat the leftovers? To be honest, if you hadn't insisted, Uncle Garin, I would still have wanted Lucia to eat with me." Garin did not answer the question. He could not tolerate a slave having dinner with him, and his easygoingness only applied to Gge. Gge also knew this. He spread his hands and lay on the back of the soft sofa with a contented expression on his face. Garin was amused and joked. "You look very happy, what? Did you encounter something interesting at Vegapunk?" The corners of Gge's mouth couldn't help but raise. He told Jialan what happened today, and Jialan listened with a smile. At this moment, he was not a king, but just an ordinary elder. But when he heard Gge's idea of eating another devil fruit, his expression suddenly changed and he said, "No. It's too risky." Gge was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Jialan to have such a big reaction, and said quickly, "It's okay. I've already asked Vegapunk to do the experiment, and he said it has a 90% success rate. What about the remaining 10%? The probability of death?" Gge fell silent. Jialan looked into Gge's eyes and said word by word, "Do you know? You are gambling with your life." "I know, but I have dark fruit here. Even if an accident does happen, I think I will be able to protect myself." Jialan frowned and was about to speak when the servant's voice sounded from the door. "Lord Jialan Sheng, the food is ready. Can it be brought in now?" Gge glanced at the door and said, "Uncle Jialan, let's eat first and talk about it during the meal." Jialan also saw that Gge still had not given up the idea of eating another devil fruit. He sighed and asked the servant to serve the food. After the dishes were served, the servant wanted to pour wine for Jialan and Gge. Gge waved his hand to stop him, took the bottle from the servant, and said lightly, "It's none of your business, you can go down." The servant immediately bowed and resigned, leaving only Jialan and Gge in the palace. Gge filled a glass of wine for Garin, then filled another glass for himself, and said, "Uncle Jialan, don't worry about me, I know what's going on." Garin picked up the wine glass, looked at the red wine swaying in the glass, and said, "Gge, isn't a dark fruit enough for you? What other devil fruit do you have your eye on?" "Not yet, but I am very interested in the blood fruit. By the way, is there any news about Gulando recently?" Jialan took a deep look at Gge and said, "He is still staying in his palace. I haven't seen him for a long time. I only know that he has found people to purchase a large number of slaves from Sabayati over the years, and these slaves have been sent to his palace." "Slave? Since when did he have the hobby of raising slaves?" "Snort." Garin snorted coldly, crossed his arms and said, "I've probably guessed that it's probably related to the blood fruit, so you'd better improve your strength as soon as possible, otherwise I'll have to clean up the door before you can find him." "Uncle Jialan, what do you mean? You forgot that I told you that your grandfather was destroyed by this blood fruit. Even his old man couldn't control the power of the blood fruit. Do you think Gruendo can?" Having said this, Jialan closed his eyes and remembered the scene of killing his father with his own hands. He reached out and took the bottle from Gge's hand and drank it. With Jialan's constitution, he would not get drunk even if he drank wine as water. He drank a whole bottle of red wine and murmured, "Not a single one of them makes me worry." Chapter 112. After dinner, Gge left Jialan's palace. When he came to an empty courtyard, Gge suddenly stopped. The demon sword flew out from his right hand and shot into a dark corner. In the corner, a pool of bright red blood quickly spread out, and the demon sword Muramasa sank into the ground. The blood gathered again, and a red human figure emerged from the blood, finally turning into a middle-aged man. His appearance is very similar to that of Garin, with a weird hairstyle that resembles a cone. The moment he saw this man, a crazy killing intent emerged in Gge's heart. He raised his hand and the demon sword Muramasa flew back into his hand. At the same time, a tide of darkness surged out from under his feet, covering the entire place in an instant. Patio. There was no trace of panic on the middle-aged man's face. He chuckled and said, "Gge, is this how you greet your father?" Gge responded with a cold voice. "Gulando, don't you think this is funny?" Grando spread his hands with an indifferent expression. He looked down at the surging darkness under his feet and said with interest, "This is the power of dark fruit, interesting, let me see your current strength." After speaking, Gulando opened his palms, and a bloody sword appeared in his hands. Gge held the demon sword Muramasa tightly and stared at Gulando. The bloody sword in Gulando's hand continued to flow. He smiled slightly, but Gge swung Muramasa violently. With a bang, Gulando, who was smiling just now, appeared in front of Gge. Muramasa and the blood sword were pressed against each other. A look of surprise appeared on Gulando's face and he said, "Not bad, your observation Haki practice is very good." Gge glanced at the place where Gurundo was standing just now with his peripheral vision. There was another Grundo there, but it was gradually becoming illusory. His speed was too fast, and it had reached the point where after-images were produced. Degree. It can only be said that everyone in the Figolando family is a monster. Gge had no intention of talking to Gulando. His other hand turned dark and attacked Gulando's heart in the shape of a claw. A bloody hole suddenly opened in Grando's chest, but it was pulled back to its original shape by the power of darkness. Grando's expression changed and he decided to avoid Gge's attack. He said softly, "I almost forgot, I can't trust my fruit ability too much in front of you." The next second, his blood sword was also swallowed up by the demon sword Muramasa, and Gge was slashed with one sword. Grando instantly wrapped his arms around his hands, blocking Gge's attack. Then, Grando used both hands to shake Muramasa away, and then kicked Gge in the abdomen. However, as soon as he raised his feet, he found that his legs had been entangled with several dark tentacles, and Gge grabbed taking the opportunity, he stabbed Gulando through with a knife. Grando frowned. He grabbed the blade of the demon sword Muramasa, pulled Muramasa out of his body, and then retreated in a flash. After leaving Gge, the wounds on his body squirmed and returned to their original state in the blink of an eye. He looked up at Gge and smiled. "It was really dangerous. It almost killed me." After saying that, Gulando's eyes suddenly became extremely red. He opened his eyes suddenly. Gge's body was shaken, and he felt that the blood all over his body was surging, as if it was about to leave the body. Gge immediately transformed his whole body into darkness, and then suppressed the strangeness in his body. Gulando grinned, revealing a row of scarlet teeth. "You can bear it, you are worthy of being my son." Gge took a deep breath and said, "No wonder you are interested in this fruit. This ability is really a bit tricky. If Gge's physical strength hadn't been high enough, if it had been someone else just now, the blood in his body would have been directly drained." Gulando moved his neck and said with a smile, "I really want you to enjoy a blood firework if I get the chance. It's such a beautiful sight." Gge snorted coldly, raised his hand and released the universal pull, directly sucking in the still intoxicated Gulando. Grando laughed loudly. At the moment when his body was about to be grabbed by Gge, his right hand turned into a strange dark red color and grabbed Gge's arm. Gge's pupil shrank, he immediately released his ability, and his body hollow entered Kamui's state. Grando's right hand passed through Gge's body, and a few drops of dark red blood flew out from it and fell to the ground. The vegetation on the ground withered at a speed visible to the naked eye, and this withering continued to spread. Soon, more than half of the originally green courtyard was polluted, showing a lifeless grey color. Seeing this scene, a layer of cold sweat broke out on Gge's forehead, and the poison fruit of Magellan came to mind. In terms of toxicity alone, the blood fruit seems to be no worse than the poison fruit. Gulando stopped his hand and stood still, looking at Gge who was close at hand. He held his chin and said, "Isn't this elementalization? It's a very magical move." Gge didn't dare to be careless at all. He kept Hollow's body and took 2 steps back, then released Hollow, wrapped his armor around Muramasa and his arms, and attacked Gulando again. Grando directly attacked Gge with a pair of physical fists, relying on his tyrannical armament to fight Gge. Even without the blood fruit, his hard power was not comparable to Gge's. Without weapons and without the use of fruit abilities, Grando did not show any signs of decline, and even gradually suppressed Gge. From this point of view, Gulando is a full-fledged emperor with strength, but it is still a bit difficult for Gge to deal with it. However, Gulando seemed very satisfied. He said while playing, "Very good. Even Jialan doesn't have such strength at your age. It's not in vain that I poured so much energy into you." There were blue veins on Gge's forehead, and he said bitterly, "You're only doing it for yourself." These words deeply stimulated Gge. He roared angrily, a dazzling electric light burst out from his body, and a silver streamer slowly appeared behind his back. Gulando was overjoyed again when he saw this. He glanced at the crescent moon in the sky and said, "Okay, okay. It seems that what is recorded in the information is true. The royal blood among the Fur tribe can indeed control their transformation independently." Gge could no longer hear what Gulando was saying at this time. His pupils were blood red and his hair was gradually lengthening and turning into silver like moonlight. But unlike the last transformation under the full moon, his sanity was constantly disappearing, and he was becoming more and more crazy, just like when he was photographed by a bear in the Kingdom of Soul. Now Gge has completely transformed into a killing machine. Chapter 113. Gge, who entered the moon god form, was completely different from before, and Grando's face, which was still relaxed at first, gradually became serious. Each of Gge's blows was mixed with violent electricity. Gulando was beaten back and forth, and his hands subconsciously touched his waist, but there was nothing there. Only then did he remember that he did not bring a saber today because he felt that there was no need for a saber to deal with Gge, and he did not want to fight Gge to the death. It's just that Gulando didn't expect that Gge would be stimulated to transform, and his strength would far exceed his previous expectations. This huge courtyard has been destroyed into ruins during the battle between the two. The strange thing is that no one has come to take a look at the situation until now. Gge jumped into the sky, and his fingertips shot out thick silver spears one after another. The figure of Grando on the ground kept flashing, and Gge's attacks blasted large black holes one after another on the ground. Seeing that the attack failed, the anger in Gge's heart became more intense, and the darkness gathered behind him into a dark tornado, sweeping towards Gulando. The dark tornado released a terrifying gravitational force, swallowing and tearing everything on the ground to pieces. Grando clenched his fists and erupted with a scarlet aura, mixed with red and black lightning. As a member of the Figolando family, Conquerors has the most basic configuration. Facing the incoming dark tornado, he rushed forward and punched out from the air. Wyudeo-style Genkyuo. Boom! With a loud noise, Gulando's Conquerors was like a huge scarlet wave, instantly defeating the natural disaster like dark tornado. Gge was also blasted down by this force and hit the ground heavily. This also allowed Gge to regain some consciousness. He wiped the blood that overflowed from the corner of his mouth, stepped on one foot, and turned into a silver stream of light and rushed towards Gulando. Grando's fists were mixed with Conqueror's unique red and black lightning. After the transformation, Gge was once again at a disadvantage, but at this moment he no longer felt pain, and he was completely desperate to fight, which actually made Grando a little restrained. Every fist that landed on Gge made his heart ache. Don't get me wrong, this is not because his father's love has awakened, and he will not have such a thing. In his opinion, Gge's body is also his body, and he does not want this body to suffer wear and tear. He began to deliberately reduce his intensity, but what he didn't notice was that a small flame quietly emerged on the back of Gge's neck. With the appearance of this flame, Gge's defense power rose sharply, and there was even a sound of metal collision when Grando's fist hit his skin. Grando also gradually noticed something strange. He tried to increase his strength, but Gge's body only shook slightly. Gge, who had regained consciousness, would use Kamui from time to time to avoid damage just now. However, now, he did not dodge at all and allowed Grando's fist to bombard him. The only discomfort was that he felt an unbearable itching on his back, as if something was trying to come out. Grando was a little impatient. He held Gge's fist with one hand, and then punched Gge in the abdomen, sending him flying into the sky. Gge, who was rising rapidly into the air, wanted to use moonwalk to stabilize his body, but his back became increasingly uncomfortable. When he began to fall toward the ground, changes occurred. Tear. The sound of clothes tearing was heard, and Gge groaned. Under Gulando's shocked eyes, a pair of huge black wings extended from Gge's back, allowing him to hover in mid-air. The moment the pair of wings appeared, the flames on the back of Gge's neck suddenly enlarged and turned into a raging fire. A look of surprise appeared on Gge's face. He knew that the Lunaria blood factor in his body had finally fully awakened. The changes in his body continued. In the moon god state, the black wings finally turned into white again. At this moment, Gge looked like an angel. He looked down at Gulando below, and the flames behind him emitted terrifying heat. Gulando came back to his senses, with a look of ecstasy on his face, and shouted. "It's so perfect! This body belongs to me!" When he fell into madness, Gge was already carrying raging flames and falling rapidly from the sky like a flaming meteor. Gulando's body was instantly submerged in a sea of fire, and Gge fell to the side, staring at the burning flames ahead. Suddenly, a ball of blood flew out of the sea of fire, turning into a huge mouth of blood and rushing toward Gge. "I can't wait! Give me your body now!" Gge's expression changed. He didn't know what kind of strange abilities Grando's blood fruit had. To be on the safe side, he immediately wanted to enter the Kamui state. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Gge. It was Jialan. Jialan stared coldly at the rushing Gurando, pulled out the sword on his waist, and slashed a sword energy across the sky. Gulando was instantly beaten into scattered blood, splattering on the surrounding ground. After a while, the blood scattered on the ground gradually gathered together, condensing Gulando's body. He looked at Garin with a gloomy expression and said, "Garin, you still can't help it." Jialan ignored him and turned to face Gge. After seeing the wings behind Gge, he nodded and said, "It seems that Vegapunk is right. Fighting is indeed the best way to stimulate your awakening." With the strength of Jialan's knowledge, he had noticed the arrival of Gulando as early as when he was eating in the palace, and also knew that after Gge left, Gulando had been following him. The reason why he didn't take action immediately was because Gge said during the meal that fighting was needed to stimulate the awakening of the Lunalia blood factor. So he thought of using Grando's hand to let Gge complete his awakening, and by the way, he could also let Gge feel the strength of Grando in advance. In his opinion, this is a matter of killing two birds with one stone. Judging from Gge's current situation, the effect is surprisingly good. After seeing Jialan, Gge's tense nerves finally relaxed, and the moon god state was relieved. Transforming without the help of moonlight seemed to be very taxing on Gge, and his opponent was Grandeur, who was at the imperial level. After releasing the transformation, Gge felt a wave of weakness, and his body swayed twice, almost falling softly to the ground. Jialan held Gge's shoulders and asked him to lean against him. Grando, who was ignored by Garin, became angry and shouted angrily. Jialan! Gge is my son. Do you need to meddle in your own business? As he spoke, he lifted his feet and walked forward. Boom! A sword energy struck in front of Gulanduo, leaving a deep ravine on the ground. Jialan supported Gge and said without looking back. Don't make me kill you. Chapter 114. Gulando watched with a gloomy face as Jialan and Gge left, until the two people's backs disappeared from sight. He glanced at the ravine cut by the sword energy in front of him, and suddenly smiled. Have you become stronger again? If it weren't for this fruit, I really don't know where I would be dumped by you in the future. After speaking, he was silent for a moment, and his body suddenly turned into blood and fell to the ground with a splash, slowly flowing into the shadows. On the other side, Jialan sent Gge back to the palace. After a while, Gge had almost recovered, and the flames on the back of his neck burned even more intensely. With a thought, the wings turned into darkness and retracted into Gge's body. Seeing that Gge was fine, Jialan said. Go back and have a good rest. Gulando won't come again. Gge suddenly said. Uncle Jialan, you have to be careful with Grandeur. The ability of the blood fruit is very tricky. If it weren't for dark fruit's restraint on ability users, Grandeur would have exerted more power than he did tonight. After hearing this, Jialan raised his eyebrows and said. Do you think Gruendo, who has become a blood fruit user, is stronger than me? No, Gulando's strength is definitely not as good as yours, Uncle Jialan, but there's no guarantee that his blood fruit will still have any weird abilities. Gge is very convinced that Garin is stronger than Gulando, because he has fought with both. Judging from the strength of conquerors, Gulando is far behind Garin. At least Gge only felt a kingly aura from Jialan, but he did not feel this way when facing Gulanduo. The strength of a conqueror's depends on its spirit. The stronger the spirit, the stronger the conquerors. And as time goes by, the strength of the conquerors will grow. The stronger the spirit, the faster the conquerors will grow. 10 years ago, Garin might have been just a little stronger than Gulando, but now, the gap in strength between the two has completely widened. But Gulanduo's blood fruit is a variable. This fruit has never appeared in the original work, so Gge feels that both she and Garin should be careful. Jialan nodded. He still attached great importance to Gge's words. The blood fruit and Grando were indeed not fuel-efficient lamps, let alone the two combined. After the uncle and nephew chatted for a while, Garin went back to his bedroom. Gge moved his body, turned around and walked into his bedroom. As soon as he entered the door, Lucia, who had been waiting here for a long time, greeted him. Seeing Lucia, a smile immediately appeared on Gge's face. He took out the meal he brought back from Garin from the Dark Bible and said. Lucia, you haven't eaten yet. These are made separately. You can eat them after heating them up. Lucia did not eat, she had been waiting for Gge in the bedroom. But Lucia was not in the mood to eat now. She gently snuggled into Gge's arms and said softly. Young master, Saint Jialan just sent people to seal off the family. There was a lot of movement in the central courtyard. I think I was stopped when I went over. Can you tell me what happened? Gge didn't mean to hide it, and told Lucia about the battle with Gulando just now. Lucia looked angry after hearing this and said. Has he still not given up on the young master? It's hard to imagine that there is such a beast-like father in this world. Gge smiled and said. Don't mention him, let's eat first. Lucia nodded very obediently and called the servants to come in and heat the food. When the hot food was served, Gge held her chin on the side and watched Lucia finish the food. After dinner, Lucia sent all the servants away and went to the bathroom to put water on Gge. Gge first extinguished the flame on the back of her neck, then soaked in the bathtub filled with water, closed her eyes and rested. The bathroom door opened quietly, and Lucia crept in, wrapped in a white bath towel. She came to the bathtub and looked at Gge inside, with a hint of enchanting purple in her eyes. She raised her hand and the towel fell to the floor, revealing her tempting body. Gge had already opened his eyes at this time. He looked at the naked Lucia quietly. A charming smile appeared on the corner of Lucia's mouth, and she raised her toes in front of Gge and slowly entered the bathtub. After an unknown amount of time, Gge walked out of the bathroom holding Lucia with blurred eyes. He looked back at the empty bathtub. Both of them have the ability to control flames. When they are deeply in love, two flames, one red and one purple, rise up and evaporate the water in the bathtub. Lucia lazily raised her hand, hooked Gge's chin with her fingers, made his face her, and said in a charming voice, "Young master, let's go back to the room and rest quickly." Gge tilted his head and said, "Are you sure you can go back to your room and rest? It depends on what the young master wants, but you just experienced a battle tonight, and well." Before Lucia could finish speaking, Gge kissed her directly. Lucia was just absent-minded for a moment, and quickly responded to Gge. Gge just hugged Lucia and dodged, disappearing from the spot. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. Early the next morning, Gge and Lucia walked out of the palace dressed neatly. Lucia still had a charming flush on her face. She gently smoothed her hair on her forehead and said softly, "Young master, do you really not need to go back and take a nap?" Gge smiled, and the flames on the back of his neck came out with a roar. He smiled and said, "With you here, I don't need to sleep at all." Lucia's face became more and more rosy, she lowered her head shyly, her voice was as thin as a mosquito. "Young master, as long as the young master likes it." When Gge saw such a lovely Lucia, the flames on the back of his neck suddenly burned more intensely. He suppressed the heat that rose again in his heart and said, "Okay, I have to go to Uncle Jialan and let him give you some guidance." Bulu bulu. Before Gge finished speaking, the voice of the phone bug suddenly rang in his arms. Gge was stunned for a moment and took out a mini version of the phone bug from his arms. After the call was connected, the voice of Sengoku sounded. His voice sounded like somewhat eager. "Gge, are you still in Marie Joyce?" Gge looked solemn and said, "I'm here, what happened?" "The headquarters has captured Redfield's traces. Marshal Kong has personally led a team to catch him, but there is still no news. I have asked Garp to go to support, but I am still a little worried. Can you also go for a trip?" Chapter 115. Gge immediately agreed after hearing this. He asked Sengoku for the coordinates, then hung up the phone and said to Lucia, "Let's go Lucia, go tell Uncle Jialan first, and then we'll set off directly." Lucia immediately adjusted her state. She first went to the room to get Gge's marine cloak, put it on Gge, and then the two of them went to Jialan's palace. After Garin heard Redfield's name, his expression became solemn and he said in a deep voice, "Go, but you have to be careful. Redfield is very dangerous. If the situation is not right, you must put your own life first." Gge nodded. He knew the strength of Redfield. He was on the same level as Whitebeard Roger. He was called the Red Earl. His strength was even stronger than Kong. If Garp hadn't missed it, Sora would probably have died in the hands of Redfield. However, this battle can be regarded as Marine's victory after all, and Gge feels that this battle achievement is for nothing. Although he cannot be directly sent to the position of Marshal, it can definitely increase his reputation in Marine. If he rises further, it will be easier for him to completely control Marine in the future. What's more, Gge doesn't want to miss the opportunity to fight against a strong man like Red Earl. After all, fighting is the most effective way to improve his strength. Thinking of this, GGE said goodbye to Garin, took Logia back to the warship docked next to the Red Line, and directed the warship to sail towards the coordinates given by Sengoku. Grand Line, on an unnamed island. Crack! Conqueror's unique red and black lightning raged crazily. A slender figure collided with another strong figure in mid-air, and the ground below continued to collapse in the aftermath of the collision between the two. There were Marines lying everywhere on the ground. They were all rolling their eyes and had been unconscious for a long time. The two sides still at war are naturally the Red Earl and Kong. The two have been fighting fiercely here for a day and a night. The Marine soldiers brought by Sora were stunned by the Red Earl's conquerors as soon as they met, and they were not even qualified to serve as the atmosphere team. As for several stronger general-level officers, they were easily taken care of by the Red Count, and they were killed or wounded. However, the damage they caused to the Red Count was minimal, and Sora sometimes had to distract himself to save them. To put it more seriously, they might as well have been stunned by conquerors from the beginning. The Red Earl landed gracefully on the ground. He was wearing a bright red cloak and holding an umbrella in his hand that was the same color as the blue rose on his chest. He looked very elegant. He looked at the shirtless Sora opposite and said with a smile, "Kong, you really didn't disappoint me. It's true that I deliberately stayed here waiting for you to come over." Kong's face was solemn, he snorted coldly and said, "Leadfield, I must capture you today." The Red Earl laughed, he narrowed his narrow eyes, a cold light flashed across his golden pupils, and said, "Just you? I would rather experience the feeling of killing Marshal Marine." As soon as he finished speaking, the Red Earl turned into a stream of red light and rushed in front of Sora in an instant. He was already known for his speed, and even Sora, who was also a strong physical expert, was inferior in speed. Sora's advantage is his flesh, which means he is durable enough to be beaten. Facing the attacking Red Earl, he first carried it hard, then roared angrily, suddenly hugged the Red Earl's slender waist with both hands, and slammed it to the ground hard. The Red Earl opened his umbrella and pointed it downwards, blocking Sora's attack. His golden high-heeled leather shoes flashed with a metallic luster, and with a hook, he kicked Sora backwards. When Kong came to his senses, the umbrella in the Red Earl's hand was already stabbed like a sword. Kong immediately covered the tip of the umbrella with his armed-colored hands and pulled back. The Red Earl smiled evilly. He suddenly let go and gave up his weapon. The nails on his hands instantly turned into pitch black, drawing 10 intersecting red lights. Puff! Blood spattered on Kong's chest, and 10 dark red blood marks appeared on it. However, he did not retreat at all. Under the stunned eyes of the Red Earl, he raised his fists and smashed the Red Earl into the ground at his feet. The Red Earl disappeared into a deep pit, and Sora knelt on one knee, holding the wound on his chest and breathing heavily. The damage done to him by the blow just now was far more serious than it seemed. If his weaponry had not been strong enough, his internal organs would have been torn into pieces. But even so, he suffered considerable internal injuries. The Red Earl flashed out of the pit and landed not far from Kong. He covered his lower back and leaned back. He didn't expect that Sora's will would be so strong, and that he could fight back so powerfully even after being injured. The pain coming from his waist made the Red Earl's facial expression look a little ferocious. Sora slowly stood up and assumed a fighting posture again. After the battle until now, both of them were very physically exhausted, but compared to Sora, the Red Earl's condition was still better. A trace of blood spilled from the corner of Kong's mouth, and his heart sank. For strong men of their level, this situation was definitely very dangerous. The Red Earl also noticed something strange about Sora, and the pain in his waist instantly eased a lot. He looked around and saw the large number of unconscious Marines. He raised his chin and mocked. "What's the use of bringing so many people here? They're just a burden." After saying that, he didn't wait for Sora to speak, and rushed forward again. On the way, he picked up his umbrella and fought with Sora. Neither of the two people who were fighting fiercely noticed that not far away, a dark vortex emerged out of thin air. GGE felt the momentum generated by the battle between Kong and Red Earl before the warship docked, and rushed over with Kamui. In his opinion, except for his adjutant Logia, the other marine soldiers on the ship simply cannot withstand the pressure of the conquerors here, and following them will not have any effect. The marine soldiers lying around had also verified this. His eyes were fixed on the Red Earl, and a pair of jet black wings suddenly spread out from his back. Then the wings shook and his figure disappeared from the spot. The Red Earl, who was fighting with Sora, suddenly felt the hairs on his body stand up. He had almost reached the ultimate level of knowledge, and his body instinctively made dodge movements, but he also received an old punch from Sora. But it was worth it, because the moment he dodged, the black sword light flashed past and cut off a piece of the Red Earl's cloak. The Red Earl's expression changed and he quickly retreated. He looked up at GGE in the air and said in a deep voice, "Admiral Black Dragon." Chapter 116. There was a solemn look in the Red Earl's eyes. Normally, he would not take a newly promoted admiral seriously, but now, the emergence of a combat power like GGE will have an impact on the outcome of the battle. Decisive role. Kong was also stunned for a moment because he saw the flames and wings behind GGE. But now is not the time to care about this. He just needs to know that the people coming are from his side. This time it was Kong's turn to laugh. He looked at the ugly-looking Red Earl and said with a smile, "Leadfield, do you realize the disadvantages of being alone this time?" The Red Earl said nothing, but his figure gradually became illusory. Seeing this, Kong's pupil shrank, and he hurriedly wanted to remind GGE in the air. The Red Earl's speed was so fast that before he had time to shout, the Red Earl had already rushed in front of GGE, holding his umbrella across GGE's waist. Nanny. The Red Earl had the same doubts as those who met Kamui for the first time. Seeing this, Sora below first breathed a sigh of relief, and then sighed, "GGE's move is really too shameless." The Red Earl waved the blue umbrella wrapped in military colors in his hand unbelievingly. The speed was so fast that after images were produced, but it all hit the air. Seeing that the attack was ineffective, the Red Earl immediately chose to stop and land. Now his physical strength could no longer withstand any waste. As soon as the Red Earl landed, Sora rushed over and hit the Red Earl like a heavy tank, knocking him backwards. Before the Red Count could adjust his body shape, a thick pillar of flame fell from the sky, instantly submerging the Red Count in the blazing flames. Kong couldn't hold it any longer. With such a scale of flames, he believed that GGE was a Marine Fruit-capable person, but GGE was not. Call. An aura erupted from the center of the flame, forming an open space. The Red Earl looked at the burning flames around him and puffed out a few wisps of black smoke from his nostrils. At this time, he no longer had the elegant posture before. The red cloak had been burned to ashes by the flames, and several holes had been burnt out of his upper body, revealing slightly blackened skin. He frowned and thought to himself, "Fire? Isn't this black dragon someone with dark fruit ability?" Soon, GGE confirmed this for him. GGE in the air spread his arms, and endless darkness spurted out from his arms, converging into a dark waterfall and washing down. The Red Earl had just experienced a wave of baptism of fire, and then was swallowed up by the overwhelming darkness. However, compared with the power of darkness, the flames seemed too gentle. When the Red Earl struggled out of the darkness, his body was already dripping with blood, and his eyes were full of panic. Unlike fire, a common element, most people know nothing about the power of darkness, so even if GGE's fruit ability has been made public, if you don't experience it yourself, you won't know what this power is. How terrifying! For a strong man like the Red Earl, it would be difficult for ordinary elemental attacks to break through his defense, but just now, he almost died in the darkness. The darkness contains the power to destroy everything, which is far beyond what human power can resist. If the Red Earl is at its peak, it can last for a long time while driving Haki and letting the flames burn. But if he was swallowed by darkness, he wouldn't be able to hold on for long before he would be completely torn apart by the darkness. Now the Red Earl felt as if his whole body was falling apart, and he felt a trace of regret in his heart. He was indeed too arrogant and underestimated the power of Marine, a behemoth. Just dealing with Sora was already making him so embarrassed, let alone GGE. The Red Earl, who had always been alone, finally experienced the feeling of being isolated and helpless, and now he was in a desperate situation. Even so, the Red Earl did not have the slightest idea of escape. Having such a strong conquerors meant that the word escape was not in his dictionary. The Red Count stood up straight, with black and red lightning emitting from his body. He patted the dust on his body and said softly, "Even if it means death, I have to pull one over." As he spoke, he locked his gaze on Sora. Compared with the full-status GGE, Kong is definitely much easier to deal with. Sora also saw that the Red Earl was going to fight to the death. He pushed up his exhausted body, and the terrifying weapon color condensed on his fists again. Just when the two were about to take action, GGE suddenly landed in front of Kong. He looked at the Red Earl opposite and said without looking back, "Marshal Kong, you'd better take a rest first." After saying that, the flame on the back of GGE's neck went out with a whir, and the Red Earl also ducked forward at this moment. What the Red Earl was most proud of was his speed, but this time before he could rush to GGE, he was stopped by GGE in the middle. His eyes widened and he exclaimed in shock. "How is it possible? How can you be so fast?" Not only him, but also Sora had a look of shock on his face. He knew very well how fast the Red Earl was, and that was why he fought so hard, often having to use his body to resist. But now GGE actually showed a speed that is no less than that of the Red Earl. Even if the Red Earl is in poor condition, this is a very outrageous thing. Combined with GGE's pair of black wings and the flames on the back of his neck, a powerful race that had disappeared for a long time emerged in Sora's mind, that is, the Lunaria tribe. As Marine Marshal, Kong naturally knows many secrets, such as some records about the Lunaria tribe. When their talent flame is actively extinguished, their speed will increase by leaps and bounds. In Sora's view, this race is simply God's darling, and their talents are no different than eating a devil fruit from a fantasy beast species. The Red Earl didn't know this. Seeing that the attack was blocked, he used his body skills again, trying to distance himself and look for opportunities, but no matter where his figure appeared, GGE would follow him. Two figures, one red and one black, kept flashing and colliding in the space. The Red Count became more and more frightened. It was really hard for him to imagine that there could be a monster like GGE in this world. GGE is only 19 years old. The Red Earl couldn't help but think about what would happen if he met GGE when he was 19 years old. "I'm afraid even 10 of them are not enough for GGE to fight." GGE was also sighing at the strength of the Red Earl. After all, the Red Earl had just experienced a fierce battle. It would be good if his current strength could be half of what he was in his heyday. It's no wonder that the Red Earl can stand alongside Roger Whitebeard and others. If he hadn't insisted on being alone, it wouldn't be difficult to form an Emperor-level pirate group with his strength. Chapter 117. When GGE was fighting with the Red Earl, a doghead warship had already docked at the shore of the island. On the deck, Garp hugged his arms, and the roar from the center of the island continued to reach his ears. Long stood beside Garp, looked at a warship also docked not far away, and said, "Father, that seems to be GGE's warship." Garp nodded and said, "It's his warship. Sengoku has already told me that he also called GGE over." GGE was still in Marijoy's at the time, closer to here than us, so naturally he arrived faster. At this point, Garp paused, looked into Long's eyes and said earnestly, "Long, I know there are some grudges between you and GGE, but your current identity is just a recruit without a military rank. When facing GGE, you have to call him Black Dragon Admiral. Long's face froze, and he responded awkwardly, got it. Garp didn't say anything more to Long. He jumped off the warship and rushed to the center of the island. Long immediately turned into a gust of wind and followed. Adjutant Bogart led the soldiers on the warship to follow the two, but their speed was too slow compared to Garp and his son. Garp quickly followed the sound to the battlefield, but when he saw the scene on the battlefield, he was stunned. In addition to the Marines lying on the ground, Kong was standing there with his arms folded, looking like nothing happened. People who didn't know would think he was sightseeing here. Kong also saw Garp. He waved and said, "Garp, you finally arrived. If you are late, the battle will be over." Garp frowned and was about to speak when several loud noises attracted his attention. He turned his head and saw two ghostly figures shuttling back and forth in the distance. Every collision would blow a deep pit on the ground, and Haki's lightning was raging. He looked carefully and finally confirmed the identity of the person fighting with the Red Earl. It was Gge. A gust of wind blew by, and Long condensed his body and stood beside Garp. As soon as he arrived, he felt the collision of two terrifying auras, but he couldn't see the two sides of the battle clearly, so he had to ask Garp on the side, "Father, what's the situation now?" Garp's expression looked very strange. He didn't respond to Long, but just said to himself, "It seems that we came here in vain." This made Long really confused. He opened his mouth and wanted to ask what was going on. Suddenly, a red figure fell from the sky, accompanied by a loud bang, and hit the ground heavily. Long hurriedly looked over, only to see a blood man struggling to climb out of the pit in the smoke and dust, and then he saw Gge waving a pair of wide black wings and slowly descending from the air. Gge first glanced at Garp and his son, and then walked towards Redfield opposite step by step. Redfield had a sad smile on his face. He could feel that his body had reached its limit and knew that he had already lost. Looking at Gge who was constantly approaching him, his body swayed twice. After barely stabilizing himself, he slowly opened his arms, exposed his chest, and shouted to Gge. "Come on, Black Dragon! Take my life!" Gge suddenly stopped, tilted his head, and said, "Why should I take your life? My mission is just to capture you back." After this, Redfield was fine, but Kong, Garp, and Long were all confused. Everyone within Marine knows how ruthless Gge is in treating pirates. At least so far, no pirate has been captured alive by him. Those captured usually only have a human head left, and most pirates have no bones left. But now hearing what Gge meant, he actually wanted to capture the Red Earl alive, and the three of them all began to wonder if the person standing there was Gge himself. The Red Count frowned and said, "Are you humiliating me?" Gge instantly appeared in front of the Red Count and punched the Red Count in the abdomen. The Red Count immediately spat out a large mouthful of blood and fell forward, with his chin resting on Gge's shoulder. His consciousness began to blur, and Gge's whisper came to his ears. "You didn't have all the fun this time. Go to jail for a while. I'll come find you again." The Red Earl used his last bit of strength and asked in a trembling voice. Why? A smile appeared on Gge's lips and she whispered. "It would be a shame for a strong man like you to die like this. Don't you want to see the sea again?" The Red Earl's body trembled, and he wanted to respond, but his vision gradually blurred until he was completely plunged into darkness. The wings behind Gge turned into darkness and retracted into his body. He held the unconscious Red Earl on his shoulders, turned around and walked to Sora, who was still in a daze, and said, "Marshal Kong, the capture mission is completed, can we return now?" Kong came to his senses, glanced at the Red Earl who was on Gge's shoulder with a complicated expression, nodded and said, "Come back. You have made a great contribution this time. I will remember it." Gge smiled. He didn't care about any great achievements, because he was basically at the top now, and no matter how great his achievements were, he couldn't be promoted to Marine Marshal. He wanted prestige and Redfield on his shoulders. While several people were talking, Bogart arrived belatedly with a group of Marine soldiers. Sora directly ordered them to wake up the unconscious Marine soldiers. Those who couldn't be woken up would directly fight back to the warship. On the way to the warship, Long suddenly looked at GGE and asked, "G. Black Dragon Admiral, why didn't you choose to kill the Red Earl directly? This seems inconsistent with your style of doing things." The Red Earl had been handed over by GGE to the Marine soldiers who came to deal with the aftermath. He put his hands in his pockets and didn't even look at the dragon. He just said lightly, "Because I'm happy to." Long choked hard at GGE's words. His stubbornness came back. He wanted to ask more questions, but was slapped on the back of the head by Garp next to him. What he wanted to say was blocked again. Choked back. Garp grabbed the dragon's ears and said, "You guys should wait until you can have a few fights with Redfield before you ask this kind of question." Long Tai had a livid face and gritted his teeth and said, "I'm just curious about the justice of the Black Dragon Admiral." GGE walked in front, half a step behind Kong. He said without looking back, "I told you 3 years ago that strength is justice." Chapter 118. The Red Earl was sent to the 6th floor of Impel Prison. If nothing unexpected happened, he would spend the rest of his life there. Garp is also on that warship, and he is responsible for escorting him. With the Red Earl's condition, even if he wakes up, he won't be able to make any trouble. GGE watched as the warship escorting the Red Earl gradually disappeared from sight, with a thoughtful look on his face. Lucia walked to GGE, looked at GGE's side face, and said softly, "Young master, what are you thinking about?" GGE put away his thoughts, smiled at Lucia and said, "Thinking about a devil fruit." Ever since he heard the news about the Red Earl and Marie Joyce, the name devil fruit has appeared in GGE's mind and he can't get rid of it. This fruit originally belonged to the Red Earl in the future. Combined with the image of the Red Earl, this fruit seemed to be tailor-made for him. Its name is Bat Fruit Phantom Beast Species Vampire Form. Like the devil fruit of all fantasy beast species, the vampire fruit not only enhances the body far beyond the ordinary zoan fruit, but also has a special ability, which is to achieve eternal youth by sucking blood, which means that its users will be forever young. Don't worry about your strength being affected by your aging body. With these 2 points alone, the vampire fruit can be regarded as a top-quality fruit, not to mention that it also has some other very practical abilities. GGE has decided to use this fruit as his second devil fruit. He knows where the vampire fruit is stored. It is in a ruins and sleeping ancient town. If you just want to get it, you need someone who can understand ancient texts to follow. GGE remembers that the Red Earl used the transformation leaf to transform Robin, and after deciphering the secret of the ruins, he successfully obtained the vampire fruit. Finding Robin is not difficult for GGE, just go to O'Hara. But the problem is that the current Robin is still a Lolita about 3 years old, and no matter how smart she is, she doesn't understand much. Robin is 11 years older than Luffy. Luffy was born in 1503 and is now 1495, which is the time of the Battle of Adwal. But that's okay. Robin's mother Albia is certainly not bad at it. With her around, it's easy to decipher an ancient text. Thinking of this, GGE said to Lucia, "Lucia, let the warship return. Let's go back to naval headquarters first." Lucia nodded obediently and walked to convey GGE's order. Returning to Marineford, GGE immediately contacted Spangdine using a phone bug and gave him one thing, which was to look for traces of Nicole Albia. %*Z%. Of course, Spangdine was absolutely dedicated to what he told GGE. In addition, he had already taken the position of Commander-in-Chief of CP9, and collecting intelligence was exactly what he was best at. Within a few days, he found Albia's whereabouts and presented it to GGE. The data shows that the expedition fleet that Orbia is part of is on its way to Alabasta. In Admiral's office, GGE looked at the information in his hand and smiled. He guessed that Albia's purpose of going to Alabasta was simply to decipher the historical text there. However, this also just verified the rationality of this information, at least his trip would not be in vain. Tapping her fingers on the table, GGE thought for a moment and then used the phone bug to call Lucia. Lucia, prepare the warship, we are going to Alabasta later. In the first half of the Grand Line, somewhere in the sea near Alabasta, Albia was holding a box, standing at the bow and looking at the land getting closer and closer in front of her. A hint of excitement appeared in her eyes. Not long ago, she got the news that there was a historical text in Alabasta. When she came here, the 33 fellow passengers on the ship were also very excited. For this group of people, being able to interpret the historical text is a very meaningful thing. Not only can they realize their value as scholars, but they can also understand the truth of the world. Someone came to Albia and said, Albia, we have contacted the royal family of Alabasta, and someone will let us go at the port later. Albia nodded and said, Okay, did they ask us what we are going to do? Yes, I said we are scholars from O'Hara and want to come to Alabasta for an inspection. They welcomed us after hearing that. O'Hara is very famous in the world. Before the accident, people still respected O'Hara's scholars very much. Albia stroked the white hair on her forehead, looked down at the box in her arms, and said softly with sadness in her eyes, You must be very happy too? We will be able to see the main text of history soon. The box contained the ashes of Albia's husband, who had been dead for more than a year. Like Albia, he had a fanatical pursuit of understanding the so-called truth of the world, and he also muttered this before he died. Now that they were about to arrive in Alabasta, Albia took him out again. The people around him also showed sadness on their faces and mourned in their hearts. The deck was quiet, but at this moment, a slightly teasing voice sounded, The main text of history? I seem to have heard something extraordinary. Everyone was frightened and shuddered. Albia reacted the fastest. She quickly took out the pistol from her waist and looked around for the person who was talking. However, there was no one else on the deck except her companion. At this time, the voice just now sounded again, Don't look for it, I'm on it. Everyone raised their heads suddenly and saw a young man sitting on the mast of the ship. He was holding his chin with one hand and looking at the scholars below with a playful look. The sea breeze blew, and the cloak worn by the young man was blown by. Under the sun, the word justice on the coat was particularly conspicuous. However, seeing the word justice, which gave people a sense of security, the scholars not only did not feel at ease, but were instantly frightened to cold hands and feet, and some people even began to tremble. Albia pursed her lips, raised her gun and pointed it at the young man above, and said coldly, Who are you? The young man tilted his head, and in the astonished eyes of everyone, he actually jumped directly from the nearly 30-meter-high mast, and finally landed steadily, as if he just jumped down from a step. Everyone, including Albia, was shocked. They were not shocked by the young man's behavior, because it was nothing compared to the epaulets on the young man's coat. They were all scholars, and naturally recognized the meaning of the pattern on the pair of black epaulets. That was Marine Admiral. Chapter 119. With the Black Admiral epaulets and the fact that he looked so young, Albia already knew the identity of the young man in front of him. She looked solemn and said in a deep voice, You are Marine Admiral, the Black Dragon. As soon as these words came out, everyone on the boat froze in place, as if they were all petrified. GGE put his hands in his pockets and smiled. It seems I'm quite famous. After receiving the confirmation, Albia lowered his hand weakly, and the gun in his hand fell to the ground with a clang. As a scholar, how could she not know what the title Marine Admiral means with her rich reserve of knowledge? What stood in front of them now was Marine's highest combat power. To ordinary people, his power could be described as a monster. It's conservative. Because every Marine Admiral can destroy a country by himself. Not to mention a gun, even if everyone on the boat fired with guns at the same time, I'm afraid GGE wouldn't be hurt at all. Albia suppressed the fear in her heart, forced a smile and said. The deeds of the Black Dragon Admiral have spread throughout the sea, and your photos have been published in newspapers several times. We naturally recognize you. Oh? So that's it. GGE made a stunned expression, raised his feet and walked towards the people opposite. However, every time he took a step, Albia and the others subconsciously took a step back. GGE tilted his head, and the next second, he appeared in front of Albia. Albia had never seen such speed before. She was so frightened that she took 2 steps back. Perhaps because of her guilty conscience and fear, her feet slipped and her body fell backwards. Buzz! A gravitational force emitted from GGE's body, pulling Albia back, and with a snap, Albia's face pressed directly against GGE's chest. However, the urn she had just held in her arms fell to the ground, and the grey-white ashes scattered everywhere. By chance, a gust of sea breeze blew all the ashes out, and within a short time they completely disappeared. After a brief silence, Albia let out a heartbreaking cry. No! Albia ran out like crazy. When she reached the edge of the deck, she was about to fall down. GGE raised her hand and released the universal pull, pulling Albia back. Her back was pressed tightly against GGE. On the palm of my hand. Even so, Albia still struggled to run out, shouting. Let me go. I want to bring him back. GGE frowned and pulled Albia to face him. However, he was much taller than Albia. When Albia turned around, all she saw was GGE's chest. That's all. Holding Albia's chin, she raised her head to look at him. Looking at GGE's black hole-like eyes, Albia's expression was startled, and she calmed down temporarily. GGE said calmly. The people who have passed away do not deserve this. I advise you to cherish the people in front of you more. After saying that, GGE pushed him casually, causing Albia to stagger and almost sit on the ground. GGE looked around, and everyone he caught his gaze lowered their heads subconsciously, not daring to look at GGE at all. Even though GGE didn't do anything deliberately, the sense of oppression on his body was still too strong for these scholars. GGE glanced around and said to himself. Including Albia, there are 33 people in total. Well, that's all. To everyone's ears, these words were like being called by a judge. Albia couldn't care less about her sadness. She wiped the tears on her face vigorously and said nervously. Black Dragon Admiral, I lost my temper just now. I haven't had time to ask you yet. Are you here to see us specifically? GGE nodded, and Albia's heart suddenly sank, but she was making her final struggle. Black Dragon Admiral, we are just here for inspection. As for the historical text you just heard, I think it was you who heard it. Are you trying to say that I heard you wrong? GGE smiled slightly, with a playful look on his face again. He walked up to Albia with his pocket in his pocket, leaned over and whispered in her ear. Albia, what level of things do you think it would take for a Marine Admiral to take action personally? GGE's voice was like a devil's whisper. Albia's body couldn't help but tremble. She clenched her fists tightly. Suddenly, she suddenly raised her head and said loudly. This is my idea. It has nothing to do with them or O'Hara. Arrest me. She knew that what she had done was a great sin in the eyes of the world government. If she was implicated, the entire O'Hara would be destroyed. In fact, there was no need for GGE to remind her. From the moment she confirmed GGE's identity, she felt that what she had done must have been exposed. It's just that people still have a sense of luck until the last moment. She wanted to defend herself just now, but GGE's words had already made the matter clear. So she could only choose to admit it proactively and take all the blame on herself. As for the way to escape, if they wanted to escape under the nose of a Marine Admiral, it would be more difficult than finding all the historical texts. It would be tantamount to committing suicide if he angered GGE anymore. The other scholars had complicated expressions on their faces after hearing this. Some people couldn't bear to let Albia, a woman, bear the responsibility, and they also stood up and wanted to share the blame. However, before they could speak, GGE changed the subject, with a puzzled expression on his face, and said, "What's your idea? Have you done something extraordinary? Do you need me, the Marine Admiral, to come here to catch you?" Albia was stunned, and she asked hesitantly. "Not history." As soon as she said a little, she suddenly woke up and immediately closed her mouth. GGE smiled and said, "Isn't studying history the job of scholars like you? I'm not interested in history. I just heard you muttering there and asked out of curiosity. But you seem to be very nervous. Could it be that you have done something wrong?" "Something?" Someone reacted and shouted hurriedly. "No, no, no. It's just our first time meeting Marine Admiral, that's why we are so nervous." "Don't overthink it, Black Dragon Admiral." Albia also quickly agreed. "Yes, we are indeed too nervous." GGE nodded and said thoughtfully. "Oh, it seems that I thought too much." Everyone secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but GGE's next words made them raise their hearts in their throats. With a bright smile on his face, GGE said, "Don't really do anything bad, otherwise I will be very angry." Chapter 120. GGE's obvious warning words made everyone tremble. He glanced around with squinted eyes, and suddenly smiled. "Allah Allah, I seem to have scared you. I'm really sorry." GGE laughed a few times and found that everyone still looked frightened, and his brows furrowed involuntarily. Albia's pupils suddenly shrank when she noticed the change in GGE's expression. She immediately took the lead and laughed and said, "Having Marine Admiral by your side really makes you feel safe, don't you think?" The others were not fools either. With Albia taking the lead, they all smiled awkwardly and agreed with Albia. GGE's frown relaxed, and Albia secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She slowly came to GGE and said respectfully, "Black Dragon Admiral, you haven't said why you came to us." GGE waved his hand and said, "It's not an urgent matter. I heard that you are going to Alabasta for inspection, right? I can go with you. It won't be too late to talk about my affairs after your inspection is over." "How dare Albia let GGE follow?" she quickly responded. "No need, it's just a simple inspection. How can it be compared with the Black Dragon Admiral's incident? Just tell us if you can find something useful for us." Seeing Albia being so polite, a smile appeared on GGE's face and said, "You don't need so many people. You are enough. Here's the thing. I found a ruins and I need someone who understands ancient literature to help me decipher the words in the ruins." When the ruins were mentioned, Albia's eyes suddenly lit up. Archaeology was not just a job for her, but also an addictive hobby. She couldn't help but ask, "Didn't the Black Dragon Admiral just say that he is not interested in history? Why would he think of finding someone to interpret ancient texts?" GGE crossed his arms and said with a half-smile, "Albia, your thirst for knowledge is a little too strong, and it's easy to make mistakes." Albia's expression froze, and GGE's words always seemed to point her in the direction, which made her already feeling guilty even more uneasy. Looking at Albia, who was frightened by him again, GGE felt a little funny and thought to herself that Aokiji likes to scare the little Lolita Robin, but now she is walking in front of him, directly scaring Robin's mother. After a little bit of fun, GGE said, "But it doesn't hurt to tell you. There is something in that ruins that I like, and I need to take it out intact." Albia did not dare to ask what it was this time. She nodded vigorously and said, "I see, I'm happy to help you, shall we set off now? Don't worry, a big ship like you can't just hang out here. If you have anything to say, tell them first. Then I'll let them go back to O'Hara first. Hey? Aren't you here for inspection? Just ask them to wait for you in Alabasta. I can bring you back soon. Okay. Albia turned around and spoke briefly to the others. In front of Gge, her words and deeds were naturally very cautious, and her words were nothing more than innocuous words such as pay attention to safety. After the explanation, Albia said to Gge. Alright Black Dragon Admiral, we can leave now. Gge nodded and responded, then. Call. In the horrified eyes of everyone, a pair of broad black wings stretched out from Gge's back. He held the stunned Orbiat around his waist. His wings shook, and a strong airflow burst out, sweeping the deck. The remaining scholars all sat down on the ground. When they came to their senses, Gge's figure had completely disappeared. Someone murmured. Are all Marine Admirals monsters? High in the sky, Gge took Albia through the clouds and finally landed on his warship. Gge's speed was so fast that before Albia could react, he was already standing on the deck of the warship, surrounded by Marine soldiers who gathered to salute Gge. The quality of our soldiers is top-notch. Even though they always look so inconspicuous in some big scenes, to ordinary people, these soldiers are all fierce men who can fight 1 against 100. What's more, the warship Gge belongs to is still an admiral establishment, and his guards are all selected. The momentum of their gathering is nothing to Gge, but Orbia swallowed, and his body couldn't help but he leaned towards Gge. Looking at Gge's young face, Albia sighed in her heart, having such power under the age of 20, he is truly a proud man of heaven. Lucia stood in front of a group of Marine soldiers. After saluting, she glanced at Albia next to Gge, and then slowly walked to Gge. Looking at Lucia's delicate face, Albia's eyes flashed with surprise. When she saw the rear admiral rank on Lucia's shoulder straps, she almost blurted out. You are the fallen angel Lucia from Marine Supernova. Lucia looked at Albia expressionlessly and said calmly. Yes, hello. When dealing with people other than Gge, Lucia always cherishes her words like gold. Albia paused for a moment. She thought that what she just said was rude, and said apologetically. Sorry Lucia Rear Admiral, I was rude just now. Please allow me to introduce myself. My name is Nicole Orbia, the Black Dragon Admiral mentioned you before he left. After saying that, Lucia turned to face Gge, and a bright and moving smile instantly bloomed on her face, completely different from before. Cousin, you're back. Gge didn't mean to avoid it at all. He reached out and touched the smooth black hair on Lucia's head and said with a smile. Well, I have invited Dr. Albia here. Now we can go to Sleeping Ancient Town. Lucia nodded obediently, turned around and issued a formal order to Gge. The soldiers on the deck immediately took action in an orderly manner. Some of them went to stand guard at the edge of the deck, while the rest went to the bridge to control the warship in the direction of Sleeping Ancient Town. Go ahead. Albia's eyes looked back and forth between Gge and Lucia. Although Lucia just called Gge her cousin, as a mature woman, her intuition told her that the relationship between the two was definitely not that of cousin. Women always have 8 trigrams in mind, even the knowledgeable Albia is no exception, but this time she did not ask anything rashly. She was really scared by Gge today. Chapter 121. Gge's warship was customized by the headquarters after specifically consulting him. In addition to himself, Lucia and Ginny have their own exclusive rooms, and the supporting facilities in the room are very complete. Ginny didn't come this time, so at night, Albia was arranged to Ginny's room. After all, she was requested by Gge to help, so naturally she would enjoy special treatment. Ginny's room was based on pink, and this girlish decoration style also made Albia, who had been tense for a day, relax a little. Albia was really exhausted mentally and physically by GGE today. As soon as she relaxed, she felt tired. She shook her head and entered the bathroom to take a hot bath. Almost an hour later, after washing up, Albia walked out of the bathroom wearing a white bathrobe. After wiping it clean, she threw herself onto the boat and let out a long sigh of relief. She turned over and started staring at the ceiling in a daze. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Albia, who had just calmed down, jumped up from the bed like a frightened bird. She hurriedly looked for where she had been thrown. "Bathrobe," I shouted while looking for it. "Who is it?" "Please wait." A cold voice sounded through the door. "I'm Logia." "There's no need to open the door. I just want to tell you that with the speed of this warship, we can reach our destination tomorrow morning." Hearing that it was Logia, Albia breathed a sigh of relief and responded. "I understand. I will get up early tomorrow and won't delay my business." "Well, please." Although Logia had already said that there was no need to open the door, out of politeness, Albia dressed and opened the door, but there was no longer Logia outside the door. The sea breeze at night was far less gentle than during the day. Albia, who had just taken a bath, felt a chill and couldn't help but shiver. Albia quickly closed the door, returned to the bed and lay down. She smiled bitterly and said to herself, "What a tiring day." On the other side, Logia did not return to her room. Without Ginny and the ship, the room was just a decoration to her. She naturally entered GGE's room. GGE was taking a shower. She took off her clothes without hesitation and walked into the bathroom naked. After a while, a gentle and touching tone came from the bathroom. The next morning, Albia woke up very early. As a scholar, she has always been very self-disciplined. However, when she came to the deck, she found that GGE was already waiting for her. There is no way, GGE's energy is too strong. He and Logia kept tossing until very late last night. Logia was really unable to hold on, and she was still lying on the bed now. But GGE only needed to squint for 10 minutes to feel refreshed immediately. He was looking forward to the vampire fruit stored in sleepy ancient town, so he got up early. GGE looked at Albia with a smile and said, "Dr. Albia, we have arrived at our destination. Now I have to ask you to come with me again." Albia leaned over and said, "It's my pleasure." As soon as she finished speaking, Albia felt her body fly up. After a brief dizziness, she had been taken to the ancient town of sleep on the island by GGE. GGE retracted his wings, helped Albia stand firm, and then began to look at the surrounding environment. This place is said to be a town, but in fact it is no longer inhabited, because this area has been surrounded by a miasma that can make people sleepy all year round. Over time, the original residents felt that this place was not suitable for long-term living, so they all moved away. Now this island can be said to be a lifeless dead island. In the mist, the surrounding environment seems to be getting more and more terrifying. GGE followed Lansing's memory and walked in one direction. Albia hurried to catch up, following GGE closely for fear of getting lost with GGE. No matter how strong she is still a normal woman, and she still feels a little bit scared when facing this kind of environment. However, when approaching GGE, there was such a Marine Admiral standing in front of her, and Albia's heart immediately calmed down. GGE glanced back and suddenly stopped. Albia, who was looking around, bumped into GGE's back with a thud. Albia felt as if she had hit an iron plate. She covered her forehead and groaned. GGE noticed and smiled apologetically, and then pointed forward. Albia looked intently, but there was nothing but a piece of she saw nothing outside the thick fog. The gap between her eyesight and GGE's was really big. GGE also thought of this, so he once again put his arms around Albia's slender waist, and in a flash, he walked through the thick fog and came to a huge building. In front of the stone monument. The distance moved this time was not long, and Albia quickly adapted to it. She looked up at the stone tablet in front of her, which was engraved with densely packed strange symbols. These symbols are the so-called ancient characters. With just one glance, without Gg's reminder, Albia immediately entered a professional state, interpreting the ancient characters on the stone tablet with concentration. Albia's ability in this area is indeed impressive. After a while, she looked away. When Gge saw this, she asked, "How's it going? Can you understand what's written on it?" Albia smiled confidently, nodded and said, "The record above is about a fruit. It probably means that this is a fruit with evil power sealed in it. People who eat it will turn into devils that suck human blood and harm the world." Speaking of this, Albia thought for a moment and continued. "Based on the above description and the fact that it can transform, I infer that this is probably just a devil fruit from Zoan. It seems that the people who once lived here have been isolated for too long and don't know what a devil fruit is. What is the ability? The person is naturally regarded as a monster by them." After hearing this, Gge thought that your daughter Robin might be facing the same situation now. He glanced at Albia with a strange look, and then said seriously, "Then it seems that this is it. Let me add something to you. The name of this fruit is the vampire fruit, which is an extremely precious species of phantom beast." Albia looked surprised when he heard this and said, "Is it actually a phantom beast species? No wonder Marine sent an admiral out." She obviously regarded finding the vampire fruit as a task assigned to Gge by the headquarters. Gge did not explain, but just smiled and said, "It should also record the method of opening the ruins. I need to trouble you again." Albia nodded, patted her chest and said, "Give it to me." Chapter 122. Albia went behind the stone monument and groped around, and soon she found a hidden grid. Then she pressed her hands on the hidden grid, and with a clicking sound, a piece of ground not far from the stone tablet parted, revealing a typical. Obviously this tunnel was the entrance to the ruins, and Gge immediately took Albia down. In the past, when Albia discovered similar ruins like this, he would never enter them so recklessly, because many ruins contained hidden mechanisms that could kill people. This was a bloody lesson. But now that Gge, the Marine Admiral, is here, Albia has no such worries at all, and can just walk in confidently and boldly. As the two of them went deeper, the environment became darker and darker. Just when the light was about to disappear completely, a group of flames appeared out of thin air from behind Gge's neck, which shocked Albia. The flames chase away the cold and illuminate the surroundings. Albia looked at the flames on the back of Gge's neck and fell into a daze. She remembered the pair of black wings behind Gge before. Then a legendary race appeared in her mind, and she couldn't help but ask. "Black Dragon Admiral, are you Lunaria?" Gge glanced back, and Albia immediately realized that he had talked too much again, and hurriedly lowered his head and remained silent. But she still felt itchy in her heart. "You must know that the Lunaria tribe is a race that has existed in the Red Line since ancient times. This can be said to be the history of the humanoid." Albia secretly raised her head and looked at Gge's back with extremely fiery eyes. However, Gge had no intention of discussing this topic at all. He continued to walk forward. Suddenly, his foot seemed to step on something, and countless dark arrows shot out of the walls on both sides. Facing the incoming arrow feathers, Gge did not dodge. The sharp arrow tip hit him and landed with a clang. At the same time, a mass of darkness surged out from behind him, aiming at the arrow that was shot at Albia. "Devour them all!" The thing happened so suddenly, Albia still had a look of shock on her face. When she woke up, she only saw sharp arrows covering the ground around Gge. The arrows made of metal were actually dented, and a large number of arrows were broken. Gge turned around and asked as if nothing was wrong. "Dr. Albia, are you okay?" "No, it's okay. Thanks to the Black Dragon Admiral for helping me." Gge smiled and said. You're welcome. I asked you to help me, so I naturally want to protect you. Albia suddenly pointed to some punctured parts of Gge's clothes and asked. Black Dragon Admiral, your clothes. Gge lowered his head and glanced down, and then black gas emerged from the tears in all his clothes. When the black gas disappeared, his clothes were intact as before. This is the convenience of Logia. The underwear of the ability user can also be assimilated by elements to achieve the purpose of repair. After the repair was completed, Gge looked around and said. Dr. Albia, let's speed up. After hearing this, Albia immediately closed her eyes and held her breath. The next second, she was hugged by Gge again. In one breath, Gge took Albia to the end of the tunnel. What appeared in front of the two people was a very spacious space, with a stone compass standing in the center, and the base was also covered with ancient inscriptions. There was a huge red rune painted on the ground in front of the compass, which seemed strange. Albia still understood these ancient texts effortlessly. She pressed her hand on the compass and turned it regularly left and right. When her movements stopped, the ground where the red runes were located slowly fell, and a tower made of an altar made of gold rises from below. A dark purple monster fruit was placed quietly at the top of the altar. The moment the fruit appeared, Gge jumped up without hesitation, grabbed the fruit, and after looking at it for a moment, he nodded and said softly. Yes, it's the vampire fruit. After saying that, under Albia's horrified eyes, Gge bit down on the vampire fruit, and then threw the fruit away like trash. Gge dodged and fell to the ground. Albia ran over immediately. She hugged Gge's waist and started shaking her hard. There was no way, with her height, she could only reach Gge's waist. Albia shouted while shaking her head vigorously. Spit it out. Oh my god. I didn't expect a Marine Admiral to not know that you can only eat one devil fruit. However, Gge was indifferent. With a grunt, he swallowed the pulp with a livid complexion. Wiping the purple juice that overflowed from the corner of her mouth, Gge muttered. This stuff still tastes so disgusting. A look of despair appeared on Albia's face. She stared blankly at Gge's young face, feeling extremely absurd in her heart. After being stunned for a while, she looked at Gge with a complicated expression and said. Black Dragon Admiral, you, alas. Gge finally recovered from the aftertaste of devil fruit at this time. He ignored Albia, but first felt if there was anything strange in his body. The final feedback he received was that he felt the same power he had at his disposal when he ate the dark fruit, and that was it. With the thought, a ball of blood rose from Gge's body. Albia's eyes widened and he murmured. It's over. This is about to explode and die. Tear it apart. The sound of clothes tearing was heard, and the black wings stretched out from Gge's back again. The feathers on them gradually gathered and disappeared. What finally appeared in front of Albia's eyes was a pair of huge black bat wings. Gge's ears became narrow and long, and a point emerged from the hair on both sides of him. He opened his mouth slightly, revealing two sharp fangs. At this moment, his image was like a demon. Albia subconsciously took 2 steps back, but Gge suddenly took action and grabbed her arm. Immediately afterwards, Gge's hand emitted a strange red light, and the red light spread to Albia's entire arm. A horrifying scene happened. Albia's originally shiny silver hair quickly turned grey, and wrinkles began to appear on her smooth and pretty face, making her look older instantly. In contrast, Gge's face became more and more rosy, and the flames on the back of his neck burned more vigorously. Albia raised her hand, looked at the dry skin on the back of her hand, coughed twice, and said tremblingly. How is this going? Chapter 123. When Albia was about to cry, Gge put his hand on her shoulder again, and a red light flashed, and Albia returned to her original appearance. Albia also realized that this must be the power of the vampire fruit. Looking at Gge with a wicked smile, she was immediately furious and shouted, Black Dragon Admiral. Is it fun to scare me? Gge spread his hands and said, didn't you say I was going to die suddenly? I just wanted to prove to you that I was fine. Albia's face froze. She circled around Gge for a few times, looking at Gge's body, and said to herself, it's incredible. Is it true that you can only eat one devil fruit? At this point, she stopped, propped up her chin with one hand, and said thoughtfully, maybe people can really eat 2 fruits? But the person who ate 2 devil fruits back then was in a special situation. With a rigorous attitude towards academics, Albia began brainstorming and argued the ridiculously wrong conclusion in a clear and orderly manner. Gge removed his ability, stretched out his finger and tapped Albia's head, saying, don't think about it. Let me tell you, it wasn't the person who was special, but I was the one in special situation. Don't really come up with any theory to harm others. Albia's curiosity came up again, and she couldn't help asking, then can you tell me why you can eat 2 devil fruits? No. Albia had a speechless expression on her face, she simply turned her head away and didn't say anything. Gge reached out and patted Albia's shoulder, but she dodged to the side like a conditioned reflex, looking at Gge with horror. Obviously she was traumatized by the power of the vampire fruit. Suddenly changing from a queen to an old woman, no one can accept this. Gge had no choice but to spread his hands and said, okay, this is a troublesome matter to talk about. I will tell you if there is a chance. After all, you have helped me a lot this time. Do you want anything? Maybe I can fulfill one of your wishes. Albia was stunned for a moment. What she wanted most now was naturally the main text of history, but could she tell Gge about this? Gge seemed to see what she meant, and asked with a smile, aren't you very interested in history? For example, the main text of history. Albia's pupil shrank, she clenched her fists but quickly released them, took a deep breath, stared into Gge's eyes, and said slowly, you really already know. Gge smiled noncommittally, and said, I know much more than you think. Albia, do you think I should capture you and hand you over to the world government now? Albia was silent for a moment, and said, yes, but you won't do it. Oh? Why? With your style of doing things, you will do it directly as long as you think of it. Now you have also obtained the vampire fruit. If you want to capture me, you would have done it directly. Gge crossed his arms, looked at Albia with a smile, and said, if I let you go, will you continue to do that thing? Albia said without hesitation. Yes. People have the right to know the truth. Gge sneered, shook his head, slowly approached Albia, and said, truth? Power? Are these 2 things that the weak can touch or talk about? For the weak, there is only one end for getting them, and that is death. When the last word death was mentioned, a substantial murderous aura emitted from Gge's body. Covered by this murderous aura, Albia gritted her teeth, but she could not control her body. Trembling. Seeing that Albia was about to be unable to bear it any longer, Gge restrained his murderous intent and said softly. And is this so-called truth really that important? For the vast majority of people in the world, they just want to live peacefully. Albia looked complicated and stood there without saying a word. Gge did not continue on this topic. He shrugged and said, forget it, it's up to you to do whatever you want. I can pretend I don't know about it until the world government finds out about it. Albia's lips moved a few times and whispered. Thanks. You're welcome. What I said before still stands. When you have any wishes, you can tell me and I will satisfy you to the best of my ability. Albia stared at Gge blankly, and just about to speak, Gge's ears suddenly moved, a gentle look appeared on his face, and he waved his hand and said. It's time to go back, Lucia is talking about me. Albia couldn't handle this sudden turn of events, so she didn't have to change the subject so abruptly. Lucia is still on the warship on the shore, and she and Gge are still in the underground ruins. Even if Lucia shouts with a trumpet, it is impossible for the sound to reach here. While Albia was complaining in her heart, Gge's arms were already around her waist, and her figure disappeared from the place in a flash, leaving only a large mass of rich blood. During the movement, Gge felt that his body became extremely light, and his speed also increased significantly. Of course, for Albia, she could not feel the change in Gge's speed at all. Anyway, after a period of dizziness, the person had already reached the destination. Returning to the deck, Gge walked quietly behind Lucia, who was lying on the edge of the deck in a daze, and whispered, "Lucia, I'm back." Lucia immediately turned back with surprise and said, "Cousin, I was just talking. What you're talking about is whether the young master got the fruit or not. Why hasn't he come back yet?" Cousin, have you been standing behind me for a while?" Gge smiled and said nothing, and Albia, who followed him, looked confused. She looked at Lucia and asked, "Lucia Rear Admiral, did you really say that just now?" Facing Albia, Lucia immediately cut off 3 faceless faces and said calmly, "Yes. Exactly." Albia swallowed, and then she realized that Gge was not changing the subject just now. He really heard Lucia's voice. Is this kind of hearing really possible for humans? In fact, human hearing alone would not be able to achieve this level without awakening observation Haki, which has special effects. But she overlooked one thing, that is, the prefix of vampire fruit is bat fruit, not everyone fruit. Chapter 124. Gge is very satisfied with his second devil fruit because he also got some unexpected abilities. Among them, there is one ability that interests him very much, and that is ultrasound. It's right to think about it. As a branch of the bat fruit, the vampire fruit, in addition to the special abilities of the phantom beast species itself, will also have the innate abilities of the original species. The most commendable thing about bats is their hearing and ability to emit ultrasonic waves. In a strong person of Gge's level, these natural abilities will be further amplified and enhanced. Taking Thunder Fruit as an example, Enel can use radio waves to spread the scope of his vision to the entire Sky Island. Now Gge can also use ultrasonic waves to achieve the same effect, even better than Enel. After all, Enel cannot compare with Gge in terms of hard power. In addition, ultrasound can only be used as a means of perception. It can also be used as a very terrifying means of attack, which can cause great harm to both living and inanimate objects. This is already a capability that is enough to be developed in depth. However, the most awesome thing about the vampire fruit is that its users can achieve immortality by sucking blood. Of course, this kind of immortality is subject to conditions. There are 2 conditions. One is that the ability user cannot commit suicide or be beaten to death, and the second is that all living things on this planet cannot die. Well, what 2 difficult conditions these are? The difficulty lies in the fact that unless Gge is tired of living, it will be very difficult for him to die. Due to the vampire fruit, Gge's skin also becomes extremely white, with a charming luster under the sun, which is also a manifestation of strong vitality. Zoan is indeed a rare species in devil fruit. Even under normal conditions, Gge's strength and speed have been greatly improved. So Gge really doesn't understand why someone like Garp Roger isn't interested in devil fruit? It makes sense to say that these strong physical or swordsmen are not compatible with Logia, and they are afraid of being cheated when taking paramecia. But isn't Zoan an absolute versatile person? It wouldn't be difficult for them to find a decent Zoan, right? As for the weakness of being afraid of the sea, judging from the original work, there are really not many top powerhouses with fruits who suffer from it. At most, they lose consciousness and fall into the sea. However, people are beaten to the point of losing consciousness. Afraid? Is there any impact if you are not afraid of the sea? Zoan's bonus is really added to the panel. After much deliberation, there is only one truth: and that is that the original author didn't want to, so he directly put a lock on the minds of these people, so they couldn't eat it anyway. But Gge thought. At least he had to let his uncle Garin experience the beauty of Devil Fruit's ability. Gge raised his hand and clenched it, looking at the surging blood rising from his fist, the corners of his mouth raised, revealing an evil smile. Then he glanced at Albia. Albia shuddered. Whenever Gge suddenly looked at her, she knew that nothing good would happen next. An uneasy look appeared on her face, and Gge turned his attention to the island in front of him and said softly, "There is no need for this place to exist anymore." As he spoke, Gge raised an arm, and circles of black halo appeared on his arm, rising straight into the sky. Albia didn't understand what Gge's action meant, but all the Marines on the ship trembled. They were all people who had watched Gge's graduation exam. The scene left a deep impression on them. Without Gge's order, Lucy Adam turned around and shouted, "Set up the warship immediately and get as far away from this island as possible." The Marines on the ship immediately began to take action, but compared to before, their actions this time were obviously a little panicked. Albia also noticed something strange, and then the warship suddenly started moving, bursting out at its maximum speed. Albia stumbled and leaned against Gge. When she stood up straight, she found that everyone on the deck was looking up at the sky. At this moment, a huge sound sounded from the air, and the sound became louder and louder. Albia looked up suddenly. When she saw the scene in the sky, her pupils shrank and her face suddenly turned pale. In her horrified eyes, a huge meteorite that covered the sky had broken through the clouds, carrying blazing flames, falling from the sky, and landed on the island where the ancient sleeping town was located. Boom! A deafening explosion sounded, and the island instantly shattered under the impact of the meteorite, sinking into the seabed together with the meteorite, leaving a huge Uzumaki in its original position that could not be dissipated. However, the danger was not over yet. A large number of boulder fragments flew over due to the impact of the explosion, and the warship was already shrouded in shadow. Just when the warship was about to be hit by the dense boulders, a dazzling white light burst out from Gge's body, the marine cloak was raised high, and a terrifying repulsion burst out from his body. The repulsive force formed a huge hemispherical force field, covering the warship inside like a protective shield. All the flying boulders were blasted into smaller pieces and flew back. The warship was still sailing on the sea intact. Albia collapsed on the ground with a plop, his mind going blank. Sink the island with one strike. All this time, she has never had the slightest doubt about the power of the Marine Admirals, and she also knows that each of them is a monster capable of destroying the country. But she knew all this from some information in other people's mouths. She really imagined how one person could destroy a country. Now, she saw it with her own eyes. In an understatement, he raised his hand to summon a meteorite, directly erasing an island from the map forever. What's even more terrifying is that there is more than one strong man like Gge in this world. In front of people like them, rules? Laws? These are really just jokes to them. To ordinary people, what is the difference between existence like them and gods? Albia raised her head stiffly and looked at Gge, whose back was turned to her, filled with fear. She couldn't help but think of the scene when the meteorite fell on O'Hara Island. You must know that the area of O'Hara Island is not much larger than the island just now. The meteorite dispelled the miasma nearby, and the sunlight shone down, forming a shadow behind Gge, covering Albia. Gge turned around, leaned over and stretched out a hand to Albia, and said with a smile, "Sorry, I went a little too far and scared you again." Chapter 125. Albia was pulled up by Gge in a daze, looking at the sea ahead which was gradually returning to calm. Sleeping ancient town has become history, and from now on it will only appear in cold information. Gge stretched and said, "All right, Dr. Albia, your companions are still waiting for you in Alabasta. I'll send you back right now." Albia nodded silently. Returning to Alabasta, waiting at the port were a large number of Alabasta nationals in addition to Albia's companions. The group of people standing at the front were dressed in costumes, headed by a middle-aged man wearing a crown. He was the king of Alabasta, Nefert D. Cobra. Naturally, they didn't come here to meet Albia, her face wasn't that big yet. The only one with such a card is Marine Admiral. Looking at the warship that was about to dock, a trace of nervousness appeared on Cobra's face. He still knew too little about GGE, the new admiral, and he was afraid that something he did not pay attention to later would offend GGE. Any king with some knowledge knows what a Marine Admiral means. In Blue Star's words, this is a humanoid nuclear weapon. The warship docked, and in the passage formed by 2 rows of headquarters soldiers, GGE walked up with his hands in his pockets, followed by Albia and Lucia on both sides. Cobra immediately led a group of ministers forward and greeted GGE enthusiastically. GGE smiled and chatted with Cobra and others for a few words, then motioned for Albia to step forward and said to Cobra, "Your Majesty the King, Dr. Albia is my friend and has assisted me in completing a major task these days. I hope that your country can give her some proper care while she is in Alabasta." Cobra responded, "Don't worry, Black Dragon Admiral, we have always respected the scholars of O'Hara and will not let them suffer any injustice here." Albia thanked her softly, and GGE did not follow him to Alabasta. Instead, he prepared to return directly to the headquarters. Before leaving, he patted Albia on the shoulder, leaned over and whispered in her ear, "We had a great time getting along with each other this time, and I hope it will be the same next time we meet." Albia's body trembled slightly, and she said slowly, "I hope so." GGE smiled, turned around, and the marine cloak brushed across Albia's face. Under the awe-inspiring eyes of everyone, GGE boarded the warship surrounded by a group of soldiers and sailed away. Looking at the warships gradually disappearing on the sea level in the distance, Albia's companion said next to him, "The Black Dragon Admiral people are really nice, what do you think, Albia?" Albia forced a smile and said softly, "Yeah, I'm grateful to him for taking care of me these 2 days." On the way back, GGE put his hands behind his head and lay leisurely on a deck chair, while Lucia leaned in his arms. The soldiers on the deck all looked at their noses, and no one dared to look towards this. Suddenly, the soldiers standing on guard high up rushed down. When they ran in front of GGE, he raised his head high, saluted the military salute and shouted, "Report the Black Dragon Admiral. A suspicious ship has been spotted ahead." GGE opened his eyes and asked, "Are there pirates?" "Probably not. There is no pirate flag flying on the ship, but the people on the ship are all wearing strange clothes and acting suspiciously. There is a scantily clad woman who is torturing another person with a whip." GGE sat up slowly while holding Lucia, and his ears moved slightly. Various mixed voices came, and several of them caught his attention. "Queen! Queen! Queen! Oh, this guy is so lucky to be able to enjoy the Queen's whipping. Please forgive me. I was really wrong. I won't dare to do it again." "Hey! Do you know you are wrong now? You are not qualified to join us now." "No. I don't want to join. Please let me go." "Pia! Pia! Pia!" GGE frowned, and one of the female voices sounded familiar to him. He looked at Lucia in his arms and said, "Lucia, go and see what kind of ship that is." Lucia nodded. She got up from GGE's arms, spread her wings, and flew into the sky. She looked down in the air and soon found a very unique ship. The main color of the ship is pink, and there is a huge pink heart printed on the black sail, which is really hard to ignore. After finding the ship, Lucia dived down immediately and finally landed lightly on the mast of the ship. The deck was so noisy that no one noticed Lucia landing for a while. Lucia looked carefully and frowned. The people below were all heavily made up. Except for the woman who was whipping with a whip and the woman next to her with a yellow and white yin-yang hair, the looks of others were not flattering. A man tied up with 5 hands was lying on the ground, with a tearful expression on his face and begging constantly. Seeing this, Logia jumped down from the mast and landed in front of the woman with the whip. The woman was wearing a leather jumpsuit, with an extremely hot figure and a purple afro. Seeing Logia suddenly appear in a marine uniform, she was stunned for a moment and exclaimed, "Marine? Wait! You are that Logia?" Logia nodded. Her name and photo had appeared in the newspaper, so it was normal for someone to know her. However, the woman in front of her suddenly became excited and stretched out her hand as if to hug Logia. Bang! Logia punched the woman in the abdomen, and the latter's eyes suddenly widened, and she knelt down in front of Logia, holding her stomach. Looking down at the woman's purple afro, Logia said coldly, "I don't like others touching me." The woman with the yin-yang hair next to her changed her expression when she saw this. She crossed her hands in front of her chest and turned them into 2 sharp scissors, and then she was about to attack Logia. Logia narrowed her eyes slightly, and her hands were already on the handle of the knife at her waist. At this moment, the Afro woman suddenly raised her head and shouted, "Stop! Inajima, she is not an enemy." The yin-yang hair woman paused, and her hands that turned into scissors also returned to their original state. The woman with the afro got up from the ground, holding her stomach, panting. She looked up at Logia and said with a wry smile, "What a powerful punch! You are worthy of being by brother Gge's side." Hearing Gge's name, Lucia's face showed a rare look of surprise and asked, "Who are you?" Chapter 126. The Afro woman said with a wronged look. "Emporio Ivankov, didn't brother Gge mention me to you?" Hearing this name, Logia slowly put down her hand on the hilt of the sword, and she frowned as she looked at the purple Afro woman in front of her. Gge of course mentioned Ivan to Logia, and she remembered that Ivan was a man. Lucia's eyes swept down from Ivan's chest. Ivan blinked and then she seemed to understand something, and said, "Wait a minute." After saying that, Ivan's 10 fingers instantly turned into needles and stabbed down on both sides of his waist. "Oh oh oh!" Ivan made a charming tone, and Logia frowned when she heard it, but soon, a strong look of astonishment appeared on her face. The original woman with a charming face and a hot body disappeared, replaced by a man with a huge head and a rough face, combined with the revealing red leather jacket. It can be said to be extremely hot. Even Logia, who was very thoughtful, twitched her lips when she saw Ivan, who had turned back into a man. She finally understood what Gge meant by slightly perverted when he mentioned Ivan to her. After Ivan changed back to his original form, he stood on tiptoes and turned in circles. Everyone on the boat shouted as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Appeared. "Our king! What a beautiful posture! I love you!" "Ah!" Lucia's face gradually turned blue. With a flick of her thumb, the pendant on her waist revealed a sharp cold light. She shouted, "Enough!" Ivan stopped turning in circles, threw a coquettish look at Logia, and said, "How about it, Logia? This is the ability of the hormone fruit, isn't it amazing?" Logia turned her head away and said stiffly, "I've experienced it." As she was talking, a blood-colored stream of light flashed by, and Gge appeared beside Logia. He put his hand on Lucia's shoulder and said helplessly, "Okay, Logia, I heard everything. Thank you for your hard work." Logia tilted her head and rubbed the back of Gge's hand, then retreated behind Gge. Gge looked at Ivan and said with a smile, "Ivan, long time no see." Ivan was still in a daze. Hearing this familiar voice, he was shocked, his lips moved, and he murmured, "Brother Gge." Before Gge responded, Ivan suddenly burst into tears. He shouted, opened his arms and rushed towards Gge, hugging Gge tightly in his arms. "Brother Gge! I finally see you again." Artis Yang and Ginny okay. Yvonne was nearly 4 meters and 5 meters tall. After Gge was hugged by him, her face was directly pressed against Ivan's chest, and she said in a muffled voice. They are all very good, Yvonne, please let me go first, it is inconvenient to talk like this. After hearing this, Yvonne quickly let go of Gge. Gge adjusted his collar slightly, glanced around at the people around him, and said with a smile. Yvonne, it seems that you have found many like-minded partners. I am happy for you. Yvonne put his hands on his hips and responded with a playful smile. Yes. Aren't they cute? Gge's face froze. He couldn't bear to hit Yvonne, so he had to bite the bullet and said. Well, just as cute as you are. After being praised by Gge, Yvonne happily spun around in circles again, while her companions gathered around, holding their faces in their hands and looking at Gge with twinkling eyes. A drop of cold sweat ran down Gge's forehead. He calmed down, forced a smile, and said hello to them. Hello. Wow. These people cheered together, and then a man wearing a blue pleated skirt and a stubble on his chin stood up, made a very ladylike manner to Gge, and said. Master Gge, it's an honor to meet you. My name is Kaline. Information about Kalain immediately came to Gge's mind. In the original book, when Sanji was filmed flying to the transvestite island, he was the one who took the lead and served Sanji so ecstatically that he almost bent Sanji. However, the appearance of this person means that Yvonne has already visited the SE island, which is the kingdom of Kamabaka, and this point has been advanced. After responding politely, Gge turned his attention to Inajima, who was standing elegantly aside, holding a glass of red wine. He was Ivan's most capable subordinate in the original work, nicknamed Lightning. Noticing Gge's gaze, Inajima leaned forward with a very respectful attitude. At this moment, the man who was tied up on the ground woke up. In the hazy state, he saw the marine coat floating on Gge's body. Then his eyes widened suddenly and he shouted in surprise. You are the Marine Admiral Black Dragon. Great! Help me! I am Gyps, the king of Kamabaka. I was kidnapped by these perverts. Gge glanced at him lightly, and then asked Yvonne. Yvonne, what's wrong with this guy? Yvonne seemed a little nervous, as if he had done something wrong, and angrily told Gge the whole story. Half a year ago, Yvonne took Inajima to the Kamabaka kingdom, which was suffering from a plague and many people died in the plague. Not only did King Gyps not take any preventive and control measures, but he continued to levy excessively. He ate and drank in the palace without caring about people's lives. After Yvonne learned about the situation, he immediately used his hormone fruit ability to help treat people infected with the plague. In fact, this plague is not that severe. Many people died because they had no money for treatment. Therefore, the success rate of Ivan's treatment was far from what was described later in Impel Down, which was only as low as 1%. In the original work, he indeed saved a country. Under his treatment, the people gradually recovered their health. In the process, they were infected by his unique charm and spontaneously regarded him as king. Thus, a group calling itself New Humanity was born. King Gyps couldn't sit still anymore and immediately sent troops to suppress it. However, he had already lost his heart. Most of the soldiers sent out fell to Ivan's side, and the rest were directly taken care of by Yvonne. In the end, he also joined the new human race. Not long after, Yvonne led people into the palace and arrested Gyps, and she was officially elected as the new king of Kamabaka Kingdom. However, Yvonne has no interest in being a king. He still yearns for the free sea, but he can't leave behind his lovely subordinates. Finally, at Inajima's suggestion, Yvonne named himself a king, then selected some very talented subordinates and set sail again. Chapter 127. After finishing his story, Yvonne looked at Gge with some anxiety, whose face was shrouded in shadow. In the sunlight, the black-based epaulet on Marine's cloak flashed a golden light. Yvonne knew that what he had done was usurping the country in the eyes of the world, and it was a heinous crime. But now GGE is Marine Admiral, and he who committed the crime of usurping the country is naturally the target of GGE's arrest. But even though he knew this, he still told the truth truthfully because he didn't want to lie to his only eldest brother. The new humans around them also realized this. They all swallowed and stopped making noise. The originally cheerful atmosphere gradually became depressing. Only Gyps looked proud. He struggled to sit up straight and laughed arrogantly. Ha ha ha. I'm so lucky. I met Marine Admiral. You guys are all. Bang. Click. Everyone on the boat was suddenly startled. When they reacted, they saw GGE's head sunk into the deck, and GGE's foot was stepping on his sunken face, and blood mixed with brain matter spilled out. GGE looked down at the dead Gyps with an expressionless face and said calmly. It's very noisy. The next second, the ground under GGE's feet was instantly covered with a layer of darkness. When the darkness faded, GGE's dirt-stained shoes had become as smooth as new. GGE's body was also cleaned along with the dirt. This scene deeply stimulated all the new humans present. Yvonne hesitated and said to GGE. Brother GGE. GGE turned his head and said helplessly. Yvonne, can you stop stuttering when you say my name? Well, brother GGE, how do you give him? Speaking of this, Yvonne suddenly paused, and then he changed his words. I'm sorry, brother GGE. I shouldn't have killed Gyps in front of you. GGE tilted his head and said angrily. What nonsense are you talking about? I killed the person, what does it have to do with you? As he said that, he turned to look at Lucia again and asked. Lucia, did you see everything just now? Lucia smiled softly and said softly. I saw it. Gyps disturbed the young master, and he deserves to be punished. He has been executed on the spot by the young master. This conversation made everyone present stunned. Yvonne wanted to say something more, but GGE raised his hand to stop him and said. Okay, if you kill an incompetent king, just kill him. Don't be so nervous. Amid the blank stares, GGE held her chin and thought for a moment, then said to Yvonne. Yvonne, you will be the king of Kamabaka from now on. The world government will issue the corresponding documents soon. Remember to receive it when the time comes. GGE completed the official change of king in an understatement. In fact, given his status, changing the king of a small country like Kamabaka is indeed a matter of just one sentence. As long as he lets out the word, someone will take care of it for him. After settling the matter, GGE patted Yvonne and said. Let's go, don't be stunned. Ah? Where are you going, brother GGE? Of course I'm going to the headquarters with me, but I can only take you with me. The style of your subordinates is a bit, well, it doesn't match that of the headquarters. Some people may not be able to accept it. Yvonne also knows this. The concept of new humans is too advanced, and it is normal for official law enforcement agencies like Naval Headquarters, which are known for their seriousness, not to accept it. He was still very touched in his heart, because GGE showed enough respect for the new humans from beginning to end, and the new humans around him also felt this. From now on, GGE is the big brother to all of them. After Yvonne gave Inajima a few instructions, he followed GGE on the approaching warship and went to Naval Headquarters Marineford together. Halfway through, Yvonne took the initiative to turn herself into a woman, which was also the most normal state for her. After the warship docked, GGE said to Yvonne, who turned into a woman. Yvonne, I have to go to Marshal Kong first. You wait for me at the port. I'll be back soon. Although Yvonne came to Naval Headquarters for the first time, he did not feel nervous due to his carefree personality. She was so excited when she thought about being reunited with her former partners. She raised her eyebrows at GGE and said. Okay brother GGE, I'll wait for you. GGE's body trembled, he turned around and wiped the cold sweat from his head, leading Logia and a group of subordinates towards Marine Ford. Not long after they left, another warship sailed into the port. A slightly coquettish-looking figure fell straight down from the bow of the ship with his hands in his pockets, landing not far from Ivan. This man was wearing a grey suit and a black top hat. After landing, he took out a cigarette from his trouser pocket and held it in his mouth. Without using a lighter, he put his fingers to the butt of the cigarette, and then a dazzling golden light burst out from his fingertips. Making Ivan, who was observing him, couldn't help but narrow his eyes. When the light dissipated, the smoke had been lit. The man took a deep breath and exhaled a bunch of solid smoke. This set of actions can be said to be the ultimate showman, and Ivan immediately gave him applause. The man turned his head when he heard the applause, and Ivan saw his face clearly. He couldn't help but be stunned and thought to himself, what a unique temperament. Under Ivan's appreciative gaze, the man pursed his lips and said in an ups and downs tone, "Oh miss, you look a little unfamiliar." Then, he saw the warship belonging to GGE parked not far away, and said to himself, is GGE back too? I haven't seen him for a while. I'll go find him after meeting Marshal Kong. The dinner tonight is planned." Ivan also remembered the identity of this person at this moment. She clapped her hands and said suddenly, "You are Vice Admiral Barusalino, one of the Marine Supernovas." A slightly lewd smile appeared on Kizaru's face, and just as he was about to speak, another group of people came off his warship. The leader was a burly figure walking towards Kizaru, his voice sounded a little muffled. "Polo Salino, I saw Brother GGE's warship, we." Before he could finish speaking, a voice full of surprise sounded. "Big Bear." Xiong was stunned for a moment, thinking that the voice sounded familiar. He slowly turned his head and saw Ivan standing there with an excited look on his face. Looking at the hot Ivan, Xiong hesitated for a moment and said in shock, You are Ivan Chan." Chapter 128. "Xiong, do you know the beauty over there?" Kizaru scratched his head and pointed at Ivan, but the bear did not respond. He teleported directly to Ivan, and then the two hugged each other tightly. After they separated, Ivan patted the bear's broad chest. She looked up at the bear's face and said, "Big Bear, you have changed a lot compared to before." "Well, Ivan Chan, it seems that you are the one who has changed the most." Ivan laughed with his hands on his hips, and was about to use his ability to change back to his original state. Kizaru came over. He looked at Ivan curiously and asked the bear, "Xiong, let me introduce you. Who is this lady to you?" Before the bear could speak, Ivan directly held Kizaru's hand, winked at him, and said enthusiastically, "Hello, my name is Emporio Ivankov, I am a friend of Big Bear, nice to meet you, Vice Admiral Barusalino." Kizaru also hurriedly introduced himself formally, and then asked, "Miss Ivan, how did you come to Marine Ford?" Hearing Kizaru's name to Ivan, a strange look appeared on Xiong's face, his lips moved, but in the end he remained silent. Ivan smiled and pointed at GGE's warship and said, "Brother GGE sent me here. He, Big Bear, Ginny and I are good friends who have known each other since childhood." Kizaru immediately became very close to Ivan as soon as he heard this. Considering that he and GGE had slept in the same room for 3 years, GGE's friends were naturally his friends. The subordinates following him also looked at Ivan with fiery faces after hearing this, and they all wanted to come up and say a few words to Ivan to brush their faces. Many people are even attracted by the hot figure Ivan. Naval Headquarters now has a hot circle, with 7 Marine supernovas in the center, and flying squirrels and other elite students who were close to GGE and the others in Marine School. The people in this circle can be said to be the pillars of the next generation of Marine, and the core figure is naturally GGE. This name has become a golden brand. After all, this is the youngest Marine Admiral in Marine history. Yvonne and Kizaru had a very happy chat. She really admired Kizaru's unique temperament and couldn't stop looking at Kizaru's slender figure. When people around him saw this, they thought it was Yvonne who was flirting with Kizaru. Got the idea? When Gge came back, he was stunned for a moment when he saw Yvonne chatting happily with Kizaru. Others Marine immediately stood still when he saw Gge, saluted the military salute and shouted, "Black Dragon Admiral!" Kizaru raised his hand and shook it at Gge. "Hey! Gge, long time no see!" Gge came over with a smile and said, "Long time no see, Porosalino, it seems I don't need to introduce my friend to you." "Haha, Miss Yvonne is very charming." Gge raised his eyebrows, exchanged a look with Xiang, then coughed twice and said, "In that case, we have to have a good get-together tonight." Kizaru put his hand on Gge's shoulder and said, "I've been waiting for your words." "Well, I'll take Yvonne to meet Ginny first. See you in the evening." "Okay." When they were alone, Gge took Yvonne and Xiang to find Ginny. Before leaving, Yvonne smiled charmingly at Kizaru and said, "See you in the evening, Porosalino Vice Admiral." Kizaru made a gesture that he thought was the most handsome, causing Yvonne to laugh like an alarm bell. When Ginny saw Yvonne and confirmed her identity, her rosy mouth suddenly turned into an O shape. She hugged Gge's arm, pointed at Yvonne and said tremblingly, You, are you really brother Yvonne?" Yvonne puffed up his chest proudly, first showing off his figure, and then using his ability to change back to his original shape. He explained his hormone fruit to Ginny. After listening to it, Ginny was silent for a while and held back a sentence. "This devil fruit is really suitable for brother Yvonne." Yvonne was naturally very satisfied with his devil fruit. He shook his needle-shaped fingers and said, "Yes. It is the best partner for me." "Ginny, do you want to experience its magical abilities?" A look of fear appeared on Ginny's face. She shook her head vigorously, hid her whole body in Gge's arms, and said in a low voice, No, brother Yvonne, you should find someone else." Yvonne sighed regretfully, and then turned his expectant eyes to Gge and Xiang. Xiang retreated directly behind Gge. Gge was worthy of being the eldest brother. He just diverted trouble to the east with one move. "Yvonne, we are quite satisfied with our current situation. If you want to show off your ability, why not go to Porosalino? He is very curious and will definitely be willing to try it. But then you first don't tell him what your abilities are specifically." Ivan's eyes lit up and he said, "Okay, Vice Admiral Porosalino will definitely like my ability." Gge kept an awkward yet polite smile on his face, but Kizaru, who was drinking tea in the office, sneezed and felt a chill in his lower part. In the evening, Gge booked a private room in the most luxurious restaurant in the headquarters. Except for Akainu and Jun, all the marine supernovas came here, except for one more female Yvonne. Lucia and Ginny sat on either side of Gge, and on either side of Kizaru were Xiang and Yvonne, but Yvonne was closer to Kizaru, and the chairs were almost touching. The 6 people chatted while eating, and the atmosphere was very cheerful. During this period, Gge asked Kizaru casually, "Why are you back today?" Kizaru responded while eating, "Hi. I just received news that I am being transferred to protect Vegapunk, the so-called world's #1 scientist." Having said this, he swallowed the food in his mouth, picked up a glass of wine, drank it, smacked his lips and continued. "And it's not just about protection. Vegapunk is researching a war machine. He feels that my ability is very suitable as an attack method for this machine. Transferring me will also facilitate his research." Gge's heart moved, and he quickly realized that the war machine Kizaru was talking about must be the pacifist behind him. He didn't expect it to be put on the agenda so quickly. He glanced at Kizaru and asked, "Aren't you being used as a test subject? Don't you object?" Kizaru blinked his eyes and said. I don't mind. I just shoot a few lasers every day. Besides, no one without a good eye would dare to assassinate Vegapunk, right? This job is much more comfortable than working as a base. I'm quite satisfied. That's true. Chapter 129. Kizaru looked at the bear again and said. I'm not going alone this time. There's a bear too. Vegapunk heard about the bear's abilities and wants the bear to help him deal with his fatigue problems so that he can devote more time to scientific research. Well, I really understand. I can't think like this. Gge was stunned for a moment and asked Xiang. Xiang, why didn't you say anything about this afternoon? The bear scratched his head and said. I was so happy at the time that I didn't think about the mission. Gge frowned slightly. Normally, without Pony's incident, Xiang would not have any contact with Vegapunk anymore, but he didn't expect that Xiang would have to be involved in the pacifists' research. However, it is impossible for the world government to persecute bears anymore. Sartan, the mastermind in the original book, is now considered to be on Gge's side. Even if there is a Wuchulai and Garin is around, he does not dare to have any more evil intentions. I just don't know if the pacifists will behave like bears this time. Thinking of this, Gge shook his head and wondered if he was based on Kizaru. That elegant expression really didn't match the war machine. After dinner, at Ginny's suggestion, the six of them went for a walk on the Marine School's training ground. Ginny walked in front, vividly telling Yvonne about her previous experiences at Marine School, and Yvonne would burst into laughter from time to time. Just when Gge thought that tonight was going to end like this, Yvonne suddenly turned around and said to Kizaru with a smile on his face. Poor Salino, I suddenly remembered that you don't know that I am a demon fruit power, do you? Kizaru drank a lot tonight and his face looked a little red. He shook his head and asked curiously. Oh? Yvonne, are you also a person with abilities? Can you tell me what your abilities are? Of course. We are already friends, and I am happy to show my abilities to my friends. My ability is to make people become extremely beautiful. Hip hop. Kizaru felt itchy in his heart and said. It sounds like it should be Paramecia's. Paramecia's abilities are very magical. Can you let me see them? A meaningful smile appeared at the corner of Ivan's mouth. She walked to Kizaru on cat steps, tapped her fingers lightly on Kizaru's chest, and said. Okay, I just need your cooperation. Kizaru also got excited and said immediately. Tell me, how do you want me to cooperate? Just relax, close your eyes now and leave the rest to me, hip hop. Kizaru actually closed his eyes. Everyone present was his own, so he had nothing to be wary of. As everyone knows, Gge and the others have already consciously taken a step back. They all stared, and Gge even had a little expectation in his heart. Yvonne took a deep breath, then suddenly took action, pinning his hands on both sides of Kizaru's waist, and shouted. Embryo estrogen. Nanny? Female, oh. Kizaru couldn't help but be surprised when he heard the name of this move. However, before he could finish speaking, Ivan's ability had been completely released. Under the influence of hormones, Kizaru couldn't help but make a strange noise and his body began to twist. Under the gaze of Gge and others, the hat on Kizaru's head was pushed open by his longer hair, which stopped until it covered his ears. The habitually separated thighs gradually came together, and the breasts became extremely tall. Even the two girls present, Lucia and Ginny, were so majestic that they felt ashamed. Of course, the most obvious change has to be Kizaru's face. Her skin looks exceptionally white and smooth. Her originally distinctive facial features finally let go of their rebellion and combined into a rather charming face. Huang Yuan lowered her head in confusion and wanted to see her body, but her sight was blocked by her tall chest, and she couldn't even see her toes. The originally well-fitting suit now looked a little baggy. She took an awkward step, and the evening breeze penetrated through her trousers. There was a chilling feeling in her crotch. Huang Yuan's complexion changed and she subconsciously used her hands to block it. If the original Kizaru had made such an action, it would definitely be obscene. However, Huang Yuan now gave people a shy feeling. She raised her face to look at Yvonne and said shyly and angrily, "This is your fruit power." Ivan's eyes were filled with admiration. She patted Huang Yuan's shoulder and said, "How is it? Isn't this feeling very wonderful? What a wonderful fart! Change me back quickly." Huang Yuan's face was already flushed, and she clenched her fists tightly against her waist. Female hormones not only changed her appearance, but also her behavior. Click, click, click. The sound of taking pictures rang out. Ginny took out the image phone bug from somewhere and took a photo of Huang Yuan's appearance. When Huang Yuan looked over, she quickly put the phone bug behind her back and looked up at the beautiful starry sky. Yvonne was still intoxicated. She held her face and said, "The effect is even better than I expected. Polo Solino, you really have great potential." A big tic-tac-toe appeared on Huang Yuan's forehead, and a cross-shaped golden light appeared in her pupils. She put her hands on Ivan's shoulders and shook her at the speed of light. "Disgusting! Change me back soon!" Because the shaking was so fast, Ivan's eyes turned into Uzumaki-like shapes and he almost fainted. At this moment, Gge waved his hand and said, "Polo Solino, have you forgotten what teacher Zephyr taught you? Use Haki." Huang Yuan was stunned for a moment, then her hands loosened, and Yvonne threw his head back and fell to the ground. Of course she didn't forget it, but the power of the hormone fruit was so evil that she forgot about it for a while. After being reminded by Gge, Huang Yuan immediately calmed down, mobilized Haki, and crackling Haki lightning began to appear on her body, just like the scene in the original work when Luo used Haki to relieve the disease fruit ability. With Huang Yuan's Haki strength, as long as he is given some time, he can also remove the ability of the hormonal fruit. After a while, Kizaru returned to his original appearance. He stood there panting, and even though he had regained his strength as a man, his face still had a look of shock. It wasn't until he reached down and touched it that he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Wiping the cold sweat on his head, Kizaru thought to himself, "Fortunately, that guy Sakazuki isn't here." Not far away, Gge reached out and touched Ginny and whispered, "Ginny, don't forget to develop the photos. It's a pity that Sakazuki didn't see this scene." Chapter 130. In the office of the headquarters, Gge was lying on his back on a chair, shaking a glass of red wine in his hand. Ever since he became a vampire fruit user, he has been very fond of red liquid. Since he is now an admiral, his permanent residence has been transferred from the G1 branch to Marine Ford. However, he still serves as the director of the G1 base. Because Kamui is here, he can appear between the two locations at any time. There are flying squirrels in the G1 branch, which are enough to deal with most pirate forces. If you really encounter someone you can't deal with, you only need to inform Gge. Gge had just taken a sip of the red wine in the glass when there was a knock on the door. Sengoku opened the door and walked in, holding a little boy by the hand. The boy was short, fair-skinned, with blonde hair, and his eyes were covered by his hair. He looked a little nervous after entering the door, holding Sengoku's hand tightly with both hands. Gge knew the identity of this little boy just by looking at him. He was Donquixote Rosinante. Although he knew it in his heart, Gge still pretended not to know, pointed at Rosinante and asked, "This is?" Sengoku touched Rosinante's head and said kindly, "He's my adopted child, Rosinante." Rosinante raised his head and secretly observed Gge with his big eyes behind his hair. Sengoku suddenly pushed him out and said with a smile, "Rosinante, didn't you always say you wanted to see the Black Dragon Admiral? Why are you so shy now?" Gge stood up with a smile and came to Rosinante, squatted down, raised his hand and gently stroked Rosinante's hair, and said, "Hello." Rosinante's face flushed nervously, he folded his hands on his abdomen, quickly bowed to Gge, and said in a low voice, "Hello Black Dragon Admiral, I am Rosinante." Looking at the little Rosinante in front of him, Gge realized that they were born to the same parents. Doflamingo and Rosinante, apart from both having yellow hair, were really different in personality. But thinking of Jialan and Gulando, Gge felt relieved. Reaching out and touching Rosinante's head, Gge smiled and said, "No need to call the Black Dragon Admiral, how old are you this year?" 11 years old. "Oh, then I'm not much older than you. You can call me Big Brother Gge from now on." Rosinante glanced at Sengoku, who nodded slightly. After receiving his signal, Rosinante's face finally broke into a smile and he called Brother Gge. Sengoku put his hand on Rosinante's head and said to Gge with a smile, "Gge, this kid really admires you. He keeps pestering me to bring him to meet you. I'm sorry to bother you." Gge shook his head and said, "How could it be? This kid looks very kind, and I quite like him." Sengoku nodded, looked at Rosinante with a flash of affection in his eyes, and said, "Yes, he is indeed a kind child and a heart-warming child." Gge took advantage of the situation and asked, "Where are his biological parents?" When her parents were mentioned, Rosinante, who was still very happy, immediately lowered her head. Sengoku sighed softly and told Rosinante's story. From Sengoku's point of view, there is nothing to hide. The Rosinante family has given up their identity as celestial dragons, and the world government has completely ignored them, leaving their family to fend for themselves. Now Rosinante is just an ordinary orphan. After Gge heard this, he looked at Rosinante in surprise and said, "I didn't expect this kid to be a celestial dragons. He doesn't look like him at all." Yes, Rosinante grew up in Marie Joyce, but his character is still as innocent as an ordinary child. It is really rare. In comparison, his brother. Rosinante suddenly reached out and tugged on Sengoku's pants and said softly, "Stop talking, Mr. Sengoku." His eyes were covered by his hair, and no one could see the expression on his face, but Sengoku and Gge could still see from his trembling body how painful he felt inside at this moment. It was too cruel for a child to watch his brother kill his father. Gge feels that a large part of the reason why Rosinante didn't go dark later was because he met Sengoku. As for Doflamingo, this kid is currently in the underworld. He has filial piety to Gge in the past few years, but he was rejected by Gge. Gge is not interested in money. Well, this is definitely not Versailles. He accepted Doflamingo not only because of Doflamingo's talent, but also because he wanted to cultivate a spokesperson for himself in the dark world in the future. Gge's position in Doflamingo's heart is now the same as Kaido in the original work. Doflamingo fears Gge from the bottom of his heart, but he also respects Gge. This kind of fear and respect has been cultivated since childhood. After all, the prestige of the Figolando family in the Holy Land is too great. So as long as Doflamingo doesn't have his head smashed, it will be difficult for him to think of betraying Gge. Rosinante was still immersed in painful memories. Gge stretched out a finger and touched his forehead, comforting him softly. "Don't think about it, Marine will be your home from now on." Rosinante wiped her tears, nodded vigorously, and said, "I will definitely become an excellent Marine like Mr. Sengoku and Brother Gge in the future." Hearing this, Sengoku's face showed a look of relief. He thought that he had come to the right place to bring Rosinante to see Gge this time. Sometimes the power of an idol is still greater than that of a biological father, not to mention that he is also an adopted father. Gge suddenly said, "Sengoku Admiral, did you give Rosinante the devil fruit?" Sengoku was stunned for a moment and said, "No, why are you asking about this suddenly?" Gge breathed a sigh of relief and said. It's okay, I'm just asking, devil fruit is really not something you can eat blindly. In his opinion, the fruit of silence in the original work really delayed Rosinante, and that ability was purely to serve the plot. After all, Rosinante is also Doflamingo's younger brother. Even if there is a gap in talent, it is not that big of a difference. After all, the two have very different body shapes when they grow up. I just don't know how Sengoku taught Rosinante in the original novel, or maybe he was too busy and didn't teach him much at all. Otherwise, in an environment like this, Rosinante would never have gone wild, and Doflamingo would have been so much weaker. If Rosinante is given a better devil fruit and trained well, he will definitely grow into a good combat power. Chapter 131. Sengoku came today not only because of Rosinante. He asked Rosinante to sit on the sofa, and then said. Gge, the graduation examination of Marine School will be held in 3 months. Marshal Kong wants you to be responsible for the final examination. Gge raised his eyebrows, and then said thoughtfully. The final assessment? Is it just like my teacher Zephyr? I guess the subjects of the assessment should be Ryu, Aramaki, and Aokiji, right? Yes, the 3 of them are just like you back then. Their strength is far superior to other students, and there are not many people qualified to evaluate them. Mr. Zephyr gave up. Well, that's not the case. Zephyr thinks that although the 3 of them are powerful, they are still not as good as you back then. He doesn't really want to do this job anymore. Moreover, many people in the younger generation now take you as an example, so it's okay for you to come here. It can inspire these recruits who are about to graduate. That's it, okay, I'll take this job. Gge responded, clenched his fists, and raised an evil smile at the corner of his mouth. That guy Long has become a lot more honest since he was beaten twice. 3 years have passed, and this time he can help Long remember it. 3 months later, the graduation examination came as scheduled. Just like the previous one, this graduation assessment also lasted for 2 days. On the first day, after Long and other students entered the venue, they immediately looked up at the high platform. On the high platform, below the empty position of the marshal, there are 3 chairs. This is the position belonging to the Marine Admiral. Under everyone's odd gaze, Sengoku, Zephyr and Gge, wearing marine cloaks, slowly walked onto the high platform. Sengoku is sitting in the middle with Zephyr and Gge on the left and right. Compared to the 2 veteran admirals, the young students are obviously paying more attention to Gge sitting on the right. As soon as Gge sat down, a shout of Senior Gge rang out from below. Zephyr couldn't help laughing and said. Gge, your junior classmates are calling you. Gge smiled slightly, and then waved downwards. The shouts from below suddenly became louder, and they did not stop until Kong stood up and announced that the assessment had begun. The first day's assessment was a bit boring for Gge. After all, it was a battle between ordinary students, but he still kept a smile through it. In fact, the quality of this class of students is not bad, but because Gge and his class were so dazzling, they seem a bit mediocre. You must know that this is a class with 7 marine supernovas. Even if there are not 7 of them, there are still elites such as Flying Squirrel. If the Flying Squirrel from the previous year was placed in this assessment, he would definitely get the first place. Of course, this is without the participation of the 3 dragons. In just 1 day, the assessments of other students have ended, which also means that the main event is about to begin. Early the next morning, Long, Aramaki, and Aokiji stood in the center of the venue early, waiting for their assessment. This time, the headquarters did not hide the content of their assessment. They had already said in advance that their assessor would be Gge. Among the 3, Aokiji's expression was the most excited. He couldn't help but recall the time when he joined the army. That year, he also fought Gge with Aramaki and Long, but in that battle, he was the first to lose, which was a pity for him. Now he finally has a chance to make up for this regret. He is confident that he will never be the first person to lose again, at least he will not be worse than Aramu. Thinking of this, Aokiji glanced at Aramaki next to him provocatively. Aramaki looked back at an idiot and muttered. What is this kid so excited about? Long stood aside with his head down, air surging through his body. He was concentrating on adjusting himself to the best condition to deal with the next battle. On the high platform, Kong repeated the assessment content of Long and the other two again. When he finished reading, Gge slowly stood up from his chair, and in a flash, he instantly appeared opposite Long and the other two. After Aramaki and Aokiji were stunned for a moment, they immediately greeted Gge with excitement. After Gge responded one by one, he glanced at Long with a smile and said, Long, I heard from Vice Admiral Garp that you have been following him on the sea all this time. It seems that you have listened to my advice. I wonder how your strength has improved. Long narrowed his eyes and said, I will have to trouble Admiral Black Dragon to come and test it in person. Aramaki curled his lips and thought, I think he is good again. Gge laughed, then slowly restrained his smile and said softly, then I am really looking forward to it. After that, Gge turned his head and signaled to the referee on the sidelines. The referee saluted first, and then gave the signal to start the game. The next second, Long did not wait for Aramaki and Aokiji, and turned into a ball of wind and rushed towards Gge, blowing the floor to pieces along the way, which was a huge momentum. In the violent green hurricane, a black dragon claw stretched out and grabbed Gge's left chest. Gge put one hand in his pocket and raised the other hand slightly. With a snap, he easily grabbed the claw that stretched out. What? Long's face appeared in the hurricane, with an expression of disbelief. Just as he was about to break free, Gge pulled Long out of the hurricane directly, and then hit Long's back with an elbow. Boom! A big pit appeared at Gge's feet, and there were still wisps of green air at the entrance. Garp on the high platform looked depressed and said to himself. Is the gap still so big? As soon as the voice fell, a strong wind suddenly blew on the field, and a tornado rose from the pit, blowing the marine cloak that Gge was wearing. However, the tornado only blew for a while and rolled back, landing between Aokiji and Aramaki. The wind intertwined Long's body, he bent his waist slightly, his face was livid. Aramaki laughed out loud after seeing this, and said while laughing. Ha ha ha! Long, how did you become a lobster in just a short while? Long ignored Aramaki and said to Aokiji on the side. Kyuzan, help me. Aokiji nodded, he spread his palms, emitting white cold air. Seeing this, Long immediately condensed a mini tornado on his palm, and the tornado gradually broke away and expanded rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this moment, Aokiji suddenly pushed out his arms and pushed all the cold air into the tornado storm that was already like a natural disaster. In the horrified eyes of everyone, an ice blue storm appeared in the center of the venue. Long shouted and controlled the storm to sweep towards Gge. Extreme Cold Storm. Chapter 132. With the addition of the ice element, the area where the storm passed was instantly frozen, and then was swept high into the sky by the violent airflow. When Gge saw this scene, he only had one thought in his mind, that is, the funds were burning. Even in the face of such a natural disaster, Gge still stood there with a calm expression. The elemental fusion technique developed by Long and Aokiji only made him slightly more interested. As an examiner, Gge made a comment out of professionalism. The abilities are well developed. After that, Gge made the same move as the dragon. He opened his palms, and the darkness surging in his body immediately turned into black torrents, gathering in a spiral shape on his palms. Soon, a mini version of the dark tornado formed. Gge waved his hand and said calmly. Dark storm. Under the gaze of all the marine officers, two terrifying tornadoes, one blue and one black, that almost connected the sky and the earth collided, and everyone couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. However, the collision of the two natural disasters did not make a sound. At the moment of the collision, the blue tornado was pulled into the arms of the black tornado like a delicate little girl, and then became the color of the latter. Long and Aokiji were stunned when they saw their crystallization being destroyed. They didn't expect that the fusion technique they had worked so hard to develop would be so vulnerable. After Aramaki saw the expressions of the two of them, his cheeks immediately puffed up, and then he burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha! After tinkering for so long, you come up with this. Aokiji looked embarrassed, but Aramaki's smile was too unrestrained, and he said angrily. Aramaki! We are taking an exam. Can you be more serious? Hey? Popsicle idiot, are you teaching me how to do something? The two put their faces together, neither letting the other go. Seeing this scene, Zephyr on the high platform rolled his eyes and said helplessly. Two idiots. Seeing Aramaki and Aokiji quarreling more and more vigorously, Long shouted loudly. That's enough. It's coming. The two of them raised their eyebrows together, and then they felt a terrifying gravitational force, which was GGE's dark storm. The dark storm is not like a tornado, which makes the surrounding environment fly with sand and rocks. It is silent and clean wherever it passes, but the more it does, the more frightening it is. Long's face looked a little ugly. While resisting the pull of gravity, he shouted to Aramaki and Aokiji. Get out of here quickly. Elementalization cannot resist the darkness. In the darkness, all living beings are equal. Needless to say, both Aokiji and Aramaki knew this, so a scene that stunned Ryu happened. The two people who had originally been so quarreling that they were about to fight suddenly showed an amazing tacit understanding. Aokiji suddenly lay on Aramaki's back, and then his whole body turned into a layer of ice and stuck to it. Aramaki shivered from the cold and muttered. Damn it, the critical moment is not for Laozi. After saying that, Aramaki glanced sarcastically at the sluggish dragon, and then the lower part of his body turned into a thick and dense tree root and drilled directly into the ground. Long was so angry that he almost cursed. Together, the two of them also came up with a fusion skill, and it was specially used for escape. The dark storm was getting closer and closer, and the gravitational force generated was getting stronger and stronger. The dragon had no time to think about it, so he had to turn his whole body into elements and fly towards the sky with all his strength. Since he was surrounded by friendly forces, GGE did not let the dark storm continue to rage. With a move of his hand, the dark storm immediately dissipated and turned into a thick black energy that melted into GGE's body. At this time, the entire site was in terrible shape, and all the paved floors disappeared, revealing the land underneath that looked like it had been violently plowed. After a while, a bud broke out of the ground, and then a vegetative person rushed out. Naturally, it was Huang Mu who had just burrowed into the ground to take refuge. He opened his mouth and said angrily. How long are you going to lie down? Come down quickly. Laozi is freezing to death. Snap! A puddle of crushed ice smeared on the ground, and soon another Aokiji grew. Call! A hurricane fell from the sky, and Long appeared from it with a black face. Without even looking at Aokiji and Aramaki, he wrapped his arms in armor and stood in front of them, his eyes locked on GGE. Aokiji raised his hand and plucked out a young grass from Aramaki's head, blew a breath of cold air, made a sharp ice blade and held it in his hand. Before Aramaki could react, Aokiji strode out, stood on the side of the dragon, and whispered. Long, let's go together. Long said nothing, a strong airflow surged out of his lower body, and he rushed out first. Aokiji followed closely, tiptoeing, leaving a small piece of cold ice in place, and the person had disappeared. Aramu touched the top of his head and cursed, then transformed into a giant tree man and entered a fighting state. After 3 years, the strength of the three of them can be said to have improved by leaps and bounds. However, when they faced GGE, they still felt a deep sense of powerlessness, which was even worse than 3 years ago. Facing the 3 attacks, GGE seemed to be too relaxed, and he neutralized all 3 attacks with a wave of his hands. The young students who came to watch were stunned. The strength of the 3 dragons was already very terrifying to them. They could not even see clearly the moves of the 3 of them. At most, they could see some afterimages. As for GGE, let alone that. From their perspective, GGE was completely motionless, not even changing his hairstyle from beginning to end, but Long and the other 3 were already sweating profusely. It is normal for this situation to occur, because even GGE himself does not know what level of strength he has reached after awakening the Lunaria blood factor and becoming a vampire fruit user. Long didn't know this. Now he was a little heartbroken and let out an unwilling roar. Impossible, the gap can't be so big. Oh! An evil smile appeared on the corner of GGE's lips. He, who was originally focused on defense, suddenly took action, grabbing Aramaki and Aokiji one by one and throwing them away. The next second, a pair of wide black wings stretched out from GGE's back, and quickly transformed into a pair of black bat wings. Long's eyes suddenly widened, he looked at GGE in horror, and said in shock. What's going on? Aren't you from Logia? Not only the dragon, but Garp and others who saw GGE in this form for the first time also stood up. Even Sora was dumbfounded. At this moment, he couldn't connect GGE's wings with race. It was definitely characteristics of Zoan's transformation. Chapter 133. With wings waving, GGE rose into the air, looking down at the dragon below. Long looked at the pair of black bat wings, his throat rolled, and he murmured. Are you a devil? GGE smiled slightly, as if to respond to Long's description. There was a ball of blood behind him. This image looked like an evil villain no matter how you looked at it. With a shake of his wings, GGE turned into a bloody stream of light and appeared in front of the dragon in an instant. This speed was completely beyond the dragon's imagination. When he reacted, his neck had been grabbed by GGE, which also meant that he lost his fruit ability. Long tried to use Haki to attack, but it couldn't shake GGE at all. Instead, GGE had a look of pleasure on his face, as if he was enjoying a massage. The corners of GGE's mouth raised slightly, revealing a sharp fang, which pierced the dragon's neck in his horrified gaze. In just a moment, Long lost consciousness. His eyes were empty and his mind was filled with blood. With a plop, Long fell to the ground, his eyes wide open as if he was still staring at death. GGE knelt down and helped Long close his eyes very considerately. Then he waved his hand and the referee hurried over. The referee looked at GGE's side face with fear. GGE turned his head with a smile and said softly. Carry the dragon down, he is asleep. Everyone who heard this sentence breathed a sigh of relief, because the dragon's state just looked really scary, and he looked like he was dead. Immediately, medical staff came over and lifted Long onto a stretcher. Just as they were about to take Long away from the venue, Long's body suddenly shook violently. He clenched his fists and shouted. No! The world shouldn't be like this. The medical staff carrying the stretcher was so frightened that they stopped where they were, wondering what kind of madness this young Marine had. The referee hurried over to check and found that Long was still asleep. He should have been talking in his sleep just now. After wiping the cold sweat from his head, the referee waved his hand and Long was finally carried away from the scene. This also means that Long's assessment is over and he becomes the first person to lose. GGE glanced at Aokiji and Aramaki on the sidelines. They only saw GGE's lips move, and then there was a bang, and the ground under their feet exploded instantly. Before they could react, they were already tightly controlled by GGE and floating in the air. Aramaki immediately admitted defeat, and Aokiji, who wanted to struggle a little longer, became honest after seeing this. Taking the two of them back to the ground, GGE smiled and said. The 3 of you performed very well and passed the assessment. Aokiji scratched his head and said sheepishly. But Senior GGE, I think compared to your time, we are still far behind. Okay Kyuzan, you are already very good, the teacher is proud of you. Kyuzan was stunned for a moment and turned to look. Zephyr came down from the high platform at some point and was walking towards this side with a smile. Arriving in front of the three of them, Zephyr looked at GGE with emotion and said. GGE, it's really hard for these guys to have you as the assessor. Zephyr, who had watched the entire battle, found that he could no longer see through GGE. Especially when GGE showed his vampire posture, even he felt a sense of palpitations. This shows that GGE may have surpassed himself now, but it was only less than 2 years ago. This growth rate has simply reached an appalling level. So it's not that the three dragons are not talented enough, but that under the background of GGE, the aura of any genius will be dimmed. Of course, Zephyr still doesn't know that there will be a guy named Luffy in the original book in the future. He goes to sea at the age of 17 and can FK 4 emperors at the age of 19. According to his standards, this is definitely a monster. Zephyr encouraged Aramaki and Aokiji a few more words, and then Sora on the high platform announced the results of the assessment, and just like last time, the graduation ranks were awarded to the three dragons. All three were assigned the rank of Rear Admiral. Aramaki and Aokiji came on stage to receive their own marine cloaks, while Ryuu's was given to Garp by Sora, who would be handed over to him when Ryuu woke up. Although his son was awarded the rank of Rear Admiral, Garp still seemed a little uninterested. He accepted it silently and left here. In the headquarters hospital, Long was lying on a white hospital bed. His facial expression looked extremely ferocious, and the sheets had been scratched by him. Doctors and nurses all stood outside the door, because the ward was filled with violent airflow, and the walls were covered with traces of wind blades. If Aramaki were here, he would definitely ask if Long was about to give birth. Garp was also startled by this scene when he arrived. He ignored the airflow in the ward and walked to Long's bedside. Long closed his eyes tightly. His forehead was covered with sweat, and he kept talking. It sounded messy, but there was only one word that was exceptionally clear, and that was revolution. Garp's face no longer had the same smile as before. He frowned, stretched out a big hand to wipe the sweat from Long's forehead, leaned over and whispered in Long's ear. Long, what's wrong with you? Long didn't respond, and his voice became louder and louder. Garp knew that he couldn't continue like this. Some of the things Long said had already violated taboos. The iron fist of love. In the astonished eyes of all the medical staff, Garp punched Long in the stomach. The bedboard broke instantly. Long's eyes widened suddenly, and he hunched over and was sandwiched between the two bedboards. Looking at the ward that was badly damaged by him, a look of confusion flashed across Long's eyes, and then he became inexplicably firm, as if he had made some decision. Then he stood up from the ground as if nothing was wrong, glanced at the concerned Garp next to him, and said softly. Father, I want to quit Marine. Nanny. Garp trembled violently. He grabbed Long by the collar and pulled him over. He stared and asked. Did your kid's brain get damaged? What did you say just now? Tell me again. After speaking, Garp did not forget to turn his head and glance at the door. The onlookers and medical staff immediately dispersed, leaving the ward to the father and son. Long looked at it expressionlessly. After everyone left, he slowly opened his mouth and said. I said, I want to quit Marine. Marine's justice is not suitable for me. Boom. The dragon was directly punched into the wall by Garp. This was because Garp deliberately controlled the force, otherwise the dragon would have flown out of the hospital building. Even so, Long still looked like a dead pig not afraid of boiling water, and his eyes looked at Garp without fear. Chapter 134. Garp raised his fist and shook it, saying. Boy, has it been too long since you tasted Lao Zi's iron fist of love. The dragon broke free from the wall. He wanted to continue to hold on, but when he looked up at Garp, he saw a nervous look on Garp's face. After a pause, Long swallowed back what he wanted to say, sighed softly, and his face returned to calm again. He said softly, "I'm sorry, father. I had a nightmare and my mind was a little confused. You don't need to take what I just said seriously." Garp breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this. He stepped forward and patted Long on the shoulder and said, "I know you've been hit, but you're still young and it's not impossible to catch up with GGE in the future. But GGE seems to be younger than me." Cough. GGE is in a special situation. He experienced a battle with the Whitebeard pirates when he was a student, and stayed at sea for another year after graduation. It is reasonable for him to improve his strength quickly. "Okay, father, don't mention him again. There is nothing wrong with my health. Let's go back." "Well, he is indeed my son. His body is strong. By the way, I have good news for you. You have passed the examination and the headquarters has decided to grant you the rank of Rear Admiral." "Haha, I'm almost catching up." Long responded calmly. He had no interest in the Rear Admiral rank. Garp also noticed this, but he didn't feel anything was wrong, because he didn't care much about military rank. As Long was his son, it was normal for him to follow him. On the other side, GGE had returned to the office. He first called the headquarters hospital and concerned about Long's condition. After learning about Long's performance, he hung up the phone with great satisfaction, with a playful smile on his face. After thinking for a moment, GGE dialed the phone number again, this time to Jialan. After a burst of bulu, Galen's voice rang from the phone. "GGE, what happened again?" A look of embarrassment flashed across GGE's face and he said, "Uncle Jialan, look at what you said, can't I call you if nothing happens?" The phone bug imitated Garin and sneered a few times and said, "You kid, don't do this to me. If you have any questions, just say it directly. People in our family don't mince words." Okay, Uncle Jialan, it's almost time to collect this year's heavenly gold, right?" "Well, there's still a month left, what? Have you taken a fancy to something?" I asked the following to pay more attention when collecting it. "No, I don't have anything that I'm interested in at the moment. There's just an interesting guy among the new graduates this year. I want him to participate in the work of the Golden Guard in the sky. The collection of heavenly gold is a top priority every year. Not only does it require the participation of CP9, but Marine also has to send part of its force. It's just that Marine seems a bit perfunctory here every time, otherwise Shanks and Rubber Fruit wouldn't be robbed so easily later." Galan asked curiously. "Oh? Are you talking about the one named Ong Mu?" "No, his name is Monkey D. Dragon, and he is Garp's son." Hearing Garp, the phone bug immediately narrowed his eyes at Garin and said coldly, "Is it him? Garp is not of the same mind as the world government. His son must not be any better, right? It seems that Uncle Jialan knows." "Humph, of course. If it weren't for the fact that this man is indeed a good fighter and has close relationships with some of Marine's senior executives, some of his actions and remarks would have been erased long ago. His name is the D is very annoying. Haha, that's why I want Garp's son Long to escort heavenly gold." Over the years, Garp has relied on his position in Marine to avoid the task of escorting heavenly gold every time, but his son is not qualified. We can take this opportunity to give Garp a beating, and also see his son's attitude. Okay, I will ask the world government to issue the document. By the way, you just said that this dragon has just graduated. What is his current rank?" "Rear Admiral." "Oh, it seems that his talent is also very good, but we have to arrange for a reliable person to go with him. The gold in the sky is quite important. Uncle Jialan, you don't have to worry about this. I will personally lead the escort. Is it reliable enough?" "You're a very diligent boy. Look what you said, the gold in the sky is our property, so of course I want some snacks. Well, I'm relieved if you have this attitude. After hanging up the phone, Gge raised her hand to suck up the wine glass placed on the cupboard, and then took out the red wine from the drawer and poured it on. Looking at the red liquid swaying in the glass, Gge recalled today's assessment, and the smile on her face became stronger. Be evil. The vampire fruit has the ability to put people into a deep sleep, which is activated by piercing the skin with its fangs. Ordinary people will fall into a deep sleep if they fall victim to this trick. Unless Gge takes the initiative to remove it, they will never wake up until they die. Moreover, Gge can not only make people fall asleep, but can also control their dreams after falling asleep. For example, the dreams he implanted into the dragon gave the dragon a deep understanding of the dark side of the world. As for the source of the darkness, it is naturally the world government. Of course, if it was just a dream, it would not cause the dragon to have such a big reaction after waking up. The reason why the effect is so good is because the dragon already has a subconscious dislike of world government, and Gge just amplified it through the dream. He has beaten Long 3 times, and each time he has hit Long's belief. Coupled with this dream, Long is most likely completely disappointed with Marine. But this level alone is not enough. What Gge wants is not for Long to quit Marine through formal procedures. What he wants is for Long to defect. In this case, Gge will be able to carry out justice naturally. Thinking of this, a strange red light flashed in Gge's eyes. He drank the red wine in the glass and whispered, "Long, can you bear it this time?" Within a week, world government's documents were sent to naval headquarters, and Kong immediately convened a high-level meeting after receiving the documents. When Kong announced that dragons would be involved in this heavenly gold escort mission, Garp, who was originally laughing, changed his expression. He stood up suddenly and said angrily, "Nanny? Long just graduated. Why did the world government appoint him to escort?" It can be seen that Garp is really anxious this time. The thing he dislikes the most is celestial dragons. Now he has to ask his son to collect money for celestial dragons. He really can't accept it. Moreover, Long had expressed his disappointment in Marine a few days ago. Garp really didn't dare to think that if Long saw what celestial dragons did again, what confidence would his father have to persuade him to stay in Marine? Chapter 135. However, this time Garp could not change the final result no matter how excited he was. He could do some willful things based on his qualifications and merit, but Long could not. Sora was helpless and could only comfort him. "Garp, calm down. In fact, the escort work this time is quite good. Look, the Commander-in-Chief is Gge. Don't you feel relieved with him here?" Saying that, Kong glanced at Gge. Gge smiled slightly and said nothing. Sengoku crossed his arms and nodded, and said in a deep voice, "In previous escort work, someone from CP9 has been the Commander-in-Chief. Since this position has been given to our Marine this time, it means that our Marine's status in the world government is even more important." After hearing this, Kong glanced at Sengoku approvingly, thinking that he was indeed my chosen successor. Tsurunori continued Sengoku's words. "In this case, we really need to seize this opportunity, which may allow our Marine to gain more say in the world government." After saying that, Sengoku and he looked at Garp with a hint of apology. Garp didn't want to think about all the twists and turns. He only saw one thing, and that was that his two old friends probably wouldn't help him this time. But he still didn't give up. "Chi-deo. I don't think they have any good intentions. Just those celestial dragons. Enough." Kong's expression changed, he slapped the table heavily with his big hand, and scolded. "Garp! Have you forgotten your identity? What are you carrying?" Garp clenched his fists hard, and Crane beside him stretched out his hand and pulled the corner of his clothes, shaking his head slightly. "Well." With a heavy sigh, Garp sat back in his chair slumped. Kong paid no attention to him, but asked Gge, who had been silent. Gge, this mission is no small matter. When the time comes, you must be careful not to let anything happen to Tianjin. Gge said solemnly. Don't worry, Marshal Kong, I will definitely send the gold from the sky to Marijoy safely. With the previous comparison of Garp, Gge's performance seemed much more worry-free. Kong nodded with satisfaction and said. Then it's up to you. Gge looked serious on his face, but he felt a little funny in his heart. To him, the gold in the sky was his own property. To put it bluntly, he was here to collect rent. Sora then said some more things to note. Just when the meeting was about to end, Garp suddenly said. Let me go this time too. Kindness. Everyone was stunned for a moment. Kong frowned and asked. Garp, stop making trouble, what are you doing? This is the first time Long has participated in such an important mission. As a father, I want to accompany him. Isn't this also okay? Gge narrowed his eyes. If Garp really got involved, it would definitely hinder his actions. Thinking of this, he immediately said. Vice Admiral Garp, am I not enough? Are you questioning my ability? These words already had the smell of ignition. Others looked at each other in confusion. In their impression, Gge was always very kind to his colleagues, but this was the first time they saw him be so tough. But think about it, after all, Gge has just taken up Admiral and is so young, so what Garp said is really easy for people to misunderstand. Garp knew he was in the wrong, and his tone became unusually weak. Gge, don't get me wrong. I'm not questioning your ability. I'm just worried about seeing Long. Oh? The dragon's strength is no longer weaker than the ordinary Vice Admiral. I wonder what Vice Admiral Garp is worried about. Garp looked embarrassed. He couldn't say that there was something wrong with Long's thinking, right? This must not be shown openly. He thought for a long time and then said. This kid has been acting a little weird lately. I'm afraid he will do something stupid, so I want to follow him. After saying that, he followed up with another sentence. So please let me go with you. I will never interfere with any of your instructions. This time, Kong said directly without waiting for Gge to respond. Of course, Gge is the Commander-in-Chief, and his current military rank is Admiral. Speaking of the word Admiral, Sora deliberately emphasized his tone, obviously referring to Garp. However, Garp simply ignored it. He would never become this Admiral. Sengoku glanced at Garp and said. I think we can let Garp go, so that the world government can see our attitude. Crane nodded and agreed. Well, Garp's reputation with the world government is not very good. This time he can offer to participate in the escort mission. I think it can also ease the relationship between the two parties. Sengoku and he felt a little guilty for not speaking to Garp just now, so they obviously wanted to make up for it this time. Zephyr was a little unhappy and said. But this is a task that belongs to Gge, and I don't think this is appropriate. Gge reached out and touched the corner of Zephyr's clothes and said softly. Teacher Zephyr, forget it. Since Vice Admiral Garp is going to go, let him go. Zephyr is still a little angry. Gge is his most proud student. At this time, as a teacher, he naturally has to speak for his students. Gge smiled and patted Zephyr's hand on his knee, then looked at Sora and said. Marshal Kong, I agree to let Vice Admiral Garp join this mission. As soon as these words came out, Kong suddenly breathed a sigh of relief, and there was a hint of gratitude in his eyes when he looked at Gge. To be honest, the most difficult thing in this conference room is him, the leader. Everyone here is an absolute backbone, and he really doesn't want to refute anyone's face. Gge is equivalent to solving a big problem for him. Garp's eyes also lit up, but before he could be happy for a while, Gge said lightly. But I want to state in advance that if someone disobeys my orders during the execution of the mission, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Garp paused for a moment, and then immediately agreed. The others didn't think there was anything wrong, they just thought it was GGE finding a step for themselves. In everyone's eyes, GGE took the initiative to make concessions, and it didn't matter if he said harsh words. And no one thinks that anyone will disobey orders during this mission. Although Garp is usually aloof, since he has already made a guarantee, there should be no problem. After GGE finished speaking, his usual smile appeared on his face again, and he sat back on the chair. The next meeting went smoothly. Sora wanted to end the meeting quickly to prevent Garp from causing any trouble. After making the final deployment of personnel, Sora dismissed the meeting. Before leaving the house, Garp smiled and thanked GGE. Chapter 136. When Long knew that he was going to take part in escorting Tianshang Jinho, to Garp's surprise, he acted very calmly and just replied lightly. Okay, I get it. However, the more Long acted like this, the more uneasy Garp became, but there was nothing he could do about his son. Thinking about it, considering the rebellious blood of the monkey family, Garp who can honestly act as a marine is already considered a miracle, so don't expect him to be able to manage his juniors well. A month passed quickly, and the world government's ship to collect the heavenly gold arrived as scheduled. GGE took Lucia and Ginny on the ship. The world government also sent an old acquaintance this time, GGE's #1 henchman, Spandine. As soon as he saw GGE, he came up to him excitedly. Black Dragon Admiral. I'm so happy to see you again. Under the watchful eyes of all the marines and men in suits on the boat, GGE smiled and shook hands with Spangdine, which made Spangdine make a rainbow fart. He didn't shut up until the arrival of Garp and his son. But when facing Garp, Spangdine was not so enthusiastic. He just said hello symbolically, and then ran to GGE to show his attentiveness. Garp naturally noticed the change in Spangdine's attitude, but he didn't pay much attention to it and just said to Long. Long, you see, this is the face of officials in the world government. It just so happens that you can take this opportunity to get used to it in advance. You will inevitably have contact with them in the future. Long snorted lightly, but a look of disgust flashed across his eyes. He didn't want to look at Spangdine's disgusting face anymore, turned his head to face the sea, and said silently in his heart. Does this kind of world government still have any meaning? Along the way, the atmosphere on the boat was quite harmonious, except for Garp and his son. The two of them usually spend the rest of the time in the room except hanging out on the deck for a while, and they seem quite honest. On the way, we also encountered some pirate groups who were rushing to die, but they were all weak and pitiful. After all, the sky gold thing is no secret, but this year the world government also specially announced the military configuration on the ship, specifically emphasizing the existence of GGE and Garp. Any pirate with any brains knows that this year's gold in the sky is not something they can get their hands on. Most of these pirate groups who dared to try their luck had just gone out to sea and were still in the novice expansion period, so they came directly to be killed by the ship. The remaining ones had some strength, but not much. Their fate was the same as the previous group of people, with their ships destroyed and people killed. During this period, GGE didn't even take action. Lucia and Ginny almost took action to solve the problem, just as a way to gain military exploits for them. For these two beauties, Lucia and Ginny, Spangdine dared not have any other thoughts. Every time the two women destroyed a pirate group, he would immediately come out and praise them, and then he would, after exaggerating his achievements, he wrote them down and patted his chest, saying that he must take credit for the two women when he returned. It's just that Lucia and Ginny don't like him very much. They stick to GGE's side when they have nothing to do. Lucia is a little bitter because she can't go to GGE's room at night like last time. Already, the ship sailed along the sea along the established route, and the countries along the way also took the initiative to hand over a large number of rare treasures, including even 2 devil fruits. However, the quality was average. There was a person on board who specialized in identifying devil fruit. After identification, they were just two ordinary varieties of zoan. You must know that there are more than 170 franchise countries that pay the heavenly gold, and they always receive a few devil fruits every year. It is not surprising that there are people who specialize in appraising devil fruits. GGE has told Spangdine to send these two devil fruit directly to Vegapunk for his research when he returns to Marie Joyce. After less than a month of sailing, almost one-third of the giant cabin specially built for collecting gold from the sky was filled. This also made GGE see the gap between the rich and the poor between countries. The heavenly gold paid by one dress rosa can be worth the wealth of 10 countries. One of the two devil fruits comes from this country. There are also several countries that cannot afford to pay heavenly gold, and they are neither good people nor evil people. If this happens, let Spangdine come forward and tell you how to deal with it. It's just that what Spangdine did was obviously extremely bad for Long, which also made him hate world government more and more deeply. Several times he wanted to rush over and take care of Spangdine, but Garp stopped him every time. GGE saw everything and continued to command the ship calmly until it reached the East Blue waters. East Blue is the hometown of Garp and Dragon, but the father and son did not feel any joy when they returned here, because they came here to help the Celestial Dragons make money, which made them feel like they were speechless when facing the elders in their hometown. So since arriving in East Blue, the father and son have not shown up at all. They stay in their room all day and choose to be ostriches. However, GGE would not let them hide like this. On this day, Garp and his son stayed in the room as usual. The bored two people even played military chess. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Long went to open the door, and standing outside the door was Spangdine, whom he hated most. Seeing that it was Spangdine, Long turned around and left without saying a word, sitting back on his bed. Garp didn't want to talk to Spangdine. He picked his nostrils with one hand, pretended not to see Spangdine, and asked casually. Long, who is standing outside the door? Long sat on the bed and continued to play chess with Garp, saying as he played. I saw no people, just a dog. Are there any dogs on the ship? Garp and Long exchanged words with each other, and their words were full of ridicule towards Spangdine. There was a gloom in Spangdine's eyes. He admitted that he was indeed a dog in front of the Celestial Dragons, especially GGE, the Celestial Dragons. But outside, even the king had to call him Spanda when he saw him. Because my lord. What qualifications do these two bastards have to call themselves dogs? He clenched his fists and said through gritted teeth. How dare you scold me? Do you know what's behind me? Spangdine's anger seemed to Garp and his son to be incompetent rage. Garp picked out a booger and flicked it towards Spangdine, which happened to stick to Spangdine's white collar. Long raised his eyes, looked at the livid Spangdine with a flat gaze, and said. I don't know. I just know that if you talk nonsense one more time, I will throw you into the sea. Chapter 137. Spangdine couldn't bear it any longer, and with a wave of his hand, a row of men in suits appeared behind him. However, before the men in suits had time to listen to Spangdine's order, they were blown out by a sudden strong wind and hit hard on the edge of the deck. Call! Spangdine, who was still in a dazed state, felt a strong wind coming in front of him, and the next second the dragon appeared in front of his door. Spandine's eyes widened and he said in shock. You! Snapped. Long grabbed Spangdine's neck and lifted him up, saying coldly. Calling you a dog is just flattering you. No dog is as disgusting as you. Garp folded his arms and watched from behind, but said. Okay Long, you can't be so rude to world government officials, that's almost it. Long smiled disdainfully, looked at Spangdine's frightened face, and said. I'm going to have a good time today. Before he finished speaking, a stream of blood flashed past, and then the dragon's body flew out and crashed directly into the wall of the back room. Spangdine knelt on the ground with a plop. When he saw the person next to him, he didn't even care about the bruises on his neck. He hugged the person's thigh and cried. Black Dragon Admiral! You're finally here! This subordinate was almost strangled to death by that dragon. The person who came was none other than Gge. He glanced down at Spangdine and said softly. I've seen it, and I've made you feel wronged. When Spangdane heard this, he was moved to tears. He was afraid of soiling Gge's pants, so he quickly straightened up his upper body, while his lower body remained in a kneeling position. Black Dragon Admiral, my subordinates are working for you, so a little grievance is nothing. Good guy, these words are extremely disgusting. Gge pressed his shoulder and said. You go behind me first, I want to handle this matter personally. As you command. Spangdane ran up behind Gge and looked at Gge's back with reverence. In the room, Garp had pulled the dragon out of the wall. The dragon's belly was stained red with blood, and 5 circular blood holes could be seen on it. Garp suddenly raised his head and glared at Gge who was standing at the door. His son was beaten like this in front of him. No matter how careless Garp was, he couldn't bear it. The bloody claws on the 5 fingers of Gge's right hand slowly retracted. He looked at Garp expressionlessly and said lightly. Vice Admiral Garp, Spangdane is a senior official sent by the world government after all. Your son attacked him without any reason. What crime should he be punished for? Garp roared. Nonsense. It was Spangdine who called his thugs to attack us. Gge's expression remained unchanged, he pointed to his ear and said. But I clearly heard you mocking Spangdine first, and his men were all knocked unconscious by the dragon just after they came out. I didn't hear Spangdine giving an order to attack you. Spangdine nodded vigorously from behind. At this moment, he really wanted to turn into a dog and lick Gge's thighs hard a few times. Garp was at a loss for words. At this time, the dragon next to him coughed a few times, and a trace of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. When Garp saw it, his anger surged into his heart again. He pointed at Gge and yelled. Let's not talk about this first, you are too harsh. Gge raised his eyebrows, and scarlet blood gradually emerged from his body. He raised his feet and walked towards Garp in the room, his voice was cold and scary. So you're going to put aside the facts? Garp's fists were instantly wrapped with dark armor. He narrowed his eyes and said word by word. So what? Click. Numerous cracks began to appear on the floor and walls, and the atmosphere in the room was extremely depressing. Just when Garp and Gge were about to take action, Long suddenly said. Black Dragon Admiral, I did make a mistake just now, please forgive me. Garp's body stiffened, and he looked at Long with disbelief and said. Nanny? Long, you. Long stopped Garp with a look and shouted. Stop talking about father. Enduring the severe pain in his abdomen, Long stood up straight and bowed deeply to Gge, saying sincerely. Black Dragon Admiral, please forgive me and my father for being reckless. Gge was also a little surprised by Long's performance. He was silent for a moment, and the blood around him slowly melted into his body. Gge took a deep look at Long and waved his hand back. Spangdine immediately ran over with great discernment, rubbed his hands carefully and asked. Black Dragon Admiral, you called me. Gge nodded, then asked Spangdine to stand in front of him and said to the dragon. The person you really should apologize to is Spangdine. Long and Spangdine were stunned for a moment. Garp stepped forward angrily and said angrily. Don't bully others too much. It's impossible for a dragon to. However, before he could finish speaking, Long had already walked up to Spangdine and apologized to Spangdine very sincerely just like before. Spangdine did not pay attention to him, but first looked at Gge with a questioning look. It wasn't until Gge nodded that he pretended to forgive him, and said a few words of slander to Long. Long listened to Spangdine's taunts with a calm face and didn't take these words to heart at all. Compared with the great Onmyoji of Aramaki, Spangdin's words could not break his defense at all. Gge glanced at Spangdine, and Spangdine, who was outputting, immediately stopped and retreated behind Gge. A strange look appeared on Long's face, and he sensed something was wrong from the beginning. What's wrong is that Spangdine, a guy who looks at people through his nostrils, is too flattering in front of Gge. Just because Gge is a Marine Admiral? Is it possible? Although his father Garp is only a Vice Admiral and his military rank is not as high as Gge's Admiral, but who doesn't know Garp's special status in the Marine? Garp can be promoted to Marine Admiral whenever he wants. As a senior official in the world government, it is impossible for Spangdine not to know this. Long also noticed that from the time Gge appeared this time, Spangdine directly called himself a subordinate, which was a bit intriguing. It has to be said that in terms of brain, Long is indeed much better than his father Garp. When he was reasoning about Gge's identity, Garp was still sulking in the back. Gge glanced at the 5 blood holes in the dragon's belly and said lightly, "I won't pursue it this time. You can bandage the wound on your stomach first. We are going to Goa Kingdom later. It's time to take a rest after being at sea for so long." Chapter 138. The Kingdom of Goa is actually the hometown of Garp and his son, and the windmill village is equivalent to the suburbs of this country. So after hearing the name of Goa Kingdom, Garp and his son did not want to go out even more. The two of them froze in place and did not move. Gge narrowed his eyes and said, "This is an order." After saying that, Gge turned around and walked away, leaving only one sentence. "If you dare to disobey, you will bear the consequences." Long was silent for a moment, then turned to Garp and said, "Father, let's go. Marine can't disobey orders." Garp glanced at Long in surprise, wondering when his son's consciousness had become so high. He shook his head helplessly and said, "You should take care of the wound first. This guy Gge is really tough." As soon as Gge and his party landed ashore, they were immediately warmly received by the princes and nobles of the Kingdom of Goa. Although Gge came here to collect money, no one dared to show any dissatisfaction. Many ladies even made secret glances at the young and handsome Gge. If it weren't for Ginny and Lucia who were guarding him on both sides, these hungry women would have already followed him. When this group of nobles saw the flattering attitude of Spangdine from world government towards Gge, they all rushed to get close to Gge. At this time, it was Spangdine's turn to help Gge fend off these noble flies. He glared and scolded. "Everyone, please stay calm. The Black Dragon Admiral is here to rest. Anyone who disturbs the Black Dragon Admiral will be punished as a crime of provoking the government." As soon as these words came out, the nobles fell silent for an instant. Except for the king who could talk to Gge for a few words, the others could only watch helplessly. Long looked at all this coldly, feeling extremely disdainful of the so-called nobles. Gge glanced at Long with his peripheral vision and said to the smiling king beside him, "This is the hometown of Vice Admiral Garp and the Dragon Rear Admiral. They can also be considered your subjects. Why don't you go and say a few words to them?" A look of embarrassment appeared on the king's face, and he whispered, "Black Dragon Admiral, Vice Admiral Garp is not easy to get along with. I sent people to look for him every time he came back, but he didn't want to pay attention to me at all." Gge just smiled and said nothing more. Surrounded by a group of princes and nobles, Gge and his party entered the Kingdom of Goa. The outermost level was the central street, where civilians lived. When people saw the king, they quickly put down what they were doing, came to both sides of the street and stood with their heads lowered, like 2 rows of servants. Some of them secretly looked up at Gge, who was surrounded by a group of nobles like stars over the moon. When they saw that the usually aloof king looked submissive in front of Gge, they were extremely shocked. Spangdine followed Gge without even looking at the civilians on both sides of the street. He was even a little dissatisfied with the performance of these civilians. Because in his opinion, this kind of card is far from worthy of GGE's status. According to the laws of the world government, civilians will be shot if they see GGE unable to kneel and worship. This is really not an exaggeration. Thinking of this, Spandane sighed and thought, Saint GGE is so gentle. However, just as they were about to walk out of the civilian street, a purple-haired, bob-haired loli suddenly ran to the middle of the road. Her eyes were covered with a layer of black cloth, and her hands were constantly groping in front of her, muttering, "Strange, why is it so quiet all of a sudden, where are they hiding?" The nobles were all shocked, and a young noble reacted the fastest, and immediately scolded, "Damn it! Where did this kid come from? How dare you be so rude, come! Catch this kid for me!" As soon as the voice fell, the guards rushed up immediately. At this time, a middle-aged couple ran out of the crowd. The woman's hair was also purple. At first glance, it was the mother of the purple-haired loli. The woman hugged the purple-haired Lolita into her arms, while the man knelt down in front of the mother and daughter, shouting in panic, "I'm really sorry, we didn't take good care of our daughter. Considering that she is still a child, please forgive her this time." The purple-haired Lolita in her arms also realized the seriousness of the matter. She raised her hand and pulled off the black cloth on her face, revealing a pair of big indigo eyes, and timidly looked at the guards who had rushed to her father. The guards looked very embarrassed, but the young noble just now was not willing to give in. He said angrily, "Damn it! What are you doing there? The Black Dragon Admiral is still watching. Are you going to destroy the kingdom of Goa?" After saying that, the young noble immediately turned around, and his face, which was still twisted just now, was instantly filled with a smile, and said, "Black Dragon Admiral, please calm down, I will deal with that uneducated kid right away." The king glanced at the young noble with some displeasure, thinking to himself, "You are the king and I am the king? This is crazy about trying to be attentive." Spandine, who was well versed in this, curled his lips. In his opinion, the young noble was still too low-ranking, just like a clown. Did he really think that Saint GGE would fall for this? Garp couldn't stand it anymore, and he clenched his fist and wanted to teach the young noble a lesson. Ginny, who was standing on the right side of GGE, pursed her lips and reached out to tug at the corner of GGE's clothes. GGE held Ginny's hand, smiled at her, then looked at the young noble expressionlessly, and said lightly, "What's your name?" The young noble was delighted, thinking that his behavior was appreciated, and hurriedly responded, "Black Dragon Admiral, my name is Outlook 3. GGE raised his eyebrows, thinking that the name sounded a little familiar, and after thinking for a moment, he finally remembered that this was Sabo's biological father. But at this time period, Sabo was not born yet. GGE's eyes gradually became meaningful. He glanced at Spandine, who immediately understood and rushed forward. In the astonished eyes of Outlook, he slapped him. Snap! A loud slap sounded, and the civilians on both sides widened their eyes and watched Outlook sit on the ground with his face covered. Spandine's slap was really strong, and he actually knocked out one of Outlook's teeth. However, even though he was slapped in public, Outlook didn't dare to say a word. Instead, he sat on the ground with a face full of fear, and asked tremblingly, "Lord Spandine, did I do something wrong?" Spandine snorted at him and said coldly, "What is the identity of the Black Dragon Admiral? Would he bother with a little girl? I think you want to discredit him." Chapter 139. When such a big hat was pulled off, Altruk was immediately frightened to the point of shaking like chaff. He was not as arrogant as he had been for a long time, so evil people need to be punished by evil people. Spandine ignored him. He quickly turned around and smiled charmingly at GGE. "Black Dragon Admiral, what do you think you should do with this guy?" Spandine's set of operations is a real textbook-level dog-licking template. He can instantly understand the meaning with just one glance from GGE, and he will never overwhelm the guest and always act according to GGE's ideas. Compared with him, Altruk 3 is really far behind. GGE was very satisfied with Spangden's words and actions. He raised his hand and patted Spangden's shoulder and gave him a positive smile. Spangdine instantly felt extremely satisfied. It has to be said that he was a licking dog. There is really no one who can do what he does. The middle-aged couple over there were already dumbfounded. The purple-haired lowly was lying in her mother's arms, curiously looking at GGE in front of her. She had just been playing a hide-and-seek game with her friends, playing the role of catching people. When she finished counting the seconds, it happened to be when GGE and others passed by. The other children had long been pulled by their parents. She was blindfolded and didn't know what was going on outside. She only heard the footsteps on the street outside, so she ran over and blocked GGE's group. She also knew that she had gotten into big trouble and would be severely punished for offending the nobles, not to mention that even the king was here today. Just when she thought she was going to be arrested and imprisoned, Spangdine stood up, and that loud slap in the face could be said to have severely impacted her young heart. Those nobles who were usually aloof were actually slapped in the street, and after being beaten, they could only lie on the ground like a dead dog. What shocked her even more was that the attacker looked completely different in front of the young man, GGE, even the king she considered the most noble. Is there anyone more noble than the king in this world? The purple-haired Lolita stared at GGE blankly. GGE noticed her gaze and then walked towards her. The princes and nobles quickly made way for GGE. Ironically, their behavior at this time was exactly the same as that of the civilians on both sides of the street. When GGE came this way, the guard immediately stood aside and looked straight ahead, not daring to look at GGE at all. The natural kingly temperament of the Figalandu family is vividly displayed in GGE. No matter how much he restrains himself, the sense of oppression is still too strong for ordinary people. This was something that could no longer be resisted with courage. The purple-haired Lolita's father felt weak all over. Fortunately, GGE did not mean any harm. He came to the purple-haired Lolita, squatted down slowly, and faced the person being held in his arms. The purple-haired lowly in her arms smiled slightly and said softly, "I must have scared you just now. It's okay now. Go back with your parents." The purple-haired lowly pursed her lips, and there was a look of worry in her eyes, as if she had something unspeakable. GGE asked curiously when he saw this. "What's wrong? Are you afraid of being spanked by your parents when you go home?" The purple-haired lowly blushed, shook her head like a rattle, and said in a muffled voice, "Brother, I'm afraid that after you leave, that noble man will take revenge on us, ugh." After hearing this, the mother of the purple-haired lowly was so frightened that she quickly covered her mouth with her hand and said with a panicked look on her face, "Stop talking nonsense." In fact, she also has the same worries, but as an adult, she knows that this must never be said. Because if you don't say it, the nobles may not notice your family. Once you say it, in such a public place, it will definitely arouse the jealousy of the nobles. Although she also knew that GGE's identity was precious and that the nobles would not dare to do anything if he was around, it was impossible for a big man like him to stay here forever, right? She didn't dare to expect that such a big shot would take the time to protect civilians like them. In her anxious gaze, a look of interest appeared on GGE's face. He pushed the woman's hand away, looked at the purple-haired Lolita and asked, "How old are you this year?" The purple-haired lowly responded obediently, 8 years old. GGE chuckled a few times after hearing this. It can be said that it is rare for a little girl who grew up normally to the age of 8 under the protection of her parents to think of this. He couldn't help but reach out and touch the purple-haired lowly's little head, and said with a smile, "What's your name?" "Bello Betty." Hearing the name, the smile on GGE's face grew stronger. He turned his head and glanced meaningfully at Long, who was standing silently in the crowd. According to the original storyline, Betty would become the commander of the Eastern Army of the Revolutionary Army under Long. Her encouragement fruit can be said to be a team battle artifact, and its effects are definitely strategic. Although it seems that Betty has not yet become a person with abilities, GGE believes that it will happen sooner or later. As long as she does not interfere, the fruits that should be hers will eventually be hers. Now that this buff nanny has been found by himself, he must take it under his command. Thinking of this, the corner of GGE's mouth raised an evil smile, but in Betty's opinion, she only thought that the big brother in front of her was really beautiful, and his smile was even more beautiful. GGE gave Betty a reassuring smile, then stood up slowly, turned his back to the princes and ministers, and said lightly, "No one is allowed to interfere in the life of Betty's family in the future. Violators will die." As soon as the word death came out, GGE suddenly raised his hand, and a thick silver bolt shot out from his fingertips. In the horrified eyes of everyone, a mountaintop in the distance exploded and was instantly razed to the ground. The kingdom of Goa is just a small country in East Blue. I have never seen such a scene before. After the shock, both the princes and nobles and the common people on the street knelt down in fear, and their bodies were trembling. Not to mention them, even Spangdine wiped the cold sweat from his head. He knew that GGE was very strong, but he didn't know to what extent. When he was on the boat just now, he experienced the scene where GGE took action, but he didn't see anything clearly at all. He only knew that with a flash of red light, the dragon was knocked upside down and flew out. Naturally, it was far inferior to this. The scene of a flat mountain is intuitive. GGE put his hands in his pockets and called out lightly, "Spangdine." Spangdane instantly understood what GGE meant, and immediately walked up to the nobles with a grin and said, "The words of the Black Dragon Admiral represent the will of the world government. Did you hear clearly just now?" After saying that, Spangdine glanced at Altruk III, who knocked his head down with a bang and kept shouting, "Listen clearly, listen clearly." Chapter 140. Betty looked at GGE blankly in her mother's arms and murmured, "Mom, do gods really exist in this world?" Normally, her mother would have smiled and said to her, "Silly child, how can there be any god in this world?" But now, her mother nodded subconsciously. Not only her, but the civilians on both sides of the street seemed to understand why the nobles were so respectful to GGE. With this kind of power that could flatten a mountain in a blink of an eye, it would only take a single thought to destroy a country. Room. Isn't it the legendary god who possesses this kind of power? However, they were wrong. Before that, the nobles were only in awe of GGE's identity, and they were equally confused by the power GGE showed. Is this the power known as Marine Admiral, the highest combat power of Marine? In front of such people, no matter how brave the army is in fighting, it is probably just a joke. GGE looked down at Betty and smiled. "I'm just a passing Marine." Betty blinked and asked, "Marine? If you become a Marine, you won't be afraid of those vicious nobles, right?" The Marine soldiers behind this question felt ashamed and thought to themselves, "Little kid, standing in front of you is a Marine Admiral. We can't compare with him." GGE responded, "No, becoming a Marine just gives you an opportunity. It depends on whether you can seize it." Betty nodded thoughtfully, and GGE turned around and left. The word justice behind her was floating in the wind. Betty looked at GGE's back and suddenly shouted, "Brother, you haven't told me your name yet." Darkside GGE. Betty recited the name silently in her heart, and then jumped out of her mother's arms. At this time, GGE and the others had already left. She watched GGE go away and said, "I want to become a majestic Marine like Big Brother GGE in the future." As soon as she finished speaking, she was hit on the head, and her mother said angrily, "You should calm down first. Do you know how much trouble you have caused?" Betty put her head in her hands and said with a grieved face, "I didn't mean to do it. Humph. I want to be a marine. Okay, okay, Mom isn't stopping you, but there are no crybabies in Marine. Betty sniffed hard, then raised her little hand to wipe her tears, and said in a low voice. I know, but Mom, you can't hit me on the head again, and Marine definitely doesn't want to be stupid. Led by a group of princes and nobles, GGE and others came to the palace. The king first asked people to bring up the prepared heavenly gold. After Spandane stepped forward to inspect it, he immediately had the heavenly gold sent to the boat parked on the shore. As for whether someone might be interested in gold from the sky along the way, Spandane is not worried about this at all. Just kidding, Master GGE just leveled a mountain in front of so many people. Anyone who dares to think wrong will be in danger. Next, there was a banquet specially prepared by the king to receive GGE and his party. At the banquet, the nobles tried their best to praise GGE. The noble ladies looked at GGE with eyes that could make their eyes water. The king was talking about how he worked hard to save enough gold in the sky. GGE was not interested in these at all and only occasionally talked and laughed with Lucia and Ginny. Long suddenly asked. Your Majesty the King, I want to know, will paying so much heavenly gold have a big impact on the lives of you and these nobles? The king was stunned for a moment, thinking that the dragon was testing whether he was complaining about the amount of gold in the sky, so he said. It's not very big, and we are happy to pay the heavenly gold. After all, our kingdom of Goa is one of the participating countries. The dragon looked directly into the king's eyes and said. But on the way here, I felt that the people in your country were not very wealthy. I wonder what His Majesty the King thinks of this. This. The king choked for a moment and cursed in his heart, where did this stupid young man come from? Isn't it natural for civilians to live in poverty? If the gold in the sky is not taken from them, will it be taken from me? Long sneered and wanted to continue asking, but GGE suddenly put down his chopsticks and said lightly. Okay, Dragon Rear Admiral, you've talked a little too much today. As soon as GGE opened his mouth, Long immediately swallowed back what he wanted to say. He lowered his head and said nothing. The king was relieved to see Long, a stupid young man. He had not had a good impression of Garp and his son, because these two people were considered his subjects, but they had never given him any respect as a king. However, Garp, the vice admiral, has a much higher status than the king of his small country. He can't afford to offend Long, the second generation. Usually, he can only curse a few words in his heart, but he doesn't dare to talk to these two people. Conflict. Now finally someone can control these two people. The king stood up from the chair, and it seemed that he wanted to pour wine for GGE himself. However, before he could get close to GGE, he was frightened and froze in place by the look of Lucia next to GGE. Lucia has already seen that GGE does not like this king, so she will not let this guy get close to GGE. The king smiled awkwardly and sat back to his seat with the bottle in hand. By the way, his position is in the lower right corner of the round table. Those who don't know better think that he, the king, is responsible for receiving food. After the banquet, GGE did not choose to stay in the palace overnight. He returned to the ship in the afternoon. The king and the nobles took GGE to the port again. It is definitely good news for this group of people that GGE did not spend the night here, because they can also see that GGE is not someone they can flatter. Moreover, GGE's tricks during the day were really scary. They were afraid of GGE from the bottom of their hearts and wanted to send this god tier away quickly. The ship transporting the gold from the sky slowly sailed away from the shore, and the king had already begun to grin. However, at this moment, a minister hurried over, holding a telephone bug in his hand. Your Majesty the King. There is news from the world government. When the king heard this, he quickly picked up the phone and dialed it. The nobles also listened. Spondane's gloomy voice sounded. The Black Dragon Admiral just said that he is very satisfied with your kingdom of Goa. These words immediately made the king overjoyed, but before he could be happy for too long, Spangdine's next words directly made him feel like he was falling into an ice cellar. So he decided to exempt the common people of the Kingdom of Goa from taxes for 3 years. The heavenly gold for the next 3 years will be borne by your royal family and the nobles. I think you are all quite rich. This shouldn't be difficult for you, right? By the way, don't be tempted by the common people, otherwise you won't have to be a king anymore. Chapter 141. Without waiting for the king's reply, Spangdane hung up the phone, turned to Gge and smiled flatteringly. Master Gge, do you think there are any problems with what I just said? Gge smiled and nodded and said. You said it very well, Spangdine. Thank you for your hard work along the way. After receiving Gge's praise, Spangdine immediately turned red with excitement and was speechless for a moment. He also felt that it was strange for him to be like this. He didn't know since when, Gge's compliment was even more satisfying to him than his promotion. He would lick any celestial dragons, but he had never licked Gge as hard as he did. Gge is indeed not like the celestial dragons that Spangdine has seen. If I have to say it, in Spandane's eyes, Gge is really a very charming celestial dragons. Licking Gge actually gave him great pleasure, which was unlike anyone else. Gge didn't know that Spangdine had already licked him and was stunned. Seeing that Spangdine didn't say anything for a long time, he waved his hand and said. You go out first, and I will give you the reward you deserve when we return. Spangdane suddenly stood up and shouted. Ji Gasheng! Kindness! Black Dragon Admiral! This is what a subordinate should do. After shouting, Spangdine immediately left the room and closed the door gently. Gge would never complain if he let him go. After Spangdine left, Ginny, who was sitting next to Gge, immediately threw herself into Gge's arms and said in a low voice. Brother Gge, I like you so much. Lucia on the other side remained silent and just held one of Gge's hands. Gge gently took the two girls into his arms. In this situation, Ginny didn't care. Don't think too much of me, I just don't want a bunch of idiots to ruin this world. Ginny shook her head in Gge's arms and whispered. Brother Gge, you said that a gentleman does not care about his heart. Gge was amused by Ginny's words and couldn't help but pinch Ginny's little nose and said. It's rare that you can remember this sentence. Hey, I remember everything Brother Gge said. Even Lucia was amused this time, and at the same time she felt a little guilty. After all, she had been eating secretly. Speaking of stealing food, it was already dark at this time. Lucia looked up at Gge's side face, bit her red lips, and twisted a few times in Gge's arms. Ginny asked a little strangely when she saw this. Lucia, are you feeling unwell? Lucia blushed and responded with a guilty conscience. No, it's okay, I just felt a little itchy. Ah? That's right, it's time to take a bath, Lucia, let's take a bath together today. I can help you rub your back. Ah! Lucia was stunned for a moment, and before she could react, she was pulled out by Ginny. After the two girls left, Gge also returned to his room, put on his clothes and lay on the bed. Long's abnormal performance today gave him a hunch that this guy was probably going to take action. So he wasn't going to sleep tonight. After all, staying up all night was nothing to him. After obtaining the vampire fruit, Gge's hearing has far exceeded the limits of humans, and no slightest movement can escape his ears. Time soon came to midnight, and a slight sound of wind came to Gge's ears. Gge smiled slightly, and he ducked out of the room, and then his figure merged with the night. He is not simply camouflaging himself in the night. This is another very practical ability of the vampire fruit, which is that he can be completely invisible in the dark, and even his breath can be hidden. It is simply a replica of transparency. Fruit. I didn't make it up, it was shown in the game. In the cabin where the heavenly gold was stored, a wisp of breeze blew in along the crack of the door, and then intertwined with the dragon's body. The guard at the door had been knocked down silently by the dragon. He looked at the large number of rare treasures piled into a hill in front of him, snorted coldly, and said to himself, "This is all sucked blood. I can't let it flow into the pile of rotten flesh of the world government." Long did not choose to follow the procedure to exit Marine, but wanted to intercept Tianshangjian and defect. He has already thought about it these days. After leaving Marine, he will establish a new organization and accumulate strength to overthrow the world government, which in his eyes is rotten. Long was quite thoughtful. He considered that the amount of funds required to establish such a large organization was definitely a very terrifying figure, and the illegal wealth belonging to the world government, such as Tianshangjian, was readily available to him. Funding. He felt at ease with it. Thinking of the new life that was about to begin, a flush of excitement appeared on Long's face. He could finally realize his ideal. The dragon raised his hand and released a ball of green wind, lifting up the massive treasure. Then he concentrated the wind element on his palm, made a horizontal stroke towards the door, and cut the door in half like cutting tofu. Before the broken door could hit the ground, Long quickly stepped forward to support it, trying his best to ensure that no sound was made. Placing the door carefully on the ground, Long used the wind to send the treasure out of the door in small batches. When he finally sent all the treasure out, he breathed a sigh of relief and followed the wind and flew out. It was getting dark outside. Long glanced in the direction of Garp's room and thought to himself, "I'm sorry, father. In the end, I can't be a Marine as you wish, because Marine's justice has decayed along with the world government." Thinking of this, Long's eyes quickly became firm. His body began to transform into elements, and he was about to turn into wind and fly high into the sky. At this moment, a playful voice sounded in the dark night. "Monkey D. Dragon, where are you going?" Hearing this voice, the expression of Long, who was only left with an unelementized head, suddenly changed drastically. In his astonished eyes, Gge's figure stood out from the night very strangely. Long's eyes widened and he shouted in his heart. "How is it possible? When did he come here? Why didn't I notice it at all?" Long is still very confident in his own vision color, because the Feng fruit's blessing of vision color is also very good, and he can feel any slight fluctuation in the air. He was very vigilant just now and there was no negligence. Gge glanced at the guard lying at the door, then at the sky gold floating above the dragon, his eyes gradually narrowed, and he said, "It seems there is a thief in our marine." Chapter 142. Long's whole body tensed up and he said in a deep voice, "Thief? Gge, let me ask you, what is the difference between a world government that collects so-called heavenly gold and a robber?" Gge smiled slightly, and a strange red light flashed in his eyes. The next second, he appeared in front of the dragon, and his sharp claws filled with blood grabbed the dragon's heart. Long didn't expect that Gge would attack directly, and Gge's speed was too fast. Although he instinctively avoided it, his shoulder blade was still directly penetrated by Gge. Puff! Blood spurted out. Long covered his left shoulder and tried to dodge backwards, but was pulled back by Gge with a universal pull. This time Gge directly pressed his head with a palm exuding a dark vortex. Long's pupil shrank, and he immediately inserted his feet into the deck to slow down the speed of approaching Gge. At the same time, he wrapped his arms as much as possible to protect his forehead. He knew too well how powerful the dark vortex was. It was a meat grinder, enough to grind his head into minced meat. At the same time, he finally saw that Gge wanted his life from the beginning. Click, click, click. Under the influence of gravity, the dragon's hand bones made an ear-piercing sound. If it weren't for the protection of the armor, his hands would be completely destroyed if he touched them. Even so, Long's current situation is not optimistic, because his weapon color is consumed too fast, and Gge still has one hand free. Seeing Gge's other hand covered in darkness, Long knew he had to use his last resort. He really didn't want to use this trick unless he had to, but the current situation no longer allowed him to think too much. He roared with all his strength. "Father, save me!" The moment he finished shouting, a figure shot out of the cabin like a cannonball, accompanied by an angry shout. "GGE, stop it!" GGE raised his eyebrows, and the hand that was originally about to dig out Long's heart turned to the side and collided with a black iron fist. At the moment of collision, a powerful shock wave spread out, dense cracks suddenly appeared on the deck, and the entire hull began to shake violently. The noise caused by this blow also woke up those who were still sleeping on the ship. Except for the soldiers who were originally sentrying on the deck and were knocked unconscious by the dragon, Spangdine and others all ran out of the room. Spangdine was dumbfounded as soon as he came out, because his lord GGE was holding the dragon with one hand, and with the other hand he was resisting Garp, who was wearing pajamas and had an angry look on his face. Before he could react, Logia had already drawn her knife and rushed forward. Ginny also took out both guns and pulled the trigger on Garp without hesitation. After Spangdine came to his senses, he immediately shouted at the men in suits and marine behind him. "Why are you still standing there? Get them all! Go help the Black Dragon Admiral!" The men in suits rushed to Garp immediately after receiving the order. Most of the marine soldiers also rushed forward. The remaining ones pointed their weapons at GGE. They were the personal soldiers brought by Garp. Garp's face was very ugly at this time. He ignored Logia and others who rushed over. After taking a look at Long's already bloody shoulder, he turned to glare at GGE. "GGE! Don't go too far!" GGE ignored him for the time being, but said to Logia and others. "Logia, come and see the dragon while Ginny and the others deal with Garp's men." After the explanation, GGE threw the dragon out, and then instantly entered the half-animal state. The huge black bat wings shook, and the whole body turned into a bloody stream of light and rushed out of the boat with Garp. Although this ship that transports heavenly gold is stronger than ordinary warships, it is still a bit fragile for the level of combat power of GGE and Garp. After the figures of GGE and Garp disappeared into the night, Long didn't get much time to breathe. He suffered a serious injury to his shoulder and then faced Logia. He was miserable for a while. Ginny led the men in suits and marine soldiers to kill Garp's soldiers. Even Spangdine, a scumbag, held up a flintlock gun and fired 2 shots from behind. Over the sea a few kilometers away from the ship, GGE and Garp were already fighting together. Behind GGE was burning a ball of blazing flames, which looked particularly dazzling in the dark night. The Demon Sword village was surrounding him, and under GGE's control, he slashed out jet black sword energy. Garp used moonwalk to move around in the air, avoiding the sword attack, and then hit GGE with a pair of fists. Every collision between the two would cause a huge wave to explode on the sea below. After one collision, the two were temporarily separated and faced off in the air. Garp still had an angry look on his face and asked, "You just wanted to kill Long, right? What crime did he commit?" GGE responded expressionlessly. "He stole gold from heaven and has committed a capital crime." Garp's expression changed when he heard this, and he said angrily, "Nanny? What are you talking about? I saw it with my own eyes. Didn't you just see the heavenly gold on the ground? Just now, when the dragon was caught by GGE, his power failed, and all the gold in the sky was scattered to the ground." Garp was too anxious to save the dragon and didn't notice. When GGE said this, he tried to recall it, and then seemed to talking to oneself. "Impossible, why would Long do this?" GGE sneered, shook his head and said, "Garp, you are really neglecting your duty as a father. Didn't you really see that Long wanted to defect?" Garp clenched his fists suddenly and said through gritted teeth, "What makes you think Long is going to defect?" GGE had lost interest in arguing with Garp. He said calmly, "Just my eyes." As soon as he finished speaking, the flames behind GGE suddenly extinguished, and the speed skyrocketed. Garp felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, and then he was blasted into the sea. GGE floated above the sea and glanced at the calm sea. Just as he was about to turn around and return, the sea below exploded. Garp rushed out of the sea with a pair of red eyes, aiming directly at GGE in the air. "Boy! You are a bit too arrogant." Seeing Garp attacking again, GGE frowned, and the flames appeared on the back of his neck again. He just used his body to resist Garp's angry punch. Needless to say, the power of Garp's fists was so powerful that even GGE, who had the talents of the Lunaria clan and the ability of the phantom beast species, felt his internal organs tremble after taking such a hard blow. However, a look of horror appeared on Garp's face, because from his perspective, GGE's body only shook slightly after receiving such a punch, which was far from what he expected. GGE raised his hand to wipe the trace of blood that spilled from the corner of his mouth, and said with a smile, "It really hurts this time." Chapter 143. Garp pulled away, and after a moment of silence, he looked at GGE's blood-colored pupils and said, "GGE, do you have to kill the dragon?" GGE shook his neck slightly and said, "Let me say it for the last time, Long committed a capital crime." Having said this, GGE paused, narrowed his eyes, looked at Garp opposite and said, "As for you, you are no longer worthy of being a marine." Garp was stunned for a moment when he heard this, and then suddenly burst into laughter. After laughing a few times, he clenched his fists and waved twice, and said, "Boy, you are not qualified to say this to me." GGE no longer responded. He caught the demon sword Muramasa floating beside him in his hand. The blood surged from his body and disappeared in the next second. Garp shouted loudly, punched to the left, and collided with the demon sword Muramasa. It could be seen that the space around Muramasa's pitch-black blade was already in a distorted state. Garp felt as if his punch was trapped in a vortex, and the speed of his punch also dropped accordingly. GGE flipped his wrist, held Muramasa, and threw it upwards. Garp quickly leaned back to avoid, but was kneed in the abdomen by GGE. Moonwalk stagnated under his feet and almost fell into the sea again. After this, Garp no longer dared to be careless and turned around to fight GGE again. This time Garp's attack had a purpose. He kept improving his position and his punches were mainly hitting. He wanted to throw GGE, a person with abilities, into the sea. It has to be said that there is absolutely nothing wrong with Garp's idea. For an ability user, no matter how strong he is, once he falls into the sea, he will instantly become helpless. There are no landing spots around at this moment. According to Garp, this is definitely the best way to quickly capture GGE. He was still worried about the dragon staying on the ship and wanted to rush back to support him. GGE didn't seem to notice this, always keeping a position lower than Garp. Under Garp's constant attacks, his body was getting closer and closer to the sea below. Garp was secretly happy when he saw this, and thought to himself, "You're still a little too young." After punching GGE a few more times, Garp saw the right moment and suddenly stretched out an arm to wrap around GGE's chest, and then threw it with all his strength towards the sea water below, roaring, "Under the sea fall!" Under this violent force, GGE suddenly fell downwards like a meteor. With a loud splash, a huge wave was stirred up on the sea surface, and GGE's body completely disappeared into the turbulent sea water. Middle. Garp stared at the sea for a while, but there was no trace of joy on his face. He sighed and said, "I will come back to rescue you later, if I can still find you." After saying that, Garp turned around and ran towards the ship. At this moment, his only focus was on rescuing the dragon. At this moment, a bloody stream of light shot out from the sea and immediately merged with the night. Garp, who was moving forward in the air, was completely unaware of it. He murmured to himself as he hurried on. "Long, wait for me, I'll go right away." Puff! Garp's words stopped abruptly. He widened his eyes, lowered his head and looked at the black knife tip emerging from his chest in disbelief. GGE's figure emerged from behind him like a ghost. Vice Admiral Garp, the battle isn't over yet. Garp slowly turned his head, looked at GGE with a devilish smile on his face, and murmured. How could it be, you obviously fell into the sea. GGE pulled out Muramasa fiercely, pinched Garp's neck with a scarlet hand, and said with a smile. People with abilities are afraid of the sea. What does it have to do with me, GGE? As he spoke, GGE's hands glowed red, and Garp felt his body getting weaker and weaker. His hair was turning grey. Before, he only had grey hair on his temples. Garp could feel something in his body being drained rapidly. He also deduced that this must be some kind of ability of GGE, so he lifted Haki with difficulty to resist, and then barely stopped. What he didn't know was that in just a short time, GGE had extracted nearly 25 years of his lifespan, and Garp was already older than in the original timeline. His body had suddenly grown so much in age, and he had just suffered a severe injury. Garp had lost the ability to resist, and his hands hung down helplessly. Compared with Garp, GGE, who had also just experienced a big battle, looked simply in high spirits, with a look of joy on his face. GGE glanced at Garp, who had cloudy eyes. In fact, he could have killed Garp directly, but considering Garp's influence in Marine, he gave up the idea. After all, he can be said to be completely reasonable this time. After all, it was the Garp and his son who committed the crime first. His approach is completely reasonable. As long as Garp is not killed, his behavior this time can be said to be no problem at all. Looking at Garp, who was motionless in his hand, GGE smiled slightly. He had long seen Garp's intention of knocking him into the sea, and he had deliberately exposed the flaw. Because he also wants to win Garp quickly, but his strength is about the same as Garp's, and he doesn't know how long it will take to decide the winner. So he used the intelligence gap to completely relax Garp, and then used the vampire fruit's ability to become invisible in the dark to launch a critical blow against Garp, thus establishing his victory. I can only say that empiricism kills people. GGE held Garp's collar, flapped his wings, and swept quickly towards the direction of the ship. On the ship, the soldiers brought by Garp have been completely eliminated by Ginny and others. The situation of Long is not optimistic. Since the left shoulder blade has been penetrated by GGE, he can only fight Lucia with his right hand. By now, Long's body was covered with stab wounds, and his clothes were stained red with blood, making him look very scary. Dragon had no intention of fighting and just wanted to find a chance to escape. However, as a fallen angel fruit user, Lucia's speed was her strong point. It was almost impossible for the injured dragon to escape from her hands. If this continues, Lucia will be able to take care of the dragon by herself without waiting for Ginny to finish. Although the situation has reached a very bad point for Long, he still has hope because he still has his father. As long as we can wait until Garp comes back, all problems will be solved. As for Garp losing to GGE, Long never thought about it. Just kidding, his father was the legendary Marine Garp who killed Rox and chased Roger around the sea. GGE, how could a newly appointed Marine Admiral be his father's opponent? Chapter 144. The dragon, with only one arm left to move, was running around on the deck. He refused to answer Lucia's attack if he could, just to delay the attack. Lucia, on the other hand, was attacking the dragon's fatal parts with every blow, not intending to capture it alive at all. Soon, Lucia seized the opportunity and struck the dragon on the back with a knife, leaving a deep scar visible on the bone. The dragon groaned and rolled on the spot, leaving a large puddle on the ground. Bright red blood. He struggled to lift himself up from the ground, and when he saw Lucia rushing towards him again, he quickly formed a small tornado and threw it out. Lucia Adam immediately waved a sword energy to scatter the tornado. Purple flames surged from his body, and his speed surged again, rushing directly in front of the dragon. She raised the pendant and slashed it at the dragon's head, shouting, "Die!" The dragon was unable to escape, so he tried his best to attach Haki to his right hand, and used his dragon claw hand to collide with Lucia's sword. However, his current condition is really bad. Although he barely blocked the fatal blow, it almost exhausted his Haki. He had to use his ability to prop up a wind barrier. Lucia snorted coldly and was about to continue attacking. At this moment, Long seemed to have seen something, with a look of ecstasy on his face, and roared, "Father!" In the dim sky, a group of black shadows was quickly approaching the ship. Everyone on the ship couldn't help but look up. Soon, the face of the black shadow gradually became clear. It was Gge who was carrying Garp back. Seeing this scene, Garp's few remaining soldiers suddenly looked desperate, and the weapons in their hands fell to the ground with a clang. Long's eyes widened with a look of disbelief on his face. He even suspected that he was too seriously injured and was hallucinating. It wasn't until Gge landed and threw the Garp in his hand to the ground that the dragon came back to his senses. Looking at the grey-haired old man on the ground, Long called his father in a trembling voice, but Garp still didn't make a sound. The dragon's eyes were instantly bloodshot. He glared at Gge and roared, "Gge! I'll fight you!" Thinking of his father whose life or death was uncertain, the anger in Long's heart reached its peak, and he rushed towards Gge desperately. Garp's soldiers looked sad and angry. In their view, Long's behavior was tantamount to suicide. In fact, it was indeed the case. Gge's hands were already glowing with red light. He struck like lightning and grabbed the dragon's neck in an instant. Just when he was about to suck the dragon into a human, a sudden change occurred. Garp, who was lying on the ground like a dead dog, suddenly rose up, and Gge was knocked out unexpectedly. After the collision, the bones in Garp's body were rattling like rusty bearings. At this moment, he could no longer care about it. He glanced at Long, who had white hair on his temples, and a look of heartache flashed in his eyes. Then he lifted the dazed man up, then used his last strength to throw it into the air, and shouted, "Fistbone meteorite!" Uh-huh! The dragon's body flew out like a cannonball. Garp fell to the ground with a plop, breathing heavily. He raised his head and looked at the direction where the dragon disappeared, and murmured, "Son, my father can only help you so much." As soon as he finished speaking, he was stepped on the ground by Gge who rushed back. Gge looked down at Garp at his feet with an expressionless face, and then crushed it hard. Garp groaned and completely lost consciousness. Then he asked someone to tie up Garp, and then summoned the Dark Bible to suck Garp in. Lucia slowly came to Gge and blamed herself. "I'm sorry, young master, if I could kill the dragon earlier." Gge raised his hand, turned to Lucia and said with a smile, "It's not your fault. You tried your best. I was the one who fell into Garp's trap. I didn't expect this old guy to learn to act." After Ginny ordered the men to tie up the few remaining Garp soldiers, she walked over and said, "Brother Gge, Long was seriously injured just now, and he was thrown out by Garp like this. I think he is probably dead." Gge shook his head. He was 100% sure that the dragon was still alive. He doubted that the world will was real, and that the D family was the focus of the world will. Especially characters related to Luffy, the protagonist who should appear in the world line, should be difficult to kill before they complete their mission. Thinking of this, Gge glanced at the Dark Bible in his hand and said lightly, "Garp, it seems that your mission is over. I want to see if your D family can really change the world." The sun was beginning to rise now, and the darkness was fading. Gge looked up at the sky. Flame-like darkness emitted from his body, forming a pillar of darkness that shot straight into the sky. The sunlight above was also swallowed up by the darkness. He narrowed his eyes and whispered, "One day, I want this world to surrender to my will." In the following time, Gge returned directly after collecting the remaining heavenly gold. He first escorted the ship safely to Marijoy's and asked Spangdine to take the heavenly gold to deliver the mission. He then ordered another ship and led the remaining Marines back to Marineford. On the way, GGE had informed the headquarters of his upcoming return, so when his ship sailed into Marineford, Kong and a group of senior officials had already arrived at the port, preparing to welcome GGE's return. From the perspective of Marine's senior executives, GGE's mission this time has improved Marine's status in the world government, and it is of great significance. When GGE and all the Marines walked off the boat, Sora immediately took the lead in applauding. Only he frowned slightly. She whispered to Sengoku at this change. Sengoku, why hasn't Garp come out yet? Have you heard from him during this time? Sengoku was stunned for a moment, shook his head and said. No, but that's what Garp is like. He didn't call us much when he was on missions before. How can he take care of this when he goes to accompany his son this time? A gleam of light flashed in Crane's eyes, and he said in a deep voice. Where did the dragon go? And those soldiers who were brought up by Garp, why are they gone? Hearing this, Sengoku finally noticed something was wrong, but before he could think about it, the last wave of people on the ship came out, including 5 Marine soldiers who were tied up and escorted out. Seeing these 5 people, Sora and others all had expressions of astonishment on their faces. He and Sengoku stared at each other. They knew more or less 1 or 2 of the 5 people being held captive. They were Garp's personal soldiers. Chapter 145. GGE seemed to think that the escorting team behind was walking too slowly. He raised his hand and pulled the 5 tied soldiers over immediately and threw them in front of Kong and the others. The 5 people on the ground were already in a dying state. Kong frowned and asked with confusion. GGE, what happened to them? GGE responded calmly. They have forgotten their identities as Marines and have become the personal guards of the monkey family. The Marine executives looked at each other in shock after hearing this, and he stood up directly, looked GGE directly in the eyes and asked. GGE, can you tell me where Garp went? GGE immediately summoned the Dark Bible and released the Garp inside. Seeing the white-haired Garp tied up into a rice dumpling, everyone's expressions changed drastically. Crane and Sengoku even rushed forward to help Garp. GGE took a step forward and stopped in front of the 2 of them. Sengoku glared at GGE, a bright golden light bloomed from his body, and said word by word. GGE, get out of my way. GGE didn't move at all as darkness spurted out of him, swallowing up Sengoku's sputa light. Lucia and Ginny took a step forward, guarding GGE, and drew their weapons towards Sengoku. He, who had always been calm, had an angry look on his face at this moment. She crossed her palms on her chest and was already in a fighting state. In just a moment, Marineford's port fell into a tense atmosphere, and the battle was about to break out. Kong finally came to his senses, and he roared with a livid complexion. What are you doing? This is Marineford. Stop it. However, Sengoku and he completely ignored it. Seeing Garp in such miserable condition, they could no longer calm down. Veins popped up on Sora's forehead. He clenched his fists and was about to step forward when Garp, who was lying on the ground, suddenly said. Sengoku, Crane, don't be impulsive. Garp's voice sounded very weak. He and Sengoku both felt their hearts tremble when they heard it. Sora passed between them, stood in front of GGE, and asked in a deep voice. GGE, tell me what is going on. GGE glanced at Garp on the ground and said. During the mission, the former Marine Rear Admiral Dragon attempted to steal heavenly gold. After I found out, I wanted to arrest him. Garp not only failed to assist me in arresting him, but instead obstructed him. In the end, he even personally sent Dragon to escape. Nanny. Upon hearing the news, both the Marine generals and soldiers at the port all exclaimed, and then looked at Garp on the ground with disbelief. It took Sora a while to regain his composure. He first took a deep breath, then looked at Garp on the ground and asked. Garp, is it really what GGE said? Garp didn't respond. He closed his eyes and turned his face to the ground. His behavior was tantamount to acquiescing to GGE's words. He and Sengoku froze in place. After a moment of silence, Sora slowly said. Garp, do you know that Dragon's behavior will bring shame to the entire Marine Corps? Garp's body trembled slightly, he nodded, and Sora continued. I know that Long is your son, and you can't bear to hurt him, but don't forget that you are not only a father, but also a Marine. Do many Rear Admirals in the Marine regard you as a role model? Are you worthy of them by doing this? Kong became more and more excited as he spoke. At the end of the sentence, he squatted down and pulled Garp up, making him face him. Garp coughed violently several times, and he couldn't bear it. She raised her hand, but Sengoku pushed it down again. Unlike Garp, Sengoku always puts Marine first in his heart, so no matter how painful he feels, he has to admit that Garp really did something wrong this time. He really has no shame to defend Garp. Garp opened his cloudy eyes and whispered. But if I didn't help Long at that time, he would have been killed by GGE. Kong Vinian glanced at GGE. GGE's expression remained unchanged and he said lightly. Long's crime itself is a capital crime, and he also resisted arrest. As the Commander-in-Chief, of course I have the authority to execute him on the spot. Garp said bravely. But you are also a Marine, how could you be so cruel to your colleagues? I'm going to correct you, when a dragon steals gold from the sky, he no longer deserves to be a Marine. Garp choked hard at these words, and immediately began to cough violently again. Seeing this, he hurriedly said to Sora. Marshal Kong, Garp's body is too weak, let him rest first. Sora was naturally not too ruthless towards Garp. Hearing this, he asked someone to take Garp to the hospital for treatment. This time, GGE just watched from the side and did not say anything else. Because he no longer needs to deal with subsequent matters. After Sora returned to the office, before he had been quiet for a while, the phone call from World Government came over. The unique rumbling sound of the phone bug made Sora feel like his head was about to explode. When World Government called at this time, it was most likely because of the matter involving Garp and his son. Kong answered the phone with a heavy heart, and an old voice came from the mouth of the phone. Sora, send Garp to Impel Prison immediately. Even though Kong had expected it, after hearing this sentence, he still closed his eyes in pain and slowly uttered. I see. As soon as he finished speaking, the caller immediately hung up. Kong stared at the sleeping phone bug for a long time without saying a word. I don't know how long it took, but he sighed heavily, looked up at the ceiling, and murmured. Garp, you are confused. Sora really regrets now, regretting that he agreed to let Garp participate in this mission, otherwise it would not be like this. In addition to regret, he also had a strong dislike for Long in his heart. In his opinion, Long was simply an unfaithful and unfilial BD. Speaking of it, Long's impression on him had never been very good. As far as he knew, Long had provoked GGE when he first joined the army. He was also a maverick in school and could not integrate into the Marine group at all. Now something like this happened again. If Long appeared in front of Kong now, he would definitely give Long a paralysis. As for GGE, Kong has no intention of blaming him at all. First of all, no matter from any angle, there is nothing wrong with GGE's actions. Moreover, GGE is the youngest Marine Admiral. In just 1 year, he killed the Golden Lion, defeated the Red Earl, and now saved Marine's face. How could he not like such a talent? Just thinking about it, Sora was suddenly stunned for a moment. He found that he had overlooked one thing, that is, GGE actually defeated Garp. Chapter 146. Soon, the news of the former Marine Rear Admiral Dragon's defection came out, and the world was in an uproar. Of course, a Marine Rear Admiral would not cause such a big reaction in the world. The main reason is because of Long's background. He is the son of the legendary Marine Garp. And what he did was extremely outrageous. He actually wanted to steal heavenly gold. This made all the participating countries that had just paid the heavenly gold sweat, because if the heavenly gold was really stolen by the dragon, they would definitely have to pay it again. The world government won't care about you. If you can't pay, you will cancel the qualifications of a member country. This is absolutely unacceptable to most weak countries. Once you lose the protection of the world government and encounter some powerful pirate groups, your country will be destroyed in minutes. So they are really grateful to GGE for protecting Tianshangjian, because this is equivalent to protecting their interests. Along with the news, there was also a bounty order for Dragon. The bounty amount was 350 million belly, which suddenly surpassed Gecko Moria, one of the pirate supernovas. As for Garp, who was guilty of harboring the crime, he was dismissed from all positions within the department and was directly assigned to the eternal hell of Impel Prison, where he became a chief warden. It is said that the original intention was for Garp to become a jailer, but he was forced to become a leader only after waiting for someone to plead for mercy. However, no matter what, his career path from vice admiral to chief jailer has plummeted. Not to mention the chief jailer, even the chief warden cannot compare with the vice admiral of the headquarters. The power of the position and the treatment are not at the same level. No matter how great the officers in the prison of the pirate world are, they are just like that after they leave the prison. As for the generals of the headquarters, except in Marie Joyce, they are very popular in any regular country. On this day, Garp stood at the headquarters port, staring blankly at a warship that was about to dock. This was the warship that was going to take him to Impel Prison to take up his post. Behind Garp were Sengoku and he who came to see him off, and the rest were some of his old men headed by Bogart. GGE took his men out independently and waited for the warship to dock. He also came to see Garp off, just for escort. The world government is still worried about Garp, fearing that he will defect along the way, so there must be someone trustworthy and strong enough to watch him until he reaches Impel Prison. Then this candidate naturally fell on GGE. If nothing else, in the eyes of the world government, no one in Marine was more reliable than GGE. Even Wuchulai would not deny this. Today, Garp looks a little younger than before, at least not so wilted. It was after GGE interceded that GGE gave Garp 10 years of life. In fact, with GGE's current status in Marine, he can refuse such a request like Sora, but selling such face to Sora is definitely not a bad thing for GGE. And even if 10 years of life were restored, Garp would still have lost 15 years of his life in vain. If GGE faced him again, he could definitely win. After the warship docked, Garp looked back at the headquarters building with a look of nostalgia in his eyes. He forced a smile on his face and said to Sengoku and others, "I'm leaving. I hope we can see each other again." Sengoku and others' throats rolled. They did not speak and nodded silently. Finally, with Sengoku and others watching, Garp blended into the team behind GGE and boarded the boat to the prison together. When they arrived at Impel Prison, Magellan was already waiting at the prison gate. After GGE and his party got off the warship, he immediately came up to meet GGE and said respectfully to GGE, "Hello, Black Dragon Admiral, I am Deputy Director Magellan." GGE nodded and scanned the crowd behind Magellan, noticing a few familiar faces, such as Shiryu and Han Yabao. He pondered for a moment and asked, "Where is your director Columbus?" Magellan smiled awkwardly and said, "I'm really sorry, Admiral Black Dragon, the director drank too much and hasn't woken up yet." The current director Columbus may have stayed in the oppressive environment of the prison for too long and developed a habit of alcoholism, and this problem of his is already known to everyone in the prison. GGE raised his eyebrows and thought to himself that it was no wonder that Golden Lion escaped so smoothly later. As the director of Impel Prison, facing Golden Lion who had lost his legs and spent so much time in prison, he shouldn't have been able to escape so smoothly. This Columbus was still a drunkard for a long time. Seeing that Gge didn't speak for a long time, Magellan said nervously, "Black Dragon Admiral, I can try to wake up the director." Gge waved his hand and said casually, "No need, let him sleep, I don't think he will be the director for long." After that, Gge passed Magellan and walked into the prison. Magellan swallowed his saliva behind him and hurried to follow and lead the way. In the crowd, Shiryu took a puff of cigar with a disdainful smile on his face. Gge suddenly stopped, turned his head and glanced at Shiryu, and said lightly, "Hey, put out the cigarette." Shiryu was stunned for a moment, and then said unhappily, "Black Dragon Admiral, you are a little too nosy, this is not Marine." Buzz. Before he finished speaking, an irresistible gravitational force came over him, pulling him directly to Gge, and then Gge grabbed his neck and lifted him up in the air. This sudden scene shocked everyone. Magellan looked ugly and cursed in his heart, "Shiryu, this idiot. He doesn't know the horror of the Black Dragon at all." Shiryu's character is very arrogant, and now he is in his 20s, he is young and energetic. He has always been disdainful of Gge, the youngest admiral in the history of the Marine, and thinks that he is just unlucky to be assigned to a place like a prison. In fact, his strength is really good. If he is in Gge's class, he is even a little stronger than a flying squirrel. But compared with Gge, he is not even worthy of carrying shoes. He still doesn't understand enough what the 4 words Marine Admiral mean. Gge pinched Shiryu and threw him to the ground, then stepped on his head, stepped his head into the floor, and the burning cigar was flattened and stuffed into Shiryu's mouth. Then, Gge sucked Shiryu up from the ground and grabbed his collar, looking at his bloody face and asked softly, "Do you feel good now?" Chapter 147. Gge knows that Shiryu is a young guy, and now he bumps into the muzzle of his gun recklessly, so he must need to be repaired. Shiryu now fully understood the difference in strength. He raised his head tremblingly and met Gge's eyes. In those black hole-like eyes, traces of red lightning emerged. Shiryu only felt a terrifying sense of oppression coming straight at him. There was not even a trace of resentment in his heart, but only fear. He was not the only one who felt the sense of oppression. In addition to the people brought by Gge, everyone in the prison trembled. This feeling is all too familiar to some people who have been to the lowest level of the prison. This is the highest level. The pressure of the strong. Shaking Shiryu aside casually, Gge said calmly, "Keep walking." Magellan didn't dare to say anything more and asked 2 people to set up Shiryu and continue walking towards the lower level. Along the way, the screams of the prisoners could be heard endlessly, but Gge still strolled through the layers until he reached the eternal hell at the bottom. Compared to the previous 5th floor, this place seemed particularly quiet, and the number of prisoners was also the smallest. The arrival of Gge and others actually made the place more lively, and Gge also met an acquaintance, the Red Earl, who was caught by him personally. The Red Earl's whole body was imprisoned by extremely pure sea stone chains. Although he was not an esper, the hardness of sea stone itself was harder than steel. With such a chain entangled in it, even the Red Earl would have a hard time getting out. Coupled with the special food provided by the prison for the prisoners in eternal hell, the Red Earl's condition looks very sluggish. When Gge came to the door of the cell where the Red Count was imprisoned, he suddenly raised his head with a look of surprise on his face and said, "It's you." Gge smiled slightly and said, "We meet again, Redfield." The Red Earl struggled slightly, and the chains on his body made a clicking sound. He made a cut and said, "Why, did you come here to see my joke?" Gge chuckled and said, "I'm not that bored yet." With that said, Gge turned sideways and pointed at Garp, who had been silent behind him. At this time, Garp had already changed into the prison uniform. The Red Earl was stunned for a moment, then frowned and said hesitantly, "Garp." Garp raised his head, glanced at the Red Earl indifferently, and then turned his head away. Magellan coughed twice, stepped forward, and said, Lacefield, from now on this place will be guarded by the chief jailer in Garp. You'd better be honest. As soon as these words came out, the Red Earl was immediately stunned. Not only him, but also the other prisoners in the cell who heard this also blinked twice. Several prisoners with sea stone shackles struggled to climb to the door of the cell. He looked around strenuously. When they saw Garp in prison uniform, they burst out laughing. Ha ha ha! Isn't this the hero Vice Admiral Garp? How did he get into prison? Hey Garp! Why are you so lazy after not seeing each other for a few days? Thank you for your hard work. After arresting me, you still have to run to look after me. It's really a one-stop service. Tisk tisk, Chief Jailer, what a big official. Ha ha ha. They were all caught by Garp, and they naturally hated Garp to the core. Now that Garp had obviously committed something and was sent to prison, they would definitely seize the opportunity to ridicule him. Facing the ridicule of this group of people, Garp remained unmoved, and the expression on his face looked very numb. But the Red Earl was quite kind. He didn't laugh, he just tilted his head with a look of interest on his face. A black knife flew out from the back of GGE's right hand, and then split into several black knives and shot them at the cells that made the noise. By the time all the black knives were integrated into the back of GGE's hand, the ridicule had been replaced by screams. Magellan and all the prison staff were shocked. Looking back, they saw all the prisoners with broken arms and legs, screaming and writhing in a pool of blood. What's even more terrifying is that these prisoners who were originally in their prime have turned into grey-haired old men. Shiryu, who was being held up, was dumbfounded. A strong fear emerged from the bottom of his heart. He turned his neck stiffly and looked at GGE. What he saw was the knife with a strange red light on the back of GGE's right hand. Type tattoo. The demon sword Muramasa has long been integrated with GGE and can also use the vampire fruit's abilities. Garp looked at GGE in surprise and couldn't help but ask. Why? GGE said calmly without looking back. These scum bothered me, that's all. After a pause, GGE slowly turned his head, looked directly into Garp's eyes, and said word by word. Stop embarrassing Marine. This sentence hit Garp's heart like a heavy hammer. A look of shame appeared on Garp's face. He lowered his head and clenched his fists tightly. It took him a long time to squeeze out a sentence through his teeth. I see. Magellan and others looked at each other in shock, not daring to speak at all. The Red Earl asked suddenly. Black Dragon, can you tell me what happened to Garp? I don't blame him for 8 trigrams. After all, there are not many facts that can arouse the interest of people like him. Of course, Garp's demotion can be counted as one. GGE glanced at him sideways and said. If you want to know, you can ask him yourself later. He will be here with you for a long time anyway. The Red Earl shook his head in disappointment and said. Well, it's so boring here. Why don't you stay here for a while and talk to me? GGE crossed his arms and said with a half smile. Leadfield, this is the result of your own doing. Do you feel uncomfortable now? TCH, if I hadn't been in poor condition at that time, how could you have caught me? And you said. Speaking of this, the Red Earl suddenly shut up. He looked at the crowd around GGE and fell into silence. GGE smiled slightly and raised his feet forward. Under the shocked eyes of Magellan and others, he walked directly through the cell door and walked in front of the Red Earl. It was not unusual for Logia to be able to pass through the cell door. What shocked them was that the cell doors in Eternal Hell were all made of sea stone. It was already well known that GGE was an Esper. They really couldn't understand how GGE, whose whole body was in contact with sea stone, was not affected at all. Only Garp's expression was still calm. He had seen it with his own eyes. It was no big deal that GGE fell into the sea, and he himself suffered a lot from it. GGE came close to the confused Red Earl's ear and whispered. Don't worry, I will give you a chance to fight with me. You can stay here well first. Chapter 148. Grand Line. Roger looked at a newspaper in his hand and frowned. Not far from him, Shanks was sitting on the deck, looking at Roger with a solemn expression, and said to Buggy beside him. Buggy, Captain Roger has been sitting there watching for a long time. It seems like something terrible happened. Buggy put his hands behind his head, lying on the deck with squinted eyes, and said casually. You still don't know, that Marine Garp who has been chasing us has committed a crime. It is said that he has been demoted to prison. It seems that he will not be seen in the future. Shanks was shocked when he heard this. Nanny? Is it so sudden? Buggy glanced at him and said angrily. I've known about this for a long time. You've only been practicing with Vice Captain Rayleigh during this period, and you probably haven't read much newspapers. Shanks nodded. Looking at it this way, Roger had probably read the newspaper in his hand more than once. He also understood why Roger was like this, because Roger often mentioned Garp's name in his ears, and every time he used an appreciative tone. Roger has said more than once that if he and Garp were not in different camps, they would definitely become close friends. Just as Shanks was thinking about it, Buggy suddenly sat up from the ground and said with amazement. By the way, Garp was taken to naval headquarters after being defeated by the Black Dragon. Do you remember the Black Dragon? He was the one who saved you in Adwal last time. It's him. Shanks was stunned for a moment, and then said with a look of disbelief. He actually defeated Garp. Doesn't this mean that his strength is comparable to Captain Roger? Shanks was naturally deeply impressed by GGE who saved his life. He also remembered GGE's young face, which looked about the same size as Bullet. He originally thought that Bullet, who was inextricably linked to Vice Captain Rayleigh at this age, was already evil enough, but he didn't expect that an even more evil GGE would appear now. You must know that Garp is an old acquaintance of Roger Pirates, and Shanks must know his strength. Although Roger never used his full strength every time he faced Garp, Garp was one of the few opponents whom Roger recognized. GGE who can defeat Garp can naturally be considered to be on the same level as Roger. Buggy patted Shanks on the shoulder and said sincerely. So, if I encounter a black dragon in the future, I have to follow you. Shanks blinked and said doubtfully. What do you mean? You don't think I can defeat the black dragon, do you? Buggy looked at Shanks like he was an idiot and said. What an idiot! Don't you see it? That black dragon has a very special attitude towards you. Special? You mean he saved me once? Looking at your tone, do you think saving you once is nothing? Well, of course not. This is a life-saving grace. I will remember it forever. I will definitely repay him if I have the chance. Forget it, how are you going to repay him? With your own head? Your bounty is not enough to fill his teeth with someone of his level. Buggy, don't say that. Although I am still just an intern, I believe that I will be as famous as Captain Roger in the future. Just you? Tisk. I'm not going to bullshit you anymore. Think carefully about Black Dragon's deeds. Was he ever merciful to pirates? No. That's great, don't you think it's abnormal that a marine like him would actually save a little-known pirate like you? Shanks frowned and said. That's true, then why do you think this is? Buggy held his chin, his eyes swept over Shanks' face, and said. Maybe it's because you two look a bit alike. Ah! Shanks suddenly felt dumbfounded, pointed at his face and said. Is that why? Buggy nodded vigorously. Shanks rolled his eyes and ignored him. He thinks Buggy is just talking nonsense, and this reason is not convincing at all. Buggy curled his lips when he saw this and hummed. Anyway, my intuition tells me that if I follow you when I encounter a black dragon, I can save my life. Shanks crossed his arms and scoffed. Buggy, we are the freest men on the sea, how can we be so afraid of death? Buggy said disdainfully. Stop being cool here. What are you saying about men? We are pirates. Of course, the ultimate pursuit of pirates is countless treasures. How can we look for treasures if we are dead? Boring. The ultimate pursuit of a pirate is obviously freedom. Treasure. Free. Shanks and Buggy pressed their faces together, like two angry calves fighting, pushing each other back and forth. The news of the two people reached Roger. He closed the newspaper and saw Shanks and Buggy who were not giving in to each other. He said helplessly. Hey, Shanks, Buggy, aren't you too tired of arguing like this all day? Roger stood up and wanted to walk over to Shanks and the others, but his expression suddenly changed, and he sat back down, clutching his chest. This scene also scared Shanks and Buggy. Shanks hurriedly ran over to help Roger, while Buggy hurriedly ran to call the ship's Dr. Crocus. Big beads of sweat dripped from Roger's forehead, and his rosy face turned pale. Shanks asked with a worried look on his face. Captain Roger, what's wrong with you? Roger shook his head, forced a smile and said. It's okay, I just feel a little uncomfortable seeing an old friend encounter something like this. As he spoke, Roger touched Shanks' head and said softly. Shanks, I heard what you just said. You are really similar to me. What we pursue is freedom. Shanks was not in the mood to talk about this. He raised his hand and stroked Roger's chest, just to make Roger feel better. At this time Crocus had already ran over, followed by a group of crew members from the Roger pirates. Seeing these people, Roger immediately broke away from Shanks, a heroic smile appeared on his face again, and said. Why are you all here? Is there another party going on? Crocus ignored Roger's words and directly put the stethoscope on Roger's chest. After a while, Crocus breathed a sigh of relief and said. Fortunately, it's just an emergency, but Roger, you need to be more careful, otherwise. Roger raised his hand to stop him. Under the worried eyes of the crew, he grinned. What expressions are you making? Make me laugh. Everyone looked at each other, Rayleigh took a deep look at Roger, and then agreed. Okay, it's a false alarm. Everyone go bring the wine and let's have a banquet. Chapter 149. After leaving Garp in Impel Prison, GGE led the team back to Marine Ford. As soon as he returned, GGE was called to his office by Kong. Kong first asked about Garp's situation, and then said. GGE, Garp is now in prison, and no one will do his tasks. You know, although Garp's rank is only Vice Admiral, his previous tasks are not handled by ordinary Vice Admirals. After thinking about it, you are the only one who can take over his tasks now. GGE thought for a moment and said. Marshal Kong, you mean to hunt down Roger? Kong nodded and said. Roger's pirate group has always been the focus of the world government's wanted targets. In recent years, their behavior has been extremely suspicious, so the work of catching them must not be relaxed. Got it, just notify me when you need me to go out. After a brief handover of the task, GGE returned to his office, and then called Garin and mentioned to him that the current prison director was incompetent. Impel Prison and Marine are two independent institutions. Even Marine Marshal Kong has no right to interfere with personnel transfers in the prison, let alone the director. Of course, no matter which institution it is just a branch for GGE. If he sees someone slacking off at work, he will naturally deal with it. After Jialan knew about it, he told GGE not to worry about it, and he would mention it to Satan. The uncle and nephew had a simple conversation, and directly changed the director of Impel Prison. After talking about the prison, Jialan's tone suddenly became serious. GGE, you'd better take some time to come back during this period. Gulando may not have much time left. GGE frowned and asked. Uncle Jialan, what do you mean by he doesn't have much time left? Is he going to die? Almost. His blood fruit should be out of control soon. Although he won't die if he loses control, he will become a monster without emotions. I will kill him immediately at that time, so if you still want revenge, come back as soon as possible. Hearing this news, Gge said without thinking. I'll go back now. After saying that, without waiting for Jialan's response, Gge hung up the phone directly. He explained a few words to Lucia and others, and then cast Kamui to leave Marine Ford. He has been to Marie Joy's more than once, but it is still very convenient for him to go by himself. Not long after Jialan hung up the phone, Gge had already arrived at his bedroom. As soon as he arrived here, Gge smelled a strong smell of blood, his eyes turned scarlet instantly, and the tip of his tongue slowly licked his lips. He is a vampire fruit user, the stronger the blood smell, the more excited he is. Gge took a deep breath, suppressed the impulse in his heart, looked at Jialan and said. Uncle Jialan, I'm back, where is Gulando? Jialan pulled Gge out without saying a word, and when he arrived at the door of the palace, he pointed in a direction, which was the direction of Gulando's palace. Gge looked over and saw a ball of blood mist-like substance covering the top of Gulando's palace. In the blood mist, Gge could vaguely see a large number of bloody ghost faces entangled in it, and the scene looked extremely terrifying. Jialan slowly said. This is a sign that the blood fruit is about to get out of control, just like your grandfather did at that time, but I didn't expect that this day would come so early. Gge retracted his gaze, looked at Jialan and asked. Uncle Jialan, why did the blood fruit get out of control? Galan sighed and said. Actually, it's not the blood fruit that's out of control, but the endless greed of the ability users themselves. Gruendo is seeking his own death. It turns out that people with blood fruit abilities can continuously improve their own strength by absorbing the blood of others, just like the shadow fruit can stuff other people's shadows. The difference is that the improvement of the blood fruit is permanent, and the object drained of blood will die directly. It's just that when it absorbs blood, it will also absorb negative emotions together. As the negative emotions accumulate, the person with the ability will eventually have a mental breakdown and become a bloodthirsty monster. Even if the ability user knows this in advance, once he starts, it will be difficult to stop. Galan also knew from his father that as long as you suck blood once, you will become addicted. A firm will can at best delay the process, and it is almost impossible to stop. The reason why Gulando has been buying slaves over the years is naturally to absorb their blood. He had no intention of controlling it at all. After learning this, Gge's eyes flashed with blood and he said. Uncle Jialan, I am going to find Gulando now. If he completely loses consciousness, my revenge will be meaningless. Galan sighed with a complicated expression. When the day came to kill Gulando, he still felt very uncomfortable. After all, he was his own brother. But as the head of the Figolando family, the current situation no longer allowed him to think too much. If Gge can't solve it, he will not hesitate to kill Gulando. This is not only for his nephew. Once Grando completely loses control and destroys Marie Joy's, it will bring shame to the Figolando family. The Figolando family's affairs must be resolved by their family members themselves. Thinking of this, Galan held the hilt of the sword and said in a deep voice. I'll go with you. If the situation goes wrong, I will take action. Gge didn't object. It was always good to have Jialan in charge. After all, he couldn't predict what level of strength Gurindo, who had absorbed a huge amount of blood, would reach now. The uncle and nephew looked at each other, then disappeared at the same time. In the past, there were gold-armored guards guarding Gulanduo's palace. Now let alone guards, not even a servant could be seen. The door of the palace was stained red with blood, and blood was constantly flowing out of the cracks in the door. After Gge arrived, he punched the air and smashed the door into pieces, and then walked in with Jialan. The space inside is huge, and wherever you look, there are mountains of bones and shriveled human skin everywhere. There are many fur tribes and long-armed tribes among them. Gge's attention was not on these. He glanced around the palace and said lightly. Come out, Gulando, it's time for us to get to know each other. There was still movement in the bedroom, as if Gge was talking to himself. Gge snorted coldly, and the demon sword Muramasa flew out from the back of his right hand and shot towards the pool of blood in the corner. The pool of blood seemed to come alive, splitting instantly from the middle, and the demon sword Muramasa was inserted into the floor. Then the blood spread out and slowly condensed in front of Gge. Grando emerged from it and said with an evil smile. Welcome home, my child. Chapter 150. Gge had no intention of paying attention to him at all. He just raised his hand and the demon sword Muramasa flew back into his hand. Gulando's arms were hanging down, swinging unsteadily, and blood kept flowing from his fingertips. He made a hoarse sound, glanced at Jialan behind Gge, and laughed. Jialan, do you think I will become an irrational monster like my father? Jialan replied lightly. Before that, I will let you go in advance. Now you have to face Gge. As soon as Jialan finished speaking, a pair of huge bat wings spread out from behind Gge, and scarlet blood lingered around him. He held the demon sword Muramasa and walked towards Gulando step by step. Seeing Gge's changes, Gulando's face showed surprise. He didn't remember injecting similar bloodline factors into Gge. He couldn't help but ask, "What is your posture?" Before he finished asking, Gge's figure gradually became illusory. Gulando's eyes condensed, and a blood hole appeared in his chest in an instant. Gge stabbed into the air with a knife, and then turned his hand and chopped horizontally, while Gulando had been divided into several blood streams and scattered, and recondensed from Gge's back. Gulando, in the posture of a blood man, stabbed a blood claw at Gge's back, and Gge quickly turned around and retaliated with a blood claw. The two people's hands were then clasped together, and Gge's hand instantly glowed red, and he frantically drew Gulando's blood. Gulando's face changed, and the other hand turned dark red, and he slapped Gge with a palm. Gge immediately burst out the Shinra Tensei and knocked Gulando out. Gulando frowned after stabilizing his body. He raised the hand that Gge had just grabbed, and the skin on it had already shown signs of aging. Gulando was silent for a moment. With a thought, his arm turned into blood, and when it recovered again, the skin on his hand also returned to its original state. He looked up at Gge and said in a deep voice. I didn't expect that you actually got the vampire fruit. Gge's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing a fang flashing with cold light, and smiled. Yes, thanks to you back then, I can eat this second devil fruit. Gulando narrowed his eyes and said. Do you think you can defeat me with this fruit? Gge said coldly. You will know if you try it. As he said that, Gge let go of his hand, and the demon sword Muramasa floated beside him. Then his left arm burst into brilliant lightning, and his right arm burned with raging flames. Behind him was darkness and blood intertwined, and a silver streamer slowly emerged on his body. At this moment, Gge's momentum has reached its peak. Seeing Gge like this, Gulando was not surprised but delighted, and exclaimed, Good, good. This is my masterpiece. As soon as the voice fell, Gge appeared in front of Gulando like teleportation, leaving a series of afterimages behind him. With a bang, Gulando was directly bombarded by Gge's punch, and turned into a ball of blood mist floating in the air. Gge clenched his right fist, and the flames rose up, instantly evaporating the blood mist. But Gulando obviously would not be destroyed so easily. His voice sounded from a drop of blood on the ground. In less than a year, my strength has improved so much. You really didn't disappoint me. Gge frowned, and darkness gushed out from under his feet, trying to swallow the blood droplets, but the blood drops suddenly shot up into the sky, evolving into Grando's body in an instant. He smiled and said, It's useless. Do you know how many people's blood I have absorbed over the years? I can't be killed. Gge's eyes bloomed with scarlet light. He stared at Gulando above and said. Exactly what I want. Just killing you once will not relieve the hatred in my heart. After saying that, Gge raised his arms, and the darkness from all directions rose into the sky, rushing towards Gulando, wrapping it into a ball of darkness. The next second, Grando shouted loudly, and an astonishing momentum burst out from his body. He broke free from the shackles of darkness in an instant, and then dived towards Gge below. Gge's raised hand suddenly clenched, and the Gurando falling from the sky collided together, shooting out black lightning. From the outside, the entire palace exploded. After a while, Jialan's figure emerged from the ruins. Because the movement just now was so great, in addition to the Figolando family, even the 5 elders and a group of celestial dragons were alerted. As soon as Sartan saw Garin, he immediately came over and asked. Saint Jialan, what's going on? Garin didn't look back. He stared at the large area of ruins and said. Grando's blood fruit is about to get out of control. For the safety of the Holy Land, Gge decided to execute him personally. Everyone's expressions changed when they heard this. The 5 elders did it because they knew about the previous head of the Figolando family, while the other celestial dragons were completely shocked that Gge wanted to execute his father with his own hands. Swish, swish, swish. Several figures flashed to Garin's side, including the man with a crown and a gun from before. They were the Knights of God commanded by Garin. The Knights of God gathered together, and Vashalai, who was about to say a few words, simply chose to shut his mouth. The man carrying the gun stood up and said in a deep voice. Captain, we are willing to assist Saint Gge in executing Saint Gulando. Garin shook his head and said in an unquestionable tone. No, this is an internal matter within the Figolando family, everyone should stay out of it. Then, Garin turned around and ordered. Evacuate the crowd immediately, it's dangerous here. The Knights of God dispersed in response, regardless of whether the celestial dragons were willing or not. If they were willing, they left by themselves. If they were unwilling, just pick them up and take them away. Each celestial dragon's family will have 1 or 2 elites who join the Knights of God, so some of the celestial dragons who were taken away were members of the family who resisted their departure. However, the members don't care about this. From the day they joined the Knights of God, the glory of the Knights of God has been above that of their family in their hearts. This is also what Vasiyulai is most afraid of, because the leader of the Knights of God has always been a member of the Figolando family. There is no way. Although the number of people in this family is not very prosperous, it is really good in terms of quality. There is nothing to say. Among the same generation, the talent of the heirs of the Fei family and the Landu family was always at the next level among the Tianlong elites. Over time, the glory of the Knights of God has been bound to the Figolando family, which means that the real allegiance of these members is to the Figolando family. Both Sartan and Wucholai saw this, but they chose different methods. One chose to befriend, and the other chose to suppress. The 5 elders headed by Nasu Shiro chose neutral. Chapter 151. Soon, only Garin and the 5 elders were left around. At this moment, the ground began to tremble, and the roar was endless. Then 2 beams of light, one black and one red, burst out from the ruins. After the light beams dissipated, Gge and Gulando stood opposite each other. Their clothes were slightly messy, but their breath was still very stable. After Gge's bloodline factor awakened, he didn't have to worry about the endurance problem. Gulando could provide him with energy continuously with the huge blood bank stored in his body. What made Gge feel strange was that Gulando had absorbed so much blood, but his strength was not much higher than last time. Gulando glanced at Garin and 5 elders not far away and said with a smile, "You are all here. I'm so sorry. We just went too far." There was no sign of him losing control. Satan stood up and said, "Saint Gulando, you should go to Vegapunk with me for a checkup first." Gulando laughed and said, "Saint Satan, I think you are getting old and confused. I feel great. What is there to check? You just want to imprison me, right? Satan had never been pointed at and called old and confused like this. Anger appeared on his face, but Gulando ignored him and looked at Gge again, saying with a smile on his face, "My good boy, did you feel good sucking blood underground just now?" Gge's hands were flashing with scarlet light. He had indeed absorbed a lot of blood from Gulando just now, which increased his lifespan by nearly 100 years. However, although all this blood was sucked from Gulando, not a drop of it was Gulando's own, and it was unknown how much blood like this was stored in Gulando's body. By the way, the effects of blood sucking by the vampire fruit and the blood fruit are different. The vampire fruit can only gain life and recover from injuries by sucking blood. Although it will not increase strength, it will not be affected by any negative emotions. So Gge can suck from Gulando's human blood bank unscrupulously. He estimated that if Gulando was really sucked dry, then he would have no problem living for 10,000 years. But Gge didn't care about this. He just wanted to kill Gulando now. It was not enough to use the dark fruit to eliminate Gulando's fruit ability, because the blood sucked by the blood fruit had penetrated into his body, and blood drop resurrection could be said to be his passive skill. So Gulando's claim that he was immune to death was indeed not bragging at all. Gge narrowed his eyes and hooked his fingers. 4 dark tentacles instantly shot out from under Gulando's feet, pulling him into the darkness. Gulando swung his right hand, and a crescent-shaped long knife crawled out from his palm, instantly cutting off the tentacles. Then he flew into the air, raising a dark red sea of blood and slapping Gge. Gge cut the sea of blood with a knife. Gulando stabbed with the knife, but Gge used Kamui to avoid it. Taking advantage of the opportunity when Gulando stabbed in the air, Gge restored his entity, and the demon sword Muramasa in his hand exuded a strong black gas. He slashed at the back of Gulando's neck with a backhand knife. Bang! A sound like metal collision sounded, and a layer of blood scab covered with armed color appeared behind Gulando's neck, blocking Muramasa's slash. Then the two started a sword duel. In the sword light and shadow, the figures of the two kept flashing, and black and red sword energy burst out. The 5 elders watching the battle had to use their own means to resist. Jialan casually cut off the flying sword energy with a knife, and his eyes were always fixed on the 2 figures fighting in the field. In the end, Gge still suffered a loss because of his lack of dominance, and was beaten back by Gulando's national defense move. Gge inserted Muramasa into the ground and spread his wings to the maximum extent. After stabilizing his body, he stood up slowly and glanced thoughtfully at Muramasa in his hand. Grando fell not far from Gge, and there was a red electric arc beating on the knife in his hand. He pointed the knife at Gge and said with a smile, "Son, in terms of our family's swordsmanship skills, you are still too nanny." The smile on Gulando's face suddenly froze, because he saw that the demon sword Muramasa's blade was slowly being covered by a flowing red energy, and there was also a red arc emerging. The 5 elders were all amazed when they saw this scene. Is that Conqueror's entanglement? It's unbelievable. It looks like this is the first time Ji Gasheng has used it. He actually realized it during the battle. As expected of a member of the Figolando family, what a talent that makes people jealous. Among the 5 elders, only Sartan did not speak to Wuchulai. Sartan seemed the calmest because he had participated in the talent test when Gge was born and knew that Gge was the most talented person in the Figolando family for generations. One of the heirs. Although the time to master Ba Tang was earlier than he expected, it was still within the acceptable range. As for Wuchulai, his face had turned the color of pig liver, and he shouted in his heart. Damn! This is unfair. Why does God favor the Figolando family so much? Even he, the 5 elders, started complaining about unfairness, which showed how angry he was. The corners of Galen's mouth rose when he heard the 5 elders' voices behind him, and Grando's smile just now had been transferred to his face. In the eyes of everyone, the lightning on Muramasa's conquerors crackled. Gge slid his hand on the blade and finally pressed it on the top of the blade. Refer to the posture of Ghost Flash. The other arm was raised, and Muramasa was placed flat on his chest. Gge looked at Gulando in front of him. The next second, his figure disappeared from the place, but Gulando suddenly stared. The body has been crossed by two black and red sword energies in the center. Gge turned his back to Gulando and said lightly. Thanks to you this time, I finally understand Genkuo. It's up to you to try this first sword. Grando wanted to turn around, but his body was locked tightly by two sword energy, and the violent conquerors was tearing at his body. Even so, a strange smile still appeared on the corner of Gulando's mouth. He looked down at his disintegrating body and said. It's time. The next second, Grando's body was completely broken. This time Gge seized the opportunity and immediately launched the universal pull, trying to suck all the scattered blood into his body. However, at this moment, a sudden change occurred. The ground under Gge's feet trembled violently, and then gradually softened, with squirming blood vessels appearing on it. The ground was dyed blood red in an instant, and then a terrifying scene happened. Grando emerged from the sea of blood one after another, surrounding Gge in the center. Chapter 152. The sea of blood surged, and a throne made of blood rose from the ground. Gulando held his chin with one hand and looked at Gge below with an evil smile. He snapped his fingers, and all the Grandos took action at the same time, rushing toward Gge in the center. Gge looked calm, and while waving Muramasa in his hand, an airtight sword net was formed around his body, strangling all the incoming Gurando clones. The strength of these clones is only half of the main body. Gge can kill them with one strike with all his strength. But there are too many clones who can't bear it. The most disgusting thing is that even if these clones are broken into blood, they can be reunited quickly, and they are simply inexhaustible. Gge cleared a clearing around the area with an instant Shinra Tensei. Before the next wave of attacks came, he knelt down on one knee and thrust the demon sword Muramasa into the ground. Then, with Gge's body as the center, endless darkness spread out, sucking in a large number of clones and crushing them. The clones that were destroyed in the darkness never had a chance to reunite. After this move, there were only 10 clones left on the field. Unlike the other clones that were swallowed by darkness, these 10 clones finally broke away from the gravity of darkness, and each of them integrated their lower bodies into the blood throne. Grando on the throne clapped his hands and said with a smile. Dark fruit is indeed worthy of its reputation, but it's a pity that you still failed to awaken it. Grando obtained the blood fruit later than Gge, but now he has developed it to the point of awakening. But this is not because Gge's talent in developing devil fruit is not good. First of all, Logia's awakening is much more difficult than the other two series of devil fruit. Furthermore, the blood fruit can be said to be the easiest to awaken among the devil fruits, because as long as the ability user completely lets go of the blood sucking, they can awaken directly after the amount is reached. However, there are gains and losses, and the price of doing so is accelerating the demise of the ability user himself. Gge's body was filled with black energy. He held Muramasa tightly and slashed at the throne under Gulando with a black sword energy. The 10 clones that were combined with the throne of blood separated instantly. 3 of them faced the flying sword energy and blasted it away. The remaining clones are obviously much better in quality than the previous ones. Just now, Gge's sword energy could definitely cut down a piece. After being surrounded by these 10 clones, Gge was obviously more difficult to deal with than before. Some of the previous range moves could no longer cause effective damage. Gge fought and retreated. He let go of the demon sword Muramasa and dealt with the 10 clones by fighting together with one person and one sword. During this period, Gge seized the opportunity, grabbed the necks of the 2 clones with 2 hands, twisted the 2 clones with twisting force, and then sucked all the blood into the body. At the same time, the demon sword Muramasa also inserted into the head of a clone and swallowed it. Upon seeing this, the remaining 7 clones immediately closed the distance between each other, no longer giving GGE a chance to defeat them one by one. GGE let out a low drink, and his body burned with blazing flames, forming a huge fireball. He raised his hand and released the universal pull, pulling in the 5 clones. The moment the 5 clones entered, the temperature of the fireball rose suddenly. Trouble in the fire realm. The fireball continued to expand until it exploded, and the terrifying high temperature swept out, leaving a bottomless black hole on the ground. When the black smoke dissipated, the 5 original clones had been completely evaporated, leaving GGE alone floating in the air. After the war, there are only 2 clones of Grando left. Grando disappeared from the Blood Throne and appeared in front of the 2 clones. There was no trace of panic on his expression. Instead, he smiled and said, "It seems that your body has completely adapted to the 2 blood factors. I am really happy for you." GGE sneered, raised his hand and shot out a bolt of silver lightning. A clone instantly flashed in front of Grando, and slapped the lightning away with one palm. Grando pretended to sigh, and in the next second, he turned into a streak of blood and rushed towards GGE. The speed was so fast that GGE was punched and flew away without even reacting. Puff! On the way, GGE spat out a large mouthful of blood. Before he could stabilize his body, 2 of Grando's clones had already chased him. Their arms were covered with thick black blood scabs and they hit GGE's chest at the same time. On the abdomen. With a loud noise, GGE was smashed into the earth, and there was no movement for a long time. Just when Jialan couldn't help but draw his sword, GGE finally flew out of the hole. After he landed on the ground, he raised his hand to wipe the remaining blood at the corner of his mouth, his expression looking very solemn. The strength and speed shown by Grandor just now are completely different from those before the fruit awakened. What's even more troublesome is that the remaining 2 clones are not much worse than the previous Grandor in terms of strength. Gulando was not in a hurry to launch an attack this time. He spread his arms and asked with a smile. "How is it? Do you still have the confidence to defeat me now?" GGE stood up straight without saying a word, extinguished the flame on the back of his neck, and switched to the speed mode of the Lunaria clan. His lips moved, and Grando, who was smiling, suddenly felt a headache. The bodies of the 2 clones began to tremble, and the body composed of blood became extremely unstable. Suddenly, the ground under the feet of Gulando and the 2 clones shattered, and the 3 people's feet were empty. At this moment, GGE's body shook slightly and gradually became elusive. Puff! Grando and the 2 clones were cut off in an instant, but this time was enough for Grando to react. He recovered his body in an instant, but one of his clones was directly absorbed by GGE. Grando and his last clone jumped into the distance and asked with an ugly expression. "What was that just now?" Of course GGE would not tell Grando that what he just used was one of the abilities of the vampire fruit, ultrasound. This is not like an anime, where you have to explain the principle of the move to the opponent after you use it, for fear that the opponent will not be able to find a way to break it. Seeing GGE not saying anything, Grando narrowed his eyes and said, "Forget it, it doesn't matter if you don't tell me, you will be mine soon." As he said that, dense bloodshot eyes appeared on Gulando's face, which looked extremely terrifying. When Jialan saw this scene, a complicated look appeared on his face, and he murmured, "Really?" Then, he shouted to GGE. "GGE, Grando is about to lose control, your chance is here." When GGE heard this, he immediately raised Muramasa and fixed his eyes on Gulando. Gulando turned his head and sneered at Garin. "Garin, my good brother, you really want me to die?" Chapter 153. Galen's expression remained unchanged and he responded calmly. "Gulando, death may be a relief for you." Gulando smiled disdainfully and said. You're still so self-righteous. Jialan stopped talking to him and said directly to Gge. Gge, the core of the blood fruit will be exposed before it goes out of control. Gruendo will be very weak at that time. Your current speed is enough to kill him. Garin still remembers the situation when his father lost control. Because he hesitated at the time and did not seize the opportunity to kill his father immediately, in the end it was his father who forcibly regained a sense of consciousness and voluntarily gave up resistance, which allowed him to succeed. That's why Jialan had to remind Gge to seize the opportunity, otherwise with Gulando's urine, he would not be able to catch him even if he regained some consciousness. Gge nodded when he heard this. He planned to delay it for a while longer, and when Gulando appeared in the period of weakness as Jialan said, he would eliminate it in one fell swoop. Gulando shook his head and said, Garin, you are so naive. Do you think I will follow my father's old path again? How much do you know about this blood fruit? Garin frowned and said, What do you mean? Haha, you will know soon. After saying that, Gulando glanced at his last clone, which immediately walked towards him, and finally turned into a ball of blood and merged into Gulando's body. At the moment when the two merged, Gulando's aura surged again. The clothes on his upper body were instantly torn by the swelling muscles, and the cone-shaped hair turned white and spread out. The blood that was like substance shot straight into the sky. Gulando's eyes were blood red, and the expression on his face was extremely ferocious. Scarlet blood spurted out from his mouth continuously, and the blood vessels on his face were stretched, as if they were about to burst in the next second. After entering this state, Grando felt a trance in his mind. He gritted his teeth and shook his head vigorously. It stands to reason that he should have lost control by absorbing blood so unscrupulously. The reason why he can hold on until now is because he created a large number of clones in advance to temporarily disperse the power gained from sucking blood. This is why Gge didn't feel that Grando's power had improved significantly at first. Grando thought that the power of the clone would be enough to beat Gge into losing the ability to resist, but he never expected that Gge would improve so much after getting the vampire fruit. Coupled with the vampire fruit's restraint on his abilities, he had to concentrate his power on himself again, which meant that he was on the verge of losing control. But this doesn't matter to Gulando anymore, because he has long known how to solve the problem of the blood fruit losing control. Gulando looked at Gge with more and more fanatic eyes. He stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. He roared like a beast and rushed towards Gge. Although his size has increased a lot, his speed has not decreased, but has been horribly increased. Even Gge in speed mode had no time to react and was hugged by Gulando. Grando looked at Gge in his arms with a ferocious smile. His arms began to exert force, but they passed through Gge's body. Grando's smile froze on his face for an instant. Only then did he remember that Gge also used the same move when he was in the Holy Land. Gge still didn't tell him his name, which was Kamui, who was so shameless. Gge, who was behind the hollow, passed directly through Gulando's body and looked at him quietly. When Gge got the news that Grando was about to lose control, the idea of using Kamui immediately came to his mind. As soon as Kamui came out, Grando, who had gathered his strength in advance, instantly became a clown. He continued to attack Gge like crazy, and the surrounding environment was destroyed by him. However, Gge still seemed to be okay. Staying where he was, watching Grando being helpless and furious in front of him. As time passed, Gulando's skin was gradually invaded by blood, and blood flowed from his eyes, making his face look like an evil ghost from hell. He couldn't bear it anymore and stopped attacking Gge. His hands began to tear at Gge's body crazily. Large areas of skin were scratched by him and then grew back. However, the skin that grew out was covered with crawling blood bubbles. Gulando felt itchy. Ah! Painful roars resounded through the sky. Gulando's eyes widened in anger, and his two eyeballs almost came out of their sockets. Suddenly, he looked towards Garin. Being stared at by Gruendo, Garin looked stern and took out the knife to protect his chest. The next second, Grundot was in front of him, with a foul smell coming from his mouth. Garin! Give me your body to use first. Buzz! Conquerors burst out from Garin's body in an instant, and the ground cracked inch by inch. He slashed Gulando's body with a knife and said coldly. You've gone crazy. Gulando had no intention of evading and allowed the knife to hit his chest. The knife that entangled Conquerors only made him take a few steps back, and the split chest healed quickly. Grando stepped forward again, fighting with Garin, grinning and saying. I'm not crazy yet, Garin. As long as you give your body to me, I will never go crazy. Garin resisted Gulando's attack and said coldly. What are you talking about? Gulando said that he was not crazy, but in fact he had fallen into a state of madness. He laughed wildly and shouted. Ha ha ha! In fact, my father told me the method to break the blood fruit out of control a long time ago. Nanny! A trace of resentment appeared on Gulando's twisted face, and he said bitterly. The method is really simple. Just take the body of a close relative before it gets out of control. Hearing these words, Garin's heart was shaken, and he paused with his hand movements. He received a solid punch from Gulando, a stream of blood spurted out of his mouth, and his body flew backwards. Gulando did not pursue. He stared directly at the blood spurted by Garin. He opened his mouth and sucked all the blood into his mouth. With the inhalation of this mouthful of blood, Gulando's eyes regained some clarity. One hand suddenly stretched out backwards and grasped the tip of the knife that stabbed from behind. Gge entered the Kamui state again and ducked to Jialin's side. Garin calmed down his chaotic breath, stared at Gulando and said. What did father tell you at that time? Why didn't he tell me? Gulando sneered and said. Of course he won't tell you, because you are his most valued son, and he has never thought of taking your body even if he died. Chapter 154. Garin's body was shaken. If things were really as Gulando said, then with his father's strength back then, it would be absolutely easy to seize his body. Seeing Garin's silence, Grando sneered and said. Do you know what the first words my father said to me when he found me? He asked me if I was willing to sacrifice my life for his father. This time, he did not wait for Garin to speak and continued on his own. At that time, I naively thought he was going to leave something important to me, but he ended up telling me how to crack the out-of-control blood fruit. What he wanted was my body. Speaking of this, Grando's facial expression was distorted again. He pointed at Garin and said hatefully. If that were the case, I wouldn't hate him, because he at least gave me a chance to choose and didn't take it by force, but he didn't even mention it to you. From the beginning to the end, what he was thinking the only way is to use my body. These words penetrated Garin's heart like a sharp sword. His body shook twice, and the sword in his hand fell to the ground with a clang. At this moment, Jialin, who had a will as strong as steel, was at a loss, but Gge on the side took a step forward and said in a deep voice. So you have thought of using the blood fruit to take my body from the day I was born. Grando's body erupted with soaring blood energy. He walked towards Gge and Jialin step by step, and said with an evil smile. No, my initial target was Garin. I want my father to pay the price for his partiality. But what I didn't expect was that your talent is so good. Before he finished speaking, Grando's figure gradually became illusory. Gge's eyes narrowed and he almost subconsciously used Kamui. The next second, Grando appeared next to Gge. He smiled weirdly at Gge, and then his whole body suddenly exploded, turning into a thick blood mist and wrapping up the dull-eyed Jialin. Gge's expression changed drastically, and he finally realized that Grando's target had turned from him to Garin. Grando knew Jialin too well. The reason why he used the little time left to explain to Jialin just now was to break through Jialin's psychological defense line and give himself an opportunity. Gulando's gloomy voice sounded in the blood dance. GG, since you don't want to give your body to me, then I can only use Jialan's body first. After I finish taking the body, I will go find your friends in Marine. I want to let's see if you can still bear it. The 5 elders had different expressions, and Wuchulai had a look of surprise on his face. He didn't expect that Garin, whom he always hated so much but couldn't kill, would be finished like this. Sartan's expression was solemn, and black flames slowly began to appear behind him, and he couldn't help but take action. The other 5 elders looked on with cold eyes. To them, this was indeed an internal matter of the Figolando family, and Grando had already said that once the body was successfully seized, the blood fruit would not get out of control. If it doesn't harm the holy place, they won't care. Gge naturally could not let Jialan be taken over by Grundo. Seeing the blood mist made by Grundo pouring in from the pores of Jialan's body, Gge lifted the hollow without hesitation, exuding red Guang's right hand penetrated directly into the remaining blood mist. One of Jialan's eyes had turned blood red, but when Gge took action, the redness in his eyes quickly faded away, and Grando's voice came from Jialan's mouth. Ha ha ha! You were fooled! Call! The blood mist that had just poured into Jialan's body sprayed out in an instant and integrated into Gge's body at an extremely fast speed. Jialan also regained his clarity at this moment. He suddenly turned his head to look at Gge and said in shock. Gge! Gge's expression at this moment looked very ferocious. Just like Gulando just now, his face also had dense bloodshot eyes, the flames on the back of his neck flickered and extinguished, and the silver ribbon in the moon god state had disappeared. However, after seeing Jialan regaining consciousness, Gge still forced a smile on his face and said with a trembling voice. Jie, Uncle Jialin, that was not like you just now. You helped me so much, let me help you this time. After speaking, Gge's body suddenly began to tremble violently. When Jialan saw this, he felt as if his heart was about to be torn. He rushed over to help Gge, but was stopped by Gge. Do not come! Swish, swish, swish. Suddenly, dense dark red spikes appeared on the ground around Gge, and a terrifying wave erupted from his body, and then Gge suddenly laughed strangely. Ho ho ho! As expected, my son's body fits me better. This body is so perfect. This was Gulando's voice. When he heard this voice coming from Gge's mouth, an unparalleled sadness emerged in Galan's heart, and the hand holding the sword couldn't help but tremble. Gge was still provocative. What's wrong? Can't you even lift a knife now? I might as well tell you that now is also my weakest moment. You can kill me just like you did when you killed my father. Ha ha ha. Tear it apart. Sartan's clothes suddenly tore, startling the other 4-5 elders. His body size swelled to an extremely exaggerated level, 6 black spider legs stretched out from his lower body, and a pair of black horns sprouted from his head. He wrapped his armor around the crutch in his hand and said in a deep voice to Gge. Saint Gulandu, there is nothing wrong with Saint Kazan's decision back then. Compared to you, Saint Jialan is the most suitable person to be the head of the Figolando family. Hearing this, Gge instantly became furious and roared. You immortal thing! You are looking for death. It's you that damn it! Sartan's huge body burst out and rushed towards Gge. However, at this moment, Garin flashed and stood in front of Sartan. With a clang, Garin held his sword against the crutch in Sartan's hand, and black lightning burst out. Sartan frowned, looked into Galan's eyes, and said in a deep voice. Saint Jialan, what are you? Galan's face was full of pain. He opened Sartan's crutches with a knife, closed his eyes and said. Satan Saint, I appreciate your kindness, but he is still Gge now. But it won't be the case soon. You should know that if you don't take action now, it will be too late. Galan slowly turned his back to Sartan and said softly. So be it, when the time comes I will accompany my nephew to death. Nanny? Garin. Are you worthy of Kazan's saint? Chapter 155. Despite what Sartan said later, Garin remained unmoved. Gge looked in pain, he hugged his head and roared. A hole! I won't let you succeed. The darkness in his body burned fiercely like fire, intending to swallow up Gulando in his body. Stop struggling. I'm in your body now. No matter how strong your fruit power is, you can't hurt yourself, right? Ha ha ha. Speaking of which, your body is actually compatible with multiple devil fruits. Even I didn't know this at the time. I didn't expect that these two best fruits will be mine soon. Gge gritted his teeth and his body gradually began to twist. Gulando's voice sounded again. This trick is no longer useful. I have already said that now I am one with you. Then I will destroy myself. With that said, Gge tried his best to send himself into the darkness, and his figure disappeared directly in front of Jialan and others. Gge's Kamui has a duration limit. Once this limit is exceeded, he will be lost in the dark space and will never be able to get out. When he performs Kamui, it looks casual and natural, but in fact, he has to concentrate every time, otherwise there is a risk of overturning at any time. Gulando didn't know this and was still clamoring in Gge's body, but Gge stopped talking. The blood fruit's ability to seize a body is very powerful, and Grando's own power is stronger than Gge. It is only a matter of time before he can successfully seize a body. Therefore, the moment Gge entered the dark space, he completely released all his defenses, completely relaxed his body, and allowed Grando to invade his body. Anyway, what Gulando will face next is never-ending loneliness. Grando thought Gge had accepted his fate, so he was overjoyed and increased his power output. Gge's whole body instantly became blood red, and his consciousness quickly dissipated. In the haze, Gge murmured. It really has to end here. Suddenly, an old voice sounded. Boy, are you giving up now? Hearing this voice, both Gge and Grando were stunned. The surrounding darkness turned like a whirlpool with Gge as the center. Then, the demon sword Muramasa flew out from the back of Gge's hand and hovered over in front of Gge. An illusory light and shadow slowly emerged from the center of the village. Seeing this figure, Gge and Grando were shocked, and Gge had an expression as if he had seen a ghost. In fact, this is indeed a ghost, because everyone in the Figolando family will not be unfamiliar with the face of this phantom. At this moment, Gge and Gulando reached a rare agreement on their thoughts, and exclaimed. Ancestor Saint Casillas! Casillas ignored it. He raised his hand and took the demon sword Muramasa into his hand. He sighed. Muramasa, it seems that you like your new master very much. Muramasa's blade shook slightly, as if in response to Casillas' words. Gulando suddenly felt uneasy when he heard this. Casillas glanced at him lightly, then let go of Muramasa, and transformed into white light and entered Gge's body. The next second, Gge's body instantly turned into darkness, completely integrated with the entire dark space, and Casillas' majestic voice sounded. The king's order, dark baptism. The dark space shook violently, then returned to calm, and Gge's body reappeared. There were 2 blood-red tears on his face, and the right sleeve had disappeared, revealing a scarlet arm. Casillas's shadow detached from Gge's body and floated in front of Gge. It's just that the white light on his body has become extremely dim compared to before, as if it will dissipate in the next second. Gge's empty eyes gradually became focused, and the demon sword Muramasa let out a sword cry and flew back to Gge's hand. Seeing this scene, Casillas smiled helplessly and said with a hint of jealousy. Muramasa, you don't take me as your former master seriously, do you? This time Muramasa didn't make any more noise. Gge first gently touched Muramasa's blade, then bowed deeply to Casillas and said. Thank you, ancestor, for coming to the rescue. After Casillas entered his body just now, he immediately took back control from Gulando, and then he felt an indescribably terrifying power of darkness pouring into his body. However, even with such a vast power of darkness, he was able to control it like a fish in water at that time, and directly swallowed up Grando's consciousness completely, leaving only the source of blood condensed by Grando's ability. Cassilis waved his hand and said, "There's no need to thank me. It was Muramasa who saved you. It was Muramasa who awakened the last trace of my will left behind." Speaking of this, he looked at Gge's face and said, "Being the master of Demon Sword Muramasa means that you are also a member of my Figolando family. What is your name?" Gge said respectfully. "Figolando Gge. Well, it's not easy to get Dark Fruit's approval. You are very good. By the way, who was that guy inside you just now?" "His name is Figolando Gulando." "Nanny?" Cassilis's eyes widened with a look of astonishment on his face. His will was suddenly awakened, and he had no idea what had happened before. He only knew that Gge was his descendant, so he killed Gulando without asking. Anyway, he intended to harm his descendants. This guy must be an enemy. But after hearing Gulando's surname, Cassilis was confused, frowned, and asked, "What on earth is going on? Is it possible that the Figolando family is now killing each other?" Gge briefly told Cassilis the story. After hearing this, Cassilis raised his eyebrows and said, "Why are they obsessed with this Rashi blood fruit? Why don't they focus on the dark fruit?" "Well, ancestor, it has been more than 800 years since your death. During this time, no one in our Figolando family has obtained the dark fruit. I only got it by chance." Cassilis was speechless for a while. After a while, he stretched out an illusory and transparent hand and patted Gge on the shoulder and said, "No wonder Muramasa is so eager to wake me up. It seems that it will not be easy for him to find you as a new master. As for that Gulando, he will die after he dies. Muramasa will not recognize him at all." Gge blinked and didn't know how to answer the question for a moment. Chapter 156. Even though Gge and Gulando are both his descendants, after all, they are several generations apart, and there is no deep relationship for Cassilis. He looked down at the body that was about to dissipate and said, "Okay, I don't have much time, I still have to send you out." Gge breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this, and was about to say thank you again, but there was a sudden pain in his scarlet right arm. He quickly pinched his right arm with his other hand, but the pain did not stop. Slowed down somewhat. At this time, Muramasa, who was caught in Gge's hand, trembled slightly and turned into a black light and returned to the back of Gge's right hand. As Muramasa blended in, Gge felt a light touch on his right arm, and the pain dissipated. Cassilis saw this and said, "The power absorbed by Gulando has been purified by me with the power of darkness, and it also contains the original power of the blood fruit." As he spoke, Cassilis glanced at the pair of huge bat wings behind Gge and said, "I just felt another devil fruit power in your body. It should be a vampire fruit from the looks of it." Gge nodded and Cassilis continued, "Although I don't know how you manage to hold multiple devil fruits, it's just right. I don't have much power left to help you digest these powers. You happen to have the vampire fruit, plus the demon sword Muramasa help you suppress it, and it won't be difficult for you to digest it yourself, and the original power of the blood fruit will also stimulate the awakening of your vampire fruit, so you kid is a blessing in disguise this time." Gge looked at Cassilis's gradually disillusioned body, with a sad look in his eyes. Cassilis smiled slightly and said, "There is no need to show such an expression. I am already a dead person. Today I can see that the Figolando family has such an outstanding descendant like you. I have no regrets." As he said that, Cassilis waved his hand, and an exit to the outside world opened up in the darkness. "You can see that outside is where he fought with Gulando just now." Cassilis's voice became softer and softer. "Go back quickly, the Figolando family depends on you to continue. Gge bowed deeply to Cassilis again, and then flew towards the exit. After Gge's figure disappeared from the darkness, Cassilis' shadow had begun to turn into light spots and gradually dispersed. At the last moment when he was about to disappear, Cassilis murmured, "I hope this boy can take that step that I failed to take for me. Joy boy, where is your heir?" The first-generation king of the Figolando family disappeared. Outside, Garin was still waiting silently. Sartan had returned to his original state and was standing beside Garin silently. There were 4 other 5 elders standing not far away. The smile on Wuchulai's face could no longer be hidden. He now wanted to go back and open the champagne. Until a dark vortex emerged out of thin air, and then Gge's figure swept out of it and slammed into Jialin's arms. Garin was caught off guard and was knocked out by Gge, and finally bumped into the confused Wuchulai. Wuchulai's round body acted as a backing for the uncle and nephew. However, neither Jialin nor Wuchulai cared about this kind of thing at the moment. Everyone's eyes were focused on Gge lying in Jialin's arms. Garin sat on Wuchulai's belly and held Gge's shoulders so that he was facing him. From Garin's perspective, Gge has most likely been taken over by Gulando, but there is still a trace of luck in his mind. At this moment, he looked at Gge's familiar face with a trembling voice, "Gge? Is that you?" Gge's mouth corners gradually rose, and he whispered, "Uncle Jialin, who else could it be except me?" Gge summoned the Dark Bible and took out a bright red fruit in the shape of an American football. When Jialin saw it, he immediately showed ecstasy. Because Gge's hand was the blood fruit. This also means that Gulando is really dead. Vorkuli, who was sitting under Jialin, had a dead mother face. He roared, "Saint Jialin! Get off me quickly!" Jialin raised his eyebrows, and then he remembered that he was still sitting on Vorkuli's belly. He flashed and appeared on the side with Gge, still ignoring Vorkuli. Satan walked slowly, looked at Gge's face, and said hesitantly, "Saint Gge, where did you go just now?" Gge smiled slightly and said, "I wanted to exile myself in the dark space forever, because I couldn't resist the erosion of Gulando at all." "Then how did you?" Not only Satan, but everyone present looked at Gge with curiosity. Under the gaze of everyone, Gge slowly said, "It was Saint Cassilis who saved me." Nanny. Everyone present was considered an absolute boss in the pirate world, but after hearing this name, they were all horrified and lost their composure. Vouchuri shouted, "Impossible! Saint Cassilis has been dead for 800 years. The other 4-5 elders also nodded slowly, and even Satan did not refute. Only Garin did not show any doubt. He looked into Gge's eyes for a moment and slowly said, "Nothing is impossible. Since Joyboy can leave his will in the devil fruit, it is not surprising that Saint Cassilis left some tricks." Gge nodded, summoned the demon sword Muramasa, and said, "The ancestor left his will in Muramasa. At that time, he used my body to use the power of dark fruit awakening, and then he killed Gulando completely." Gge deliberately glanced at Vouchuri. He did not say that the last trace of will left in Muramasa was left by Cassilis, just to let this guy who likes to go against the Figolando family know a little bit. Vouchuri's face was ashen, and a trace of fear could not help but arise in his heart. He even knew more about the horror of Cassilis than Garin, the head of Figolando. If Cassilis had not been seriously injured and died, it would not be certain who would be sitting on the empty throne now. If it is true as Gge said, that Cassilis will still exists in the world, and he can even use Gge's body to activate his abilities, then wouldn't he, a 5 elder, be in danger of dying at any time? Thinking of this, Vouchuri looked at the demon sword Muramasa in Gge's hand and subconsciously took 2 steps back. Chapter 157. Jialin looked at the 2 bloody tears on Gge's face and the scarlet right arm, and said with worry, "Gge, what's going on with your face and this arm?" Gge raised his right arm and moved it, then smiled lightly and said, "This is a gift given to me by my ancestors, Uncle Jialan. I will tell you slowly later that there are still guests here. The guests GGE refers to are of course the 5 elders. Except for Satan, who took action midway, the remaining 4 were the audience for the entire show. The 5 elders are looking at GGE very delicately now. After all, what GGE just said was too bluffing. And if what GGE said is true, doesn't it mean that GGE can use Caecilius' power at any time now? What shall I couldn't help but tried to say. Sage GGE, I wonder if you can let us see Lord Caecilius. GGE glanced at him and said lightly. Then you have to wait, I have to ask the ancestors first. At this time, what shall I no longer had the arrogance of the past. He lowered his posture and said respectfully. Okay, please tell me, Saint GGE, that we respect Lord Caecilius very much. It would be our honor if we could meet him. GGE responded calmly, then let go of his hand, letting the demon sword Muramasa float in front of him. Then, he just stared at Muramasa without saying a word, bluffing the 5 elders without daring to say a word. Even Jialan looked at GGE nervously, and even rubbed his hands subconsciously. Seeing everyone's performance, GGE almost couldn't help laughing. Saint Caecilius has completely disappeared and will never appear again, so GGE's current behavior is simply acting. After watching for a while, GGE shook his head and said, "No, the ancestors said that he needs to rest and cannot show up at will unless absolutely necessary." When Wakuli heard this, the corner of his mouth suddenly rose, thinking that this boy was really bluffing. "You are too young to scare me." Thinking of this, he said with a half smile. "Oh, so that's it." Before he finished speaking, his expression froze on his face, and then he looked at GGE with a horrified expression. Everyone present also had the same expression, as if they had seen some horrific scene. I saw GGE's black hair moving without wind, and a black air rose from his body into the sky. Then, the originally clear sky dimmed instantly, the sun disappeared, leaving only boundless darkness. GGE's eyes exuded endless black energy, and a majestic voice came from his mouth. "The king's order, darkness is coming." In the space, countless dark vortices emerged out of thin air, and the entire red line began to tremble violently. Not only the red line, but most of the planet has been shrouded in darkness at this time, and similar scenes have appeared. This is the real doomsday. Meanwhile, above the grand line, the wine barrel in Roger's hand fell to the ground with a bang. He looked up at the sky with a solemn expression and pulled out the long knife from his waist. All the members of the Roger pirates gathered on the deck. Buggy, who had not yet practiced S*X, grabbed Shank's clothes tightly and shouted in horror. "What's going on? Is it the end of the world?" Buzz. Roger unleashed his conquerors with all his strength. Rayleigh, Jabba, and Bullet also exploded, forcibly opening a gap in the darkness above. Rayleigh frowned, turned to Roger and said, "Roger, do you know what's going on?" Roger closed his eyes and activated his ability to listen to the sounds of all things. After a while, he opened his eyes and said with an ugly face, "No, my vision is invalid. What is this darkness?" Not only the Roger pirates, but at this moment, Whitebeard, Big Mom, and other powerful people all felt the terror of this darkness. Those dark whirlpools that could be seen everywhere could burst out with the power to destroy everything at any time. However, they suddenly began to close, and the darkness faded like a tide, and everything returned to its original appearance in the blink of an eye. The whole process lasted less than 10 seconds, but it left a lingering shadow in everyone's heart. Except for Garin and the 5 elders, no one knows what the source of this mutation is. At this time, the 5 elders were standing around GGE like 5 sculptures, looking straight at GGE. GGE took a breath and tried his best not to show any strange look on his face. In fact, even he was frightened by the power he just showed. It turns out that what he just used was a bit of power that Caecilius had not used up, but he didn't expect that it would be so terrifying when used in the outside world. He completely miscalculated, this was simply not what the fruit awakening could achieve. Unlike in the dark space just now, Caecilius has completely disappeared. GGE can completely feel the true power of dark fruit this time. Although it was just an experience card, it gave GGE, who had no clue about dark fruit's awakening, a glimmer of understanding, and his control over darkness became stronger. When GGE was immersed in the feeling of that power, Wuchulai and others finally recovered, and they were all shocked into a cold sweat. Wuchulai swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said cautiously. Sage GGE, was it Lord Caecilius just now? GGE responded calmly. Well, although it is inconvenient for my ancestor to show up, he can show his power through my body, otherwise some people will really think that he is dead. Wuchulai laughed awkwardly and said. How could it be? We have all seen the power just now. If anyone thinks that his old man is dead, I will be the first to deal with him. Saint Satan behind him cast a disdainful look at Wuchulai. Wuchulai noticed it, but he didn't even dare to let out a fart. Of course, he had already greeted Sartan over and over again in his mind. He now even suspects that Sartan knew from the beginning that Caecilius still had a backup plan. Otherwise, how could he have been so supportive of the Figolando family? This is good, I have really become a clown this time. That's Caecilius. He is a figure of the same era as I'm, one of the first 20 original stocks, and the most popular one. Such a character is now awakened by the brat GGE. Wuchulai suddenly felt like crying when he thought about what he had done against the Figolando family before. The three Nashura, who have always been neutral towards the Figolandu family, took the initiative to step forward. The leader Nashuro said to GGE with a smile on his face. Holy GGE, thank you for getting rid of such a scourge as Gulanduo for the Holy Land. I am going to hold a celebration banquet for you in the Holy Land tonight. What do you think? Chapter 158. In the evening, under the arrangement of 5 elders, Marie Joyce held a grand banquet. All the celestial dragons gathered at this banquet, and the protagonist of the banquet was naturally GGE. At the banquet, Vasiyulai personally read out GGE's merit, which was the execution of Gulando, the sinner who intended to harm Marie Joyce. He praised GGE for his righteous killing of relatives' behavior, while Jialan and GGE sat on their chairs and watched Vasiyuli's hard performance there. The other celestial dragons were shocked when they heard this. Most of the celestial dragons' IQs were not very high. After listening to Wuchulai's speech, they began to discuss among themselves. Oh my god! Saint Gulando is such a person. No wonder I always felt eerie when I saw Saint Gulando before. Thanks to GGE Sheng, he protected us this time. Sure enough, we still have to rely on our own people at the critical moment. If the crazy Saint Gulando rushes out at that time, even if we call the Marine Admiral, it will be too late. Have you forgotten that Saint GGE is the Marine Admiral? Having him in Marine is so reassuring. You are too cowardly. Saint Garin and his Knights of God are still here. It will be absolutely easy to take down Saint Gulando. Anyway, Saint Gulanduo is also the biological father of Saint GGE. He really killed his relatives this time. GGE's hearing was already strong, and all these comments reached his ears. He laughed and said to Jialan Sheng on the side. Uncle Jialan, if I had known earlier, I wouldn't have attended this Lao Shiza banquet. It's so boring. Jialan now made no secret of his doting on GGE and said softly. It's a bit boring. If you get tired, go back first. I'm here. GGE nodded, stood up and exchanged greetings, then left the banquet hall under the respectful eyes of all the celestial dragons and returned directly to his palace. This time he returned to Marie Joyce by himself, so there was no Lucia to sleep with him. After washing up a little, GGE lay on the bed and put on a black nightgown, looking at his scarlet right arm in trance. He pulled open the collar of his nightgown and could see dense red blood lines extending from his right arm, all connected to his heart. Gge could feel a vast force pouring into his body, and now his right arm was the source of this force. This is the power that Grundo absorbed using the blood fruit. It was these powers that forcibly raised Grundot to the same level as Garin, or even faintly surpassed it. But before he had time to exert himself, Cassilis was expelled from the family tree and gifted this power to Gge. What Gge has to do now is to wait for this power to completely integrate into himself, as well as the original power of the blood fruit within it. In order to prevent the dark fruit from falling into the hands of others, Cassilis stripped off part of the dark fruit's power in advance and left it in the demon sword Muramasa. The consequence of this is that even if an outsider becomes a dark fruit user, without the dark power in the demon sword Muramasa, his dark fruit will never be able to awaken. 800 years later, Cassilis did the same thing again, stripping out the original power of the blood fruit, and gave it to Gge along with the blood power absorbed by Gulando. Ordinarily, people who have become users cannot accept the original power of other fruits, because this is equivalent to eating 2 devil fruits. But when Cassilis learned that Gge's body could accommodate multiple devil fruits and was also a vampire fruit user, he immediately thought of giving the original power of the blood fruit to Gge. And he also gave Gge his understanding of devil fruit through consciousness transmission. After all, Cassilis was a figure from 800 years ago, and he knew a lot of secrets, such as the fact that the original power of some devil fruits can be integrated. This is the so-called distinction between the upper and lower levels of fruits. The original power of the upper and lower devil fruits is the same, the difference is the strength of the original power. The same is true for the vampire fruit and the blood fruit. Cassilis also told Gge that he speculated that the original power of the dark fruit should still be incomplete, because he used all the methods he could use, but he was still half a step away from the realm of transcending the limit. Whenever he wanted to break through, he would have an inexplicable sense of loss. So Cassilis speculated that part of the original power of the dark fruit should still fall into its lower fruit. But at that time, Cassilis had no time to find this lower fruit, because the war with Joy Boy broke out, and he eventually lost because of this difference. Cassilis' biggest regret was that he failed to test whether his idea was right or wrong, and the error tolerance rate of this experiment was too low. Until he saw Gge 800 years later. He wanted Gge to try whether the vampire fruit and the blood fruit's original power could be fused. Even if they couldn't be fused, with Gge's physique that could accommodate multiple devil fruits, at least he wouldn't explode and die. It was nothing more than an additional devil fruit ability. However, what Cassilis didn't know was that Gge could only eat 3 devil fruits at most. If his guess was wrong, Gge would no longer have the capital to choose other devil fruits. As far as Gge was concerned, he didn't want the blood fruit. Although the ability to infinitely increase strength by sucking blood was a bug, it would be out of control. Apart from this ability, the other abilities were at most icing on the cake, and it was not worth Gge wasting this last position. But there was no way. Cassilis had already forced the original power of the blood fruit to Gge. Now he could only wait for the absorption to be completed. If the vampire fruit really merged with the blood fruit, then he would dare to eat the last devil fruit. Thinking of this, Gge flipped his wrist, and the blood fruit appeared in his hand. Although this blood fruit is no longer complete, it is still a powerful paramecia devil fruit, and Gge certainly cannot waste it. For top-quality devil fruits like the blood fruit and the lion fruit, he must give them to someone close to him, and that person must have some talent, otherwise it would be a waste of talent. Among the people closest to him at the moment, Ginny has not yet become a power user. When he returns, he will ask Ginny if she wants the lion fruit. Forget about the blood fruit, because it really doesn't match Ginny's style. Chapter 159. Early the next morning, Gge came to Jialan's palace to have breakfast. Galan was wearing the same nightgown as Gge, which was in sharp contrast to the neatly dressed Gge. Seeing Gge, Garin smiled and said. Here we go, I'll have my servants bring breakfast. Gge blinked. He was a little uncomfortable with such a gentle Garin. A servant came over and pulled out the chair. After Jialan sat down, he looked up at Gge who was still standing there and said doubtfully. Gge, what are you doing standing there? Sit down and get ready to eat. Uncle Jialan, I feel like you're acting weird today. After hearing this, Jialan's face became solemn and he said in a deep voice. What nonsense are you talking about? Sit down and eat. Okay. After both of them were seated, a team of servants rushed in at the door, neatly placing exquisite meals on the dining table. For ordinary people, they could never imagine that it was just a breakfast. It can be done to this extent. After the arrangement was completed, all the servants hunched over and backed away without daring to raise their heads. They retreated to the door before turning around and leaving. A pair of gold-plated chopsticks were specially placed in front of Gge. The servants of the Figalandu family all knew that their young master did not like to use knives and forks. He picked up a piece of exquisite dessert with chopsticks and put it into his mouth. Gge said while eating. Well, it's not sweet. After hearing this, Jialan raised his eyebrows and said. Not sweet? I'll have the chef who made this dessert be dragged out later. Gge was stunned for a moment. On Blue Star, saying that desserts are not sweet is considered a high compliment. Garin was obviously wrong. He quickly waved his hand and said. No, I mean, the sweetness of this dessert is just right. I like it very much. Oh, if you like it, take this chef with you when you go back and let him cook for you every day. No need, Uncle Garin, I still like what Jessica does. Jialan didn't say anything more after hearing this. He held his chin with one hand and looked at Gge quietly. How could Gge eat when he looked at her like that? He put down his chopsticks and said. Uncle Jialan, why are you just looking at me without eating? A smile appeared on Galan's lips, and he looked a little gentle. He sighed. I just think it's great to have a nephew like you here. Jialan's sudden tenderness flashed directly onto Gge's waist. Gge didn't know how to respond. She just stared at Jialan blankly. The uncle and nephew looked at each other for a moment, and the atmosphere was a little awkward for a while. Finally, Jialan coughed twice and changed the subject. By the way, you haven't told me about Saint Ancestor Cassilis yet. Is he really still in Demon Sword Muramasa? Gge answered honestly. I'm gone, but it was indeed my ancestor who saved me. It was the last trace of will left by his family. I said that yesterday because I wanted to scare Wuchulai, so that he would not keep antagonizing our family. Galan sighed softly and said. I see. Then, Gge told Jialan what happened in the dark space yesterday. Jialan also had a look of disbelief on his face after hearing this, and said. The ancestors mean that dark fruit's power is not complete enough. Gge nodded and said in a deep voice. Yes, but the ancestors are just guessing. Nothing can be concluded until I completely absorb the original power of the blood fruit. With that said, Gge rolled up his sleeves and showed his arms to Jialan. The uncle and nephew continued to discuss for a while, until the phone bug in Gge's arms rang. Gge took out the phone and connected it, and Vegapunk's voice sounded from the phone's mouth. Ji Gasheng, do you have time to come over now? It's time for Stussy to wake up. Oh? Okay, I'll be there right away. Gge hung up the phone, briefly talked to Galan about Stussy, and then directly used Kamui to go to Vegapunk. After entering the institute, Gge easily found Vegapunk with his strong hearing. Vegapunk's expression when he saw Gge was as if he had seen a ghost. Gge asked directly. Take me to Stussy's place. By the way, why aren't Porisalino and Bear there? Vegapunk originally wanted to ask Gge how he got here, but when Gge asked him, he temporarily suppressed his curiosity and responded. They are not here every day. When he has nothing to do, Pora Salino takes him out for a walk. Now I don't know where he is going to travel again. Okay, so do they know about Stussy? No, very few people know about Stussy. Except for some high-level people in the world government, Geisa and I are the only ones who know about it. Well, that's good, let's go. After saying that, GGE directly picked up Vegapunk and came directly to the laboratory where Stussy was. As soon as he arrived, GGE put down Vegapunk, which was still in a dazed state, and walked to the glass container containing Stussy to take a look. Compared with last time, Stussy's face was obviously much rosier, and her long eyelashes were trembling slightly, as if she was about to wake up in the next second. Vegapunk shook his big head, his body was slightly swaying, and he came to GGE's side and said, "Ji Gasheng, Stussy's consciousness has begun to gradually recover. She will wake up soon even without me." GGE nodded and said lightly, "Then let her wake up. She has slept long enough." Upon hearing this, Vegapunk immediately came to the operating table and fiddled with it a few times with his hands. The solution in the glass container was quickly emptied, and a hood lowered from the top to cover Stussy's head. Then, several weak arcs of electricity appeared on the hood, and Stussy's body trembled a few times. Beep beep beep. A burst of electronic sound sounded, a green light lit up on the hood, and the glass cover slowly fell. Stussy lowered his head and left the package of the mechanical hood. She opened her eyes, revealing a pair of sky blue pupils. She looked a little dazed after just waking up, but she still kept her arms in front of her chest. Vegapunk tried calling Stussy's name. Stussy looked up at him stiffly, but then quickly looked away and looked at GGE. When she saw GGE, her eyes seemed to light up and she walked towards GGE barefoot. Although there are only a few steps away from GGE, Stussy now moves like a baby who has just learned to walk. He stumbles when he walks. In addition, there is still solution on his feet and he has not taken 2 steps yet. He slipped and fell naked into GGE's arms. GGE hugged her. Stussy slowly raised her head from GGE's arms, and the first words she spoke were, "Owner." Chapter 160. Hearing Stussy's sweet voice, GGE did not respond. Instead, he asked Vegapunk for a brand new white coat and put it on Stussy first. Stussy sorted it out herself. She has gradually begun to digest the knowledge transmitted to her by the computer over the years, and her actions have become more natural. However, just as she arranged her clothes and looked up at GGE, GGE suddenly reached out and pointed at Vegapunk, releasing universal pull to suck him in. Before Vegapunk could react, GGE strangled his neck tightly. GGE just exerted a little force, and Vegapunk's face immediately turned the color of pig's liver. He looked at GGE with a horrified look on his face. He wanted to speak but couldn't make a sound. Soon, the breathless Vegapunk began to roll his eyes. During this period, Stussy not only had no intention of helping Vegapunk, but even asked GGE, "Master, do you need me to do something for you?" Just when Vegapunk was about to belch, GGE let go of his hand and thoughtfully stretched out an arm to support him. Vegapunk lay on GGE's arm, sticking out his tongue, and it took him a long time to regain his composure. He raised his head, looked at GGE with a resentful expression, and said, "Ji Gasheng, don't worry this time. I was almost killed by you just now." As smart as he was, he had already figured out what GGE meant by what he did just now. It was just to test whether Stussy really took GGE's will as the only criterion. Thinking of this, a layer of cold sweat appeared on Vegapunk's forehead. Among the few senior executives of GGE Celestial Dragons that he had contact with, the sense of oppression given to him by GGE was much stronger than that of Satan. The most important thing is that GGE knows so much about him from nowhere, and can even point out his thoughts sometimes, so when it comes to Stussy, he really doesn't dare to make any small moves anymore. Complaining is Vegapunk's last act of stubbornness. Gge glanced at him and said calmly. 10 billion Baileys, half of it will be used as your research fund, and the remaining half will be allocated to your hometown. Now is not the period of inflation that will follow. Bailey will spend more money than he will later. Vegapunk's eyes lit up when he heard this number, and he immediately smiled and said. Ji Gasheng is really awesome. Why don't you take a look and see if there is anything you're not satisfied with? I can improve it. Gge thought for a moment, and then said calmly to Stussy. Stussy, kill yourself. Hearing these words, Vegapunk's eyes widened sharply, and Stussy was stunned for a moment. Although she was implanted by Vegapunk with instructions to focus on Gge, she is not a robot after all, and still has her own feelings and judgment. She would hesitate a bit when she suddenly received the instruction to commit suicide from Gge. However, in addition to subconscious instructions, Vegapunk also implanted an authoritative chip into Stussy in accordance with Gge's wishes. Stussy hesitated for only a moment, and the authoritative chip in her brain was directly activated. Her eyes instantly became firm, and she raised her hand to insert it into the heart of her chest. She was cloned based on Mr. Ba Jin, and she already had certain strength. Even after she had just woken up, her strength was far beyond that of ordinary people. Snapped. Just when Stussy's palm was about to touch her chest, Gge suddenly took action and grabbed Stussy's wrist. Through the force she felt on her hands, Gge knew that Stussy was indeed serious about committing suicide. Gge pressed Stussy's hand and smiled. Yes, you will be mine from now on. Stussy bowed slightly and said softly. Master, Stussy will always be yours. Looking at the humble Stussy in front of him, Gge flipped his wrist, and a football-shaped blood-red fruit appeared in his hand. It was the blood fruit. Stussy, eat this fruit. Stussy immediately took the blood fruit from Gge and ate it without asking. His face remained unchanged the whole time and he ate all the devil fruit. After eating, Stussy's face looked a little ugly. She wiped the red juice remaining at the corner of her mouth and couldn't help but complain to Gge. Master, this smells so disgusting. These words resonated with Gge and Vegapunk. Both of them had experienced the ecstasy of devil fruit, especially Gge, who even experienced it twice. Gge said. Stop thinking about it. The more you think about it, the more disgusting it becomes. You should try your abilities first. Stussy nodded, and then tried to activate her ability. The next second, her two arms turned into flowing blood. Vegapunk widened his eyes and said in shock. This ability is the blood fruit of Grand Saint. Gge glanced at him, then looked at Stussy and said. How's it going? How does it feel to be a capable person? Stussy stuck directly to Gge's body and said in a charming voice. It feels good. Thank you Master for the gift. Stussy hugged Gge's waist tightly and twisted her body. Gge raised his eyebrows and asked. What are you doing? Master, I can't control myself. Hey? What's going on? Before Stussy had time to answer, his whole body suddenly turned to blood, and it wanted to flow into Gge's body. Gge subconsciously released Shinra Tianzheng and pushed Stussy out. With a snap, a large ball of blood was stuck to the wall, and then slowly condensed into Stussy's body. Stussy endured the strange restlessness in her body and said. I'm sorry, Master, Gge raised his hand to interrupt and said. It's okay. It's not your fault. I probably know what's going on. Gge looked at Stussy, and with a thought in her mind, Stussy's body trembled, and then she walked towards Gge uncontrollably. She said with a look of horror. Master, I can't control myself again. Gge suddenly laughed and said. I see. As he spoke, he hooked his fingers, and Stussy's body turned into scattered blood and gathered on the palm of Gge's right hand, forming a blood ball. The blood ball was flattened and rounded with Gge's thoughts, and Stussy's moans sounded from the blood ball. It sounded like she was enjoying the feeling of being manipulated by Gge in her palm. After Gge played with it for a while, he waved his hand and the blood balls dispersed. Stussy appeared in front of Gge, looking at Gge with an unconcealable attachment. Vegapunk was dumbfounded. He even suspected that even without the instructions and authoritative chips implanted in Stussy by the computer, Stussy would still be devoted to Gge. There is definitely something wrong with that bloody fruit. Chapter 161. Gge never expected at first that he would be able to control the next person with the ability of the blood fruit at will. Until Stussy turned into blood and pounced on him, he suddenly felt a strange connection between himself and Stussy. From that moment on, Stussy truly became Gge's person and part of his strength. Because what Gge possesses is the original power of the blood fruit. Gge stretched out a finger to hook Stussy's chin and smiled evilly. Very good, I didn't expect an unexpected gain. Stussy lowered his head slightly, stretched out his red tongue and licked Gge's fingertips, just like a docile kitten. Gge laughed and took Stussy into his arms. Without saying anything else to Vegapunk, he disappeared in a flash. He just carried Stussy and flew back to Marie Joyce. That night, he had a fruit fusion with Stussy. The two lived together in the Figalandu family for a few days, and then Gge took Stussy to the Jagalusha family clan where Satan was located. Nowadays, there is no one in Marie Joyce who doesn't know Gge. When the guards outside the clan saw Gge, they bowed at 90 degrees and said respectfully, "Lord G. Gasheng." Gge nodded slightly, and then swaggered in with Stussy. The guards showed no intention of blocking her and just kept their bent posture. It wasn't until Gge passed them and walked away that they dared to straighten up. Although Stussy had already been implanted with information about Gge in the institute, this was the first time that he felt the dignity of Gge's status. He can even enter the residence of the five elders at will, which is a treatment that ordinary celestial dragons will never enjoy. Along the way, everyone who saw Gge immediately bowed down to pay tribute, and several Satan tribesmen came over to say hello to Gge. When they saw the beautiful Stussy in Gge's arms, they all showed envy, but no one dared to have any evil thoughts about Stussy. After all, they are members of Sardan, one of the five elders. They are still a little smarter than the celestial dragons outside. Satan is their ancestor, and he always teaches them to respect the Figalandu family. Gge is the confirmed next head of the Figalandu family, and they never want to offend him. Gge responded politely one by one. With his strong hearing, he directly found Sartan's palace without anyone leading him. And when Satan just came out of the palace door and saw Gge, he was stunned for a moment and said, "Sheng Gge, how did you find this place? I was just going to find you at the door." It was the guard at the door who called Sartan and informed Gge of his arrival. Gge smiled and said, "You are an elder, how can I ask you to go out to pick me up?" Gge still remembers Sartan's behavior when he was possessed by Gulando that day. Although Sartan's purpose at the time was to kill himself, it can be seen that he was indeed on Garin's side. Therefore, Gge's attitude towards Satan is naturally much better than that towards other five elders. Sartan also felt this. He smiled and nodded, glanced at Stussy in Gge's arms, and said, "Sheng Gge, let's go in and talk first." After entering the bedroom, the three of them sat down on the sofa. Sartan pointed at Stussy and said, "G. Gasheng, this woman should be named Stussy." Gge nodded and said, "Yes, I just brought it from Vegapunk." "I see. Originally, I wanted to wait for her to wake up and arrange to enter CP0. Now that you are interested, forget it." In Sartan's view, Gge's purpose of bringing Stussy here was nothing more than to say hello to him. After all, the institute was the place he was in charge of. Gge responded with a smile. "Thank you very much, but I still have to go back to Marine." It's a little inconvenient to take her with me, so I'd better let her join CP0, where she can also get some training. Sartan was stunned and thought, what's the inconvenience in this? Why don't you just bring that Logia into Marine? But he was a person who had lived for hundreds of years after all. He quickly realized what he was doing. He took a deep look at Gge and said, Sheng Gge, you want to put your hand into CP0? Since Satan said it so straightforwardly, Gge simply stopped hiding it and said, well, Saint Satan, you also know that my power in the world government is still too weak. Now that Gulando is dead, it is time for me to develop my own power. Haha, Ji Sheng, I think you want to completely turn CP0 into your own power, right? Gge just smiled and Satan continued. It's good that you have such an idea. No wonder Saint Cassilis chose you. Gge blinked. Sartan's words contained a lot of information. He seemed to have a good relationship with his ancestor Cassilis. Sartan suddenly asked. Sage Gge, can you let me meet with Saint Cassilis? Gge shook his head and said. The ancestor has entered a deep sleep, we'd better not disturb him. A look of regret appeared on Sartan's face, and he didn't force it, he just said. Well, in his current state, it's extremely rare that he still has a trace of will. Gge couldn't help but ask. Saint Satan, you and ancestor Cassilis. Saint Cassilis is my master, although he never admits it. Also, a person with no talent like me is indeed not qualified to be his disciple. Sartan said with a self-deprecating smile. He raised his head slightly and said softly. If Cassilis hadn't been seriously injured back then, he would have been the one most qualified to enjoy eternal life. When Gge heard about Yongsheng, he immediately became interested and said. Is the immortality you are talking about related to the OPOP fruit? Yeah, didn't Saint Jialan tell you about this devil fruit? No, but the matter of OPOP fruit is not a secret in our celestial dragons. I know a little bit about it. Well, since we are talking about this fruit, I want to remind you that there is only one quota for the ageless surgery. If you miss it, you don't know how long you will have to wait. In the past 800 years, there have been only 6 people in Marie Joyce who have achieved immortality, including I'm. Because the operation difficulty is too great. First, we have to find the OPOP fruit, and then we have to find a suitable esper, and then train him to the point where he can perform the immortality surgery. This process alone will take decades, or even longer. Not to mention that after performing the immortality surgery, the ability user that has been cultivated through hard work is equivalent to being scrapped, and everything has to start again. Chapter 162. But this is not a big problem for Gge, because he is a vampire fruit user and has enough time to wait. Even if he doesn't use the OPOP fruit at all, he can extend his life unlimitedly by sucking blood. But those close to him don't have this time to wait. If only he gets eternal life in the end, it will be tantamount to torture, and even eternal life will have no meaning. He wants his loved ones to have eternal life with him. In fact, Gge probably has an idea about the use of OPOP fruit, which is the stable green blood developed by Vegapunk. OPOP fruit, as Paramecia's devil fruit, can naturally be copied by green blood. If cloning technology is added, it may be possible to mass-produce OPOP fruit users, and in Gge's mind, the best candidate for the next generation of OPOP fruit is undoubtedly Luo. Before that, he had to find a way to extend his life. Stussy blinked her big eyes and listened honestly to the conversation between these two powerful men, the old and the young. In a sense, entering CP0 is even more difficult than entering naval headquarters. In the world government, CP0's status is also higher than Marine's status. Because the organization CP0 is known as the strongest shield of the Celestial Dragons and is directly responsible for the Celestial Dragons, the Celestial Dragons' attitude towards them is naturally much closer than that of the Marines. It can be said that it is as difficult as climbing into the sky to enter CP0. However, GGE and Satan just exchanged a few words and decided on this matter. Then the two people talked about the secrets of celestial dragons and the incredible thing of immortality. She couldn't help but touched GGE's hand and said softly, "Master, should I avoid it?" GGE waved his hand indifferently and said, "No, just listen." Then, GGE said to Satan, "Saint Satan, I have always been puzzled, why in the past 800 years, no head of the Figalando family has been subjected to the immortality surgery." Satan was silent for a moment, looked into GGE's eyes, and said in a deep voice, "I can only say that it's because the talents of the Figalando family are so great." Hearing this, GGE narrowed his eyes. He already understood what Satan meant. It was simply the talent of the Figalando family that aroused someone's fear, and this person must be I'm. It actually makes sense when you think about it. With the talent of the people in the Figalando family, if they were given eternal life, we don't know how many more Casillas would come out. This is absolutely intolerable to any superior. Thinking of this, GGE snorted, "Since you won't give it to me, I'll get it myself." He wants the Figalando family to truly reach the top of the world in his generation. On the way back from Satan, GGE said to Stussy in his arms, "Stussy, after entering CP0, pay attention to a guy named Doflamingo. I will give you his information later." "I understand, Master." "Do your best and remember, I am behind you. If someone forces you to do something you don't want to do, you can report my name." Stussy smiled charmingly and said, "Master, I really like having you behind my back." Stussy's words obviously had other meanings, and GGE understood instantly. He looked at Stussy with a half-smile, and said jokingly, "What? Do you still want to be on top of me?" Stussy listens to the master. In the following time, apart from practicing with Jialan, GGE spent the rest of his time on daily life with Stussy. Stussy is also equivalent to GGE's devil fruit. Since it is a fruit, it must be developed well. The motivated Stussy often spends all night researching with GGE on the development of blood fruits. During this period, Stussy took the initiative to ask GGE to carve the Tianxiang dragon's hoof prints on her back, but there was a part in the middle of the Tianxiang dragon's hoof prints that was empty, and the empty part happened to form GGE's name. After about a month, GGE was ready to leave. To be honest, GGE really felt a lot more relaxed after Grando's death. Plus with Stussy's service, GGE really wanted to stay for 2 more days and treat it as a vacation. Of course, given his physique, it is difficult for alcohol and S*X to have any impact on his body, it can only make him feel happy physically and mentally. But GGE had to leave no matter what, because the headquarters was already going crazy. It turns out that Roger has been suffering from some unknown illness recently, and his behavior is extremely active, jumping up and down. The headquarters has received news that the Roger pirates are taking the initiative to move closer to the waters where the Whitebeard pirates are located. Pirates of their level generally do not meet easily, but there will always be a fight if they meet. In fact, it would be fine if they were just fighting. What Marine was most worried about was that these pirate giants would sit down and have a drink after the fight. While drinking, they suddenly reached a tacit understanding. If they were allowed to hug each other, things would be terrible. Big trouble. In particular, the relationship between Whitebeard and Roger has always been somewhat ambiguous. It is impossible for Roger to take the initiative to go to Whitebeard this time without being a little fishy. Among the current important combat forces of the headquarters, Garp, who had been chasing Roger everywhere in the past, has been assigned to serve in the prison. On Marine's side, this person is under investigation. Since the last battle with the Red Earl, Sora has suffered hidden wounds in his body. Under such circumstances, going out to find the Roger pirates is obviously not a wise choice. Besides, he is Marine Marshal after all. Unless the situation is really critical, he will not leave the headquarters easily. The remaining Sengoku and Zephyr, Sengoku, as the unofficial next Marine Marshal, has a lot more things on his hands than Sora, and the headquarters must leave at least one admiral to garrison, so he is the most suitable candidate. From this point of view, the only one who can be dispatched is Admiral Zephyr, who has been out of the front line for a long time. However, this time we will not only deal with Roger, but also probably Whitebeard. If an admiral like Zephyr goes there, it will be no different than giving away his life. You must know that Zephyr is not Garp, and he has no special relationship with Roger. So it's okay if Roger doesn't become a demon. Once he becomes a demon, Sora can really feel that Marine can't live without GGE now. Seeing GGE not coming back for a long time, Kong really couldn't sit still. He thought it was the world government that had caused another obstacle and deliberately held GGE captive, so he made a call to the 5 elders. The news is that GGE has just completed a confidential mission and is now specially allowed to vacation in the Holy Land. Chapter 163. As soon as I heard that GGE was on vacation, another phone call came to GGE. At that time, GGE was still in bed with Stussy in her arms. Stussy was still a little confused at the time. After GGE answered the phone, she said in a lazy voice, "Master, please sleep a little longer." Kong, who was still in a hurry, was stunned when he heard this voice. GGE coughed twice awkwardly, made a silencing gesture towards Stussy, and said, "Marshal Kong, what do you want from me?" At this time, Sora didn't care to wonder what the female voice was about. He immediately told GGE about the Roger pirates and asked him to return to his headquarters as soon as possible. GGE responded, but he didn't say he would return immediately. He just said he had some things to take care of and would return tomorrow. Anyway, with Kamui's trick, and GGE alone, it only takes a breath to get back to the headquarters from Marie Joyce. After hanging up the phone, GGE thought about what Sora just told him. Based on Blue Star's memory, GGE thought that Roger had indeed had an important meeting with Whitebeard. The result was that Roger kowtowed to Whitebeard and then poached Odin. It's just that the time seems to be a little ahead of time, so GGE is a little unsure whether the situation is the same as in his memory. However, some of his actions have intersected with the world line, and it is normal to cause a butterfly effect. Speaking of which, whether it was Whitebeard or Roger, GGE had already met each other, and even fought against Whitebeard. At that time, he was far from a match for Whitebeard. Let alone Whitebeard, it was very difficult to deal with an Odin. He had to cooperate with Kizaru Akainu, and then relied on his first under-the-moon transformation to destroy Odin, but he was not killed in the end. Lose. It has been almost 3 years now. In less than 3 years, GGE has grown to the same level as Whitebeard Roger. As for Odin, he is no longer in GGE's eyes. Thinking of Odin, GGE thought of his son Momonosuke. This guy should be almost 3 years old now. Grand line, Whitebeard is drinking wine with his sons. Between Odin and Kojiki, there is a child dressed as a samurai with extremely ugly hair. He is their child, Momonosuke. The chair he was sitting on was specially made. Otherwise, with his current height of less than 1 meter, he would accidentally be trampled to death by his father, who was nearly 4 meters tall. Marco shouted to Whitebeard with something in his mouth. "Dad, Roger is coming suddenly this time, should we make some preparations?" Compared to 3 years ago, Marco looks more mature, but he still has a strong passerby temperament. Whitebeard held a wine barrel in his hand and grinned. "Kula la la, what do you need to prepare? Wine? This is what Roger needs to consider." Whitebeard's voice was so loud that Momonosuke covered his ears with a look of disgust. Seeing this, Amazuki pulled Momonosuke into his arms, and Momonosuke immediately lay on his mother's chest with a comfortable look on his face. Before lying down for a while, Momonosuke looked at the beautiful pirate Huitabei in the group again, with an innocent expression, and said in a milky voice. Sister Huatabei, give me a hug. Huatabei had no doubt that he was there, and stood up to go over and hug Momonosuke. Odin on the side suddenly stretched out his remaining right arm and rubbed Momonosuke's bald head vigorously. However, he failed to control the force and made Momonosuke roll his eyes. Huatabei shrugged upon seeing this and sat back in his seat. Kojiki glanced at Odin angrily, who laughed, and then said to Whitebeard. Beiji, if Roger comes here with such a big fanfare this time, it will definitely attract Marine's attention. Whitebeard said with an indifferent expression. Even that Garp was sent to prison. It shows how bad Marine and world government are now. There is nothing to care about them. Odin touched the empty sleeve on his right side and said solemnly. I can't help but care about that Marine named GGE. When they heard GGE's name, everyone's movements were stunned. Among them, a young man with a somewhat old-fashioned face flashed his eyes and said through gritted teeth. I don't know if he will show up this time. Our Whitebeard pirates still have some debts to settle with him. He must die. Everyone nodded after hearing this, and Odin showed approval on his face and said. Well said Teach, you are very motivated. Marshal D. Teach, later known as Blackbeard, punched the table and said hatefully. He is a BD. He actually killed so many of our companions. We must not let this guy go. What Teach said was completely different from what he was thinking. What he really wanted to say was that GGE actually ate the dark fruit he dreamed of. So he hopes GGE will die soon, otherwise he will never have the chance to get dark fruit. Sachi, who had the best relationship with Teach, saw him so excited and sighed to the people around him. Teach really values friendship. There are photos of GGE posted in his room. He has stabbed her with a knife several times every day for the past few years. However, Whitebeard glanced at Teach suspiciously. When he met GGE 3 years ago, Teach had just joined the Whitebeard pirate group not long ago. At that time, he didn't have much to talk to the other members of the pirate group. Familiarity. Normally, he doesn't seem to have that much hatred for GGE, as if GGE is his father-killing enemy. Odin didn't think so much. Apart from Blackbeard, he was the one who hated GGE the most. After all, his 2 most loyal retainers, Catbelly Snake and Inuarashi, all died tragically at the hands of GGE, and even he himself was disabled. This hatred can be said to be irreconcilable. Just thinking about GGE's face makes Odin hate him so much. At this moment, someone came running from outside and was standing guard on the deck. After seeing Whitebeard, he hurriedly shouted. Dad! Roger's pirate ship is approaching. As soon as he finished speaking, a domineering aura swept over and enveloped the Moby Dick where Whitebeard was. Many people in the cabin rolled their eyes and fainted on the ground before they could react. Then footsteps sounded outside the cabin, getting closer and closer. Everyone who was still awake turned their attention to the door. Under everyone's gaze, Roger walked in with a smile on his face. Whitebeard squinted his eyes and said. Roger, this is how you say hello. Roger glanced at the unconscious members of the Whitebeard pirates lying on the ground, grinned, and said. Sorry, I pushed a little too hard. Chapter 164. On the Jackson, Shanks lay on the side of the ship, looking at the Moby Dick opposite, and said with a face full of longing. That was Captain Roger's Conquerors just now. He is so hacky. Buggy crossed his arms and said. But can Captain Roger really go there alone? After all, that is Whitebeard's base. Rayleigh came over, pressed the heads of the 2 men with one hand, and said with a smile. What do you 2 little brats know? It is precisely because that is the Whitebeard pirates that Roger has to go up by himself. If we all go, it will easily cause misunderstandings. We are not here to fight Whitebeard this time. Shanks was a little puzzled and said. But Captain Roger has already released the Conquerors just now. Rayleigh laughed and was about to speak, but the originally clear sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds. The next second, a dark crack appeared above the Moby DK. The sky crack is the sign of the collision between two Emperor-level powerhouses. Shanks's face changed when he saw this, and he shouted, "No! A fight has started! Captain Roger is in danger!" As he said this, Shanks was about to flip over the boat and wanted to go to the Moby DK to support Roger. Rayleigh grabbed him and said, "Calm down Shanks, Captain Roger and Whitebeard are just saying hello." On the Moby DK, Roger's ace collided with Whitebeard's Kusukame, and Conqueror's lightning crackled. Whitebeard squinted and looked down at Roger, and said in a deep voice, "Roger, what do you want to do here?" "Of course I want to see your old friend. It's a little inconvenient here. There's an island over there. How about we go there and sit down?" After saying that, Roger turned his head slightly and grinned at Odin in the crowd. Odin frowned and shouted, "Hey! What are you looking at? Do you want to fight me?" He drew out Yan Mo, looking eager to try. Roger smiled. "Okay, warrior, I'll give you this chance later." Whitebeard said dissatisfiedly. "Hey Roger, I haven't agreed to go to any island yet." "Don't say that, I'll go back first, see you on the island." Roger sheathed his knife, and without waiting for Whitebeard's response, he jumped into the sky and returned to his Jackson. Seeing Roger return safely, Shanks breathed a sigh of relief. A burly young man with long golden hair came forward and said in a deep voice, "Captain Roger, are you going to go to war with the Whitebeard pirates?" Buggy pouted and muttered softly, "What a lunatic!" Roger shook his head and said, "Relax Bullet, we are here to meet the Whitebeard pirates with a very friendly attitude this time, don't go to war at every turn." Bullet stopped talking after hearing this. Roger waved his hand and shouted, "Okay. Sail." The Jackson then turned the bow and sailed towards an island not far away. Whitebeard looked at the moving Jackson, snorted, and said, "Roger. Let's go and follow him." The Jackson and Moby DK approached the island one after another, and then Roger and Whitebeard each took their crews off the ship. After the two sides met, the atmosphere suddenly became a little subtle. After all, they were pirates, and their temperaments were the kind of unruly and unrestrained types. The eyes they looked at each other were more or less provocative. Teach glanced at Buggy opposite and sneered inexplicably. Buggy was instantly furious. He took out his short sword and pointed it at Teach, and shouted angrily, "Hey! What are you laughing at?" Teach raised his chin and said provocatively, "What? Don't you think your big red nose is funny? Nanny? I'm going to kill you." Shanks grabbed Buggy and said earnestly, "Buggy, don't be impulsive. Captain Rayleigh taught us that we must be calm when encountering difficulties." After comforting Buggy, Shanks turned to Teach and said, "This friend, give me some face." Before Shanks could finish speaking, Teach choked out with disdain, "Who are you? Who are your friends? Why should I give you face?" After asking 3 questions like this, Shanks's face immediately turned red, and coupled with his red hair, his whole head looked like a ripe tomato. With a swish sound, Shanks drew out his knife and rushed towards Teach, cursing in his mouth. "Damn it! You ungrateful guy! Buggy, let's go! FK him!" Buggy rarely quarreled with Shanks and rushed forward with 2 short swords in hand. Rayleigh put her hand on her forehead and said helplessly, "These 2 idiots!" Rayleigh said this without any intention of stopping it. The 2 sides, which were already full of tension, suddenly exploded when Shanks and Buggy took the lead. The 2 pirate groups started fighting immediately. Looking at the chaotic scene, the 2 captains, Whitebeard and Roger, looked indifferent. "You really can't get on their ship if you don't have a temper." Roger took out Ace from his waist and smiled at Whitebeard. "Looks like we still have to fight first. New gate." Whitebeard turned the clouds and said, "Cut the nonsense. Roger." However, just when Whitebeard was about to take action, Odin suddenly rushed out from the side and shouted. By G! Let me go and meet him first. Roger smiled slightly and was about to attack when suddenly, a dark vortex appeared on Odin's path. In the astonished gazes of Whitebeard and Roger, GGE's figure emerged. Odin's expression froze. When he saw GGE's face clearly, he instantly became furious again. It's you. GGE ignored it. He looked around and said to himself. It seems like I came early. Every time a warship was about to approach, he would use Kamui to check the situation in advance. He just heard the sound of fighting on the island, so he used Kamui to rush over. However, GGE had never been to this island, so he used Kamui entirely by listening to the sound. As a result, the location was not so accurate, and it happened to fall between Roger and Whitebeard. Take your life. Odin's eyes were red, he raised Yan-Mo and jumped into the sky, and slashed GGE with his knife. GGE really didn't even look at it, he just raised his arm slightly, with the armed collar wrapped around it. Clang! Yan-Mo chopped at GGE's arm, but GGE's body did not move at all. Odin looked in disbelief and said in shock. How can this be? GGE slowly turned his head, his eyes indifferent. You are very noisy. Turning his wrist, GGE grabbed Yan-Mo's blade, flicked his arm hard, and with a loud bang, he smashed Odin directly into the ground. The chaotic battlefield instantly became quiet. Chapter 165. After a brief moment of silence, someone exclaimed. That's the Marine Admiral Black Dragon. As soon as GGE appeared, the two warring parties suddenly had a common enemy, and they all pointed their weapons at GGE. Whitebeard looked gloomily, glanced at the big hole at GGE's feet, then clenched his fists and walked towards GGE without saying a word. Roger frowned. He didn't expect Marine to move so quickly. However, if the original storyline is followed, before Roger met Whitebeard, he met Marine first. GGE put one hand in his pocket and the other hand was holding the Yama that was in Odin's hand. He looked at Whitebeard who was walking towards him with an indifferent expression. Buzz! A transparent wave appeared on Whitebeard's fist, and veins popped out on his strong arm. He stared at GGE and said word by word. Kid, how dare you appear in front of me? The next second, Whitebeard flashed and appeared in front of GGE. He punched GGE and roared. Die! GGE's eyes narrowed, blood surged from his body, and a pair of wide bat wings appeared behind his back. He also punched back. The two fists, one big and one small, erupted into a terrifying shock wave without even touching each other. The earth instantly cracked, and even the dark clouds in the sky split apart. Shanks looked at this scene dumbfounded and murmured. This is too exaggerated. Even Whitebeard himself had a look of shock on his face. He remembered that 3 years ago GGE had difficulty receiving a punch from him, but now he was able to fight him without changing his expression. GGE's wings shook and he flew high into the sky. Whitebeard punched again, and dense green cracks were created in the air as he chased GGE. GGE raised his hand and released darkness to absorb all Whitebeard's attacks. He hovered in the air and looked down at the sea outside the island. He could see several marine warships approaching here. Seeing those warships, GGE smiled slightly, and then swooped down again. A red light flashed across Whitebeard's eyes, mixed with Conqueror's fist, and he struck at GGE who was rushing down. Boom! With a loud noise that resounded throughout the world, GGE and Whitebeard collided again. This time, Whitebeard's fruit abilities couldn't be used at all, and they were all absorbed by the dark vortex in GGE's hand. However, his sons were not just for nothing. When they reacted, they immediately gave up their original opponents and all rushed towards GGE. Marco flapped his Kinjian wings and swept GGE's head with a horizontal kick. GGE raised his hand and pinched Marco's calf. He was about to exert force but was knocked back by Whitebeard's punch. As soon as he landed, Odin, who had been offline for a long time, suddenly appeared. Without Yama, he could only attack with his fists. Before that, his right leg that was crippled by GGE was a prosthetic leg that was later installed, but now even this prosthetic leg is gone, destroyed by GGE's attack just now. GGE smiled disdainfully and summoned the demon sword Muramasa to strike with sword energy. Odin's pupil shrank. He could feel the terror of this sword energy, which was enough to split his body in half. Just when the sword energy was about to hit Odin, Roger moved, appeared in front of Odin, and blocked the sword energy with ace. Odin didn't expect that Roger would actually save him, and was stunned for a moment. Whitebeard wiped the cold sweat from his head and gave Roger a rare thank you. On the contrary, GGE was not surprised. He knew that Roger's main purpose of meeting Whitebeard this time was to take away Odin, so it was natural that he would rescue Odin. Roger pointed the knife at GGE and said, "Black Dragon, this is not the place where you should appear." GGE put his hands in his pockets and said calmly, "Interesting, I really don't know if there is any place in this world that I can't go to." Roger narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, "So you want to face our Roger pirates and Whitebeard pirates alone? Are you a little overconfident?" At this time, Rayleigh and a group of members of the Roger pirates had arrived behind Roger, looking eagerly at GGE across from him. Among the group of people, only Shanks looked at GGE with a hint of worry. He couldn't help shouting to GGE, "Hey! You'd better get out of here. You'll die." GGE just glanced at him, then looked at Roger and said, "How do you know that I came alone?" As soon as he finished speaking, an angry shout sounded. "Meteor volcano!" The next second, countless magma fists fell from the sky, all falling towards the location of Roger and others, swallowing them up in an instant. A smile appeared on GGE's lips and she said softly, "Sakazuki, you've finally arrived." A thick pillar of magma suddenly erupted from the ground behind GGE. Akainu slowly walked out of it and stood on the right side of GGE. Akainu's body was still dripping lava, and he said in a deep voice, "You were too fast." Buzz! An extremely domineering momentum erupted from the sea of fire and dispersed the flames. Roger's figure emerged from it. He patted the ashes on his body and said, "Are you a Logia user again? It's a bit troublesome." GGE smiled and said, "Just a little troublesome." There was a sound of dense footsteps. Roger and the others looked intently and saw a large group of Marines rushing towards them. The leader was also a familiar face to them, Marine Admiral Zephyr. Most of the Marine lineup this time is composed of students from GGE's class. After 3 years, they have grown into Marine officers who can take charge of their own affairs. In Supernova, only Kizaru and Bear did not come, and they were still at Vegapunk. Lucia and Ginny stepped out of the team and stood behind GGE. Jun, who had not seen GGE for 3 years, was standing among the Marines, silently looking at GGE's back. Standing next to her was a man with a bloated figure and a somewhat slovenly appearance. He looked at Jun's side face affectionately and said softly, "Jun, when this war is over, can you agree to my confession?" Jun didn't even look at him and said impatiently, "Gigi, don't think about such things at this time, and I've said it more than once, it's impossible between us." Gigi suddenly looked frustrated. This was the 33rd time he failed to express his love. Jun pursed her lips lightly, then walked out. She slowly came behind GGE, hesitated for a moment and said softly, "GGE, long time no see." At this time, GGE's attention was entirely focused on Roger, Whitebeard and others opposite him, and he just replied with a faint hum. After seeing Zephyr, Whitebeard had already brought his sons to join Roger's side, forming a temporary alliance to confront Marine. Chapter 166. Roger's hand tightened on the handle of the knife, and the red arc crackled. "Marine, do you want to start a war?" Darkness surged over GGE's body. He chuckled and said, "It's just an anti-bandit operation. How can we talk about war? Whitebeard snorted coldly. Dark little devil, I don't care about others today, you must keep your life here. Gge tilted his head and smiled. Then let's try it. As soon as the words fell, Gge and Whitebeard burst out their conquerors at the same time. During the collision of the two conquerors, lightning flashed and thundered in the sky, and dense cracks spread on the ground. Whether it was the Marines or the pirates, there were weaker people who were stunned to the ground by the conquerors of the two. Upon seeing this, Roger also released his own conquerors. With his joining, Gge was at a bit of a disadvantage, because in the Marine who came today, he was the only one with conquerors. However, in the eyes of Marine behind Gge, although Gge showed signs of being suppressed in the conquerors' confrontation, there were two people on the other side, and it was a combination of Whitebeard and Roger. They only have awe of Gge in their hearts. Many of the Marine officers who came here had also fought against the Roger pirates or the Whitebeard pirates, and naturally they had been educated by the other captain's conquerors. Those Marine officers who had been with Garp still remember how aggrieved they were when they met Roger. Of course Garp himself didn't care, but they didn't. No matter how strong Garp is, he can't help his men withstand the impact of Roger's conquerors, because he doesn't have conquerors, and if he doesn't, he doesn't. Zephyr looked at Gge beside him, feeling filled with emotion. It only took less than 3 years for my student to truly be able to stand on his own. In the Roger pirates, Rayleigh and Bullet are ready to make a move. Both of them have awakened conquerors and want to join the conquerors' confrontation. Gge naturally wouldn't give them this chance. The flames on the back of his neck went out, and his figure disappeared instantly, and he rushed directly into the enemy's formation. In terms of speed, Gge had already surpassed the Red Earl back then, so the pirates did not react at all. They only saw a streak of blood passing by, and several heads flew high into the sky. Seeing this, Buggy frowned and retreated behind Shanks. Shanks's forehead was covered with cold sweat, because a member of the Whitebeard pirates who was standing next to him just now has now turned into a headless corpse, and the head has flown to nowhere. Gge's killing continued. He flashed a pair of black bat wings and shuttled back and forth among the pirates. The pirates he killed did not even scream. Whitebeard's eyes were splitting with anger, and he roared and rushed towards Gge. Gge is squeezing the neck of a strong blonde man. This man is Jing Gudo, the captain of the 11th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. Sensing Whitebeard coming from behind, Gge's hand flashed red, and Jin Gudo was instantly sucked into a mummy by him, and then thrown aside. At this moment, Whitebeard appeared behind Gge, raised the Kong Yunki and chopped it down on Gge's head. Gge didn't even look back, and directly avoided the hollow. Whitebeard's knife left a bottomless crack on the ground, but did not even damage Gge's clothes kakuzu. The surrounding pirates took advantage of this gap and swarmed up, surrounding Gge in the center. However, Marine is not a freeloader. Gge's speed just now was so fast that not only the pirates, but also them could not react. Seeing Gge being surrounded, Lucia and Ginny rushed forward, but the two women were still not as fast as Akainu. I saw Akainu elementalize his lower body, use the explosive power of magma to eject himself, and smash into the pirates like a meteor. Immediately afterwards, thick pillars of magma erupted in the crowd, mixed with all kinds of heart-rending screams. The battle broke out, and Marine and the pirates fought together. Roger wanted to help Whitebeard, but was stopped by Zephyr and was temporarily unable to escape. Akainu used the terrifying destructive power of the Logia lava fruit to kill everyone on the battlefield, and he was quickly targeted because he was too conspicuous. Rayleigh killed an unknown rear admiral with a single blow, then ducked to Akainu's side and slashed out with a domineering sword aura. Akainu was already furious. He fired several magma punches to disperse the sword energy, then transformed his arms into elements and rushed towards Rayleigh. Flying Squirrel Huo Shaoshan and others surrounded Bullet and dealt with this guy called the Descendant of the Devil. Lucia faced off against Marco. Both of them were Phantom Beast type users, and both had the ability to fly. They were equally matched in terms of strength, and they were inseparable in the air. Jun, Jinny, Keiki, and other generals of the headquarters deal with the remaining sons of the Whitebeard pirates. But this time there is still a gap between Marine and pirates in terms of high-end combat power. Marine is obviously at a disadvantage. For example, the Roger pirates also have a group of elites headed by Jabba, and the Marine generals below Vice Admiral are no match for them. The most troublesome thing is that there is a gap between the top combat powers. Zephyr is obviously weaker than Roger. Akainu also suffered the disadvantage of being young and had a hard time dealing with Rayleigh, who was in his prime. As for Bullet, his strength is only slightly inferior to Rayleigh. The Flying Squirrel and others can only rely on their numerical advantage to deal with him temporarily. Without the Admiral-level Marine combat power to join, the only role they can play is to drag him down. It's just a bullet. If you're not careful, you might be in danger of being wiped out. Fortunately, there is the special existence of GGE. During the battle with Whitebeard, he can also use Kamui and his own speed advantage to go to other people to support him from time to time. Whitebeard has nothing to do with GGE for a while. Whitebeard's shock fruit has a limited effect in the battle with GGE. Whenever he tries to use his powerful moves to clear the field, he will be entangled by GGE, and then his abilities will disappear. He could only watch his beloved sons being swallowed up by the darkness. This feeling was even more uncomfortable for him than killing him. In this case, something happened that made him even more sad. Odin, who had been offline for a long time, suddenly rushed off the Moby DK. His Yama was taken away by GGE, so he had to go back to the Moby DK and asked Kojiki to get him the Tianyu Yuzhan. Kojiki hugged Momonosuke and lay on the side of the boat to cheer Odin loudly. This made Odin feel that he was good again and shouted, "Beiji, let me help you." Chapter 167. Seeing Odin, Whitebeard not only had no trace of joy on his face, but instead shouted in horror, "Don't come over here, Odin." Whitebeard already has a general understanding of GGE's strength. Because of this, he knows that Odin cannot be GGE's opponent. In addition, GGE is good at speed, and Odin can only add chaos when he comes over. Hearing Whitebeard's warning, Odin had no intention of stopping. In his opinion, it was only because of his carelessness that GGE took the sword away. He did not believe that GGE had surpassed him in just 3 years. On the Moby DK, Momonosuke put his hands in the shape of a trumpet to his mouth and shouted excitedly towards Odin. "Come on, Daddy!" Hearing his son's voice, the corners of Odin's mouth rose. He raised the Tianyu Yuzhan wrapped in armed colors to his chest, stepped hard on the ground with his only remaining right leg, and shot towards GGE, shouting angrily, "Yudeo style Daowin!" Before Odin could finish his words, his eyes widened suddenly. He lowered his head and looked at his waist in disbelief, where 2 black and red sword energies crossed. GGE turned his back to Odin and whispered, "One sword style Genkyuo." As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of flesh and blood tearing sounded. Odin's body broke from the waist, and his upper body fell heavily to the ground. Kojiki and Momonosuke in his arms witnessed this scene with their own eyes. Their faces instantly turned pale and they shouted at the top of their lungs, "Odin! Dad!" Whitebeard finally arrived, his eyes were red, and he slashed at GGE's waist with the Kong Yunki. GGE turned his back to Whitebeard and had no intention of evading, letting Kong Yunki pass through his body. He put his hands in his pockets and squinted at Kojiki on the Moby DK and Momonosuke in her arms. Whitebeard's body trembled with anger, and he slashed at GGE's body like crazy with his Konjyun slash. The dense wind of the knife spread out in all directions, leaving several dark cracks on the ground. Odin on the ground suddenly groaned, spurted out a large mouthful of blood, and murmured in pain, "Beiji!" This sound immediately made the furious Whitebeard stop. He hurriedly knelt down and tried Odin's breath, and his face suddenly lit up with joy. Gge turned around and glanced, with no intention of finishing the attack. He just smiled and said, "The vitality is quite tenacious. Just in time, you will have a good show soon." Odin's consciousness was blurred. Hearing Gge's words, he immediately felt deeply uneasy. He struggled to open his eyes and spoke weakly. What do you want to do?" Whitebeard said quickly. "Odin, stop talking now, I'm calling Marco over now." After saying that, Whitebeard shouted to Marco, who was fighting Logia, and then protected Odin to prevent Gge from making a sudden move. Marco's expression changed drastically when he saw Odin's situation, and he immediately used all his strength to force Logia back, turned around and flew towards this side. Gge looked away, moved, and appeared in front of Kojiki in her frightened eyes. The next second, Kojiki only felt that his arms were empty. Momonosuke had been lifted up in the air by Gge's pigtails. Momonosuke was so frightened that he peed his pants. After a slight struggle, there was a tearing sensation on his head. Pain of. Kojiki rushed towards Gge like crazy, but as soon as she took 2 steps, a dark uzumaki appeared on Gge's hand. Momonosuke's eyes almost came out of their sockets, and a whooshing sound came out of his mouth. Seeing this, Kojiki paused and fell to the ground with a thud. When she raised her head again, Momonosuke's entire face had been distorted and deformed. Then, puff! Momonosuke's head was like an exploding watermelon, with red and white splatters all over the floor. His body bounced twice on the ground, and finally rolled in front of Kojiki. At the top of this body is a twisted neck. Kojiki looked at the headless corpse in front of him with empty eyes. After a moment of silence, he let out a heartbreaking cry. "No! Odin is receiving treatment from Mako." Under the therapeutic effect of the phoenix flame, he barely saved his life. But before he could recover, he heard Kojiki's scream. Without his lower body, he wanted to get up and see what was happening on the Moby DK, but he couldn't do it. He had to ask Whitebeard weakly. "By gee, what happened to her when she was a child?" Whitebeard's body trembled slightly. He couldn't bear to tell Odin the news of Momonosuke's death, so he just stood there in silence. However, the more he did this, the more uneasy Odin felt. He put one hand on Marco's shoulder and struggled to straighten his body. Marco quickly stopped him and said, "Captain Odin, your current physical condition is still very dangerous, please don't move." Odin turned a deaf ear, veins popped up on his arms, and he used Marco's shoulders to use force to make his body fly into the air. What came into view was that Kojiki was holding something with tears streaming down her face. She knelt down on the deck of the Moby DK, and Gge was standing not far in front of her. Seeing Odin in mid-air, Gge greeted him with a smile. Odin now had no ability to stay in the air at all. Before he could say anything, his figure began to fall rapidly. Fortunately, Marco flew up in time and held Odin in his arms. But after Marco hugged Odin, he immediately wanted to turn around and fly away. Odin naturally refused. He held Marco's shirt tightly and said, "Marco, take me there, she is in danger." Whitebeard below had already rushed towards the Moby DK, but Gge had already walked up to Kojiki, and he enjoyed the desperate expressions of the Odin family. Kojiki slowly raised his head, his eyes filled with overwhelming hatred, and said, "You have to die." Gge shrugged, then stretched out a finger and pointed it at Kojiki's forehead, just as Kojiki was about to die. At this moment, someone finally arrived, took Kojiki in his arms, and stepped aside. The person who came was not Whitebeard, but Roger. He was the one who saved Odin in the first place, and now it's him who saves Odin's wife. Taking a look at the headless corpse in Kojiki's arms, Roger turned to look at Gge and said in a deep voice, "For a marine, you are too cruel." Gge sneered and said, "You came in time. Those who didn't know better thought she was your wife." Saying that, Gge suddenly stretched out his hand in the air again, released universal pull on Marco who was still pulling on Odin, and sucked him in here. Gge smiled and said, "How can such a good show be missing the most important audience?" Chapter 168. Marco and Odin were sucked in together. Odin, who was only half of his body, finally saw what Kojiki was holding in his arms. At first glance, Odin's expression was stunned, and then unbelievable, but it only lasted for a short while. Soon, his heart was filled with grief and anger, and a pig-killing scream resounded through the sky. Momonosuke. He broke away from Marco and crawled towards Kojiki like crazy. Kojiki's eyes were empty, and he was mumbling something, looking a little neurotic. Roger closed his eyes, as if he couldn't bear to watch any more. Whitebeard's teeth were clattering, and veins on his forehead were bulging. Gge had a look of interest on his face, hugging his arms and admiring with relish. Zephyr, who was thrown away by Roger just now, rushed onto the Moby DK at this time. He originally thought that Gge was being besieged by Roger and Whitebeard, but after seeing this scene, he couldn't help but be a little confused. He landed beside Gge and whispered, "Gge, what happened just now? That child. That was Kojiki Odin's child. I just killed him. Teacher Zephyr, don't you want these pirates to experience the pain of losing their family? They don't deserve the happiness of family life." With Zephyr's personality, he always felt a little bit reluctant to see the tragic scene of Odin's family, but Gge's words can be said to be directly hit in Zephyr's heart. The death of his family is his eternal pain, so he directly turned his eyes away from Kojiki. Whitebeard raised his foot and stepped forward heavily, making a muffled sound. His face was shrouded in a shadow, and he exuded a trembling breath. Combined with his tall and burly body, he looked like a ferocious beast. At this moment, he had only one thought in his mind, that is, to tear Gge into pieces. Facing Whitebeard approaching him, Gge said calmly, "Whitebeard, who are you trying to scare? Fight me if you want. There are still a bunch of garbage down there that I need to clean up." This sentence completely ignited Whitebeard's pent-up anger. He roared and fired an air shock at Gge. Gge smiled disdainfully and said, "Tisk, this move is useless to me." Whitebeard opened Kamui casually. This angry attack almost scrapped his Moby DK, but it didn't hurt Gge at all. Zephyr was very familiar with Gge's extremely shameless Kamui, so he jumped off the Moby DK when Whitebeard was charging just now. After Whitebeard's attack ended, Zephyr found Roger again. Roger was quite kind. He didn't want to destroy Whitebeard's Moby DK, so he led Zephyr out. Gge had no worries, and it was a piece of cake to beat the Moby DK into pieces. However, Akainu and others still needed his support, so he fought and retreated, trying to use his ability to relieve the pressure on others. Akainu was still younger than Rayleigh, and he had shown obvious decline in the battle, and the clothes on his upper body were too damaged to be repaired. Even so, Akainu did not retreat at all. He completely ignored his already scarred body and hit Rayleigh in the face with his lava fist. Rayleigh was not as relaxed as he looked. The attack power of Lava Fruit was indeed not to be underestimated. Even with the protection of armament Haki, he would still feel a strong burning pain when touched by lava. Moreover, most of Akainu's attacks were area damage, and the effect of observation Haki was also limited. Rayleigh pressed his knife against Akainu's fist, and red lightning erupted from his body. He shouted loudly, wrapped Conquerors around the knife, then raised the knife and picked out a sword energy, and flew away with Akainu. Akainu tried his best to disperse the sword energy, but Rayleigh had already bullied him and pointed the tip of the sword directly at Akainu's heart. At this critical moment, a golden light flashed through, and Akainu could not help but narrow his eyes. Clang! Rayleigh's knife was held up by a lightsaber. He frowned and looked at the humanoid golden light that suddenly appeared in front of him. Akainu opened his eyes, and when he saw this light, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and he said, "Poor Salino, you are still as punctual as before." As soon as he finished speaking, the light instantly solidified into Kizaru's appearance, but he was currently wrestling with Rayleigh with his lightsaber, so he couldn't look back. He just smiled and said, "Sakazuki, you have to thank me properly this time." Rayleigh squinted her eyes, looked at Kizaru's chrysanthemum-like face, and said, "Another Logia." Kizaru pouted habitually, and said in a frustrated voice, "Yin Yang. Oh, it's so scary, isn't this Pluton Rayleigh?" Saying that, Kizaru raised his hand and shot out a laser. Rayleigh raised his eyebrows, leaned down to avoid the laser, and kicked Kizaru with his left leg. Kizaru's feet instantly turned into photons, and he raised his legs to face Rayleigh, bursting out with dazzling golden light. However, Kizaru's physical skills were still not as good as Rayleigh's after all. In addition, the distance of this kick was too close, and he was unable to give full play to the advantages of sparkling fruit, so he was kicked out by Rayleigh after only a stalemate for a while. Kizaru was handsome for only 3 seconds. His body turned into a golden light and shot into the forest behind him, causing a violent explosion after landing. When Akainu saw this, an angry look appeared on his face, his whole body turned red, and he punched Rayleigh in front of him. Dark Hound. Fueled by anger, Akainu's Dark Hound shot was extraordinary. Rayleigh blocked it with a knife, but the blade was deflected by the Dark Hound shot, and the Dark Hound hit him on the chest. In a hurry, Rayleigh hurriedly used his armor to protect his chest. However, Dark Hound, as Akainu's strongest single-target attack, received such a blow, let alone Rayleigh, even if Roger came, he would have to peel off his skin. The terrifying high temperature and unparalleled explosive power of the magma made Rayleigh groan in pain. There was a sizzling sound in his chest and thick black smoke came out. Akainu shouted loudly and used his fist again, blasting Rayleigh dozens of meters away. When he stood up again, you could see a burnt black fist mark on his chest, emitting a burnt smell. Rayleigh stumbled, covering his chest and frowning. Before he could recover, another ray of golden light shot out from the forest, and arrived in front of Rayleigh in the blink of an eye. A long leg shining with golden light kicked across Rayleigh's waist. Boom! Rayleigh flew backwards again, and finally stopped himself by inserting the knife into the ground. In the position where he was just now, the golden light dissipated, revealing Kizaru with half-broken sunglasses. He looked at Rayleigh with a smile on his face and said, "Hey! That hurt just now." Chapter 169. Akainu came to Kizaru and said, "How did you come?" Kizaru tilted his head and smiled. "It's not just me who's here." Boom! A huge bear paw-shaped shockwave exploded in the battlefield. A large number of pirates were bleeding from their 7 orifices and returned to the west. The bear kept pushing his hands and looked at the Flying Squirrel and others who were fighting Bullet. The situation of Flying Squirrel and others is not optimistic. Huo Shaoshan and Dalmizio are already lying on the ground, and they don't know whether they are dead or alive. Bullet is a user with the fusion fruit ability. He can fuse his own weapon color with Conqueror's Haki to activate his so-called devil form. In his devil form, he was simply a humanoid Tyrannosaurus. Flying Squirrel and the others simply did not dare to take his attack head-on, and the scene was completely one-sided. Ghost Spider looked the most embarrassed. 7 of the 8 knives were taken away by Bullet, leaving only 1 knife in his hand. There was a gap in the blade of this knife. It was broken when he cut Bullet's back just now. Seeing this situation, Xiong was about to launch himself over and appeared directly in front of Bullet. Bullet was in the middle of a fight when a huge beast like a bear suddenly appeared in front of him, and he couldn't help but be stunned. Bears are not good at words, so he said nothing. Taking advantage of Bullet's daze, he slapped Bullet in the face with a big blow. With Haki's blessing, Bullet will naturally not be directly bounced by the bear to travel, but the slap of the meatball fruit is not so pleasant. A pop sound resounded across the battlefield, and Bullet was directly whipped around. A few laps. Flying Squirrel and the others, who had been chased for a long time, almost cried out of excitement when they saw this. Their bodies were all in tatters, and the exposed skin was extremely red and swollen. It was obvious that Bullet had taken care of them just now. However, after all, Bullet was able to fight against Rayleigh as soon as he got on the ship. Now his strength is comparable to Rayleigh. He was just careless just now. Bullet's talent is indeed outrageous. This comparison is also a loss for the theatrical version. Bullet received such a loud slap on the ear, but he was not angry but happy, saying, "Yes, finally here comes a guy who can stand it." The bear's expression gradually became serious. He spread his palms, revealing two very cute-looking flesh pads. Bullet smiled evilly. "Bartholomew Bear, I know you. Your fruit ability is very interesting." The bear had no intention of talking, and raised his hand to slap Bullet on the back again. Bullet snorted, and 7 black knives suddenly appeared on his back and pressed against the bear's flesh pads. These knives were snatched from the ghost spider and integrated into his body using the fusion fruit. Seeing that the attack was blocked, the bear immediately drew his hand and prepared to continue the next attack. Bullet put all the black knives into his body again, and a black blade emerged from each fist. He jumped up and punched the bear's chest with both fists. The bear immediately blocked it with its meat pads, but his speed was still not as fast as Bullet's. Bullet's fist punched forward first, and the tip of the knife on his fist also penetrated Bear's chest. Fortunately, the bear's body was big enough and no vital parts were injured. He slapped Bullet back, then slapped himself again, popping a red bubble from his body. Then, the bear took a deep breath, pushed out the afterimage with both hands, and pushed a large number of bear paw-shaped bubbles towards Bullet. These bubbles are compressed air. Bullet used a pair of Haki iron fists to break up all the flying bubbles, but there was also a red bubble mixed in among these bubbles. Bullet thought that this bubble was just slightly more powerful, and he punched it. Hit it up. However, there was no feeling when his fist hit the red bubble, and the red bubble melted directly into his fist. Bullet's expression changed, and then his body trembled violently, and he felt a sharp pain in his chest. At this moment, Flying Squirrel and others appeared above him, raising their weapons to attack him. But they still underestimated Bullet's endurance. He roared, and his dark purple skin glowed with a metallic sheen. The attacks of the Flying Squirrel and others left at most a few light marks on it. The leader of the Flying Squirrel widened his eyes and shouted in disbelief. "Impossible!" The next second, Bullet grabbed his ankle and threw him violently. The bear quickly stepped forward to catch the Flying Squirrel. The remaining ghost spider and others were not so lucky. Bullet was simply unstoppable when he got serious. Ghost Spider's hair was almost bald due to him. Damaman, Stockabelly, and others were even beaten. He rolled his eyes and completely lost his ability to fight. After dealing with a few people, Bullet rushed towards the bear again. The bear let go of the ghost spider and used the flesh ball in his palm to resist Bullet's violent fist shadow. Even though the bear has the powerful physique of the Barcanian tribe and the top-notch Paramecia Meatball Fruit, it can only passively defend against Bullet's attack, and it is difficult to launch an effective attack. Bullet became more and more excited as he fought, continuously absorbing the weapons of the surrounding marine soldiers along the way, and his size gradually increased until he turned into a steel giant taller than a bear. The Flying Squirrel lay on the ground, looked up with difficulty, and wanted to go up to help, but now it was very difficult for him to even move, let alone carry a knife to fight. Now, the main force of Marine has its own opponent, but the main force of the pirate side is obviously more. People like Jabba and others simply have no opponent that can match them. Most of the ordinary Marine soldiers are vulnerable to them. When they free up their hands, the situation faced by other Marine main forces will be even more dangerous. Kaji was beaten badly by the joint efforts of Josie and Thatch. A little far away from him, Ginny and Jun were standing back to back, surrounded by members of the Whitebeard pirates headed by Bista. Both women were somewhat out of breath, and Jun's right arm had a knife wound so deep that the bone could be seen, and the originally fair arm was stained red with blood. Jinny looked at the knife wound on Jun's arm and felt extremely guilty. Just now when she was fighting with Izzo, Bista suddenly rushed over. If Jun hadn't hugged her to avoid it, she would have been in danger. The stab wound on Jun's arm was caused by this. Jun noticed Jinny's gaze, forced a smile on his face, and said, "Jinny, why are you staring at my arm? This injury doesn't matter at all." Jun said it easily, but her trembling arm still couldn't deceive others. She was seriously injured. As soon as he finished speaking, the pirates rushed up again. Gge has been paying attention to Jinny. When he saw the two girls in danger, he wanted to go over and help, but Whitebeard was completely crazy. If he went over, Whitebeard would soon follow. He needed another person to hold him back temporarily. Whitebeard. Chapter 170. Gge is now strong enough to deal with Whitebeard, but it is still difficult to win him down. Seeing that the situation on Jinny's side was becoming more and more critical, Gge glanced at the scarlet right arm, his eyes flashing. Whitebeard wielded Kong Yunki and kept slashing at the demon sword Muramasa in Gge's hand. The position where the two were fighting was shrouded in an invisible force field. Haki lightning is raging inside, like a Shura battlefield. Gge knew that he could no longer fight Whitebeard like this. He needed to free his hands to help Jinny and the others as soon as possible. Thinking of this, Gge burst out with all his strength and forced Whitebeard back with a domineering sword energy. Then, he slowly raised his scarlet right arm, with black lines faintly emerging on it. If you look closely, you will find that these lines are exactly the same as those on Devil Fruit. When the demonic lines appeared, Gge's arms surged with real blood, and the two blood marks on his face glowed with scarlet light at the same time. An extremely evil aura erupted from Gge, and the entire battlefield was instantly filled with bloody mist, making everyone tremble in their hearts. Whitebeard also calmed down at this time, and Gge at this time actually gave him a feeling of palpitations. Roger and Zephyr, who were fighting, couldn't help but stop. Roger looked in the direction of Gge, feeling horrified. What did he do? Bad. Newgate is going to suffer. Gge forcibly used the power sealed in his right hand by Cassilis. At this time, he was enduring the severe pain from all parts of his body, as if his body was about to collapse. The flames on the back of his neck burned fiercely, and Muramasa also flew back to the back of his right hand to help him suppress this restless power. If it weren't for the talent of the Lunaria clan and the demon sword Muramasa, he would have exploded and died the moment he used this power. He can only use this power to send out one blow, and the power of this blow will exceed the Emperor level. Clenching his right fist, Gge's figure flashed and appeared in front of Whitebeard in an instant. Whitebeard immediately raised his fist and collided with Gge. The next second, Whitebeard's entire arm began to tremble violently, and with the sound of cracking bones, it drooped like a rag. After Gge struck this blow, he immediately suppressed the power in his right arm, but his attack did not stop. After destroying Whitebeard's arm, his right hand glowing with red light pressed on Whitebeard's face. Dark Uzumaki turned wildly. Whitebeard groaned, and the skin on the right half of his face quickly shriveled and twisted, and his expression looked extremely ferocious. He let go of the hand holding Kong Yunki, pressed it hard on Gge and pushed it away. While he covered himself, he took a few steps back with his bloody face. He knelt on one knee, blood flowing down his fingers. This was the first time since he left Rock's Pirate that he had suffered such a severe injury. The field doctor Marco flew over with a whoosh and hurriedly used his phoenix flame to treat Whitebeard. Whitebeard also wanted to fight Gge, but Marco quickly stopped him and said, "Dad, you can't fight anymore. Otherwise, your arm will be completely useless." Whitebeard stiffened when he heard this and looked down. Marco was sweating profusely and activating the flames to treat him. Damn it! The treatment effect is so bad. What kind of power is this? Whitebeard gritted his teeth and calmed down for the time being. Not far away, after Gge adjusted his body shape, he was still breathing heavily. At this moment, his right hand was unbearably swollen and painful, and his breath was slightly disordered. But compared to Whitebeard, his condition is much better. After taking a look at Whitebeard, Gge turned around, flapped his wings, and flew towards Ginny's location. Although Marco left the battlefield here, Lucia was still unable to get away to support Ginny and the others because she faced a more difficult opponent, Jabba, known as Roger's left arm. However, Lucia's current strength is among the girl army in the headquarters. Apart from Crane, she is the undisputed strongest, so she is still capable of fighting even against Jabba. The most important thing right now is Ginny and Jun. Curiel of the Whitebeard pirates had been shot in the head by Ginny, which also aroused the ferocity of the pirates, and the attack became more intense. Izzo held both guns and fired alternately at Ginny. While dealing with attacks from other pirates, Ginny also had to pay attention to dodge Izzo's bullets. No matter how good her knowledge and skills were, she would inevitably be injured. Her thigh was cut open by Izzo's Dang's engine, and her speed dropped significantly. Seeing this, Izzo stepped forward, preparing to give Ginny a fatal blow. Suddenly, a big black hand pressed on his head. Then he saw his headless body spurting blood, and then he completely lost consciousness. Gge was holding Yi Zhang's head, with a bloody spine still on it. He just ripped off Izzo's head. With a flick of his hand, Yi Zhang's head was as black as iron and flew out like a cannonball, directly piercing Foza's body. Foza, the future captain of the 15th Division, looked down at the blood hole in his abdomen with a confused look on his face. He rolled his eyes and fell to the ground, splattering a large amount of blood. This scene deeply stimulated the nerves of everyone present, and even many Marines turned blue. In the eyes of pirates, Gge is simply an out-and-out devil. Gge's killing has not stopped yet. After helping Ginny deal with her opponent, he ducks in front of Jun. Jun, whose arm was injured, has been struggling to support Baista's attack. When she saw Gge, the body instantly went limp, and Gge turned sideways to hug her. At this moment, a large number of roses suddenly fell from the sky. Baista dropped from the sky with two swords in his hands and shouted. The roses dance wildly. A cold light flashed through Gge's eyes. He hugged Jun tightly, and the demon sword Muramasa instantly appeared in his right hand. Gge's right arm was shaking slightly, obviously it had not recovered yet, but it was enough to deal with a Baista. Jun pressed her face against Gge's chest, feeling Gge's powerful heartbeat, and her pale face began to turn rosy. However, before she could fully feel this heartbeat, her whole body was overwhelmed by Gge's. Taken into the air. When Gge brought Jun back to the ground, two western swords also fell down and inserted into the ground behind him in an X shape. The last thing that fell was Baistana's body that was chopped into two halves. In just a short time, 3 of Whitebeard's most proud sons died in Gge's hands. Grief and anger filled his chest. He roared and was about to rush over. Roger dodged to his side and pressed him down. On his shoulder, he said in a deep voice. Newgate, you can treat him with peace of mind, and I will deal with him. Chapter 171. Zephyr was seriously injured. There was a long and narrow knife mark on his chest, and he was coughing continuously. Seeing Roger rushing towards Gge, he gritted his teeth and followed him. When Roger arrived, Gge was driving Wushuan in pirates. There were all kinds of corpses lying around him, some without heads, some broken in half, and some shriveled up. Seeing this purgatory scene, even Roger took a breath and couldn't tell who was the pirate and who was the marine. Gge stood in a pool of blood, holding a female head covered by hair in his hand. He glanced at Roger, then wrapped his armor around the head in his hand, let go and fired a volley. This hobby was just formed, similar to Garp's hobby of playing with cannonballs. The difference is that he prefers to use the enemy's heads. Roger subconsciously slashed with a knife, and his head was instantly split into two. The members of the Whitebeard pirates who saw this scene suddenly let out a cry of grief and indignation. Waitib. Only then did Roger realize that what he had just killed was Huidibai, known as the Ice Witch on Whitebeard's ship. He looked up and glared at Gge and shouted. Are you still Marine? You have absolutely no humanity at all. What responded to him was armed iron heads one after another. Although Roger tried his best to avoid it, he still inevitably cut off a few more heads in the process. After a while, his ace was stained with a lot of blood of the Whitebeard pirates. This also completely angered Roger. He rushed towards Gge with the head shot, and swung his knife to avoid it. Gge snorted coldly, Conquerors wrapped around Muramasa, and raised his knife to fight. Boom! The collision caused a violent explosion, and the ground where the two were sitting cracked. Gge's right hand has not yet recovered. He used his left hand this time, so he is still slightly lacking in strength, and there are faint signs of being suppressed by Roger. Roger also noticed this. He shouted low and increased the output of Conquerors. Gge gradually moved back. At this moment, Zephyr arrived and knocked Roger out with his body. Zephyr's full-force collision was definitely not that pleasant. Roger was hit so hard that he spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backwards. But Zephyr also suffered injuries to his chest, lost his balance, and fell heavily to the ground. Gge rushed to help Zephyr up. Zephyr's face was like gold paper and he coughed rapidly again. Seeing that Zephyr was so seriously injured, Gge immediately took Zephyr aside. Zephyr lay weakly in Gge's arms and said with a bitter smile. Gge, the teacher is holding you back. Gge said quickly. Teacher Zephyr, what are you talking about? You saved me just now. Zephyr sighed, then coughed again. Roger's knife obviously hurt his lungs. Gge frowned. He slowly raised his right arm, but was grabbed by Zephyr. Zephyr shook his head and whispered. Gge, using that power will be a burden on your body. Calm down. If something happens to you, we, Marine, will be in real danger this time. Gge paused after hearing this. Zephyr is right. Judging from the current situation, Marine's only top combat power is himself. Once he falls, no one can really stabilize the situation. Facing the Roger pirates and the Whitebeard pirates at the same time is still too difficult for the lineup sent by Marine this time. Pirates are constantly approaching, and Roger has also attacked again. Gge was silent for a moment, then a dazzling white light suddenly erupted from his body. Shenru Tianzheng. Buzz. In the repulsive field, the future pirate was instantly dismembered. Roger inserted Ace into the ground to resist the impact of the repulsive force. After clearing a large open space around him, Gge slowly stood up. Zephyr smiled weakly and said. Go Gge, don't worry about this teacher. Gge nodded and disappeared in a flash. Before Roger could get up, he was kicked into the ground by Gge who suddenly appeared from above. Gge then leaned down and rushed down into the pit below. There were constant roars under the earth, and the earth was torn apart during the battle between the two, with flames spurting out from time to time. When the two men appeared again, there was no complete ground around them. Roger looked at Gge opposite and said in a deep voice. Black Dragon, you Marine lost this time. Gge's ears twitched, but he smiled and said. Really? I don't think so. Roger shook his head indifferently and said. Marine without garp is almost boring after all. Gge tilted his head and chuckled. Haha, aren't you tired of playing the chasing game? Roger narrowed his eyes and said. You don't look like a Marine at all. Crack. Conqueror's lightning scattered from Gge. He was bathed in darkness and said lightly. Marine, it's not your turn to be defined as a pirate. As he spoke, Gge held it up with one hand, and in the darkness, a huge fireball rose, emitting terrifying heat. Seeing the giant great fireball that looked like the sun, Roger felt an indescribable weirdness in his heart. To this day, Roger still doesn't understand how GGE, a dark fruit user, can control fire at will. No matter how you look at it, darkness and fire are incompatible. GGE's wings trembled, and he flew towards Roger with the monstrous flames. Fire Emperor! Roger immediately pulled out Ace to block it. At the moment of contact, the fireball exploded, and the two figures were engulfed in the sea of fire. At the same time, a warship emerged from the sea level, and several figures jumped out before the warship could reach the shore, rapidly approaching the battlefield in the center of the island. The bear was punched away by the steel giant that Bullet transformed into. Bullet let out an excited roar and was about to pursue him, but as soon as he raised his feet, he stumbled and fell forward. He controlled the giant to support the ground with his hands, so as not to break a dog and eat shit. He looked down and found that one of his big steel feet had been sealed by ice at some point, and the other was entangled in dense vines. Two figures, one green and one green, appeared next to the bear lying on the ground. They were Aokiji and Aramaki. The two pulled the bear up. The bear's meatball fruit ability could not heal wounds. Aokiji released freezing air to help the bear seal several bleeding wounds on its body. The bear thanked him and Aokiji smiled and said, "Senior Xiang, we can finally fight side by side." Huang Mu shouted. Hey, stop talking, that monster is coming." Bullet came like a chariot and shouted. "Ha ha ha! Come!" Suddenly, a giant golden palm suddenly fell from the sky, erupting with a powerful shock wave, and Bullet's voice stopped abruptly. Chapter 172. When a huge golden figure fell from the sky and landed on the ground with a sound like a bell. Amidst the golden light, a giant Buddha stepped out. It was none other than Marine Admiral Sengoku of Buddha. Bullet's steel body was shattered by the shock wave just now, and the main body jumped out. He looked up at the giant Buddha in front of him, tilted his head and spat out a mouthful of blood. Sengoku looked solemn, raised his hand and slapped it with another palm. Bullet clasped his arms upward to protect him, and then his whole body was enveloped by a hemispherical shock wave. Bullet gritted his teeth to support himself, and Aokiji released two sharp ice spears from his back. Ice two-thorn spears. Although the two ice spears did not break through Bullet's Haki defense, the impact still made him sway forward, and then he was slapped into the ground by Sengoku. Sengoku raised his head and said to the three bears, "I'll leave this to you first." After saying that, Sengoku flashed and rushed towards where GGE was. Roger suddenly felt bad. The next second, he was attacked by Sengoku in the back, and then received a horizontal slash from GGE in the abdomen. His eyes widened, and a large mouthful of blood spurted out from his mouth. If it weren't for Haki's protection, he would have been broken into two halves. When Jabba and Rayleigh saw the situation of their captain, they immediately abandoned their opponents and rushed towards this direction. Lucia slowly descended from the sky. She held her knife on the ground and looked a little pale. After all, Jabba is the third in command of the Roger pirates, and it is not easy for her to survive until now. Fortunately, this battlefield has been cleaned by GGE just now. Even though her physical strength is a bit severely exhausted, there is nothing around that can threaten her existence. The situation of Akainu and Kizaru was much better. When the two of them joined forces, they were not weak at all against Rayleigh. Rayleigh was stopped by the two before he could rush far. After Jabba arrived, he raised his two axes and was about to slash at Sengoku, but was kicked away by GGE. Then he was pulled back by the darkness and received a solid knee from GGE in the face. Although Jabba is considered a leader in terms of combat power at the level of Emperor and Lieutenant, he is still a bit unsatisfied for GGE. After receiving such a blow from GGE, one of his front teeth fell out. In the end, if Roger hadn't taken action, his head would have been twisted into a knot by GGE. All I can say is that if someone is not in your circle, don't force yourself into it. But Jabba obviously didn't understand this truth. Even at the cost of one front tooth and 10 years of life, he was still determined to continue helping his captain fight. And this time he changed his target to GGE. With the addition of Sengoku, GGE's pressure was much lessened. Seeing Jabba rushing towards him, he abandoned Roger and let Sengoku temporarily restrain him while he faced Jabba. At this time, Roger's mood was exactly the same as Whitebeard's when he saw Odin rushing towards him. He shouted, "Don't come over here, Jabba!" However, it was too late. Jabba and GGE had already collided with each other. Within a few rounds, 2 axes flew out, spinning and accidentally landing on Shanks and Buggy, who were fighting a group of marine soldiers. Before seeing Jabba's double axes, both of them were stunned. Shanks turned his head sharply and looked towards the center of the battlefield, and then saw a scene that he would never forget. He saw Jabba being held up in the air by GGE. Jabba had turned into a shriveled old man. If it weren't for the clothes on his body, he wouldn't have recognized him. GGE gently pulled Jabba's head away from his body, and then GGE kicked Jabba's head towards Roger. Buggy was so frightened that his face was livid, and there was a streak of snot hanging from his red nose. Shanks froze in place and muttered, "Uncle Jabba, just died like that." Roger raised his hand to catch Jabba's head and let out a heartbreaking cry. Jabba! Sengoku didn't know what he was thinking when he saw the extremely grieved Roger and stopped attacking. However, GGE did not give Roger time to grieve. "This isn't an anime, why should we give Roger a close-up?" GGE flew above Roger, his broad wings blocking the sun, shrouding Roger in shadow. Then, GGE raised Muramasa and chopped off Roger's head. Click! There was a sound like the mirror was shattering, and a strong shock wave hit GGE from the side, knocking him away. GGE folded its wings, flipped several times in a spiral shape in mid-air, and finally fell back to the ground. After landing, he moved his numb body a little, looked up, and said lightly, "Whitebeard, I haven't looked so weak in a while. Are you tickling me?" Whitebeard stood beside Roger, his face as sinking as water. Sengoku was stunned when he saw Whitebeard's face, because that face looked a bit scary. To be precise, it was the right half of his face. The right half of Whitebeard's face can no longer be called a face. It is simply like a crumpled rag. The shriveled skin is twisted in a spiral shape with the right eye as the center. If Sengoku had seen Hokage, he would have thought Whitebeard was in Kasuchiha Obito. Whitebeard looked down at Roger, who was ashen-faced, and said in a deep voice, "Roger, if you don't want to fight, get out of here, lousy." Roger remained unmoved, tears streaming from his eyes, and he stared blankly at Jabba's disfigured head. Seeing this, Whitebeard's tense face relaxed slightly, and he sighed heavily. His most beloved sons all died tragically at the hands of GGE, so he can certainly understand Roger's mood. GGE also understood, so he chose to let Whitebeard and Roger get over the grief of losing their son/partner as soon as possible. While Sengoku was still paying attention, GGE rushed forward again and slashed at Whitebeard with a knife. After fighting GGE until now, Whitebeard has gotten to know GGE a little bit. This guy has no warning at all when he attacks. He might have been talking to you just now, but the next second he will put a knife on your neck. So Whitebeard was always on guard. As soon as GGE got close, he swung the Kanjai-unki in his hand. The shock wave that erupted from the fight between the two directly blew Roger's head away from his hand. His body trembled violently and he finally came to his senses. Roger raised his head and looked at GGE, who was already fighting with Whitebeard. At this time, he hated GGE with all his heart. He held Ace tightly and slowly stood up from the ground. However, he did not immediately go forward to seek revenge on GGE. Instead, he turned to look at the battlefield in the distance. Even the Roger pirates, who are taking the elite route, have begun to suffer from attrition after the war. Roger glanced around and saw Dollinger and my men lying in a pool of blood. Chapter 173. Looking away, Roger only had one thought in his mind at the moment. We can't fight any longer. Boom. The battle between GGE and Whitebeard continued, and Sengoku also joined in. With the joint efforts of the two, Whitebeard was beaten back steadily, until Roger suddenly arrived and divided the battlefield with a domineering sword energy. Whitebeard looked happy, thinking that Roger had finally regained his fighting spirit, but the first thing Roger said was, "Newgate, it's time for us to withdraw." Nanny. Whitebeard had a look of disbelief on his face. He resisted the urge to punch Roger in the face and gritted his teeth. "Roger, are you kidding me?" Roger turned his head and said in a deep voice. "Marine's reinforcements have arrived. We can't win at all. If we continue to fight, we don't know how many of our comrades will die here." Just as he was talking, GGE rushed over again. Roger was forced to accept the challenge and shouted, "Everyone retreat!" The members of the Roger Pirates were startled when they heard their captain's voice. Buggy was the first to react. Without saying a word, he turned around and ran towards the Jackson on the shore. At this moment, he was quite honest. When he ran away, he didn't forget to turn around and shout to Shanks. "Didn't you hear that, you idiot?" Captain Roger said to retreat. "Don't be stunned." Shanks still had no intention of leaving, but ran towards the fisherman Sunbell lying on the ground not far away. He noticed that Sunbell's chest was still rising slightly, so he wanted to take Sunbell back to the ship. But because he wanted to save people, he missed the best opportunity to retreat. A large number of Marines quickly surrounded Shanks, and a Vice Admiral from the headquarters suddenly blocked Shanks' path. He raised his leg and launched a tempest kick. Shanks quickly blocked it with his sword, but he was clearly no match for the Vice Admiral. Although he barely managed to protect his vitals, he was still knocked backwards by the bombardment and fell heavily to the ground. On the other side, Roger's mind was no longer on the battle since he called for retreat. While parrying GGE's attack, he observed the retreat of his crew with his peripheral vision. When he saw Shanks knocked to the ground, his expression suddenly changed. Roger valued Shanks most, otherwise he wouldn't have handed his straw hat to him later. He couldn't care about GGE anymore, turned around and rushed towards where Shanks was, and shouted Shanks' name anxiously. This sound made the pursuing GGE stop. He glanced towards Shanks, then twisted his body and escaped into the darkness. The Vice Admiral teleported in front of Shanks and raised his hand to use the finger pistol. At this moment, a dark vortex emerged. Vice Admiral was stunned for a moment, and his movements stopped. GGE condensed his figure, and Shanks also had a look of shock on his face after seeing GGE, and stood motionless in place. Looking down at Shanks, GGE said calmly after a moment of silence. "This battlefield is still too early for you." Behind him, Roger was rushing towards him, roaring angrily. "Black Dragon! I'll fight you! Don't touch him!" He released Conqueror's Haki to the maximum extent, and the Vice Admiral next to GGE rolled his eyes and fainted. GGE didn't look back, but gently raised his foot and placed it on Shanks' abdomen. Shanks blinked, but before he could figure out what was going on, his body was sent away by a huge force. Buggy, who had just boarded the Jackson, breathed a sigh of relief. He raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his head, turned around and said to himself, "Shanks is an idiot. I don't even know he." Before Buggy could finish speaking, a dark shadow kept enlarging in his pupils. Bang! Shanks shook his dizzy head and muttered, "I feel so dizzy." He only felt soft underneath his body, and subconsciously reached out to touch it, pinching a ball, and then a weak voice sounded from under his butt. "A hole, why don't you get off of me?" Shanks was suddenly startled, and then he realized that the person under him was Buggy, and it was Buggy's big red nose that he had just pinched. "Quickly jump off Buggy and pick him up again." Buggy glared at Shanks and said. Okay, I didn't know you had such speed, it's a shame I'm still worried about you. What speed? I was kicked up by the black dragon. Hey? He saved you again. Shanks didn't say anything. This time he really felt GGE's special attitude towards him. That Marine, who was so cold and inhumane, spared the life of a nobody like him and even sent him away from the battlefield. Shanks even suspected that GGE's decision to fall on Buggy's body was the result of GGE's deliberate decision, as if he was looking for a pad for him out of fear that he would break it. And what makes Shanks strange the most is that he witnessed GGE killing Jabba with his own eyes, but when GGE appeared in front of him just now, he could not feel much hatred for GGE in his heart, but more of a kindness. At this moment, all he could think about was GGE, and he even forgot that his captain Roger was still fighting GGE down below. The moment GGE kicked Shanks out, Roger arrived. When he sensed that Shanks was okay, and was about to breathe a sigh of relief, GGE rushed forward with the knife again. Roger had no intention of accepting the challenge. He planned to return to the Jackson immediately after Rayleigh and others broke through. Whitebeard, who was fighting with Sengoku, gradually calmed down. The losses suffered by his pirate group were much heavier than those of Roger's pirate group. If the fight continued, he would really become a lonely old man. Thinking of this, he sent Sengoku flying with an earthquake punch, then took a deep breath and shouted the order to retreat. As soon as he shouted, the morale of the pirates completely collapsed. Under the leadership of Marco and others, they all rushed towards the Moby Dick. Whitebeard continued to use shock waves from behind to help his sons break through, but during this period, many pirates were chopped down and captured by the pursuing Marine during the breakout process. On the Roger pirates' side, Rayleigh fought and retreated, and finally joined Bullet. The two of them worked together to force Akainu and others back, and then went to help Roger. GGE could be said to have been clumsy for the whole game. His right arm was still aching. Seeing Rayleigh and Bullet rushing towards him, he flew high into the sky with his wings. After a few flips, he landed in front of Sengoku and others who were coming. Xiong immediately stepped forward and used his power to help GGE eject the pain from his body. Roger and Whitebeard took this opportunity to jump and return to their own ships. Compared with before arriving, there were obviously a lot fewer people on the boat, and the remaining people were all in low spirits. They lost. Chapter 174. GGE stood on the shore, looking at the Whitebeard and Roger pirates drifting away on the sea, with white lights flashing on their bodies. Whitebeard on the Moby Dick was so impressed by this scene that he came directly to the bow of the ship, flexed his arms, and his muscles began to swell. The next second, GGE and Whitebeard erupted at the same time, and the repulsive force collided with the shock wave, causing huge waves on the sea. When the waves dissipated, a large amount of seawater exploded in the air and fell like raindrops. In this rain curtain, GGE and Whitebeard looked at each other across the sea. After a moment, GGE smiled contemptuously and turned around gracefully, the marine cloak on his body making a sound. Behind him were all marine officers. Zephyr was supported by Kizaru and looked at GGE with eyes filled with relief. GGE looked solemn and said in a deep voice, "Thank you for your hard work, everyone, victory belongs to Marine. Justice will prevail." As soon as these words came out, the Marine officers all turned red with excitement. They were all more or less injured, but they still raised their hands and shouted loudly. GGE doesn't like to overemphasize casualties. In his view, mourning is the first thing the losing side considers after a war, while the winning side should celebrate and enjoy it. Condolence is something that comes later, and then it is most practical to provide the families of the fallen soldiers with the most adequate material protection. GGE didn't want to see a situation like the Summit War. It was obviously Marine's victory, but the second-hand Kabi came out to disrupt the situation, making Marine seem to have lost the battle, and each one looked like an eggplant beaten by frost. At this moment, Roger and the Whitebeard pirates seemed to be shrouded in shadow. Roger stood silently in front of the crew. The casualties had been counted. Including Jabba, a total of 7 people in his pirate group were killed. You must know that there are only about 30 people in their pirate group, and almost a third of them were killed this time. At this moment, in addition to sadness, he felt more guilty. Roger admitted that he was drifting. He overestimated himself and underestimated his opponent. Originally, he thought that Marine would not dare to provoke him and the Whitebeard pirates, but the reality was a loud slap on his face. As GGE said, the chase between him and Garp was really just a game. He played this game for so long that he ignored Marine's terror. Marine is the most powerful force on this sea, and its targets are pirates all over the world, not a certain pirate group. After paying the price of the lives of 7 companions, Roger finally realized this. Roger sighed heavily and was about to comfort the crew when a burst of crying suddenly came. The cry came from the Moby Dick ship next to them. The 2 pirate groups kept abreast of each other when they retreated. The Jackson was very close to the Moby Dick, the main ship of the Whitebeard pirate group. At this time, the Moby Dick was filled with the whales of pirates. Kojiki held Momonosuke's headless body while she was crying, leaning on the half-remaining Odin. Marco walked to Whitebeard silently and said softly, "Dad, let me try again. Maybe your face can recover." Whitebeard's face was full of pain. He waved his hands feebly and said, "No need, Marco, go help treat the others." Marco raised his hand to wipe the tears from the corners of his eyes, nodded, and turned to look for the other wounded. Roger suddenly jumped onto the Moby Dick. The surrounding members of the Whitebeard pirates only glanced at him and then looked away. The scene was completely different from the last time Roger came here. After all, the casualties suffered by the Whitebeard pirates this time were too heavy. Whitebeard was no longer in the mood to talk to Roger. He turned back to the cabin and took out a large barrel of wine, then returned to the deck and drank by himself. Roger walked up to Whitebeard and said, "Newgate, let's talk." Whitebeard drank the wine in the barrel in one gulp and said, "If you have something to say, just say it." Roger glanced at Odin, hesitated for a moment and then said, "Can you lend me Kojiki Odin?" Click. The wine barrel in Whitebeard's hand was crushed to pieces in an instant. His other hand reached back, grabbed the Kong Yunki lying behind him, and immediately slashed at Roger. Roger lowered his head and sat cross-legged on the ground, seemingly showing no intention of hiding. Kong Yunki finally hovered over Roger's head. Whitebeard gritted his teeth and squeezed out one word from between his teeth. "Roll." Roger raised his head and stared into Whitebeard's eyes. What he said made Whitebeard's expression change drastically. "Newgate, I'm dying." After GGE and others returned to Marineford, they were immediately treated like heroes. Soon, with the vigorous publicity of the world government, a newspaper spread throughout the world. The newspaper directly defined GGE as a legendary marine, and his deeds were to push the Whitebeard pirates and Roger pirates into a desperate situation. Xiong, Lucia, and Ginny were all awarded the rank of Vice Admiral. Among them, Akainu and Kizaru were directly listed as Admiral candidates. The reward GGE received was quite funny, with billions of Baileys, which made Kizaru envious. Of course, GGE himself didn't care much about the monetary rewards from these 3 melons. He gave Kizaru and the others a portion, and the rest was used for the pensions of the fallen soldiers. What GGE did, coupled with his achievements this time, pushed his reputation in Marine to the top. Sora also noticed this. To be honest, if GGE hadn't been too young, he would have really planned to hand over the position of Marshal Marine to GGE. Because the world government has conveyed its intention to him and intends for him to take up the post of Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces. However, GGE himself is not in a hurry, he still has a lot of time, and based on his current reputation in Marine, it really doesn't matter if Marine Marshal takes over sooner or later. After staying at the headquarters for a period of time, GGE asked the technology department to build a speedboat specifically for him. It looked very similar to Ace's boat, and the power source was the same, relying on flames. It's just that GGE's boat looks bigger and more luxurious. GGE had long wanted to take a vacation for himself, so he decided to take a solo trip on this speedboat. When the speedboat was completed, GGE placed it in his dark Bible, then accompanied Logia and others to the beach and threw the speedboat into the sea. Then, GGE jumped up and landed smoothly on the speedboat. The flames spread along his body to the power cabin of the speedboat, bursting out at astonishing speed, rushing out across the sea, and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. Chapter 175. North Blue, in a town. There were people coming and going on the streets, and people were busy with what they were doing as usual. Until a group of men in suits emerged from one end of the street, and at the other end of the street, another group of people wearing strange clothes emerged. A middle-aged man with a big belly was surrounded by men in suits and glared ahead. Among the group of people opposite him, the leader was a tall young man wearing a pink feather coat and an arrogant expression. The young man was wearing a pair of extremely exaggerated red sunglasses, and he let out a weird laugh of bay. Hearing the young man's laughter, the middle-aged man became even more angry and scolded. Doflamingo. This is not your dark side family's territory. Get out of here as soon as possible. Doflamingo picked his ears and smiled at Torble on the side. Torble, what did that guy just say? Torble shook the big snot from his face and said with a sly smile. Bay, he said he would give us his territory. Doflamingo grinned and said. I see, then we can't let down others' good intentions. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned to the middle-aged man opposite with an impatient look and said. Hey! This is my territory, get out of here. The middle-aged man couldn't bear it anymore, raised a big fat hand full of gold rings, and said angrily. Looking for death? You guys! Kill him! The men in suits immediately took out their guns and fired one round at Doflamingo in front of them. Doflamingo put his hands in his pockets, with an arrogant smile on his face, and Torble stood in front of him. The bullet hit him as if he was stuck in a quagmire, without hurting him at all. Torble let out a burst of laughter. Doflamingo pressed his shoulder and pulled him aside. Then he took a step forward and raised his hand. Bullet string. A group of transparent coils shot out from his fingertips, instantly piercing the middle-aged man and the men protecting him in front of him. The man in the suit fell down holding his stomach. His men immediately panicked when they saw this. Doflamingo raised his feet and was about to step forward, but a man with a crew cut behind him suddenly whispered. Dover, leave the rest to me. Doflamingo paused and smiled. Okay, let's go Virgo, let's start with the key points. Virgo nodded, holding a piece of bamboo and rushed into the crowd on the opposite side. Like a wolf entering a flock of sheep, in a few breaths, all the men brought by the middle-aged man were eliminated by Virgo, leaving him alone and rolling on the ground in pain. Virgo looked at him with cold eyes, and then inserted the bamboo into his mouth, slowly exerting force. The middle-aged man's eyes widened in horror, his face was covered with snot and tears, and he made a ho-ho-ho sound from his mouth. Just when Virgo was about to kill him, Doflamingo came over, put his hand on his shoulder, and said with a smile. Wait a minute, let me talk to him. Virgo immediately pulled out the bamboo and retreated to Doflamingo, standing upright. Doflamingo knelt down and looked at the middle-aged man's fat, greasy face with a smile. However, in the eyes of the middle-aged man, Doflamingo with a smile on his face is much scarier than Virgo with an expressionless face. He said tremblingly. Don't kill me, I can give you all my territory. As long as you leave me alive. Doflamingo reached out and pinched his fat face and said with a smile. What are you talking about? This is my territory. Yes, yes, it's your territory, it's all yours. Doflamingo smiled and curled his fingers. Bo! The middle-aged man's head bounced off, with a begging look on his face. Doflamingo stood up, clapped his hands, and said casually. I thought this guy was so tough. It's boring. He glanced at the civilians hiding behind doors on both sides of the street and said with an evil smile. Why are you hiding? Am I scary? No one responded, they were all frightened by what Doflamingo had just done. Doflamingo raised his eyebrows, raised his chin and said. I'm counting to 3. If I don't come out, I'm going to get angry. As he spoke, Doflamingo stretched out his fingers and started counting. 1. There was still silence on both sides of the street. 2. The people hiding in the house looked terrified, but no one dared to come out. Doflamingo sneered, stretched out his third finger, and was about to say the word 3. At this moment, a hand suddenly pressed on his shoulder, and an indifferent voice sounded from behind him. It's quite majestic. Doflamingo's expression changed and he turned around sharply. When he saw the face of the person behind him clearly, he suddenly said in shock. Lord Ji Gasheng. Ji was wearing black casual clothes and stood behind Doflamingo with one hand in his pocket. Around him, Virgo and others were lying on the ground with their eyes rolled. Doflamingo didn't even notice that Virgo and others fell to the ground. Ji turned around and walked to Pika, who was the strongest, and sat directly on his back, spreading his legs and looking at Doflamingo. Doflamingo swallowed, and the arrogant expression on his face disappeared. If he wanted to say who the person he respected the most in the world was, it was undoubtedly Ji. He stopped taking steps and walked up to Ji in an orderly manner. Then he knelt down on one knee and said. I'm so sorry Lord Ji, I just got carried away. The people hiding in the house were shocked when they saw this scene. Things turned around too quickly. The man who was like a devil in their eyes actually had such a humble side. Who is that young man who suddenly appears? Ji supported his chin with one hand, looked at Doflamingo kneeling in front of him, and said lightly. Is it just this kind of thing? A layer of fine beads of sweat appeared on Doflamingo's forehead, and he whispered. Lord Ji Gasheng, I don't understand what you mean. Ji looked around and said. It has been 3 years since I last saw you. After 3 years, you are still struggling in this place? I am very disappointed in you. Doflamingo suddenly felt like he was struck by lightning. He raised his head suddenly and said eagerly. Master Ji, I have been working hard to expand. Please give me a little more time, I will definitely do something great to prove myself. After saying that, Doflamingo looked at Ji with an uneasy expression. He was really afraid that Ji would abandon him. Ji stared at Doflamingo's red sunglasses. Through the lenses, he could see the fear in Doflamingo's eyes. Slowly getting up from Pika's back, Ji brushed past Doflamingo and left a sentence. Wake up these guys on the ground. Chapter 176. Doflamingo was afraid that Ji would go far away, so he quickly released the line to pull up Virgo and others who had fainted on the ground, and then dragged him directly to follow. After a few people left, the street returned to its usual tranquility, with only a few corpses lying around. The people in the house waited for a long time before they dared to come out. Everyone looked at each other and talked. Who was that person just now? Even Doflamingo is so afraid of him. I didn't see it clearly, but thanks to him, otherwise I don't know what Doflamingo would have done. Why does that person look a bit like the Marine Admiral Black Dragon to me? Stop joking, why would Marine Admiral appear in a place like ours? Doflamingo dragged Virgo and others behind Ji. During this period, Virgo woke up. He glanced around in confusion, and then looked at Doflamingo who was running in front. Dover. Hearing Virgo's voice, Doflamingo suddenly became happy. He retracted the line connecting Virgo's body and said, "Wake up, Virgo, come here quickly." Virgo was still a little confused. He ran to Doflamingo in a daze and said, "Dover, what just happened? I seem to have fainted." "Don't worry about this for now, wake up Torble and the others." Virgo originally wanted to ask who the person walking in front was, but after hearing this, he didn't ask any more questions and hurried to wake up Diamante and Pika. Torble was so unconscious that Virgo had no choice but to carry him on his shoulders and follow Doflamingo. The three people who woke up glanced at Gge's back and whispered, "Dover, who is he?" Doflamingo looked solemn and said in a deep voice, "He is Lord Gge." "Nanny? Gge." Virgo and others' pupils shrank, and Pika even let out a high-pitched cry. Gge paused and looked back at Pika. With just one glance, Pika was so frightened that Pika froze in place, her tone suddenly dropped, and she said tremblingly, "Master Gge." Virgo and Diamante finally saw Gge's face clearly, but they did not dare to look into Gge's red eyes and quickly lowered their heads. Diamante suddenly said, "Dover, should we kneel down?" They all learned Gge's identity from Doflamingo, and Doflamingo's description of Gge's identity was Celestial Dragons among Celestial Dragons. It sounds a bit hard to pronounce, but it expresses the noble status of Gge most intuitively. Not to mention that Gge and Marine Admiral were there, and they had just forced Whitebeard and Roger into a desperate situation not long ago. The name of the family founded by Doflamingo was also based on Gge's surname in Marine. He wanted to use this to show that he was Gge's person. Therefore, although people in the Dark Side family have never met Gge, they respect him like a god. Gge looked at Doflamingo and his three family members and said, "You have no other subordinates?" Doflamingo quickly responded, "There are now more than 300 people in the family, and the codders are currently Virgo and the three of them. I am preparing to recruit some talented people to join." Gge frowned slightly. After a long time, he still only had 3 original stocks. But think about it, Doflamingo is only 13 years old now, but his body has grown a bit faster and he looks like an energetic young man. It is not easy for a 13-year-old child to create such a gangster. Thinking of this, Gge looked at Doflamingo with a softer look and said, "Dover, your subordinates should be good but not numerous. I hope you won't put the cart before the horse." Saying that, Gge glanced at Torble who was carried on Virgo's shoulders. Among Doflamingo's subordinates, the one Gge admires the most is Virgo, and the one he hates the most is Torble. The most commendable thing about Torble is his vision. He was able to discover the extraordinary quality of Doflamingo from the very beginning, and then he immediately jumped into it and became one of the original stocks of the family. But his ability was really not worthy of his subsequent status. Doflamingo was stunned by Gge's Dover and froze on the spot. Gge looked at Doflamingo and suddenly said, "Dover, do you crave power?" Doflamingo was startled, then nodded vigorously. Gge smiled slightly, then flipped his wrist, and a dark purple cantaloupe appeared in his hand like a magic trick. Doflamingo and others immediately shouted in shock when they saw this. Devil fruit! Now they are not as rich as they were later, and they can sell devil fruit in the auction house. The only thing left was the string fruit in Torble's hand, which Doflamingo gave to him when he returned from the Holy Land 3 years ago. At that time, Torble himself didn't know what the devil fruit in his hand was capable of. In his understanding, he only knew that eating the devil fruit was the fastest way to gain power, so he gave it to Doflamingo. Doflamingo didn't hesitate, he just treated it as a gamble, and he got a string fruit at the end of the game. Thanks to Doflamingo, if it were someone else who got the string fruit, he would most likely become a tailor with good craftsmanship. But this also limits Doflamingo. Paramecia fruits can be roughly divided into 2 types, superpowers and superhuman bodies, and the superpowers category can be divided into several subcategories, such as rules creation type, control type, etc. Control types such as gold fruit and stone fruit cannot produce gold and stone, but they can control this substance. String fruit is obviously a creation type, similar to wax fruit, bubble fruit, so even if Doflamingo makes it look like flowers, or even achieves awakening, its essence is still thread. As for the fate line and timeline, I can only say that you really shouldn't be embarrassed by string fruit. Doflamingo looked at the devil fruit in Gge's hand, with a look of longing in his eyes under his sunglasses. In his opinion, the devil fruit that Gge can take out is absolutely the best. He couldn't help but ask. Master Gge, what is the name of this fruit? Gge smiled and said. Lion fruit, its last esper was golden lion shiki. Nanny. Doflamingo's eyes were so wide that they almost broke through the lenses. From his perspective, the lion fruit in Gge's hand seemed to be coated with a layer of golden light. Chapter 177. The power of lion fruit has long been spread throughout the world through its previous owner, Golden Lion. Since the death of Golden Lion, many people have imagined that they can become the next lion fruit user and become the so-called chosen one. But they don't know that whether they can get the lion fruit or not is not God's final decision. Who becomes a lion fruit capable person is only a matter of Gge's thoughts. Gge tossed the lion fruit in his hand, and the eyes of Doflamingo and others also moved up and down along with the ups and downs of the lion fruit. Seeing the performance of Doflamingo and others, Gge had a playful look on his lips were slightly opened, and his voice was unspeakably seductive. Dover, do you want to become lion fruit's next esper? Hearing this, Doflamingo was shocked and said in disbelief. Lord Gsheng, you want to give me the lion fruit? Why else would I take out this fruit? I think you are qualified to be the owner of this fruit. Doflamingo's heart seemed to be severely tugged, and an unspeakable feeling surged into his heart. Thanks to some heaven-defying operations by Hanagu, Doflamingo's trick father, he experienced the feeling of falling from heaven to hell. This kind of sharp contrast would drive anyone crazy, let alone Doflamingo, who is still a child. In the original work, he experienced the death of his mother from illness. In order to return to heaven from hell, he did not hesitate to kill his father. A 10-year-old child, holding his father's head, full of hope that he could return to the Holy Land with this, but what he got was the ridicule and disgust of the Celestial Dragons in the Holy Land. During this period, Doflamingo was undoubtedly in the right place. At the most vulnerable time in your life. The rejection from Celestial Dragons was the last straw for Doflamingo, pushing him completely into darkness. Then Gge appeared at this critical point in his destiny. Obviously he is an irrelevant person to Gge, but Gge said that he admired him and said, I, the Figolando family, can accept you. God knows how much these words impacted Doflamingo's heart at that time. This feeling of recognition is different from those of Talbal. Doflamingo has never disliked his Celestial Dragon's bloodline. The innate superiority of Celestial Dragons has penetrated deep into his bones. Even though Doflamingo called Toripol and the others family, he could not completely open his heart. The person who can really make Doflamingo feel recognized is Gge, who belongs to a wealthy family even among Celestial Dragons and the heir to the Figolando family. In order to return to the Holy Land, and to live up to Gge's recognition, Doflamingo really worked hard to prove his worth. That's why he felt so scared when he saw the disappointed expression on Gge's face just now. But now, Gge took out the lion fruit, the best fruit, and offered it to him because he thought he was qualified. Doflamingo stared at Gge blankly, a crystal light reflected on his sunglasses. Then, he turned his attention to the lion fruit in Gge's hand, his expression looking very uncomfortable. Lion fruit and string fruit are placed in front of you, everyone knows how to choose. But he has lost the qualification to choose. Doflamingo could only tell Gge honestly. Sir Gge, I am already an esper. I'm so sorry, Lord Gge. I made you. Okay, I know. Doflamingo also thought that Gge didn't know that he was a capable person, so after he revealed it, he took it for granted that Gge would be disappointed, and hurriedly wanted to apologize, but he was restrained by Gge for a long time with I know. A strange thought came to his mind. Could it be that Gge was qualified because he thought he could break the rules and withstand the power of 2 devil fruits? This is too flattering to him. Gge slowly walked up to Doflamingo and said softly. I can give you a chance to choose devil fruit again, but you have to pay some price, are you willing? After hearing this, Doflamingo did not ask what the price was, and said without hesitation. I do. Even if the price is your life. There was a flash of hesitation in Doflamingo's eyes, but he quickly firmed up and nodded vigorously. Gge reached out and patted Doflamingo on the shoulder and said. Very good, I did not misjudge you. Now, I want you to hurt yourself. The more serious the injury, the better. After saying that, Gge looked at Doflamingo quietly, but Virgo and others were not calm anymore. The most loyal Virgo shook his body, and Toribel fell to the ground with a plop. Virgo couldn't care about Toribel anymore. He knew Gge's position in Doflamingo's heart and hurriedly shouted. Dover, don't! Puff! Virgo's voice stopped suddenly, and his eyes widened in horror as he watched Doflamingo shoot bullet string into his chest. The power of the bullet string is far greater than that of a bullet, and Doflamingo completely relaxed his body. The impact directly caused his body to fly backwards, falling to the ground in a tie-shaped shape, and sliding for several meters. A large amount of blood spurted out from the blood hole on his chest, and soon a pool of blood formed under him. Dover! Virgo screamed in grief and rushed towards Doflamingo. Diamante and Pika immediately followed after a brief daze. Pika didn't pay attention and stepped directly on Toribel's face with his big foot. Toribel was about to wake up after the fall just now, but he was stepped on and fainted again. Gge had already teleported in front of Doflamingo one step ahead of Virgo and the others. Gge leaned down and pressed his scarlet right hand on Doflamingo's chest. A red light flashed and the flowing blood stopped instantly. The 3 Virgos who had just arrived stood still when they saw this scene. The 3 of them did not dare to make a sound for fear of disturbing Gge. Gge noticed that the bullet string hole was very close to Doflamingo's heart, which showed that he was really ruthless. Most importantly, it also proves Doflamingo's unconditional trust in Gge. Doflamingo was lying on the ground, his face as white as paper, and he said weakly. Lord Gsheng, is this enough? Gge nodded gently, and then the hand on Doflamingo's chest instantly turned into darkness. After a while, Gge stood up, and in Doflamingo's shocked eyes, he took out another white pear-shaped fruit. Chapter 178. This white pear-shaped fruit was like a bomb that exploded the young hearts of Doflamingo and others. Doflamingo was like a dying man who sat up in shock and said in a trembling voice. Here, this is my string fruit. The 3 of Virgo were stunned and had lost the ability to speak. It's no wonder they were so rude. Anyone in the pirate world would be shocked by what Gge did. Without the Esper dying, the devil fruit was completely taken out of the body, which completely subverted everyone's understanding of the devil fruit. Doflamingo subconsciously ticked it with his fingers, but it was just a tick. He couldn't make a single thread. He literally lost his ability to string fruit completely. In Doflamingo's dull eyes, Gge placed the lion fruit and string fruit in front of him, just like the scene when Doflamingo faced Toribel. However, the string fruit placed next to the lion fruit is just like the pistol placed next to the string fruit. It seems so insignificant. Gge in the sun is like a god in the eyes of 13-year-old Doflamingo. Doflamingo stretched out his hand tremblingly and pressed it on lion fruit. The touch from his hand gave him a strong sense of unreality. He brought the lion fruit in front of him, and after a brief silence, he opened his mouth and bit into it. At this moment, Toribel woke up leisurely, and then he saw Doflamingo chewing a devil fruit. Torrible suddenly became excited and shouted in horror. Dover! You, Virgo instantly stood in front of Torrible, covering his mouth with one hand, making a silencing gesture with the other hand, and whispered. Don't disturb Dover. His hand was so strong that Torrible, who had just woken up, was almost suffocated to death. Over there, Doflamingo has chewed up the lion fruit until only a stem is left. Apart from his face turning a little blue, his expression has basically remained unchanged. It can only be said that he is a wolf killer. After eating, Doflamingo thought about it for a moment. Although the devil fruit abilities he obtained were very different, he had experience in this area after all, so when he activated his abilities, he didn't look like someone who had just obtained the lion fruit. With a thought, Doflamingo's body directly left the ground and was suspended steadily in the air. A look of excitement appeared on Doflamingo's face. Now he really experienced the beauty of the ultimate devil fruit. The flying ability that comes with lion fruit alone would make most demon fruit powers envious. You must know that Doflamingo has not yet developed the sky's path that uses threads to pull clouds to achieve air movement. Of course, even if he developed sky's path with his imagination, it would not be comparable to lion fruit's own flying ability. Compare. Sky's path is too restrictive, and lion fruit's mobility is beyond the reach of lion fruit. Doflamingo tried to control the piece of ground he had just touched, and the ground was instantly lifted and suspended behind him. At this time, Doflamingo is equivalent to a youth version of Golden Lion. Torrible was dumbfounded. Virgo frowned and looked down, only to see a large amount of snot overflowing from his fingers. He quickly took his hand away from Torrible's face and shook it very hard. Doflamingo was excited to experience his new abilities, but he forgot that he was still seriously injured and fell from the sky after a while. GGE's body flashed, and he caught Doflamingo firmly before it landed, and said with a smile. It seems you are very satisfied with this ability. Doflamingo felt a rare embarrassment and whispered. Yes, I am very satisfied, Lord GGE. Falling back to the ground, GGE let go of his hand, glanced at the lone string fruit on the ground, and said. Don't waste string fruit, just put it away. Doflamingo nodded and was about to go forward to get the fruit when Virgo suddenly said. Lord GGE, can you give me this string fruit? GGE didn't expect that Virgo would actually fall in love with this devil fruit that was abandoned by Doflamingo, and asked with interest. Oh? String fruit can be given to you if you want it, but do you really don't want to wait any longer? Maybe you will meet something better in the future. Virgo shook his head, glanced at Doflamingo, and then slowly said. No Lord GGE, I just want string fruit. Among the cotters of the family, Virgo is definitely the most loyal and capable one. In the original work, his ability to become the first-generation Corazon is the best proof. This string fruit that once belonged to Doflamingo has a very special meaning in his heart. His idea is also very simple, he just doesn't want to see anyone else eat this string fruit in the future. GGE's eyes stayed on Virgo for a moment, then turned to look at Doflamingo aside and said with a smile. Dover, you have a great family. In the original work, Doflamingo's real family member Rosinante betrayed him, but Virgo thought about Doflamingo until his death. This feeling is indeed touching. Virgo may not be dead, don't worry too much about this. Doflamingo nodded with deep understanding. Among the current cotters of the family, the one he trusted the most was indeed Virgo. GGE hooked his finger, and the string fruit flew into his hand under the pull of gravity. Virgo slowly walked up to GGE, lowered his head and knelt down on one knee. GGE smiled, leaned over slightly, and handed the string fruit to Virgo. In the end, under Doflamingo's gaze, Virgo ate the string fruit in 2 bites. After a moment, several white threads emerged from Virgo's hand, weaving a completely white bamboo. Even after becoming demon fruit power, Virgo's favorite weapon is bamboo. Virgo put Bezu aside, knelt down on the other leg, kowtowed heavily to Gge, and shouted. "Thank you Lord Gge for the gift." Gge waved his hand and said. "Come on Virgo, you're great." As soon as he finished speaking, Doflamingo's body suddenly swayed. Gge reached out to hold it down and glanced at his wound. This level of injury was enough to be considered fatal. If Gge hadn't stopped the bleeding, Doflamingo would have fainted long ago, even though his physique was different from ordinary people. Chapter 179. Gge glanced at Virgo, who looked worried, and suddenly said, "Virgo, try to sew up his wound with your ability." Virgo and Doflamingo were both stunned when they heard this. They didn't expect that the ability of string fruit could be used in this way, and they were more awed by Gge. However, Gge only mentioned what Doflamingo had shown in the original book. But this was enough to confuse the 13-year-old Dover and Virgo, and they were both brave enough to listen and learn. Virgo immediately walked in front of Doflamingo, and under Doflamingo's encouraging eyes, he put his hands on his chest and began to gesture. However, Virgo used to play with thick and hard things like bamboo, and thin and soft threads were completely the opposite for him. He fiddled with the needlework in his hands with sweat on his head, while Doflamingo was grinning and his head was also covered with sweat. Virgo didn't dare to look up at Dover's expression, and worked hard without saying a word, and finally succeeded in suturing the wound. After finishing, both of them breathed a sigh of relief. Gge stood aside with his arms folded, watching Virgo finish his poor needlework with a smile on his face. Toripole suddenly appeared and said that he could use his ability to glue and reinforce the wound. Doflamingo's forehead suddenly burst with blood vessels when he heard this, and he rejected Toripole's kindness with a fake smile. His physique was far superior to that of ordinary people, and there was basically no problem of wound infection, but if it was contaminated with Toripole's snot, it would be uncertain what would happen. The thread made by Virgo was still very tough. Doflamingo moved a little and was very satisfied with Virgo's craftsmanship. Next, Doflamingo asked Toripole and others to lead the way in front, and he and Virgo accompanied Gge and walked towards his base camp. Soon, the group arrived in front of a manor. After seeing the manor, Gge glanced at Doflamingo with a smile. Doflamingo's face flushed slightly. When he was a child, he had seen the Figolando family's land from afar in Marie Joyce, so he had a manor built according to his impression. Of course, this manor is far from comparable to the Figolando family's land in terms of luxury and scale, but it does have a shadow. After entering the manor, Doflamingo hurriedly asked someone to come up and serve tea to Gge. Gge took a sip of the teacup and looked at Doflamingo sitting below and said, "Dover, the power of the devil fruit is certainly useful, but you can't be too obsessed with it. You should focus on the practice of physical skills and Haki." Doflamingo sat on the stool like a good student and nodded immediately after hearing the words. Gge suddenly asked, "Don't just nod, do you know Haki?" "I know, but I don't know how to practice it yet." Doflamingo showed a hint of embarrassment on his face. Seeing his look, Gge didn't feel surprised. In the original novel, Virgo should have joined the Marines during this period, and it is very likely that Virgo told Doflamingo the training methods of Taijutsu and Haki. These things are easy to learn for people with great talents, so it is not surprising that Doflamingo learned them in this way. But now, due to Gge, Doflamingo probably never had the idea of letting Virgo join Marine, and therefore lost this channel. Gge tapped his fingers on the armrest of the chair. Suddenly, a terrifying aura erupted from him, instantly surrounding Doflamingo and Virgo. In just a moment, Torble rolled his eyes and fainted on the ground, followed closely by Pika, who fell down. Virgo's body collapsed, but he gritted his teeth and held on without fainting. Doflamingo just felt that the pressure on Gge suddenly increased, but his consciousness remained awake. Gge nodded slightly, and with a thought, Conqueror's restrained, and Virgo's waist finally straightened up. Virgo wiped the cold sweat from his head. Not long ago, he was knocked to the ground by this Conquerors. He was able to hold on this time, firstly because his own will was still strong, and secondly because GGE slightly reduced the intensity of Conquerors. He had seen Doflamingo's Conquerors before, but compared to GGE's, they couldn't be compared. Not to mention that GGE can also retract the Conquerors freely. GGE didn't even glance at Torbil and Pika, who fell on the ground, and slowly said, "Dover, I will stay here for a week. During this week, I will teach you the most basic Haki training methods, and you will have to figure out the rest by yourself." Doflamingo was immediately overjoyed. He knew that the GGE in front of him could already be regarded as the strongest man in the world. To be able to get GGE's guidance was something that many people could not even dream of. Virgo, who was listening next to him, was also sincerely happy for Doflamingo and at the same time very envious. GGE glanced at him and said, "Virgo, you can come too." As soon as these words came out, Virgo was so excited that he almost gave GGE another kiss on the spot. GGE stood up from the chair, and his arms suddenly turned into pitch black, shining with a metallic luster. He looked at Doflamingo and Virgo below, with an evil smile on his face and said, "Okay, time is precious, let's start now." Doflamingo and Virgo blinked, and the next second, their bodies flew out together, all the way out of the door. The considerate GGE took into account Doflamingo's injury and asked Virgo to support him. The minions outside the door looked at Dover and Virgo's boy on top of boy with confused expressions. GGE flashed over. He glanced at the group of minions first, and then there was a neat sound of falling to the ground. "You have to save some face for Doflamingo, the young master." Speaking of the young master, GGE couldn't help but think that this family is not called Don Quixote now, but is called Darkside, named after his fake surname. Then the position of the head of the family. Thinking of this, GGE gave Doflamingo a deep look. Doflamingo was a little confused after falling, and did not notice GGE's meaningful eyes. Virgo underneath him touched his swollen forehead, and felt that there was a circle of pink birds flying in front of his eyes. After a week passed, both of them had grown a lot bigger. Swollen. Chapter 180. After a week of devil training, stick education, in GGE, Doflamingo and Virgo are getting started on Haki. Doflamingo can already activate the armed color to cover his hands. This can be said to be the most difficult step. The rest depends on his own cultivation. As for Virgo, GGE not only taught him how to practice Haki, but also used some of the development ideas of string fruit, such as Sky's path to achieve movement in the air by pulling clouds. As soon as the concept of Sky's path came out, even Doflamingo, the original owner of string fruit, was shocked. He must be the sage GGE. He didn't know if he could think about it by himself. Come out here. In this regard, GGE can only say that Doflamingo is still too young now. On this day, Doflamingo brought all the family members to the shore. They came to see GGE off. GGE took out his special speedboat and threw it into the sea, turned around and faced Doflamingo with a look of reluctance, and said with a smile, "Okay, it's not like you won't be able to see me again. Now just run your family well." Doflamingo nodded silently. Seeing his dull look, GGE tilted his head, then took out a gold necklace and put it into his hand. Doflamingo was stunned for a moment and said, "Lord Ji Gasheng, what is this?" GGE pointed to the pendant of the necklace, which was actually shaped like a mini knife. Although it is said to be mini, in fact, in terms of size, this knife is slightly smaller than a dagger. Doflamingo pulled out the golden scabbard, revealing a black body with purple lines on the blade, which looked extremely delicate. GGE raised his right hand, and the demon sword Muramasa suddenly appeared in his hand. Only then did Doflamingo realize that the pendant was made based on GGE's sword. The material for making this pendant happened to be the famous dead wood that GGE seized from the Golden Lion. When Vegapunk was studying how to make dead animals eat devil fruit, he asked GGE to provide him with some weapons with better materials for him to experiment with. Then the angry GGE waved his hand and gave the dead wood directly to Vegapunk. This pendant is made of dead wood scraps. The material is absolutely top-notch. Necklaces made of gold are nothing compared to this pendant. Turning his wrist, the demon sword Muramasa disappeared. GGE slowly walked up to Doflamingo, reached out to pick up the necklace in his hand, and then put it around his neck himself. After sizing it up, the pink feather coat paired with this gold necklace instantly made her look classy. GGE smiled and said, "Not bad, it looks like it suits you very well." Doflamingo's lips moved, trying to say something but everything stuck in his throat. GGE smiled slightly, said no more, turned around and jumped, landing in the speedboat. A tongue of flame immediately shot out from the rear of the speedboat, and just as GGE was about to set off, there was a sudden splash behind him. He looked back and saw Doflamingo kneeling on the ground, knocking his head hard on him. When the rest of the people saw this, they hurriedly knelt down and kowtowed to GGE. Seeing this scene, GGE was silent for a moment and said slowly, "Do your best. Someone from the world government will come to you later. If you encounter any difficulties, you can tell her. If you really can't solve it, just contact me through her." After saying that, the speedboat made a roar and shot out like a bullet. It wasn't until GGE's figure completely disappeared on the sea level that Doflamingo stood up from the ground and raised his hand to caress the pendant on his chest. On the sea, a large ship with black sails sailed slowly. On the deck, a middle-aged man with a fleshy face was tearing into the barbecue in his hand like a hungry wolf. The meat seemed undercooked, and red juice could be seen escaping from it when biting. Around the middle-aged man, there was a group of fierce-looking people standing. A guy with a sharp mouth and monkey cheeks came close to the middle-aged man and said with a gloomy expression, "Captain Jebbet, we haven't opened yet, so we need to hurry up." Snapped. Jebbet threw the half-eaten meat on the man's face and cursed. "Go away. Lackey, when will it be your turn to teach Laozi how to do things?" Lackey wiped the oil stains on his face and said with a look of horror, "I'm so sorry. I was too talkative." Palm mouth. Lackey immediately opened his bow from left to right and slapped himself in the face fiercely. The minions around him all looked at him with gloating. Jebbet spat on the ground and cursed. "Damn it! It's so evil. I haven't even seen a shadow of a boat yet. I want Laozi to drink from the northwest wind. He is actually a very famous slave trader in the underground world. His favorite thing to do is to rob fleets and some pirate groups, and then sell the captured women and pirates to the auction house in Sabayati. However, it has been a month since he went to sea this time, and he has still found nothing." Just as he was bored, the lookout above the ship suddenly shouted, "Captain Jebbet! Ship! A ship is coming!" When Jebbet heard this, he immediately became energetic. He ducked to the side of the boat and took out a monocular telescope to take a look. Not far away on the sea, a simple boat was drifting with the waves. Seeing that it was just such a small boat, Jebbet couldn't help showing a look of disappointment on his face, but when he saw clearly the people lying in the cabin of the small boat, a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. It turned out to be a burly male fishman with red skin. Jebbet's body began to tremble with excitement. If a fishman of this kind was sold to the slave market, it would definitely fetch a sky-high price. There are many celestial dragons just like this one. The slaps from behind continued, and Jebbet turned his head sharply and roared, "Stop FG! It's time to get to work!" After yelling, he said with an evil smile, "Young men, we are going to make a fortune this time. Let me tell you, there should be a limit to bad luck. Isn't the big fish coming to your doorstep by itself?" After the minions learned that a fishman had appeared, they were all excited and hurriedly moved the boat towards the fishman. On the small boat, the fishman also noticed the large ship approaching him. He stood up and saw that there was no special flag hanging on the ship. He thought it was an ordinary passenger ship, so he headed towards the ship. The man waved. Jobbit waved in response with a smile on his face, but said, "Trick this fishman up first, don't rush to do it, the fishman still has some brute force, don't destroy the boat." Chapter 181. When the boats from both sides approached, Jobbit lay on the side of the boat and shouted enthusiastically to the fishmen below. "Hey! Brother fishman! Do you want to come up and sit down?" The fishman immediately felt flattered. He had traveled more than once. Most humans were very frightened when they saw him, and there was also an obvious discrimination in their fear. This was the first time he encountered such a passionate human being. Naturally, he cherished this rare goodwill very much. He jumped directly and placed his palms firmly on the arms of the boat. Then he exerted force again, and his body rushed up and landed in front of Jobbit. Jobbit immediately extended his thumb and praised. "The Fishman brothers are so skillful." The fishman smiled generously, stretched out his big hand to Jobbit, and said, "Nice to meet you, my name is Tiger." Jobbit immediately stretched out his hand to hold it and said with a smile, "My name is Jobbit, haha. I didn't expect to see the legendary fishman today. I'm so lucky." Tiger couldn't help but ask, "Aren't you afraid of me?" "Hey? Why are you afraid? I heard that the fishmen are a very kind race. I have always wanted to have a fishman friend." Tiger couldn't help but feel a touch of emotion in his heart, and he nodded quickly and said, "That's right. The fishmen are a kind race, and I also really want to have a human friend." Jobbit held Tiger's hand tightly, looked at Tiger with eyes full of expectation, and said, "That's such a fate. By the way, brother Tiger, where are you going? Are you alone?" Tiger responded, "I am traveling alone, with no destination." A look of disappointment flashed across Jobbit's face when he heard this, but it was quickly covered up by him, and he smiled again and said, "I see. If that's the case, why don't brothers Tiger stay on my ship for a while?" Tiger thought he was very compatible with the Jobbit in front of him. He had a bold personality and didn't like to beat around the bush, so he immediately agreed and said, "Okay. But I won't live in vain, I can go to the sea to catch fish. Murlocs are not mermaids, they are fish eaters." "Look at what you said, I am such a big ship, how can I still be short of food? You can rest assured to stay here, I have made a promise to you as my friend. Come on, let's go inside and have a drink." After saying that, Jobbit pulled Tiger towards the cabin without any explanation. Just as soon as he entered the cabin, Tiger noticed something was wrong. He smelled a faint smell of blood. Tiger frowned and asked, "Jobbit, I forgot to ask you, what is your ship for?" Jobbit said casually while instructing the crew to prepare meals. "Oh, this is a merchant ship, used to transport goods. Can you tell me what the cargo is?" "It's just some groceries, everything." As he said that, Jobbit smiled innocently at Tiger and said, "It's a small business, it's funny." It has to be said that Jobbit's smile is very deceptive, and there are quite a few singles who have been deceived by him in this way over the years. The doubts in Tiger's heart also eased a lot, and he nodded without saying anything more. Soon, a large amount of food was served. Jobbit enthusiastically pulled Tiger to the table, and personally poured a large glass of wine for Tiger, while he asked his subordinates to fill up his own. Seeing the table full of sumptuous meals, Tiger couldn't help but swallow his saliva. During the trip, he lived a life of eating and sleeping in the open. After all, how did most humans treat fishmen? So it's really been a while since he had a serious meal. Jobbit had already raised his glass and said with a smile, "Come on, brother Tiger, let's have a drink first." Tiger immediately raised his glass to greet them. After clinking the glasses, he raised his head and drank all the wine in the glass. After drinking, he subconsciously turned his eyes to the food on the table. Jobbit grinned and said, "I think Brother Tiger is hungry too. You're welcome, eat quickly." Then, Jobbit took the lead and grabbed a large piece of barbecue and stuffed it into his mouth, which made his mouth full of oil. Tiger stopped being nervous and started eating. He couldn't stop eating. He was so immersed in the delicious food that he didn't notice that Jobbit and others had never touched some dishes. Soon the food was gone. Tiger, who was full of wine and food, touched his belly and let out a satisfying burp. Jobbit said with a smile, "How about Tiger, are you satisfied with the food?" Tiger scratched his head in embarrassment and said, "Satisfied, Jobbit, thank you for your hospitality. As long as you're satisfied. I see you've eaten a lot. How about a little exercise? I'll take you to see where you'll live next." "Okay, let's go." Jobbit winked at Lucky, who was standing aside, and then made a gesture of invitation to Tiger. Tiger stood up from the chair. The moment he stood up, his body swayed and he felt a sense of dizziness coming over him. He thought it was because he had drunk too much wine, so he didn't take it to heart. He calmed down and strode out. Jobbit led the way and took Tiger to a spacious room. Just when Tiger thought this was the room prepared for him, Jobbit walked to the center of the room, leaned over and pressed it, and a gap opened on the floor. Jobbit said to Tiger, "I'm really sorry. The room on the ship is tight, so I can only let you stay downstairs for the time being. But don't worry, the space downstairs is also very spacious, but it's a little dark." Tiger waved his hand and said, "It's okay, it'll be nice to have a place to live." Jobbit smiled slightly, and then walked down first, followed closely by Tiger. However, when they got below, a strong smell of blood hit his face. Tiger took a closer look and saw iron cages everywhere, and there were a lot of dried bloodline in the cages. Seeing this scene, Tiger's nerves instantly became tense. He stared at Jobbit in front of him and said in a deep voice, "Jobbit, what on earth is this place?" "Hee hee." Jobbit, who had his back to Tiger, let out a cold laugh. He slowly turned around and said with a ferocious smile, "Of course it's the room prepared for you, a stinky fish." As soon as he finished speaking, Jobbit stepped forward and punched Tiger in the abdomen. Tiger reacted and immediately put one hand on his abdomen, but he couldn't resist it at all. His body was sent flying backwards and he fell down on the stairs. Tiger struggled to get up and said in disbelief, "How is it possible, my power?" Jobbit raised his head and laughed proudly, saying, "Idiot! Are you satisfied with the meal I carefully prepared?" Tiger gritted his teeth and said, "You're so mean." Jobbit shrugged and said, "Thank you for the compliment." Chapter 182. Jobbit walked towards Tiger step by step with an evil smile on his face and said, "Don't worry, you are my precious cargo. I won't poison you, I will just make you temporarily powerless." Tiger gritted his teeth, raised his fist, and said, "I won't let you succeed. The upper and lower limits of physical fitness of fishmen are extremely high, not to mention Tiger, who is also the best among fishmen. With the amount of toxins he had taken into his body, it would be pretty good for an ordinary person to be able to maintain some consciousness, let alone standing still." Jobbit was a little surprised to see that Tiger still had the strength to put up a resistance posture, but he said in surprise, "Awesome, you are the strongest fishman I have ever seen. This time you are really going to make a fortune." It was okay that he didn't say this, but when he said it, it completely aroused Tiger's anger. He glared at Jobbit, opened his palms, and a huge drop of water slowly dripped down. Then, he swung the water droplet towards JB and shouted angrily, "Hit the water!" The water droplets bombarded out like steel cannonballs, and Jobbit narrowly avoided it sideways. The water droplets bombarded the ship wall behind him, blasting a terrifyingly large hole. Jobbit's pupils shrank in shock at the power, and he couldn't help but feel a little regretful. What he regretted was that he shouldn't have been so impatient. He underestimated Tiger's physical fitness and thought that the poison of Kung Fu would be enough to make Tiger unable to resist. However, he never thought that Tiger could still fight. Such a powerful blow! However, Tiger at this moment was not as lively as Jobit had imagined. It was just that hit into the water that just made him panting like an ox, and sweat broke out on his forehead. Jobit narrowed his eyes slightly, pressed his fist, made a clicking sound, and whispered. "Looks like you're going to have to suffer a little." Buzz! His fists turned into darkness in the blink of an eye. Seeing this scene, Tiger's heart sank suddenly. He had also learned Haki during his frequent travels. He was one of the very few fishmen among the fishmen who had mastered Haki. Naturally, he knew it well. The great thing about Haki. You must know that even those humans with relatively fragile bodies, if they can use Haki, can instantly close the physical gap with the fishmen, and what is more, they can achieve absolute suppression of the fishmen. Although he was filled with anxiety, Tiger still tried to activate the armament Haki in his body to fight back. However, no matter how hard he tried, his body was as heavy as being weighed down by heavy lead, and he was completely unable to obey his orders. There is no other reason. At this moment, his physical condition is extremely bad and there is no way he can support him to use armament Haki. In desperation, Tiger had to grit his teeth and raised his fists to protect his chest with difficulty, preparing to resist Jobit's next attack. Jobit approached with a ferocious smile. Boom! There was only a loud bang, and in the astonished eyes of Lackey and others above, they saw Tiger flying up from below like a cannonball, and then slammed into the door, smashing it into pieces. With a burst of sawdust flying across the sky, Tiger continued to slide along the inertia on the deck outside for several meters before finally stopping. Jobit followed from below, and there was an obvious punch mark on his chest, which was hit by Tiger's same Washogun. With a livid face, he yelled at Lackey and the others. "What are you doing standing still? Catch this stinky fish for me! Damn it! Fortunately, this stinky fish is poisoned, otherwise I really wouldn't be able to deal with it." After hearing the order, Lackey and the minions came to their senses as if they were waking up from a dream, and hurriedly gathered towards Tiger who fell on the ground. However, as soon as they approached, Tiger stood up tremblingly again, frightened by the gang and stopped instantly. No one dared to move forward for a moment. Tiger was breathing heavily, and the hideous wound on his forehead was constantly bleeding out with bright red blood, gurgling and quickly blurring his vision. A film of water formed on his palms, and he touched his face vigorously, which made his vision clearer. The minions all gulped. This was the first time they had seen such a ruthless fishman. Tiger raised his eyes and glanced around at the minions in front of him, spat out a mouthful of blood-tinged saliva, then turned around sharply and stumbled towards the side of the ship. Jobit didn't panic at all when he saw Tiger trying to escape. He glanced at Lucky and said, "That stinky fish is going to escape, Lackey, go and make him be honest, he has no ability to resist now." When Raj heard this, he let out a lewd laugh, and then he got down on all fours and ran towards Tiger quickly. While running, a big black and white tail suddenly appeared on his butt, and his body was quickly covered with a thick layer of black hair. He already had a sharp mouth and monkey cheeks, and now the triangular area on his face was even more prominent. He was so strong that he even sprouted a few black beards, and his appearance could be described as extremely vulgar. He is actually a Zoan's demon fruit power, skunk fruit, skunk form. When Lucky, who was completely transformed into a beast, was halfway through the charge, he kicked up his limbs fiercely, turned around in mid-air, and then raised his butt towards Tiger. Along with a popping sound, spiraling circles of foul-smelling shit-yellow gas spurted out from Lucky's butt, shrouding the running Tiger. Tiger's breathing was already rapid, and he inhaled a lot at the first time. The strong fermentation-like odor almost made him faint. He could no longer hold on, and lay down on the edge of the ship's side with a snap. Looking at the blue sea below, Tiger's eyes showed a deep look of despair. He didn't expect that Jobit's men actually had demon fruit power. Lucky landed behind Tiger, put his paw on Tiger's head, and leaned forward to sniff obscenely. Tiger smelled Lucky's smelly breath and wanted to crush this guy's head, but now he couldn't even lift up any strength. Lucky chuckled, and was about to call the people behind him to come up and tie Tiger up, when there was a roar in his ears. He couldn't help but look up and saw on the sea, a windy speedboat speeding towards this side at an extremely fast speed. There was a tall man lying in the speedboat. He had his hands behind his head, as if he was sleeping. A black-covered book covered his face. Lucky could not see his face clearly. However, at this moment, Lucky no longer bothered to see what the man looked like, because the speedboat was about to hit the big ship they were on. He was so frightened that he wanted to turn around and tell Jobit. The next second, the speedboat penetrated the hull like a sharp arrow, and finally stopped slowly.